frame was draped in a black shirt and loose pants, his signature fedora perched on his head. Around him, dozens of dancers each other through thick glass windows, but they couldn't talk, couldn't touch, couldn't share the experience of what they'd witnessed. Anderson spent 3 days in that room before the visit started. Men in suits. No names, no badges, just folders full of documents that needed signatures. Non-disclosure agreements, medical waivers, legal instruments that essentially erased Apollo 18 from history. "Your families have been notified of a training accident," one of the suits explained. His voice was flat, bureaucratic. "You'll be listed as killed in a helicopter crash at Ellington Field. There will be closed casket funerals. Your wives will receive full benefits and pensions." "We're not dead," Anderson said. "Officially you are. Unofficially you'll be relocated, given new identities, and placed under permanent monitoring. What you found on the moon remains classified under national security protocols that supersede any oath you've ever taken." Kell, in the next chamber, was pounding on the glass. Anderson could see his mouth moving, forming words that were probably profane. Hall just sat on his bed, staring at nothing. "What about the samples?" Anderson asked. "What did your analysis show?" The suit's expression didn't change. "There were no samples. The mission never happened. You were never on the moon." But Anderson had hidden one sample. He knew they'd find it eventually. They'd tear apart every inch of the command module during the accident investigation. But maybe it would buy enough time for someone to study it, to understand what they'd found. He was wrong. 2 weeks later, the isolation ended. Not because they were cleared, but because the decision had been made. Anderson was taken to a debriefing room where a 3-star general he didn't recognise sat across a metal table. "The capsule burned during recovery," the general said. "Onboard fire, very tragic. All physical evidence was destroyed. The descent stage on the moon will be listed in records as Apollo 17 hardware. Any lunar reconnaissance that spots it will be explained as a mapping error. You can't erase what we saw. We can. We have. And we will." The general slid a folder across the table. "These are your new lives. Study them. Become them. Because if you ever speak about Apollo 18 to anyone, your families, your friends, a priest, a journalist, anyone, you'll disappear. Not into isolation, not into prison. You'll just disappear. Are we clear?" They were clear. Richard Anderson became Robert Andrews, a civil engineering consultant in Seattle. He never remarried. He spent his evenings in a small apartment overlooking Puget Sound, watching the moon rise over the water and remembering what it felt like to stand on that ancient surface. James Hall became John Henderson, a flight instructor in Arizona. He taught teenagers to fly Cessnas and tried not to think about the spacecraft he'd piloted through the void. Marcus Kell became Martin Cole, a high school science teacher in Maine. He taught geology to bored sophomores and died a little inside every time they asked if anyone had ever found evidence of life beyond Earth. They never saw each other again. The agencies made sure of that. But they weren't the only ones who knew. In 1981, a NASA technician named Eldon Nichols was diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer. He was 82 years old, a veteran of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs, and he'd been present at Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii when the Apollo 18 crew was brought ashore. Before he died, Nichols gave an interview to a freelance journalist named Patricia Morrison. The interview was never published. Morrison's editor killed the story, her notes mysteriously disappeared from her apartment, and she received a visit from 2 men who strongly suggested she find a different career. But Morrison remembered what Nichols had told her. He'd seen biological containment canisters being loaded onto a C-141 Starlifter, military personnel in full hazmat suits, and one canister marked with stenciled letters, "Lunar Origin." Viable. Something living. Something they'd brought back from the moon. Morrison spent the next decade trying to verify Nichols' story. She filed Freedom of Information Act requests that were denied. She tracked down other technicians who'd been at Hickam, but they all claimed ignorance or refused to talk. She even tried to locate the crew of Apollo 18, but their records had been scrubbed so thoroughly it was as if they'd never existed. She died in 1994 in a car accident that police ruled mechanical failure. Her research materials were never found. In 2009, NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter began mapping the moon's surface in unprecedented detail. The images were released to the public, allowing anyone with an internet connection to explore humanity's ancient footsteps on another world. A graduate student at MIT named David Chen was studying images of Mare Moscoviense when he noticed something unusual: debris patterns that didn't match any documented landing site, geometric arrangements in the regolith that suggested a descent stage, but in a location where no Apollo mission had officially landed. Chen published his findings in a small astronomy journal. The article got 17 views before the journal's website crashed. When it came back online 3 days later, the article was gone. Chen's faculty advisor suggested he focus on different research for his dissertation, but Chen had made copies. He shared them on forums, sent them to other researchers, uploaded them to file-sharing sites. The images kept disappearing, accounts got suspended, websites went offline, someone was watching, someone was listening. Robert Andrews died in 2019, at the age of 87. Heart failure, the death certificate said. Peaceful, in his sleep. His apartment was cleaned out by a professional service hired by the government. Most of his possessions were unremarkable. Books, furniture, the accumulated debris of a quiet life. But in a drawer hidden behind a false panel in his desk, they found a journal. The journal was confiscated immediately, classified, and locked away in a facility that doesn't appear on any map. But Andrews had been careful. He'd made a copy, sealed it in a waterproof container, and buried it in a public park in Seattle, with coordinates encoded in a letter he'd sent to his estranged daughter years before. She found it in 2023 after finally deciphering her father's cryptic final message. She read about Apollo 18, about the structure on the moon, about the cover-up that had stolen her father's identity and his life. She tried to go public. The story was picked up by a few conspiracy websites, dismissed as elaborate fiction, and quickly forgotten in the endless churn of internet content. But someone else was paying attention. In October 2024, a private lunar communications satellite detected an anomalous signal emanating from Mare Moscoviense. The signal was faint, barely distinguishable from background radiation, but it was there, and it was repeating. The satellite's operators ran the signal through enhancement algorithms, filtering out noise, amplifying the coherent patterns. What emerged made them contact NASA immediately. It was a voice, human, male, transmitted on the S-band frequency that Apollo missions had used for communication. NASA's official response was immediate denial, equipment malfunction, atmospheric reflection of old transmissions, radio hobbyists with too much time. But the recording leaked anyway. It always does. The transmission lasted exactly 18 seconds. The voice was calm, almost resigned, distorted by decades of degradation and the interference of space. This is Commander Richard Anderson, Apollo 18. If anyone receives this, know that we were never alone up here. The structure at Mare Moscoviense is not Soviet, it's not human. It's old, older than our species, older than our civilization, and it's still active. We thought we were explorers, but we were trespassers. Whatever we awakened, it's still watching. It's always been watching. To anyone planning to return to the moon, be careful what you wake up. Anderson out. The recording has been analysed by audio forensics experts. Some claim it's authentic, a genuine transmission from 1973 that somehow got stored in the moon's magnetic field and released decades later. Others insist it's a hoax, an elaborate fake created by conspiracy theorists with access to vintage NASA equipment. NASA refuses to comment beyond their initial denial, but in the sealed archives, in the folders marked Eyes Only, there's a 1974 memo from the National Reconnaissance Office to the President of the United States. The memo is brief, but the final line reads, "Recommend permanent cessation of crewed lunar exploration. Object designated Artifact 1 remains active and demonstrates awareness of human presence. Further contact inadvisable until we better understand its nature and intentions." The memo is stamped approved. That's why we haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. Not because of budget constraints or shifting priorities or lack of public interest. We haven't gone back because something is waiting there. Something ancient and patient and utterly incomprehensible. and somewhere in the classified depths of government servers, monitoring systems watch Mayor Moscovienzi 24 hours a day, waiting for the structure to wake up again, waiting for the signal that will tell us whether that first contact was a greeting or a warning. In a nursing home in Tucson, Arizona, an 89-year-old flight instructor named John Henderson sits by a window, watching the moon rise over the desert. He hasn't spoken in 3 years. Stroke, the doctors say. But his eyes are clear, and sometimes the nurses catch him staring at the moon with an expression they can't quite identify. Fear, longing, recognition. On clear nights when the moon is full, rate increases. The monitors beep faster. And sometimes, if you're very quiet, you can hear him whispering the same thing over and over. It's still warm, but somewhere on the moon, in a basin named for a city most people have never seen, something ancient stirs in the dust, waiting, watching, remembering the day 3 humans came back to their distant blue world. Next time, it won't let them leave. What if I told you that the greatest unsolved mystery in American aviation history was never meant to be solved? That the man who vanished into the night sky over Washington state in 1971 wasn't a criminal at all, but a ghost created by the very government that spent decades pretending to hunt him. The story you're about to hear will make you question everything you thought you knew about Daniel Cooper, and about who's really watching from the shadows. Act 1. The Vanishing Man. The rain hammered against the windows of the FBI Seattle field office on November the 24th, 1971, as Special Agent Wallace Grant stared at the preliminary report on his desk. His coffee had gone cold hours ago, but he barely noticed. The words on the page seemed impossible, yet dozens of witnesses confirmed the same thing. A man calling himself Dan Cooper had just hijacked Northwest Orient Flight 305, extorted $200,000 in cash, demanded 4 parachutes, and jumped into the night somewhere over southwestern Washington. Polite, Grant muttered, reading the passenger descriptions. Calm. Methodical. He tapped his pen against the margin notes. Who the hell are you? The telex machine in the corner chattered to life, and Grant crossed the room to tear off the incoming message. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the text. From FA a Western Region to FB Seattle Field Office. Crew Flight 305 incident. Military radar blackout window confirmed 2010 to 2047 PST. No visual confirmation of parachute deployment. Search parameters expanded to 200-mile radius. Grant frowned. A radar blackout? That was the first he'd heard of it. He picked up the phone to call the FAA when his supervisor, Bill Rackham, appeared in the doorway. "Put it down, Wallace," Rackham said quietly. "Sir, this telex mentions a radar blackout I wasn't briefed on." "I said put it down." Rackham's voice carried an edge Grant had never heard before. "The case is being transferred to Division 5. You're to compile your notes and hand everything over by 0800 tomorrow. Division 5. Grant felt something cold settle in his chest. Division 5 was domestic counterintelligence. They handled Soviet infiltration, sedition cases, threats to national security. What did they want with a simple skyjacking? "Bill, what's going on?" Rackham moved closer, lowering his voice. "Nothing you need to worry about. This one's above both our pay grades. Just do as you're told and forget about Dan Cooper." But Grant couldn't forget. None of them could. And 54 years later, in a climate-controlled archive room 3,000 miles away, someone was about to discover why. Act 2. The Black File. Eleanor Reed had spent 37 years with the FBI, most of them in the Records Management Division, a job that sounded boring to everyone who asked, and was exactly as boring as it sounded. She'd filed reports, digitised old case files, and watched younger agents climb the ladder while she remained comfortably anonymous in the basement archives. Now, at 62 and 6 months into retirement, she'd been called back for a special project. Digitising the remaining Norjack files, the Bureau's code name for the Dan Cooper investigation. It was simple work, scanning old documents and cross-referencing them in the database, but Eleanor didn't mind. The extra money helped. and there was something oddly satisfying about handling pieces of history. She was 3 weeks into the project when she found it. The file had been misfiled in a box labelled Hijacking Incidents 1968 to 1970, placed between reports on 2 forgotten cases. The folder itself was unremarkable. Standard manila, slightly yellowed with age, but the stamp across the front made Eleanor's pulse quicken. Project Cooper Directive. Eyes only, classification. Top secret authorised personnel only. Eleanor glanced toward the archive room door. She was alone, as usual. The senior archivist wouldn't be back from lunch for another 20 minutes. Her hand hesitated over the folder before curiosity won out. Inside were approximately 40 pages of documents, memos, and handwritten notes. The first page was a summary brief dated November 15th, 1971, 9 days before the hijacking. Memorandum for Division 5, Assistant Director from Special Projects Liaison, Office of Technical Service. Subject, Operation Cooper Directive, Phase 1. Authorization. This is to confirm joint operation between Bureau Division 5 and Central Intelligence Agency Office of Technical Service for the execution of controlled hijack simulation exercise, codenamed Cooper Directive, matters to civilian aviation threat scenario. Assess media amplification patterns, law enforcement coordination efficiency, and population anxiety metrics over extended timeline. Operational window, November 20th to 30th, 1971, asset designation. Subject D. Cooper, civilian contract, non-disclosure binding. Scenario, simulated ransom hijacking, Northwest Orient Airlines, Seattle-Tacoma route controlled variables, pre-positioned parachutes, inert test models, marked currency, sequential serials, CIA counterfeit division, predetermined egress coordinates. Eleanor read the words 3 times, certain she must be misunderstanding. A controlled simulation. But Dan Cooper was real. Witnesses saw him. The airline confirmed the hijacking. The FBI had searched for months. She turned an operational timeline with minute-by-minute checkpoints. Most had neat check marks beside them, but at 2039 PST someone had written in red ink, subject deviated from protocol, deployed personal chute, no radio contact. And below that, in different handwriting, shakier, subject did not deploy test chute, took cash and documents, possible defection, contain, documents. Eleanor flipped through more pages, finding a manifest of items supposedly aboard Flight 305. Most were expected. The money bag, parachutes, fuel calculations. But near the bottom, someone had added a handwritten note. Courier package confirmed sewn into currency bundles. Contents, microfilm archives, Operation Chaos subject files, preliminary Watergate documentation, priority. Eleanor sat back in her chair, her mind racing. Operation Chaos was the CIA's illegal domestic surveillance program. Exposed years later, before the break-in was even public knowledge. She photographed every page with her phone, her hands trembling slightly. This wasn't just a cold case file. This was evidence of larger, something that powerful people had worked very hard to bury. As she replaced the folder exactly where she'd found it, Eleanor noticed one final detail that made her stomach drop. The last page was a distribution list of everyone who'd received copies of the directive. 14 names. Beside 11 of them, someone had drawn a small red X. And at the bottom, in fresh ink that couldn't be more than a few years old, monitoring ongoing, containment protocol active. Eleanor locked the archive room behind her and walked to her car on legs that felt disconnected from her body. She didn't notice the grey sedan that pulled out 3 cars behind her, maintaining a careful distance all the way to her apartment in Silver Spring. Act 3. The Surviving Asset. Thomas Harkins lived in a modest ranch house outside Olympia, Washington, surrounded by towering Douglas firs that blocked most of the sunlight. Eleanor had tracked him down through the operational files. He'd been an airfield technician at McCord Air Force Base in 1971, one of the few names on the distribution list without a red X. When he opened the door, she saw a man who'd aged far beyond his 87 years. His hands shook slightly, and his eyes held the haunted look of someone carrying secrets too heavy to bear alone. "Mr. Harkins, my name is Eleanor Reed. I worked for the FBI Records Division, and I need to ask you about something that happened in November 1971. His face went pale. "You should go. Please. I found the Cooper directive files. I know it was a simulation. I know something went wrong." Harkins gripped the doorframe. "If you found those files, you're already in danger. They don't let people like you just walk away with that kind of knowledge." "Then help me understand what I'm walking away from." For a long moment he said nothing. Then he stepped aside. 5 minutes. That's all you get. His living room was sparse. A worn couch, a television, photos of grandchildren on the mantel. Harkins didn't offer her a seat. Instead, he moved to the window and peered through the curtains at the empty street. "I was just a technician," he began, his voice low. 23 years old, fresh out of technical school. In early November, they brought me into a secure hangar and told me I'd been selected for a classified logistics assignment. All I had to do was prepare 4 parachutes according to very specific modifications. What kind of modifications? 2 of them were real, standard military reserve chutes, fully functional. The other 2 were test-modelled. They'd open, but they weren't designed to support a person's weight for more than a few seconds, just long enough to make it look real if anyone happened to spot the drop. Eleanor felt sick. They were going to kill him, thought at first too. But the Asper, he was supposed to take the inert chutes. He knew which ones they were. The whole plan was for him to jump with an inert chute, deploy it for visual confirmation, and cut away and deploy his personal rig. He'd land at predetermined coordinates where a recovery team was waiting. Clean extraction, controlled environment, perfect psychop to study public response to aviation terror. But he didn't follow the plan. He took the real chutes, and he took something they didn't expect him to take. Harkins returned to the window, his paranoia evident. The money wasn't the prize. Inside the currency bundle sewn into the fabric of the money bag itself was a courier package. Microfilm. Dozens of rolls containing names, addresses and photographs of deep-cover CIA operatives working domestic assignments, people who'd been exposed by intelligence leaks inside the agency. Why would they transport something like that on a civilian flight? Because no one would think to look there. It was supposed to be a quick handoff. Cooper gets the money bag, jumps, recovery team secures the package, case goes into the books as an unsolved mystery. But Cooper realised what he had. Those weren't just names on film. Those were leverage, insurance, proof that the agency was running illegal operations on American soil. He defected. That's one word for it. I'd say he made a business decision. Someone inside the operation tipped him off about what was really in that bag. He grabbed the intel and vanished, and the people who designed the whole thing couldn't exactly file a police report saying their fake hijacker stole their illegal surveillance records. Eleanor pulled out her phone and showed him the photo of the distribution list. 11 of these people are dead, marked with red X's. Harkins barely glanced at it. 12 now. Martin Kellerman died 3 months ago. Heart attack, they said. He was 59 and ran marathons. His jaw tightened. Everyone connected to the directive has been systematically eliminated over the past 2 decades. I'm alive because I was nobody. A technician who prepared parachutes and kept his mouth shut. But you found the file, which means someone made a mistake, and mistakes get corrected. I need to know who's doing the correcting. You're asking the wrong question. You should be asking why they're still correcting mistakes from an operation that's 50 years old. He finally met her eyes. The Cooper case never closed because it was never supposed to close. Think about it. How many unsolved mysteries stay in the public consciousness for half a century? How many trigger thousands of amateur investigations, documentaries, books, conspiracy theories? You're saying the mystery itself is intentional? I'm saying the mystery is the experiment. They wanted to see how long they could keep a story alive through cultural reinforcement. No closure, no resolution, just perpetual speculation. The perfect case study in long-term social engineering. Dan Cooper isn't a person anymore, he's a phenomenon. And someone is still managing that phenomenon. Eleanor's mind reeled. Who? I don't know names. But after I left McCord, I did some digging, found references to something called Operation Horizon Wing, a continuation program funded through discretionary intelligence budgets. Its mandate was behavioural containment following hijack simulation incident. That was in 1973. It's been refined, privatised, and expanded since then. Last I heard, it was being run through a DARPA contractor specialising in psychological operations and narrative control. That's insane. That's classified. He handed her a slip of paper with an address. There's someone who knows more than I do. Greg Larson, investigative journalist, specialises in government transparency cases. If anyone can help you make sense of this, it's him. But Eleanor, understand something. The moment you go public with this, you become a loose thread. And they're very good at trimming loose threads. She tucked the paper into her pocket. Why are you helping me? For the first time, something like a smile crossed his weathered face. Because I'm 87 years old and I'm tired of being afraid. Maybe it's time someone finally cut the strings. Act 4, The Shadow Investigation. Greg Larson worked out of a converted warehouse in Portland's industrial district, surrounded by filing cabinets, conspiracy corkboards, and enough encryption equipment to make the NSA nervous. When Eleanor arrived with her documentation, he spent 3 hours verifying the files before he said a single word. Finally he sat back and removed his reading glasses. This is real. I know. No, I mean this is really real. I've chased government ghosts for 15 years and most of it's smoke and mirrors. But this? He gestured at the document spread across his desk. This is actionable, verifiable, court-admissible evidence of a domestic psychop. Do you understand what you found? I understand that people have died to keep it buried. Then you understand we need to be extremely careful. He pulled up several databases on his computer. I've been tracking anomalies in the Norjack case for years. There are inconsistencies that never made sense until now. He showed her aerial photographs from 1980, when a young boy found $5,800 of Cooper's ransom money, partially buried along the Columbia River at Bar. The FBI made a big deal about this discovery. They said it proved Cooper died in the jump and the money washed downstream. But look at the serial numbers. Eleanor leaned closer. They matched the currency manifest. Except they shouldn't exist. Greg pulled up another file. I obtained records from the CIA's Technical Services Division through a FOA request 6 years ago. Buried in thousands of pages of budgetary documentation was a line item for currency reproduction services provided to Fort Belvoir in late 1971. Fort Belvoir is where the Army runs its counterfeit detection and production facility. They made fake bills with the same serial numbers. Test bills. For training purposes, officially. But here's the thing. The money found at Bar was weathered, but not consistently. Some bills showed severe degradation, others were barely affected. That's not how natural exposure works. The weathering was staged. They planted Cooper's money to close the case, to stabilise the narrative. By 1980, the story was getting stale. They needed a development to keep it alive, to make it feel like progress was being made. A small discovery, enough to generate headlines, but not enough to actually solve anything. It's brilliant in a deeply disturbing way. Eleanor felt the pieces aligning in her mind. Harkins mentioned Operation Horizon Wing, a behavioural containment program. Greg's fingers flew across his keyboard. Let me check something. He accessed what appeared to be a classified database. Eleanor didn't ask how. Here. Internal CIA memorandum dated April 1973 from Richard Helms to the Director of the Office of Technical Service. The scanned document appeared on screen. R.E. Operation Horizon Wing. Quarterly assessment. Public myth successfully stabilised following subject's unplanned extraction. Media amplification parameters within acceptable ranges. Civilian investigation efforts show predicted patterns of obsessive focus without resolution demand. Recommendation: continue monitoring cultural reinforcement mechanisms. Maintain periodic evidence discoveries to sustain engagement without closure. Current timeline projects sustained public interest for minimum 25-year cycle. Budget allocation: approved under discretionary domestic analysis programs. Transition to private contractor oversight recommended by 1985 to minimise institutional liability. 25 years minimum, Eleanor whispered. It's been 54. Because it worked better than they ever imagined. The Cooper legend became self-sustaining. People didn't need the government to keep it alive. They did it themselves. But someone still needs to manage it, to make sure it doesn't drift too far from the useful narrative. Who's managing it now? Greg pulled up a corporate registry. The program was privatised in 1987, transferred to a company called Horizon Analytics, which was later absorbed by Sentinel Cognitive Systems in 2003. Sentinel holds multiple contracts with DARPA's Behavioural Sciences Division. Their specialty is narrative architecture and long-term social pattern analysis. That sounds like Orwellian nightmare fuel. It gets better. Sentinel's CEO is a woman named Patricia Koenig. Want to guess where she worked before going private? CIA, Division 5 of the FBI. She was 17 years old when the Cooper hijacking happened, but by 1983 she was running psychological operations for Bureau Counterintelligence. She has the institutional knowledge, the clearances, and the resources to keep this thing alive indefinitely. Eleanor stood and paced the warehouse floor. So what do? We can't exactly file a police report. We leak it. Not to mainstream media. They're too compromised, too afraid of losing access. We go to independent platforms, multiple sources simultaneously. We flood the zone with documentation before they can contain it. And then we see if the truth can survive contact with the people who've been lying about it for 5 decades. Greg began organising the files. I'll need 48 hours to verify secondary sources and set up dead man switches. If anything happens to either of us, the documentation auto-releases to 24 outlets. You think they'd really kill us over this? He met her eyes with an expression that was almost pitying. Eleanor, they've already killed 11 people. We're just 2 more loose threads. Act 5. The truth buried in plain sight. They worked through the night, building an unassailable case. Greg had contacts in cryptography who verified the document's authenticity. Eleanor cross-referenced names and dates with public records, building timelines that proved the government's narrative had been manufactured from the beginning. By dawn, they had everything ready for release. That's when Greg's phone rang. He checked the screen and frowned. "Unknown number," he answered on speaker. "Larson." The voice that came through was distorted, digitally masked. "Mr. Larson, Miss Reed, you've both been very busy." Eleanor felt ice flood her veins. "You have information that doesn't belong to you," the voice continued. "Information that could cause significant disruption to ongoing research initiatives. We're prepared to offer you a choice. Walk away now, destroy everything you've compiled, and return to your lives with no consequences. Or proceed with your planned disclosure and face legal action for theft of classified materials, conspiracy to violate the Espionage Act, and unauthorized disclosure of national defense information." Greg leaned toward the phone. "Who is this?" "I'm someone who appreciates thoroughness, Mr. Larson. Your investigation has been impressive, but you're missing the larger picture. The Cooper Directive wasn't a mistake or a conspiracy. It was research, valuable research that continues to produce actionable intelligence on social behavioural patterns. You're admitting the government staged a hijacking and has been manipulating the public for 50 years. I'm admitting that understanding how populations process, remember, and mythologize unsolved events is crucial to national security. The Cooper case has provided decades of data on collective memory, conspiracy theory formation, and the relationship between mystery and cultural identity. That research has applications far beyond a single hijacking. It informs counter-terrorism strategy, disinformation detection, and crisis communication protocols. Eleanor found her voice. People died. 11 people on that distribution list were murdered. natural causes, accidents and unfortunate timing. You're seeing patterns that don't exist, Miss Reed. Confirmation bias is a powerful thing. Mind if we publish what we found? A pause. You'll find that difficult without your documentation. Greg's face went white. He pulled up his encrypted drives. Empty. The cloud backups. Gone. Every file they'd compiled, every photograph Eleanor had taken, wiped clean as if they'd never existed. How? Did you really think we wouldn't notice a retired FBI archivist accessing restricted files? That we wouldn't monitor a journalist with a history of investigating classified programs? You were never in control of this investigation, Mr. Larson. We simply allowed you to believe you were, so we could assess your methodology and identify any other potential security breaches. Eleanor pulled out her phone. The photos were gone. Even the originals, backed up to her personal cloud, deleted. The files in the archive room, she said desperately. The Cooper Directive folder was removed from the National Archives 3 days ago and appropriately reclassified. There is no record of its existence. There is no record of this conversation. In approximately 90 seconds, this phone will disconnect and all trace of this call will be erased. You can't just erase the truth. Miss Reed, we've been erasing, reshaping and managing truth for longer than you've been alive. The Cooper case is just one of hundreds of ongoing social research programs. Every major unsolved mystery of the past century has been carefully studied for its psychological impact. Some occur naturally. Some we engineer. All of them teach us something valuable about human nature. The line crackled with static. 60 seconds. I suggest you both return to your normal lives. Mr. Larson, your next article on municipal corruption will be well received. Miss Reed, enjoy your retirement, but understand, you are now part of our research database. Any future attempts to investigate this matter will be noted and addressed accordingly. Wait, Greg started. The line went dead. They sat in stunned silence for a long moment. Greg immediately tried to verify what the caller had said, checking and rechecking his drives, his backups, his fail-safes. Everything was gone. Not just deleted, erased at a level that suggested direct access to his systems despite multiple layers of encryption. This is impossible, he muttered. I had these files distributed across 6 different networks. They couldn't have accessed all of them. Unless they'd been monitoring from the beginning, Eleanor thought. Unless every move they'd made had been observed, catalogued and allowed to proceed just far enough to identify any security weaknesses. She walked to the window and stared out at the grey Portland morning. Somewhere in this city, in this country, people were going about their lives completely unaware that their government had spent half a century running psychological experiments on them disguised as unsolved mysteries. They win, she said quietly. No, Greg's voice was firm. They don't get to win. We have no evidence, no files, no proof of anything. If we try to tell this story, we sound like conspiracy theorists. We have nothing. We have our testimony. We have what we saw, what we learned. We can still what? Get dismissed as crazy. Get disappeared. They're monitoring us, Greg. They've made that clear. The moment we become more trouble than we're worth, we end up like the other 11 people on that list. He wanted to argue. She could see it in his face, but he knew she was right. They'd lost. Act 6. The final broadcast. Eleanor returned to her apartment that afternoon, feeling hollowed out. The grey sedan was gone. They didn't need to follow her anymore. She was contained, neutralised, no longer a threat. She made tea she didn't drink and sat by the window watching the street below. Normal people doing normal things, unaware that the reality they lived in was being carefully curated by people in windowless rooms who viewed human behaviour as data points to be collected and analysed. The mailbox buzzer startled her from her thoughts. She took the elevator down to the lobby, expecting bills or junk mail. Instead, she found a small padded envelope with no return address, just her name written in block letters. Inside was a USB drive. No note, no explanation, just the drive and a paper label that read, Flight 305, recovered audio. Eleanor's hand shook as she carried it back upstairs. This was a trap, it had to be. They were testing her, seeing if she'd learned her lesson. But she couldn't stop herself from plugging it into her laptop. A single audio file. She clicked play. Static filled her speakers, the harsh crackle of old radio transmission. Then, through the noise, a voice. "Ground control, this is Cooper," confirming egress at designated coordinates. More static. Then a different voice, calm and professional. "Negative, Cooper. You're not at designated coordinates. Abort extraction. Repeat, abort extraction and proceed to..." "Negative, ground control. I'm exactly where I need to be." "Cooper, you're in violation of operational protocol. Return to dash dash." "Protocol?" The voice that had to be Cooper laughed. "Let me tell you about protocol. The people you work for just tried to kill me with faulty equipment. The people I work for just tried to buy me with someone else's secrets. I don't work for anyone anymore." "Cooper, listen carefully. The cargo you're carrying is classified beyond your clearance level. If you do not return it immediately, you will be designated a hostile asset and..." "And what? You'll what exactly? File an official report saying your fake hijacker stole your illegal surveillance files? Tell the FBI that your psychological operation went rogue?" "I don't think so." A long pause filled with static. Then a third voice. Older. Authoritative. "Mr. Cooper, my name is Richard Helms. I believe we should discuss terms." The recording cut out. Eleanor replayed it 3 times, trying to process what she was hearing. But it was the background sound that finally made her pause. Beneath the voices, beneath the static, there was a steady rhythmic hum. Mechanical. Precise. She isolated the background frequencies using audio software and felt her skin crawl. The hum matched the signature of VLF transmissions, very low-frequency radio waves used for communicating with submarines. The technology existed in 1971, but these particular modulation patterns, this specific encryption scheme, weren't developed until the late 1990s. Someone had faked this recording. Recently. But why send it to her? Why now, after they'd wiped all her evidence and warned her to stay silent? Unless this was the next phase of their research. They'd contained the immediate threat, deleted the hard evidence, but now they wanted to see what she'd do with ambiguous information. Would she investigate further? Would she try to verify the audio? Would she learn from her mistakes, or would she keep pulling at threads they'd deliberately left loose? She was still part of their experiment. She'd always been part of it. Eleanor closed her laptop and sat in the gathering darkness of her apartment. Somewhere, analysts were noting her behavioural response, updating their models of how retired FBI archivists process suppressed information. The research never ended. The observation never stopped. She thought about Thomas Harkins living in fear for 50 years, about Greg Larson, whose career investigating government secrets had probably been monitored and guided more than he'd ever know, about Dan Cooper himself, whoever he really was, jumping into the night with secrets that powerful people desperately wanted back. The smart thing to do was delete the audio and forget everything, return to retirement, pretend none of this had happened. But Eleanor had never been particularly smart about knowing when to quit. She copied the audio file to 3 different cloud services using 3 different encryption methods. She sent anonymous copies to 5 journalists she'd never contacted before. She uploaded it to 4 different conspiracy forums using a VPN and burner email addresses. If they wanted her to be part of their research, she'd show them what uncontrolled variables looked like. The audio was spreading across the internet. Within 6 hours, major news outlets were reporting on newly surfaced Cooper hijacking audio. Within 12 hours, it a hoax. Eleanor waited for the knock knew were coming. Instead, she received a text from an unknown number. Interesting choice. Data collection continuing. Thanksgiving. She stared at the message until her screen went dark. They'd won after all, because even her rebellion was useful to them. Epilogue. The Loop. Present day. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Digital Archives. Case File. NORJAC. DB Cooper Investigation. At 3:47 a.m. Eastern Time, the case status updated automatically. Status. Ongoing evaluation. Last modified. Current date modified by DCOPER 71. The change triggered no alarms. The system had been making similar updates every few months for years. each time from the same user account that technically didn't exist in any official database. In Seattle, a cybersecurity researcher noticed the update while doing routine archive scraping for a documentary project. She screenshotted the metadata, intending to write a blog post about government database quirks. Her computer crashed before she could save the file. In Portland, Greg Larson received an email from a source claiming to have new information about the Cooper case. The attached files were encrypted with a key he'd never seen before. When he tried to decrypt them, his entire server farm went offline for 6 hours. When the systems came back up, the email was gone. In Silver Spring, Eleanor Reed woke from a dream she couldn't quite remember. Something about parachutes and static and a voice saying they were never passengers, they were observers. She made coffee and checked the news. The Cooper audio she'd leaked had been thoroughly debunked by experts who had determined it was a digital fabrication created using modern software. The story had already faded from the news cycle, replaced by newer mysteries, fresher conspiracies. She opened her laptop to check her email and found a notification that her FBI pension had been increased by 3%. No explanation, just an automated message thanking her for her years of service. She closed the laptop. Through her window she watched morning commuters rushing to catch buses and trains. Normal people living normal lives. But somewhere in that crowd, she knew there were observers, analysts, people who studied the patterns of daily life and measured how populations responded to the stories they were told. The Cooper case would never be solved because it was never meant to be solved. It was a perpetual experiment in controlled mystery, and she had just proven that even people who knew they were being manipulated couldn't escape the manipulation. Her phone buzzed with a news alert. Newly discovered evidence in Zodiac killer case sparks renewed investigation. Eleanor almost laughed. The cycle never ended. The research continued. And somewhere in a secure facility that didn't appear on any map, analysts were already measuring public response to the latest chapter in another carefully managed unsolved mystery. At SeaTac International Airport, security cameras captured thousands of faces every hour. Most were logged and deleted after 72 hours, lost in the endless stream of travellers moving through the terminal. But at 2:23 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon in the present day, a facial recognition algorithm flagged something unusual. A man, tall, approximately 6 feet, dark suit, narrow tie, carrying a vintage briefcase that dated to the early 1970s. The system attempted age regression analysis based on known photographs from the Cooper case, but the man's face was angled away from the camera at precisely the moment that would have provided the clearest image. The only clear shot captured him at the TSA checkpoint, placing his briefcase on the conveyor belt. Just before the metal detector, he turned toward the camera and smiled. The image was flagged for review, assigned a reference number and forwarded to a database that, officially, didn't exist. By the time a human analyst viewed the footage 6 hours later, the man was gone, vanished into the crowds like a ghost who'd never been real to begin with. The analyst made a note in the file, closed the window and returned to monitoring the next unsolved mystery. Somewhere a clock was ticking. Somewhere an experiment. And somewhere a man who might or might not have been Daniel Cooper was smiling at the cameras, knowing that the greatest trick he'd ever pulled was making them think he'd disappeared in the Before we begin, a massive thank you to Chris 8301 and so many others who suggested this story idea. Your enthusiasm for uncovering hidden truths inspires everything we do here. If you have ideas for future videos, drop them in the comments below. We read every single one. The photograph shouldn't exist. Elena Markovich stared at the image on her computer screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard in her dimly lit cubicle. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Thursday in March, and she was alone on the third floor of the National Archives building in College Park, Maryland. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows across rows of filing cabinets that held the secrets of a nation. The photo showed 5 men in dark suits standing in what appeared to be a Pentagon hallway. 4 of them she recognised from her years cataloguing Cold War documents. Secretary of Defence Neil McElroy, Vice President Richard Nixon, Admiral Arthur Radford, and a younger man she believed was one of Eisenhower's science advisors. But it was the 5th man who made her breath catch. He was tall, perhaps 6'3" or more, with sandy hair swept back in a style common to the late 1950s. His suit was impeccable, perfectly tailored, but there was something about his posture, the way he held himself, that seemed subtly wrong, too straight, too still, like a statue pretending to be human. The file stamped across the bottom of the photograph read, "Project Victor 1, do not release, eyes only." Eleanor had stumbled upon it by accident 3 hours earlier while processing box 4782 from the newly declassified records of the Office of Defence Mobilisation. Most of the box contained mundane correspondence about civil defence procedures and fallout shelter construction. But wedged between 2 reports on industrial production capacity was a manila folder with no proper classification markings, just a handwritten label that said VT Pentagon Residence 1957 to 1960. Inside were 12 documents, most of them heavily redacted, but what remained was enough to keep her rooted to her chair as the cleaning crew came and went, as her colleagues packed up and headed home to their families, as the building settled into its nighttime silence. A memo dated March 16th, 1957, from the Office of the Secretary of Defence. Subject accommodation request, dignitary V. Thor. Reference is made to verbal authorization from highest authority regarding extended residence privileges for foreign dignitary Valiant Thor. Subject will require quarters within Pentagon Secure Zone, Level B2, for estimated duration 36 months. Security detail unnecessary per subject's explicit request. All inquiries regarding subject's nation of origin are to be redirected to this office, no exceptions. Foreign dignitary. But which nation? The memo gave no indication. Another document, this one from the Department of State, dated June 3rd, 1957. Renuclear Disarmament Proposal Thor Initiative. This office has reviewed the technical specifications submitted by V. Thor regarding proposed energy alternatives to current nuclear weapons programs. While scientifically intriguing, the source of this intelligence remains unverified. Implementation would require complete restructuring of strategic deterrence policy. Recommend classification cosmic top secret and indefinite postponement of no external treaties or agreements without full Joint Chiefs consensus. Eleanor leaned back in her chair, rubbing her tired eyes. Operation Refusal. She'd never heard of it, and she'd catalogued thousands of Cold War documents. She opened a new search window and cross-referenced the term against everything in the archive's database. Nothing. She tried Valiant Thor next. The only results were from UFO conspiracy websites, breathless accounts of an alien ambassador who supposedly lived at the Pentagon during the Eisenhower administration, offering advanced technology and warnings about nuclear war. The stories were always the same. Thor was from Venus, he had a crew of fellow Venusians, he met with the president, and the government rejected his help because admitting they weren't in control. Ridiculous. Venus was a hellscape of sulfuric acid clouds and surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead. No one lived there. But then why were these documents here? Why were they classified at all? Eleanor pulled up the photo again, zooming in on the tall man's face. His expression was pleasant but distant, like someone posing for a portrait they knew would never be displayed. she noticed something else. While the other 4 men cast clear shadows on the polished Pentagon floor, his shadow was fainter, less defined. Probably just the camera angle. Old film could be temperamental. She checked the metadata. The photo had been taken on September 14th, 1958, at 2:17 p.m. by a military photographer named Thomas Becker. Eleanor made a note to search for Becker's other work. Maybe there were more images in his collection. A sound echoed from the hallway outside her cubicle. Footsteps. Eleanor glanced at the clock. 11:53 p.m. The building should be empty except for security, and they typically stayed on the ground floor unless making rounds. The footsteps stopped outside her door. She minimised the photo and pulled up a random spreadsheet, trying to look busy with mundane work. The door didn't open. After 30 seconds of silence, she heard the footsteps retreat down the hallway. Probably just security doing their rounds, after all. She waited another minute before maximising the photo again. This time she noticed something she'd missed before. A handwritten notation in the margin, barely visible. She enhanced the contrast. Subject departed Pentagon residence March 16th, 1960. No forwarding address. No exit logged. All electronic security systems operational. No breaches detected. Room found empty during routine inspection. Someone had added below it, in different handwriting, impossible. Recommend investigation. And below that, in a third hand, investigation closed per OSD directive. File and seal. Eleanor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the building's aggressive air conditioning. A man lived in the Pentagon for 3 years, then vanished without using any of the exits, and instead of launching a major security probe, they just closed the file. She needed to know more about Thomas Becker, the photographer. She needed to find out if any of the officials in the photo had written about this in their memoirs or personal papers. She needed to understand what Operation Refusal really was. But it was almost midnight, and she had work in the morning. Real work. The kind that came with deadlines and performance reviews. This was supposed to be a simple cataloguing job. Process the declassified documents, create proper finding aids, move on to the next box. Eleanor stared at the photograph for a long moment, then did something she'd never done in 7 years at the archives. She pulled out her phone and took a picture of her computer screen. Then she took photos of each document in the folder, being careful to capture every detail, every notation, every mysterious redaction. She would figure this out. Even if it was just a bizarre Cold War prank or some kind of psychological operation, the historian in her needed to understand the full story. What Elena couldn't know, was that taking those photographs had just made her visible to people who'd spent 68 years keeping Valiant Thor's visit buried under layers of bureaucracy, misdirection, and strategic ridicule. In a windowless office 7 miles away, a computer algorithm flagged her employee ID number. The system noted the unusual late-night access, the search term she'd entered, the amount of time she'd spent on files that were supposed to have been fully reviewed and cleared years ago. A report generated automatically. Within minutes, it appeared on the secure terminal of a man who hadn't thought about Project Victor 1 in almost a decade. He read the report twice, then picked up a phone that didn't go through the regular network. "We have a problem," he said quietly. "Someone's found the Thor files." Eleanor woke to 17 missed calls. She'd silenced her phone before bed, exhausted from her late night at the archives. Now, at 6:47 a.m, she stared blearily at the screen as she sat up in bed. 4 calls from her supervisor, Margaret Chen. 3 from the archives security office, 10 from a number she didn't recognise. Before she could decide which to return first, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Margaret. "Eleanor, thank God. Where are you?" "At home. I was about to get ready for work. What's wrong?" "Don't come in." Margaret's voice was tight, stressed. "Your access badge has been suspended pending a security review." Elena's stomach dropped. "What? Why?" "I don't know the details." "I got a call from HR at 6:15 this morning. They said it's routine, probably just updating background checks, but they need you to stay home until it's resolved." "Margaret, I've worked here for 7 years. I have a top-secret clearance. What could possibly—" I know. I'm sure it's nothing. But protocol is protocol. I'll call you as soon as I know more." The line went dead. Eleanor sat frozen, her mind racing. This wasn't routine. Routine security reviews were scheduled weeks in advance with plenty of notice. They didn't happen overnight. They didn't result in immediate suspension. This was about the Thor files. It had to be. She pulled up the photos she'd taken last night, making sure they were backed up to her cloud storage. Then she created a second backup on a thumb drive she kept in her nightstand. If someone was going to make those documents disappear, at least she'd have proof they existed. Her phone buzzed again. The unknown number. Against her better judgment, she answered. "Miss Markovich?" A man's voice, smooth and professional. "My name is Robert Garrison. I'm with the Office of Personnel Management. I apologise for the early call, but we need to schedule a time for you to come in and complete some paperwork regarding your security clearance update. I was told to stay home today. Yes, just a precaution while we process the renewal. Nothing to worry about. We've been doing this with all employees who have access to recently declassified materials. You understand? We need to make sure everyone's properly vetted for the new protocols." The explanation was smooth, almost too smooth, but something about it rang false. The Office of Personnel Management handled federal employee records, but archive security clearances went through a completely different channel. "When do you need me to come in?" Elena asked, keeping her voice neutral. "Would today work?" "Say 10 o'clock. We have an office in Bethesda." "Can I come to the main OPM building instead? I'd prefer to handle this at the official location." Brief pause. "The Bethesda office is where we process these particular renewals. It would really be best if—" "I'll need to check my schedule and call you back," Elena interrupted. "What was your employee number?" Another pause, longer this time. "I'll have my assistant send you an email with all the details. We'll be in touch, Miss Markovich." He hung up before she could respond. Elena's hands were shaking now. That wasn't a government official. Government officials didn't give up that easily when you questioned them. They pulled rank. They cited regulations. They transferred you to supervisors. They didn't just politely hang up. Someone was trying to get her into an unofficial office to... What? Question her? Intimidate her? Make her forget what she'd found? She needed help. Someone who understood how these systems worked, who could tell her if she was being paranoid or if this was really as wrong as it felt. Eleanor opened her laptop and pulled up the employee directory for the archives. She scrolled through names until she found the person she wanted. Marcus Webb, Senior Archivist in the Modern Military Records Division. Marcus had been at the archives for 23 years. He'd worked on some of the most sensitive declassification projects in the institution's history. If anyone would know what to do, it would be him. She called his desk phone. No answer. She tried his cell. Marcus Webb. "Marcus, it's Elena Markovich from Cataloguing. Do you have a minute?" "Eleanor? Hey. Sure. What's up?" "I need to talk to you about something I found yesterday. Something weird, but not over the phone. Can we meet somewhere? Coffee?" Silence on the other end. When Marcus spoke again, his voice had changed. Quieter, more guarded. "What kind of something?" "Pentagon files from the late 50s. A visitor who doesn't appear in any official records. Papers that shouldn't be declassified if they're real, and shouldn't exist if they're fake." "Jesus, Elena," Marcus exhaled slowly. "Where are you right now?" "Home. My badge access was suspended this morning." Okay. Don't go anywhere until I call you back. 20 minutes. And Eleanor, don't talk to anyone else about this. Don't send any emails. Don't post anything online. Just wait for my call." He hung up. Eleanor set the phone down and wrapped her arms around herself. The apartment suddenly felt too quiet, too exposed. She went to her living room window and looked down at the street 3 stories below. A black sedan was parked across the street, its engine running. She could see the silhouette of someone in the driver's seat. How long had that car been there? She backed away from the window, her heart pounding. Maybe she was being paranoid. Maybe it was just someone waiting for a friend. But after the fake OPM call and the sudden badge suspension, paranoia felt like common sense. Her phone rang. Marcus. "Coffee shop on Wilson Boulevard, the one near the post office. 30 minutes. Come alone. Make sure no one follows you." "Marcus, what's going on?" 30 minutes, Eleanor. We'll talk then." She grabbed her keys and the thumb drive, shoved them in her jacket pocket and headed for the door. In the hallway, she paused. If someone was watching the front entrance, they'd see her leave. But her building had a back exit through the parking garage. Eleanor took the elevator to the basement level and walked quickly through the dim garage to the rear stairwell. It opened onto an alley that connected to the next street over. She emerged into pale morning sunlight and started walking, resisting the urge to look over her shoulder. The coffee shop was a 20-minute walk, but she took a deliberately complicated route, doubling back twice and cutting through a grocery store to make sure she wasn't being followed. By the time she arrived, Marcus was already there, sitting at a corner table with 2 cups of coffee. He looked older than she remembered, grey at the temples, deep lines around his eyes. He gestured for her to sit. "Tell me everything," he said quietly. "Start from the beginning." Eleanor told him about box 4782, the Thor files, the photograph, the strange documents. She pulled out her phone and showed him the pictures she'd taken. Marcus studied them in silence, his expression growing darker with each image. When he finished, he looked up at her with something that might have been pity. "You need to forget about this," he said. "What? Delete these photos? Destroy any copies? Go back to work when they reinstate your access? Process your boxes and never mention Valiant Thor again?" "Marcus, these are legitimate historical documents. If they're real, they're real." His voice was flat. "And that's exactly why you need to walk away." Elena stared at him. "You've seen this before." "Not this specifically, but I've been doing this job long enough to recognise certain patterns. Every few years, someone stumbles across something they shouldn't. Usually it's about UFOs, sometimes it's about weapons programs or intelligence operations. The common thread is that the documents are always genuine, always declassified through proper channels, and always impossible to verify through any official source. That doesn't make sense. If they're declassified because someone wanted them declassified. Not for transparency, but as insurance. If the information ever becomes a problem, they can point to the fact that it's been publicly available for years and no one took it seriously. It's hiding in plain sight." "So you're saying Valiant Thor was real? An actual alien living in the Pentagon?" Marcus shrugged. "I'm saying the documents are real. What they describe, that's above my pay grade. What I know is that people who dig too deep into this stuff tend to have sudden career problems. Audits, security violations, transfers to dead-end positions. I've seen it happen. So we just let it go? Pretend we never saw evidence of the most important event in human history? You're assuming disclosure would be a good thing." Marcus leaned forward. "Think about it. If the government admitted tomorrow that an alien visitor spent 3 years at the Pentagon in the 1950s, what happens? Mass panic? Economic collapse? A complete erosion of institutional trust? Maybe the people who buried this did it for good reasons. Or maybe they did it because admitting we're not alone would mean admitting they're not in control." Marcus smiled grimly. "Probably a bit of both. Either way, it's not our call to make. We're archivists, Elena. We preserve records. We don't decide which truths the public can handle." "That's exactly what we do," Elena shot back. "Every time we decide which documents to highlight in an exhibition, which finding aids to prioritise, which stories to tell, we're making those decisions. We shape what people know about their history. Then shape it carefully, because the people who want this story buried have resources we can't imagine." As if on cue, Eleanor's phone buzzed. An email from an address she didn't recognise. eleanor.markovich.personal@gmail.com. The subject line read, "Regarding your research interests." She opened it. "Miss Markovich, we appreciate your dedication to historical accuracy. However, the documents you accessed yesterday are part of an ongoing review process and should not have been available for general cataloguing. They have been removed from circulation pending final declassification decisions. Your security clearance suspension is purely routine and will be resolved within 48 hours. In the meantime, we strongly encourage you to focus on your assigned responsibilities and avoid pursuing inquiries into materials outside your current project scope. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Robert Garrison, Deputy Director, Information Security Oversight Office." Elena showed the email to Marcus. He grimaced. "See? They're being polite about it now. That's the first warning. If you keep digging, the next contact won't be so friendly. How do they get my personal email? They're the government. They have everything. Eleanor's mind was racing. The smart play was obvious. Delete the photos, forget she'd ever seen the Thor files, go back to her safe, boring job cataloguing civil defence records. She'd keep her clearance, her career, her peaceful life. But she couldn't stop thinking about that photograph, about valiant Thor standing with men who'd shaped the modern world, offering them something, knowledge, technology, help, and being turned away because accepting it would mean admitting Earth wasn't the centre of the universe. If it was true, people deserved to know. I need to find Thomas Becker, she said. Who? The photographer who took that picture. Military photographer, Pentagon assignment in the late 50s. If he's still alive, he might remember what he saw. Marcus closed his eyes. You're not going to let this go, are you? Would you? He was quiet for a long moment. When he opened his eyes, there was a mix of resignation and something else. Maybe respect, maybe concern. Thomas Becker died in 1991, Marcus said. But he had a daughter, Laura Becker Hammond. She lives in Alexandria. I helped her donate some of her father's papers to the archives about 5 years ago, mostly Vietnam-era photography work. But I remember she mentioned he'd kept a lot of his earlier stuff private, said it was too classified to share. Do you have her contact information? Eleanor, I really think... Please. Marcus sighed and pulled out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts, then wrote a number on a napkin. This is her landline. But if you contact her, you didn't get this from me. And if anyone asks, we never had this conversation. Elena took the napkin. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You might end up wishing you'd listened when I told you to walk away. She left the coffee shop and walked 3 blocks before calling the number. It rang 4 times before a woman answered. Hammond residence. Hello? Is this Laura Hammond? Speaking. My name is Elena Markovich. I'm an archivist at the National Archives. I'm doing research on Pentagon photography during the Cold War, and I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about your father's work. Silence. Then, what specifically are you researching? Elena chose her words carefully. I found some images from 1957 through 1960. Pentagon interior shots, mostly official portraits and meetings. Your father's name was in the metadata. I wanted to understand more about the context of those photographs. More silence. Eleanor could hear breathing on the other end, could almost feel the woman deciding whether to hang up or continue the conversation. The archives already has my father's donated papers, Laura finally said. I know, but I got the impression from the collection notes that he kept some materials private. I'm particularly interested in anything from his assignment at the Pentagon during the late Eisenhower administration. Why? Because I think he photographed something important, something that was buried. The silence stretched so long that Elena thought the call had disconnected. Then, come to my house tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Don't bring anyone with you, and don't tell anyone where you're going. Laura gave her the address and hung up before Elena could respond. Elena stood on the sidewalk, her heart pounding. She was really doing this. She was investigating something that powerful people wanted to stay hidden, meeting with a stranger who clearly knew more than she was saying over the phone, and ignoring every professional instinct that told her to step back and protect her career. But she was also potentially on the edge of discovering proof of the most profound secret in human history. She walked back to her apartment, constantly checking over her shoulder. The black sedan was gone from its parking spot. That should have been reassuring, but somehow it made her more nervous. That night she barely slept. Every sound in the building made her jump. Footsteps in the hallway, the elevator chiming, the rumble of the HVAC system. She kept her laptop open, constantly refreshing her email and news feeds, half expecting some kind of digital attack or official notice that would make her investigation impossible. Nothing came. The silence was almost worse than a direct confrontation. At 8:30 the next morning, Elena called an Uber instead of driving her own car. Another precaution, probably unnecessary, but she was learning to trust her paranoia. The driver was a college student who spent the entire ride talking about his engineering classes and didn't seem to notice or care where they were going. Laura Hammond's house was a small brick colonial on a quiet street lined with oak trees. Elena paid the driver and walked up the front path. Before she could knock, the door opened. Laura was in her early 60s with short silver hair and sharp blue eyes that studied Elena with obvious suspicion. She wore jeans and a cardigan, sensible shoes, the uniform of someone who'd stopped caring what strangers thought about her appearance. "You came alone?" Laura asked. "Yes, sir. Phone off, please." Elena hesitated, then powered down her phone and showed Laura the blank screen. Laura nodded and stepped aside to let her enter. The house was neat, modestly furnished, filled with photographs, family shots, landscapes, a few that looked like professional military portraits. Laura led Elena to a small dining room, where a cardboard box sat on the table. "My father took over 40,000 photographs during his military career," Laura said, without preamble. "Most of them are in official archives, museums, or my donation to your institution. But there were some he would never let anyone see. He kept them in a safe deposit box and made me promise to never share them until certain people were dead." "What people?" "Richard Nixon died in 1994, Admiral Radford in 1973, Secretary McElroy in 1976. The last one on my father's list was James Killian, Eisenhower's science advisor. He died in 1988. After that, Dad said I could do whatever I wanted with the photos, but he recommended I burn them. But you didn't." "I was going to. But then I started looking through them, and I realised they weren't just pictures. They were evidence. And even if no one would believe it, even if it sounds crazy, I think people deserve to know the truth." Laura opened the box and carefully removed a leather portfolio. Inside were dozens of black and white photographs, each preserved in archival plastic sleeves. The first photo showed the same scene Eleanor had found in the archives, the 5 men in the Pentagon hallway. But this print was uncropped, showing more of the corridor, more detail in their faces. Valiant Thor's expression was clearer here. He looked tired, sad even. The second photo showed Thor sitting in what appeared to be a Pentagon office, engaged in conversation with 3 men in military uniforms. A chalkboard behind him was covered in mathematical equations. The third showed him in what looked like a private apartment or quarters, probably the residence mentioned in the documents. He was reading a book. The camera had caught him unaware, and in that unguarded moment his face showed something Elena couldn't quite identify. Homesickness. Loneliness. There were more. Thor walking through Pentagon corridors. Thor in meetings. Thor standing outside the building, looking up at the sky with an expression of profound melancholy. And then the final delay. It showed Thor shaking hands with President Eisenhower in what appeared to be the Oval Office. The president looked grave. Thor looked resigned, standing behind this, frozen in what might have been fear or awe. "It's assigned to document a special foreign delegation," Laura said quietly. That's what they told him. A representative from a nation that wanted to establish diplomatic relations but needed to keep the negotiations secret for security reasons. Dad was supposed to take official portraits, meeting photos, the kind of images they'd use for press releases once the relationship was made public. But it never was made public. No, because after 3 months my father started to realise this wasn't a normal diplomatic visit. The visitor never left the Pentagon. He had no security detail, no diplomatic staff, no official itinerary. And the people he met with, these were not the officials you'd assign to a routine trade negotiation. These were the people who controlled America's nuclear arsenal. Elena studied the Oval Office photograph. "Did your father ever say who Thor was?" "He said Thor told him he was from a place called the Solar Guard." "Not a country. Not Venus, like the UFO stories claim." Dad laughed at that nonsense. "Thor said the Solar Guard was responsible for monitoring developing civilizations, and Earth had caught their attention when we started detonating nuclear weapons." "Monitoring from where?" Dad didn't know. He asked once, and Thor just smiled and said, "Closer than you think, but farther than you'd believe." Whatever that means. Laura pulled out one more item from the box, a small leather journal with worn edges. This was Dad's personal log from that assignment. He wrote down everything Thor told him during their conversations. The official photos were his job, but the journal was his insurance policy. He wanted a record in case anyone ever tried to make him forget or deny what he'd seen. She handed it to Eleanor. The journal was filled with precise military-style entries, dates, times, brief descriptions of photographs taken, but interspersed throughout were longer passages, conversations recorded in surprising detail. Elena read, March 23rd, 1957. VT asked me today why we photograph everything. I told him it's how we preserve history. He said his people don't need photographs because they don't forget. I asked if that was a blessing or a curse. He said both. We talked for nearly an hour about memory and loss. He told me his visit here would eventually be forgotten, or worse, turned into legend and mockery. He seemed sad about that, but not surprised. He said Earth isn't ready to join the wider community because we're still children fighting over toys. The toys just happen to be capable of destroying our entire world. Another entry from July 1958. Photographed VT in meeting with Joint Chiefs today. They wanted to know about defensive capabilities, what weapons his people possessed, whether they'd share military technology. VT told them they had no weapons because they had no enemies. The chiefs didn't believe him. General LeMay actually laughed and said, "Everyone has enemies." VT replied, "Only if you choose to make them." The meeting ended badly. I could see the frustration in VT's face afterward. He knows he's failing. And a final entry from March 1960. VT is leaving tomorrow. He told me his mission was unsuccessful. The leadership doesn't want what he's offering because accepting help would mean admitting we need it. Pride, he said. Earth's defining characteristic is pride. Before he left, he gave me a small device. It looked like a metallic sphere, perfectly smooth. He said if I ever wanted to remember what's truly important, I should hold it and think about humanity's future. Then he smiled and said I'd probably never use it because most people prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths. I think he was right. I've kept the sphere in my desk drawer for 3 years and never once taken it out. Elena looked up at Laura. Where is it? The sphere? Laura reached into the box one more time and placed a small object on the table. It was roughly the size of a golf ball, made of some silvery metal that seemed to shift colour slightly in the light. Blue, then green, then back to silver. The surface was perfectly smooth, without any visible seams or markings. I've had it since Dad died, Laura said. I've held it a few times like he described. Nothing happens, it's just a metal ball. But it doesn't tarnish, doesn't scratch, doesn't respond to magnets. I took it to a metallurgist friend once, asked him what it was made of. He said the structure was wrong. The molecular arrangement didn't match anything in the periodic table. He thought I was pranking him with some kind of computer-generated hoax data. Elena reached out slowly and picked up the sphere. It was lighter than it should be and warm to the touch despite sitting in a cool room. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a strange sensation. Not quite vibration, but something similar. A subtle resonance. And then, for just a moment, she saw something. Not a vision exactly, but an impression. A feeling of vast distance and infinite patience. A sense of being watched over by something old and kind and impossibly far away. It passed in an instant, leaving her slightly dizzy. "What was that?" she whispered. "I don't know," Laura admitted. "I felt it too the first time I held it. Like someone was listening, waiting. I stopped picking it up after a while because it scared me." Eleanor set the sphere down carefully. "Why are you showing me all this? You could have destroyed it like your father suggested." "Because someone needs to know, and because something's happening again." "What do you mean?" Laura pulled out her laptop and opened a browser. She navigated to a government contracting database and searched for Aurora Consulting Group. Dozens of entries appeared. Contracts for advanced aerospace research, propulsion systems, energy technology. The company had been awarded over $2 billion in contracts over the past 10 years, almost all of them classified. "I started researching them 6 months ago," Laura said. "Aurora Consulting doesn't have a public website, no press releases, no corporate leadership listed anywhere. But if you dig through patent filings and university research partnerships, you find something interesting. She pulled up a patent document. The abstract described a field propulsion system utilising quantum vacuum fluctuations for thrust generation. The technical drawings looked like something from a science fiction movie. This patent was filed in 2019, Laura continued, but look at the date of the initial research proposal that led to it. She scrolled down. The proposal was dated 1959 from something called Project Refusal Alternative Energy Research Initiative. Elena felt cold. Operation Refusal, that was in the Thor documents. Exactly. Someone took the technology Thor offered, classified it at the highest possible level, and has been slowly developing it in secret for over 60 years. Aurora Consulting is just the latest front company. Before that it was Hughes Aircraft. Before that it was Bell Labs. Before that a dozen other contractors. But the chain goes all the way back to 1960. Why keep it secret? If we have this technology, because releasing it would destabilise everything. Energy companies, military hierarchies, global power structures, all of it based on scarcity and control. Free energy, propulsion that doesn't need fuel, technology that makes borders meaningless. That's not just revolutionary, it's apocalyptic for anyone in power. Eleanor stared at the patent documents, her mind reeling. So we turned down the aliens' help, then spent 60 years trying to reverse engineer it anyway. Human pride and human ingenuity. We didn't want a gift, but we were perfectly happy to steal the idea and claim it as our own invention. Can I photograph all of this? The journal, the patents, the photos? Laura nodded. That's why I invited you here. But Elena, you need to understand what you're getting into. My father spent the last 30 years of his life looking over his shoulder. He was audited 9 times. His house was broken into twice. Nothing stolen, but files disturbed. He had a heart attack in 1991 at age 63, and I've never been convinced it was natural causes. You think they killed him? I think they made sure he stayed quiet, and if you make this public, they'll do the same to you. Eleanor thought about the suspended badge, the fake OPM call, the black sedan outside her apartment. They were already working on making her quiet. I have to try, she said. If this is real, if we've been lied to for 68 years about the most important moment in human history, people deserve to know. Even if they won't believe you? Especially then. Truth doesn't stop being true just because it's inconvenient. Laura smiled sadly. You sound like my father. He said the same thing right before he sealed all this away. Eleanor spent the next 2 hours photographing everything. The journal entries, the patents, every photo in the collection, the metallurgist's analysis of the sphere. Laura let her take the sphere itself, wrapped carefully in cloth. If things go bad, Laura said at the door, if they come after you too hard, just walk away. This truth has waited 68 years. It can wait longer. But Elena knew she couldn't walk away. Not now. She took another Uber home, the sphere heavy in her jacket pocket despite its impossible lightness. Back in her apartment, she uploaded everything to 3 separate cloud services under fake accounts, then encrypted copies on 2 more thumb drives. She mailed one drive to her sister in Portland with instructions to open it only if something happened to her. Then she did what any millennial archivist would do. She created an anonymous account on a document-sharing platform and uploaded everything. The response was immediate and predictable. Within hours, the photos were trending on conspiracy forums and fringe websites. Mainstream media ignored it completely. By the second day, professional debunkers had declared the photos obvious fakes, the journal a creative writing exercise, the patents misunderstood civilian technology. The story died within a week, buried under celebrity scandals and political controversies. Eleanor's badge access was restored with a terse email apologising for the administrative error. She returned to work to find box 4782 had been removed from her queue. Margaret wouldn't meet her eyes. Marcus stopped by her cubicle on her 3rd day back. You okay? He asked quietly. They won everything, Elena said. I gave the world proof and nobody cared. Maybe that was the point. Maybe they knew the best way to hide the truth wasn't to suppress it, but to let it get lost in the noise. drown it in so much information that it becomes invisible. So what was the point? Marcus smiled slightly. You know the truth. Laura knows. The people who read those documents know, even if they don't believe them. Truth is like a seed. Sometimes it takes a long time to grow. 3 months passed. Elena processed boxes, wrote finding aids, lived her quiet life. The sphere sat in her apartment, on a shelf between books, looking like an odd piece of abstract art. Then, on a Friday in June, her supervisor assigned her to a new project, cataloguing recently declassified State Department cables from the 1970s. In box 47, between routine diplomatic correspondence, she found a memo dated July 12, 1977. Re-confirmation of secondary contact, Project Victor 2, subject matching physical description of V. Thor, see classified file 1957 to 1960, observed in meeting with Ambassador Young at UN headquarters. Subject identified himself as Valiant and requested private consultation regarding human rights initiatives. Security footage confirms subject entered building through main entrance but no exit recorded. Ambassador Young has been debriefed and instructed to classify encounter. Recommend continued monitoring. Pattern suggests periodic verification visits. Subject appears unchanged from previous documented encounters. Eleanor's hands trembled as she photographed the memo. She searched the rest of the box and found 2 more references, one from 1983, another from 1994. Each time someone matching Thor's description appeared, had a brief conversation with a government official about pressing global issues, then vanished. He was still visiting, still trying, still hoping humanity would eventually listen. She looked up from her desk and saw Marcus watching her from across the room. He nodded slightly, understanding in his eyes. The truth was bigger than she'd imagined. This wasn't about one visit in 1957. It was about a commitment that spanned decades, maybe centuries. Someone out there cared enough about humanity to keep checking on us, keep offering help, keep waiting for us to be ready. That evening Elena rode the metro home during rush hour. The train was packed with exhausted commuters staring at phones, lost in their private worlds. She found a seat near the back and pulled out a book, trying to look unremarkable. At the Foggy Bottom station, a man boarded the crowded car. He was tall, wearing an unfashionable suit that looked like it belonged to a different era. Sandy hair, kind face, impossibly straight posture. Eleanor's breath caught. He moved through the car with practiced ease despite the crush of bodies and took a position near the door, holding the overhead rail with one hand while reading a folded newspaper with the other. Their eyes met for just a moment. His expression was gentle, knowing, sad. He smiled. The same sad smile from her father's photographs. The smile of someone who knew he was witnessing something important that no one else could see. Elena's hand moved to her jacket pocket, feeling the outline of the sphere she had started carrying everywhere. The train pulled into Roslin. The doors opened. The tall man stepped onto the platform, then turned back to look at her one more time. He touched 2 fingers to his forehead in a small salute, then folded his newspaper and set it on an empty seat before the doors closed. Eleanor grabbed the paper as the train lurched forward. It was today's Washington Post, folded to the international news section. One article was circled in blue ink. UN Climate Summit reaches historic agreement. Nations pledge unprecedented cooperation on environmental crisis. Beneath it, in neat handwriting, small steps. Keep watching. Keep remembering. The choice is still yours. The newspaper trembled in Elena's hands. She looked up, pressing her face to the window, as the train emerged from the tunnel into evening light. On the platform behind them, the tall man stood perfectly still, watching the train depart, a solitary figure growing smaller and smaller until he disappeared entirely. Eleanor pulled out her phone and started typing. Not an article, not a press release, but a simple email to Laura Hammond. He's still here, still trying. I saw him. The response came 3 minutes later. I know. Dad saw him too in 1989, 2 years before he died, at a bookstore in Georgetown, reading about the fall of the Berlin Wall. He said Thor looked pleased, like he'd been waiting for humanity to tear down a wall and we'd finally done it. Keep the sphere safe, keep your eyes open, keep believing that truth matters, even when no one's listening. Especially when no one's listening. That's when it matters most. Eleanor closed her eyes, feeling the subtle warmth of the sphere in her pocket, the gentle pulse that might have been her imagination, or might have been something far stranger and more wonderful. Somewhere in the vastness of space, or perhaps somewhere much closer than anyone suspected, someone was watching over humanity with infinite patience, waiting for the day when we'd be ready to accept help without letting pride get in the way. That day hadn't come yet, but maybe, Elena thought, maybe people like her and Laura and Thomas Becker were the seeds Marcus talked about, small truths taking root in dark places, waiting for the right moment to grow. She opened her laptop when she got home and started writing. Not for publication, not for proof, but for the record. A true account of what she'd found, what she'd learned, what she'd seen on the metro train. She would add it to the collection of evidence slowly gathering across decades, breadcrumbs left by archivists and photographers, and ordinary people who'd glimpsed something extraordinary and refused to forget it. And someday, when humanity was finally ready, when enough seeds had taken root, maybe someone would piece it all together and understand. We were never alone. We were never abandoned. We were just a young species learning to grow up while patient guardians watched from the shadows. The truth was out there, hiding in plain sight, waiting in archived files and classified memos, and the memories of people brave enough to believe in uncomfortable truths. Eleanor saved her document, encrypted it, backed it up in 5 different locations. Then she picked up the sphere, held it in both hands, and thought about humanity's future. For just a moment, maybe imagination, maybe something more, she felt a response. Warmth, approval, hope. And somewhere far above, or perhaps very close by, valiant Thor smiled and continued his endless vigil, waiting for the day when Earth would finally be ready to join the wider universe as equals rather than children. That day would come. It had to. Truth always finds a way. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we explore the mysteries that lurk in the shadows of our world. Tonight's tale comes from the classified depths of military black sites, where miraculous healing technology and alien exchanges collide with secrets that powerful forces would kill to protect. But before we dive into this chilling account of hidden cures and impossible machines, remember to leave your own mysterious video ideas in the comments below. Your suggestions fuel these midnight journeys into the unknown. Special thanks to DXD232 for inspiring tonight's story. And if these tales of suppressed miracles and government conspiracies send the right kind of shivers down your spine, hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between fact and nightmare. The morphine drip made a soft clicking sound every few seconds, marking time in the sterile hospital room like a metronome of mortality. Daniel Ross sat beside his father's bed, watching the old man's chest rise and fall in shallow breaths. Outside, Baltimore rain streaked the windows, turning the city lights into blurred watercolours. "Danny," his father whispered, eyes suddenly wide and lucid despite the heavy medication. Colonel James Ross had served 30 years in the Air Force Medical Corps, seen things most doctors never would. But this look in his eyes was different. Not pain, not fear, something else. "I'm here, Dad." Daniel leaned closer, taking his father's cold hand. "There are machines," the Colonel's voice cracked. "Machines that can fix anything, but you'll never see them. They keep them locked away." Daniel squeezed his father's hand gently. "It's okay, Dad. Just rest." "No." The intensity made Daniel flinch. "Listen to me." "Right, Patterson. Level 7. The pods. They heal everything. Everything, Danny. But they'll never let us have them. Never let the people know." The heart monitor began its irregular beeping. Nurses rushed in. Daniel was pushed back as they worked, his father's final words echoing in his mind. Within minutes, Colonel James Ross was gone, taking his secrets with him. For months afterward, Daniel told himself it was just the morphine talking. deathbed hallucinations. His father had been a practical man, a man of science. The idea of miracle healing machines hidden away by the government was conspiracy theory nonsense. But sometimes, late at night in his apartment, Daniel would remember the absolute certainty in his father's eyes, and he would wonder. Chapter 1. The Leak. 18 months after his father's death, Daniel Ross found himself in a place he'd never imagined. Deep underground, beneath a nondescript office building in Bethesda, Maryland, his biomedical engineering firm had landed a defence subcontract. Upgrade the cooling systems for server farms at various government facilities. Boring work, but it paid well. The facility manager, a nervous man named Peterson, led him through endless beige corridors. "Everything down here is classified," Peterson said for the third time. "You see nothing. You say nothing." "Just here for the HVAC systems," Daniel replied, hefting his diagnostic equipment. They reached server room 7, and Peterson unlocked 3 separate security doors. "You've got 2 hours. I'll be right outside." The room hummed with the white noise of 1,000 cooling fans. Daniel got to work, checking temperature readings and airflow patterns. It was while crawling behind a server rack that he first saw them, fibre optic cables running into a panel marked with warnings in 3 languages. But it wasn't the warnings that caught his eye, it was the label, HMP-PODV, 3.1 Network Interface. Daniel's hands stilled. Pod. His father's word echoed across 18 months of grief. He should have left it alone, should have finished his work and walked away. But his father's voice whispered in his memory, and before he could stop himself, Daniel was tracing the cables to their source, a secured server cabinet with a lock that took him less than a minute to bypass. His government contracts had required certain skills. Inside, stacks of drives blinked with activity. A terminal screen showed active file transfers. Daniel plugged in his diagnostic tablet, telling himself he was just checking for cooling efficiency. The lie tasted bitter even as he thought it. Files cascaded across his screen. Most were encrypted, but the headers were visible. Cellular Reatomization Protocols version 7.3. Holographic Medical Pod Deployment Guidelines. Patient Recovery Metrics. Q3 2024. Technology Exchange Program, HLT clearance only. His hands shook as he initiated a download to his tablet's hidden partition. Gigabytes of data flowed across the connection. Schematics, video files, documents stamped with classifications he'd never seen before. One document caught his eye. Initial Technology Transfer Agreement. October 1971. The header bore no agency logo, just 3 letters, HLT. The document detailed the acquisition of non-terrestrial medical rehabilitation systems and their integration into select defence medical facilities. Non-terrestrial. Daniel's mouth went dry. The video file finished downloading. Against every instinct screaming at him to stop, he opened it. The timestamp showed last week. A medical facility, all white walls and clean lines. A soldier, no, what was left of a soldier, was wheeled into frame. IED victim, the chart notation read. Missing right arm, severe burns covering 60% of his body. They placed him in something that looked like a large capsule made of frosted glass. Blue light emanated from within, and Daniel could see something happening to the man's body. The footage was time-lapsed, 4 hours compressed into 30 seconds. When the pod opened, the soldier stepped out. Whole, not healed, not scarred, whole, as if the injuries had never happened. "What are you doing?" Daniel spun around. Peterson stood in the doorway, face drained of colour. "I was checking the dash. You were checking nothing." Peterson's hand moved to his hip, where Daniel now noticed a sidearm. "Step away from the terminal." "Now!" Daniel raised his hands, tablet tucked against his palm. "Look, I didn't mean to." "Shut up!" Peterson pulled out a phone, never taking his eyes off Daniel. "This is Station 7. We have a breach. Level 4, send a containment team." He hung up and gestured with the gun. "Sit down." "Don't move. Don't speak. Maybe you'll live through this." Daniel sat, mind racing. The tablet pressed against his palm. its hidden partition full of impossible secrets. In 5 minutes, maybe less, men in black suits would arrive. He'd disappear into some hole, or worse, unless... "My tablet," Daniel said quietly. "It's uploading everything to an encrypted server. Has been for the last 10 minutes. If I don't enter a code every hour, it all goes public." Peterson's face went from pale to grey. "You're lying." "Graham Technologies Level 9 server farm. Partition 77 Alpha. Check it yourself." Daniel met his eyes steadily. "Or we can make a deal." "What kind of deal?" "I walk out of here. You report a false alarm. Nobody has to know what I saw." "They'll never." "They will if you sell it right. Power surge triggered the alarm. You responded per protocol. Everything's secure." Daniel stood slowly. "Or we can wait for your containment team, and I can tell them about the 3 terabytes of classified data about to hit WikiLeaks in 52 minutes. Peterson's gun wavered. Above them, footsteps echoed, multiple sets, moving fast. "Decide," Daniel said. "Now." For a long moment they stared at each other. Then Peterson holstered his weapon and grabbed his radio. "Station 7. False alarm. Repeat. False alarm. Power surge in server room 7 triggered security protocol. Scene is secure." The footsteps above slowed, stopped. A garbled response came through the radio. "Copy that," Peterson said. "Returning to normal operations." He turned to Daniel, face twisted with fear and fury. "Get out! Now. If I ever see you again..." Daniel didn't wait to hear the threat. He grabbed his equipment and walked. Didn't run. Walked. Out of the server room, up the stairs, through the lobby. Only when he reached his van did he allow himself to breathe. The tablet burned against his palm. 3 terabytes of impossibilities. 3 terabytes of proof. His father had been right. Chapter 2. Chasing Proof. Daniel's apartment in Silver Spring had never felt smaller. He'd covered the windows with blackout curtains, disabled his internet router, and pulled the battery from his phone. The tablet lay on his kitchen table like a live grenade, its screen dark but somehow still radiating menace. For 3 days he didn't touch it. He called in sick to work, ignored the increasingly urgent voicemails from his boss. He barely slept, starting at every car door slam, every footstep in the hallway. They would come for him. Peterson's deal had bought time, nothing more. But on the 4th night, with a bottle of whiskey for courage and his sister's photo for motivation, Daniel finally powered on the tablet. He had to know, had to understand what his father had died trying to tell him. The files painted a picture that defied belief. The medical holographic pods, med beds, as some documents called them, had been in limited use since 1971. The technology's origin was carefully obscured, referenced only as Technology Exchange Program, with that recurring HLT classification. But it was the capabilities that made Daniel's hands shake. Complete cellular regeneration, real-time DNA repair and optimization, reversal of aging at the cellular level, regeneration of lost limbs and organs, elimination of all known pathogens and cancers, restoration of neural pathways in brain injury patients. The video files were even more staggering. Paralyzed patients walking, terminal cancer victims restored to perfect health, a woman who appeared to be in her 70s entering a pod and emerging looking 30 years younger. Her medical scans confirming the impossible. Her telomeres had actually lengthened. One document outlined the locations, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, as his father had said, a facility beneath Cheyenne Mountain, another in a sub-basement of Walter Reed, dozens of sites, each with between 2 and 10 operational pods. Another file made his stomach churn. Population impact projections. If the technology was released publicly, the document warned, the results would be catastrophic. Healthcare industry collapse, pension system failure as lifespans extended indefinitely, overpopulation, resource depletion, social chaos. Controlled deployment only, the summary concluded. Tier 1 personnel and critical assets only. Public disclosure remains Level 9 prohibited. Daniel poured another whiskey, his mind reeling. They had the cure for everything, and they were keeping it locked away. How many people had died while these machines sat idle? How many had suffered? His sister's face stared at him from the photo. Emma, 3 years younger, diagnosed with ALS 6 months ago. The doctors gave her 2 years, maybe 3. Traditional medicine offered nothing but management of symptoms, a slow decline into paralysis and death. But these machines... Daniel opened his laptop, routing through multiple VPNs and proxy servers. He had to know if anyone else knew, if there were others who had seen behind the curtain. The surface web yielded nothing but conspiracy theories and New Age nonsense. But deeper, in forums that required special browsers and passwords bought with cryptocurrency, he found whispers. A thread titled, "Has anyone else seen the pods?" caught his eye. The original poster claimed his uncle had worked maintenance at Wright-Patterson in the 80s. He said there were rooms that required special clearance just to clean. Once a door was left open. He saw someone wheeled in on a gurney, missing both legs from an accident. Came out walking an hour later. They transferred him the next day, told him he'd imagined it. Another user, handle DeepThroat77, wrote, "Friend of mine worked private security for a billionaire. Guy was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, given 3 months. Flew to Switzerland, came back 2 weeks later completely clean. Doctors couldn't explain it. My friend said they didn't go to any hospital, just some underground facility in the mountains." Daniel created an account, Truthseeker34. He posted carefully, vaguely. "I've seen documentation suggesting advanced medical technology being withheld. Looking for others with direct knowledge. Serious inquiries only." Within an hour, his encrypted inbox had 3 messages. 2 were clearly paranoid fantasies, but the third... "I know what you've seen," it read. "My name is Marcus Brady. I worked level 7 medical at Wright-Patterson from 2018 to 2023. I've used the pods. I've seen what they can do. And I know why they'll never let us have them. Meet me tomorrow, noon, Lincoln Memorial. Come alone. Look for the man feeding pigeons near the reflecting pool." Daniel stared at the message. It could be a trap. Probably was a trap. But if this Marcus was real, if he had actually worked with the pods... He thought of Emma growing weaker each day, thought of his father's dying words. He had to take the chance. The next morning, Daniel took every precaution he could think of. Changed metro lines 3 times, doubled back through Georgetown, wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, kept his head down. By the time he reached the Lincoln Memorial, his shirt was soaked with nervous sweat. The reflecting pool stretched before him, tourists wandering its length despite the October chill. And there, on a bench near the middle, sat a middle-aged Asian man tossing breadcrumbs to a cluster of pigeons. Daniel approached slowly, hands visible. The man didn't look up. "Beautiful day," Daniel said, the agreed-upon phrase. "For feeding birds," Marcus Brady replied. He patted the bench. "Sit. Don't look at me directly. We have maybe 10 minutes before their facial recognition picks us up." Daniel sat, pulling out his own bag of breadcrumbs. The price of admission to any Washington Park bench. "You've really used them? The pods? 17 times. Different patients, different conditions. I've seen them regrow a man's liver, cure stage 4 brain cancer, reverse paralysis from a severed spinal cord." Marcus's voice was steady, matter-of-fact. "And each time I had to watch them wheel the patient away afterward, tell their families they died on the table, create false death certificates, because the technology doesn't exist." "Why? Why hide it?" Marcus laughed bitterly. "You've seen the projection documents, haven't you? About societal collapse. Yeah, but it's not about society. It's about control, power, money." Marcus threw more crumbs, watching the pigeons fight over them. What happens to a $2 trillion healthcare industry when disease becomes obsolete? What happens to pharmaceutical companies when one session in a pod replaces a lifetime of medications? What happens to the insurance industry, the medical device industry, the entire economic ecosystem built on human suffering? People are dying. The wrong people, according to them. Marcus's voice hardened. The pods aren't idle. They run every day. For the elite, for key government personnel, for people who can pay 8 or 9 figures for a session. There's a facility in Switzerland completely off the books. Saudi princes, tech billionaires, heads of state. They all know. They all use them. They stay young, healthy, immortal, while the rest of us age and die on schedule. Daniel felt sick. There has to be a way to expose this, to force their hand. You think you're the first to try? Marcus turned slightly and Daniel glimpsed a face marked by exhaustion and fear. I had a colleague, Patricia Martinez, brilliant woman. She tried to document everything, gathered evidence for 2 years. Know where she is now? Daniel shook his head. Neither do I. She disappeared 3 months ago. Official story is she had a mental breakdown, committed suicide. But I saw the security footage from that night. Black SUVs, a team in tactical gear. They scrubbed her entire existence, apartment, digital footprint, everything. Even her family thinks she's dead. Then why are you talking to me? Marcus was quiet for a long moment. Because I'm dying. Lung cancer, ironically enough. And they won't let me use the pods. I know too much, but not enough to be valuable. So I'm dead anyway. He stood, scattering the remaining crumbs. My advice: forget what you've seen. Delete those files. Go back to your life. Because if you pursue this, you'll end up like Patricia. Or like me. He started to walk away, then paused. Unless, Daniel stood. Unless what? Unless you're smarter than us. Unless you find a way to use the system against itself. Marcus pulled out a business card, dropped it on the bench. That's a cleaner service. Call them, ask for a deep clean special. They'll give you an address. What you do with it is up to you. Then he was gone, disappearing into the crowd of tourists. Daniel picked up the card, just a phone number, nothing else. He looked around, suddenly aware of every security camera, every passing jogger who might be something more. 10 minutes. Marcus had said they had 10 minutes before facial recognition picked them up. Daniel pulled his cap lower and walked quickly toward the metro, the card burning in his pocket. Behind him, the pigeons fought over the last of the breadcrumbs, oblivious to the weight of the secrets that had just been shared. That night, Emma called. Her voice was weaker, words slightly slurred. The disease was progressing faster than expected. The doctors wanted to start experimental trials, 1,000-to-1 shots that might buy her months at best. Daniel held the phone, listening to his sister try to sound optimistic, and made his decision. He would find a way into one of those facilities. He would save Emma, or die trying. Chapter 3. Into the facility. The cleaner service turned out to be a laundromat in Anacostia, the kind of place where questions weren't asked and cash was king. Daniel walked in at exactly 3 p.m. as instructed, and asked for the deep clean special. The woman behind the counter, hair in curlers and chewing gum like her life depended on it, didn't even look up. Dryer 7. Your clothes will be ready in an hour. Daniel found dryer 7 running empty. Taped inside was an envelope containing a single sheet of paper, GPS coordinates, a date 2 weeks away, and instructions that made his blood run cold. Decommissioned medical facility, Nevada test site. Maintenance window 0200 to 0600 hours. Pod 7 operational status unknown. Building 447, sub-level 3. Guard rotation changes at 0247 and 0423, no second chances. 2 weeks. Daniel spent them in fevered preparation. He liquidated his retirement accounts, maxed out credit cards, assembled equipment he'd need. Night vision goggles, electronic lockpicks, a signal jammer he bought from a Russian on the dark web, and most importantly, credentials. His years working defence contracts had taught him the bureaucracy's weakness. Paperwork. The right forms, the right badges, the right confidence, and you could walk into almost anywhere. He crafted an identity. Daniel Morrison, biomedical contractor with Theoretical Systems Inc., a shell company that existed only in Delaware filing documents, and a website he built in 3 hours. The drive to Nevada took 2 days. He stopped only for gas, sleeping in his van at rest stops, paranoid that every state trooper was looking for him. By the time he reached the coordinates, 60 miles northwest of Las Vegas in the middle of nowhere, Exhaustion and adrenaline had him running on pure determination. The facility looked abandoned. Chain-link fence topped with old razor wire, warning signs faded by decades of desert sun. But Daniel's night vision showed what casual observers would miss. Fresh tyre tracks, security cameras painted to look rusted, and a guard shack that was definitely not empty. He waited until 2300, then drove to the gate with confidence he didn't feel. The guard, half asleep and clearly not expecting visitors, barely glanced at the work orders Daniel had forged. "Theoretical systems," Daniel said, handing over his credentials. "Emergency maintenance on the cooling systems. Should have been here yesterday but got held up in Vegas." The guard squinted at the paperwork, then at his computer screen. For a heart-stopping moment, Daniel thought it was over. Then the guard shrugged. "Building 447's that way. Park around back. You know the drill. No photos, no phone calls, no wandering around, in and out." "Copy that." Daniel drove through, hands steady despite the sweat running down his back. Building 447 looked like every other military structure from the 1960s. Concrete block, small windows, designed to survive nuclear war. But the keypad lock was modern, as were the cameras covering every angle. Daniel parked where the building itself blocked the van from view and got to work. The lockpicks got him through the first door. The signal jammer killed the cameras for a precious 90 seconds, long enough to reach the stairwell. Down he went, following memorised floor plans, until he reached sub-level 3. The difference was immediate. Gone were the crumbling concrete walls and flickering fluorescence. This level was modern, clean, medical. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something that made his skin prickle with static electricity. Daniel followed the corridor, each door labelled with alphanumeric codes that meant nothing to him. Then he saw it. Pod Bay 7. Authorised personnel only. The door was reinforced steel with a biometric scanner. Daniel's picks were useless here. But fortune favours the desperate, or the observant. A medical cart sat nearby, and tucked beneath supplies was an access card on a retractable lanyard. Some technician's oversight would be Daniel's salvation. The card worked. The door hissed open, and Daniel stepped into impossibility. The room was vast, easily 60 feet across. In the centre sat 7 pods arranged in a circle like techno-Stonehenge. 6 were covered with protective sheeting powered down, but the 7th... It glowed with soft blue light, humming with energy that seemed to vibrate in Daniel's bones. The pod itself was beautiful in an alien way. Smooth curves of some material that looked like pearl mixed with chrome, no visible seams or joints. A control panel nearby showed readouts in symbols that hurt to look at directly, though English translations scrolled beneath. Daniel approached slowly, pulled out his phone to record. This was it. Proof the world needed to see. Then he heard voices in the corridor. Told them Pod 7 was acting up again. Frequency alignment's off by 0.3%. At this hour? Christ. Let me guess. Priority patient tomorrow? Senator something or other. Pancreatic cancer. The usual last-minute emergency when they realise money can't buy immortality through traditional channels. Daniel's mind raced. The guards would change rotation in, he checked his watch, 6 minutes. But these technicians were here now. He looked around frantically, spotted an observation booth elevated above the pod bay. He sprinted for the ladder, hauling himself up just as the main door opened. 2 men in white coats entered, arguing about frequency modulation and dimensional phase shifting, terms that meant nothing to Daniel but which they discussed like garage mechanics, talking about engine timing. They approached Pod 7, one pulling out what looked like an oversized tablet covered in those same painful symbols. "There's the problem," one said. "The crystalline matrix is misaligned. Must have happened during the last age regression session. Those always stress the system. How long to fix? 20 minutes, maybe 30. Good thing we caught it. Another day and it might have started randomly teleporting patients again." Randomly teleporting? Daniel filed that impossibility away with all the others. For 20 minutes he watched them work, recording everything. They opened panels on the pod that revealed internal components unlike anything in his engineering experience. Geometries that shouldn't exist. Materials that seemed to phase in and out of visibility. energy patterns that made his eyes water. Then one of them said something that made his blood freeze. "Hey Richardson, you smell that?" "Smell what?" "Like sweat." B.O. When's the last time anyone cleaned in here? They both looked around, faces suspicious. Daniel pressed himself flat against the booth floor, not daring to breathe. Below, one technician walked the perimeter of the room while the other continued working. "Probably just the ventilation system," Richardson said finally. "This whole building's falling apart, except for our little miracle machines, of course." They finished their work, ran diagnostics that lit up the pod with patterns of light that seemed to reach into dimensions Daniel couldn't name. Then, finally, they left. Daniel waited another 5 minutes before climbing down. His legs shook, but he forced himself to approach the pod, to touch its surface. It was warm, almost alive, pulsing gently like a slow heartbeat. On impulse, he pressed his hand to what looked like a reader panel. The pod responded immediately, symbols cascading across its surface. One resolved into English. "Scan complete. Subject shows 17 cellular anomalies. Treatment time 4.7 hours. Initiate 17 anomalies." Daniel thought of every ache, every pain, every minor health issue he'd ignored over the years. The pod knew them all from a single touch. For a moment he almost pressed yes, almost climbed inside to see what miracles felt like. Then he thought of Emma dying by degrees in a hospital bed. This wasn't for him. But maybe... Daniel yanked out his phone, started photographing everything. The control panels, the pod itself, serial numbers, anything that might help him understand how to get Emma here. Or better yet, how to get one of these pods to her. He was so focused on documenting that he almost missed the soft chime from the door, almost missed the sound of footsteps. "I told you someone would come eventually." Daniel spun around. A woman stood in the doorway, mid-50s, silver hair in a neat bun, wearing a white coat with no identification. She didn't look surprised to see him. "Mr. Ross," she continued, stepping into the room. "Oh yes, we know who you are. We've known since you downloaded those files in Bethesda. Did you really think Mr. Peterson's deal would hold?" Daniel backed toward the pod, mind racing for exits that didn't exist. "Who are you?" "Dr. Elizabeth Kane. I run this facility and several others." She moved with calm confidence, no fear of the intruder in her domain. "I must say, you've shown remarkable resourcefulness. Most people who stumble onto our secrets simply disappear. But you're different. If you're going to kill me..." "Kill you?" She laughed, a sound like silver bells. "Mr. Ross, why would we kill someone with your skills, your determination, your very personal motivation?" She gestured to the pod. "We want to save your sister. We understand that drive better than you might think. Then let me use it. Just once. Please." Kane studied him with eyes that seemed older than her face suggested. "The pods aren't just medical devices, Mr. Ross. They're, let's call them bridges, to technologies and capabilities that human minds weren't designed to understand. Each use requires precise calibration, careful monitoring. One mistake and your sister doesn't just die. She gets scattered across dimensions we don't have names for. But it can save her. Oh yes, complete cellular reconstruction, perfect health. She could live another century, maybe 2. Kane moved to the control panel, fingers dancing across symbols. "But everything has a price." "I have money. Not that kind of price." The pod hummed louder, responding to her commands. "Tell me, Mr. Ross, what do you know about the Technology Exchange Program?" "Just references in the files. Non-terrestrial origin, 1971. 1971 was when we formalized it. But contact began earlier. They came to us. Beings from elsewhere. Offered us technologies beyond imagination. Medical pods, energy systems, propulsion methods that make rockets look like stone wheels." She turned to face him. "All they wanted in exchange was test subjects." Daniel felt his stomach drop. Test subjects? Nothing sinister. They needed to understand human physiology, our DNA, our potential for evolution. Every person who uses a pod contributes data to their research. In exchange, we get to heal, to extend life, to touch godhood, if only briefly. And the public? Would panic, would demand access, would destroy the careful balance we've maintained for 50 years. Kane's expression hardened. 7 billion people with access to immortality? The planet would be stripped bare in a generation. Wars over resources would make our current conflicts look like playground squabbles. No, Mr. Ross, the pods remain controlled. They must. So you'll let the wrong people die to save the right ones. We let nature take its course for most. We intervene when the greater good demands it. Leaders who maintain stability, scientists on the verge of breakthroughs, artists whose work elevates humanity. She paused. And occasionally, we make exceptions. The pod's hum reached a crescendo, then settled into a rhythm like breathing. Kane nodded, satisfied. Your sister, she said. Emma Ross, ALS, stage 2. Perhaps 18 months before complete paralysis. 6 months after that. She shrugged eloquently. Don't! Daniel's voice cracked. Just don't. I'm offering you a choice. Your sister can use Pod 7. Full treatment, complete restoration. She'll wake up healthier than she's been in years, with no memory of the procedure. As far as she knows, it will be a miracle recovery. Spontaneous remission. It happens. What's the catch? You work for us, your engineering skills, your ability to think outside conventional paradigms, your proven discretion. We need people like you. You'll help maintain the pods, upgrade their systems, perhaps even expand the network. In exchange, Emma lives. You get a generous salary, and eventually access to the pods yourself. Daniel stared at her, then at the waiting pod. And if I refuse? Then you leave here with your photos and videos. You try to expose us. Maybe you upload some files before we stop you. A few thousand people believe, the rest mock you as another conspiracy theorist. Meanwhile, your sister dies slowly, painfully, knowing her brother could have saved her but chose his principles instead. The silence stretched between them. Daniel thought of his father, dying with the truth on his lips, of Marcus Brady, cast aside when no longer useful, of all the people who'd suffered and died while these miracles hummed in secret bunkers. Then he thought of Emma, her laugh, her fierce determination even as her body betrayed her, the way she'd held his hand at their father's funeral and whispered, "At least the pain is over." "When?" he asked quietly. Kane smiled, victory and perhaps sympathy in her expression. "Tomorrow night. We'll arrange her transfer here. A specialist consultation in Las Vegas. All very routine. She'll wake up in a private clinic. Diagnosis reversed. Doctors baffled but delighted. And you'll report to our facility in Maryland on Monday to begin your new career." She held out a tablet. "Standard employment contract. Sign here." Daniel took the tablet with numbed fingers. The contract was dozens of pages of legal terminology, but the key points were clear. Lifetime employment, top secret clearance, penalties for disclosure that started at imprisonment and got worse from there. At the bottom, a single line awaited his signature. He thought of all the people who would continue to suffer, all the lies that would continue to be told, all the principles he was about to betray. Then he signed his name. Kane took the tablet back, nodding with satisfaction. "Welcome to the program, Mr. Ross. Your orientation packet will arrive tomorrow. For now, security will escort you out. Best if you're not here when the morning shift arrives." As if summoned, 2 guards appeared in the doorway, not threatening, just present. Daniel took one last look at Pod 7, glowing with its impossible promise, then followed them out. The drive back to Las Vegas was a blur. By dawn, he was on a plane home, the events of the night feeling like someone else's dream. But the email on his phone was real enough. Consultation scheduled for E. Ross, October 15th, 8 p.m. Transport will arrive at 6 p.m. Please have patient ready. Tomorrow, Emma would enter a pod, and exit healed. The price was Daniel's soul, sold to the very system he'd meant to expose. But as he looked out the plane window at the sunrise painting the clouds gold, Daniel found he could live with that. Some prices were worth paying. Chapter 4. The Cover-Up. Daniel had been home less than 4 hours when they came for him. He was sitting at his kitchen table staring at the email about Emma's consultation when the lights flickered. His laptop screen went dark. The refrigerator's hum ceased. Then, with choreographed precision, his apartment door exploded inward. 6 figures in tactical gear stormed in, weapons raised, laser sights painting red dots across Daniel's chest. He raised his hands slowly, mind reeling. This wasn't part of the deal. Daniel Ross! The lead operative's voice was muffled by a tactical mask. Stay seated. Hands visible. You know why we're here. There's been a mistake, Daniel said carefully. I signed the contract. Dr. Kane. Dr. Kane doesn't run everything, Mr. Ross. A new voice from the doorway. A man in a charcoal suit stepped through the ruined doorframe, picking his way around wood splinters with obvious distaste. Agent Thorne, National Security Agency. We need to have a conversation. Thorne was everything a government spook should be. Forgettable face, neutral expression, eyes that missed nothing. He pulled out Daniel's kitchen chair and sat across from him, while the tactical team secured the apartment. Laptop, Thorne said. One of the operatives placed Daniel's computer on the table. Tablet, that too appeared. External drives, 3 of them. Cloud storage accounts, 7. Quite the digital hoard you've assembled. I signed a contract with a subdivision of a project that may or may not officially exist depending on which oversight committee you ask. Thorne opened the laptop, typed commands with practiced efficiency. Dr. Kane operates under certain assumptions about her authority. We're here to correct those assumptions. Daniel watched his files being deleted. Every photo, every video, every downloaded document disappearing into digital oblivion. You're destroying the evidence. Evidence of what? Thorne asked mildly. You broke into a decommissioned medical facility and found some abandoned equipment. Your photos show empty rooms and obsolete machinery. Your videos capture nothing but shadows and speculation. The laptop screen flickered. Where Daniel's pod footage had been, new files appeared. The same locations, but empty. Dust-covered floors, rusted equipment, abandoned rooms that hadn't seen use in decades. Deepfake technology has gotten remarkably good, Thorne continued. Amazing what we can do in post-production. Your originals never existed. You photographed exactly what we're showing you. Nothing. My sister, Daniel said desperately. The consultation cancelled. Thorne closed the laptop with a soft click. Your sister will receive excellent care at Johns Hopkins. Experimental treatments, the best doctors, every conventional therapy available. She might even experience significant improvement. Medicine advances every day, after all. But she'll die. We all die, Mr. Ross. Some sooner than others. That's the natural order. Thorne stood, straightening his tie. You have 2 choices. Accept reality as we've defined it, and your sister gets the best care money can buy. Continue to chase fantasies and she gets nothing. You get nothing except a padded room where you can tell your stories to people who specialise in delusions. The tactical team was already withdrawing, taking every piece of evidence with them. Daniel's apartment looked like a hurricane had passed through, but he barely noticed. His mind raced, searching for leverage that didn't exist. Dr. Kane promised. Dr. Kane exceeded her authority. She's being reassigned. The Nevada facility is being decommissioned as we speak. Too many security breaches lately. Too many curious engineers thinking they can save the world. Thorne moved toward the door, then paused. A word of advice. Take the gift we're offering. Your sister gets time, possibly years. You get to keep your freedom, your sanity, your life. That's more than most who dig this deep receive. And the pods? Thorne smiled, a thin, humourless expression. What pods, Mr. Ross? There are no pods. There never were any pods. You had a stressful experience, perhaps a minor breakdown after your father's death. It happens. But you're better now, aren't you? Ready to return to your normal life? The threat was clear in every word. Daniel nodded slowly, hating himself for the gesture. Excellent. Someone will be in touch about repairing your door. Oh, and Mr. Ross? We'll be watching. Every email, every search, every conversation. One mention of your delusions and our generosity evaporates. Understood? Daniel understood. He understood he'd lost, that Emma would suffer and die while miracle cures existed miles beneath the desert, that his father's truth would remain buried with him. Thorne left without another word. Daniel sat in his ruined apartment, surrounded by the debris of his naive hopes, and wondered how many others had sat in similar ruins, silenced by the weight of impossible truths. His phone buzzed. Emma texting him. Weird news. Got a call from Johns Hopkins. They want me in some cutting-edge trial. Fully funded. Maybe things are looking up. Daniel typed back with numb fingers. That's wonderful. I'll drive you there myself. He put the phone down and stared at his hands. Somewhere in bunkers and hidden facilities the pods hummed with their alien songs. The elite entered broken and emerged whole. The powerful grasped at immortality while the masses withered on schedule, and Daniel Ross would say nothing, do nothing, be nothing but another silent witness to humanity's greatest secret. The price of his sister's time had just gone up. Chapter 5. The Personal Test. 6 months passed in a haze of careful normalcy. Daniel returned to work, upgrading cooling systems in buildings that definitely didn't house miracle technology. He drove Emma to Hopkins twice a week, watching experimental drugs slow her decline but never stop it. He answered his emails, paid his bills, and gave no sign of the knowledge that burned in his chest like swallowed acid. Agent Thorne had been right about the surveillance. Daniel's electronics were compromised, his apartment bugged, his movements tracked. Twice unmarked cars followed him to work. Once a technician showed up to check his internet connection, spending an hour installing God knew what. Daniel smiled, offered coffee, played the part of a man who'd learned his lesson. But traumatic knowledge once gained cannot be forgotten, and Daniel Ross had always been good at solving problems. Started small, research conducted on library computers, different locations each time, cash purchases of electronics from pawn shops, conversations with homeless veterans who'd seen things at military bases they couldn't explain. Piece by piece, thread by thread, Daniel wove a new web of information. The pods were real. He'd touched one, felt its alien warmth, and where there was one, there were others. The question was, how to reach them without triggering another visit from Thorne's team. The answer came from an unexpected source. Marcus Brady, the dying man from the Lincoln Memorial, reached out through an intermediary, a flower delivery to Daniel's office with a card reading only, "The cherry blossoms are beautiful this year." The same phrase Chen had mentioned in their brief meeting. Daniel found him in a hospice facility in Arlington, a shadow of the man from 6 months ago. The cancer had progressed brutally, reducing him to skin and determination. "Knew you'd come eventually," Marcus wheezed. "They all do. Can't unsee what we've seen." "They destroyed everything," Daniel said quietly. "Threatened my sister." Standard playbook. Marcus coughed, specks of blood staining his lips. "But they're not omnipotent. Just careful. And sometimes careful creates patterns." He gestured weakly to a drawer. Inside, Daniel found a single sheet of paper covered in what looked like random numbers and letters. "Transportation logs," Marcus explained. "Took me 3 years to compile. When they move patients to the sites, they use specific vehicles, specific routes. Bureaucracy demands documentation, even for secrets." Daniel studied the paper. Slowly, patterns emerged. Vehicle identification numbers that repeated, GPS coordinates that clustered around certain areas, times and dates that suggested regular schedules. "Tomorrow night," Marcus continued with effort. "Emergency med flight. Baltimore to classified location. Senator's wife. Ovarian cancer. Terminal. Another coughing fit. You want to save someone? That's your window. Security will be minimal. They rely on secrecy, not force. 1 patient, 1 doctor, 2 EMTs, private hangar, signature aviation, flight plan lists, medical facility in Richmond. But they'll divert. They always divert." Daniel memorized every detail, then burned the paper in Marcus's presence. The dying man smiled. "Do what I couldn't," he said. "Save 1 person. Prove it's possible. Maybe that's enough. Marcus Brady died 2 days later. The obituary mentioned his service at Wright-Patterson, nothing more. Another keeper of secrets taken to his grave. But his final gift lived on in Daniel's mind. A chance. A real chance. The next night found Daniel at Baltimore's signature aviation facility, dressed in stolen EMT uniform, credentials forged with skills sharpened by desperation. The private hangar buzzed with quiet activity. Rich people fleeing to richer places, their jets fueled by money and privilege. And there, in Hangar 7, a medical transport jet sat waiting. Daniel watched from the shadows as they wheeled her in. A woman in her 60s, unconscious, cancer carving her into a living skeleton. Her husband followed, a senator Daniel recognized from CSPAN, face etched with grief and desperate hope. 2 EMTs, as Marcus predicted. 1 doctor, a pilot who stayed with the plane. Daniel waited until the EMTS stepped out for a smoke break, complaining about another midnight run to nowhere. "I swear, these terminal cases all end up at the same place," one said, "but the overtime's killer, so who's asking questions?" Daniel stepped out of the shadows, syringe in hand. "Sorry about this." The sedative worked fast. Both EMTs crumpled before they could cry out. Daniel dragged them behind a fuel truck, took the taller one's jacket and credentials. His hands shook as he boarded the jet. The doctor looked up from the patient. "About time. We're wheels up in 5. Daniel nodded, kept his head down, busied himself with equipment he half understood. The senator sat in the back, staring at his dying wife. He never even looked at the help. The jet lifted off into the night. Daniel watched Baltimore shrink below, knowing he'd crossed a line he could never uncross. But in the medical berth, a dying woman breathed shallow breaths, and somewhere ahead, a pod waited that could save her. He just had to figure out how to save Emma too. The flight took 2 hours. As Marcus had predicted, they diverted, first to Richmond as filed, then west into the mountains of West Virginia. The pilot descended toward what looked like empty forest, until runway lights suddenly blazed to life, revealing a landing strip carved into the mountainside. "Arrival at Mountain Site Echo," the pilot announced. "Medical team stand by for patient transfer." They were met by more medical staff, faces hidden behind surgical masks. The senator was led away by someone in a suit. "Standard intake procedures, sir, you understand." The patient was wheeled toward a building that looked like a ski lodge from outside, but hummed with hidden power. Daniel followed, playing his part until they reached the medical bay. And there they were, 3 pods, identical to the one in Nevada, glowing with that same impossible light. "Which one?" the doctor asked. "Pod 2 is optimal for cellular reconstruction," a technician answered. "Calibrated for oncological intervention. 4 hours for complete remission." They transferred the senator's wife into the pod with practiced efficiency. Daniel watched the displays light up. DNA analysis, cellular mapping, treatment protocols in that painful symbolic language. The pod sealed with a soft hiss, and the woman inside was bathed in blue radiance. "Always gives me the creeps," one of the techs muttered. "Like watching someone get rebuilt from scratch." "Because that's exactly what's happening," the doctor replied. "Every cell analysed, corrected, perfected. She'll walk out of there 20 years younger, biologically speaking." 4 hours! Daniel had 4 hours before they discovered he wasn't supposed to be there. 4 hours to figure out how to get Emma here, or better yet, how to steal one of these pods. He excused himself, bathroom break, and slipped deeper into the facility. His stolen credentials got him through 2 checkpoints before he found what he was looking for. A storage area filled with pod components, spare parts, diagnostic equipment, and there, covered in protective plastic, a partially assembled pod marked Unit 12, pending installation. It would take a truck to move it, teams of technicians to assemble it, power sources he couldn't begin to understand. But as Daniel examined the components, a different plan formed. Not theft, that was impossible, but sabotage? Creating a crisis that demanded emergency evacuation of patients. He was reaching for his phone to photograph the pod specifications when a hand fell on his shoulder. Mr. Ross, we really must stop meeting like this. Daniel turned to find Dr. Kane, looking no different than she had 6 months ago. If anything, she looked younger. The pods, he realised. She used them regularly. Security flagged you the moment you boarded, she continued conversationally. Facial recognition is quite sophisticated these days. Though I must say, the EMT disguise was well done. Poor Marcus would be proud. You knew Marcus? I know everyone who knows about us. It's a very small community. She gestured to armed guards who had materialised in the doorway. The question is what to do with you now. Agent Thorne would insist on permanent solutions, but I've always been more creative. She led him back to the medical bay where the senator's wife still floated in Pod 2, cancer being methodically erased from her existence. The senator himself stood watching, tears streaming down his face. Hope is a powerful thing, Kane mused. He'll pay anything, do anything to save her, just as you would for Emma. She turned to Daniel. So I'm going to make you the same offer, with modifications. Work for us. Help us expand the network, and Emma gets treated. Refuse, and, well, Thorne's team is already en route. ETA 20 minutes. You tried this before. I offered employment before. Now I'm offering partnership. Her eyes glinted. You've proven you can't be contained, can't be threatened into silence. So instead, we make you complicit. Give you what you want most. Tie you so deeply into the program that exposing us means destroying yourself. Daniel looked at the pod, at the dying woman being reborn inside. And Emma? Can be here tomorrow. Full treatment, complete restoration. All you have to do is say yes, then help us build more. The demand is growing, you see. Too many senators' wives, too many CEOs with terminal diagnoses. We need to expand carefully, quietly. Someone with your skills would be invaluable. Building pods for the elite while everyone else dies. Building bridges to a future where perhaps, eventually, everyone has access. Baby steps, Mr. Ross. Rome wasn't built in a day, and paradise can't be distributed overnight. She checked her watch. 15 minutes until Thorne arrives. He won't offer deals. Choose. Daniel thought of his father dying with truth on his lips. Thought of Marcus compiling transportation logs with his last strength. Thought of all the people who'd fought this system and lost. Then he thought of Emma and made the only choice he could. I'll need a team, he said quietly, and access to the original specifications. Kane smiled like a cat with cream. Done. Welcome to the future, Mr. Ross, however compromised it might be. Chapter 6. The Payoff. The call came at 3 a.m. 2 years later. Daniel sat up in his Arlington penthouse, instantly awake. The encrypted phone, the one only 3 people had the number for, buzzed insistently on his nightstand. Yes. It's time. Kane's voice tense with something he'd never heard before, fear. Thorne knows. About everything. About you. About Emma. About the expansions. Extraction team incoming. You have maybe 10 minutes. Daniel was already moving, grabbing the go-bag he'd kept packed since day 1. How? Congressional oversight finally grew teeth. Audit of black budget programs. Someone talked. A pause. I'm sorry, Daniel. We're shutting it all down. Scorched earth protocols. Everyone involved. Disposed of. The line went dead. Daniel allowed himself 5 seconds of despair, then shifted into the exit strategy he'd rehearsed 100 times. Down the service elevator, through the parking garage, into a car registered to someone who didn't exist. As he drove through empty streets, he thought about the last 2 years. Emma walking out of a pod with tears of joy, her body whole and strong. The dozen facilities he'd helped build, hidden in plain sight across the country. The hundreds of patients, always wealthy, always connected, who'd been quietly cured of everything from cancer to spinal injuries. And the data he'd secretly compiled. Every patient, every transaction, every pod specification. Terabytes of proof stored in ways even the NSA couldn't trace. His insurance policy, gathering dust while he played the good soldier. Time to cash it in. Daniel ditched the car at Reagan National, caught the first flight to Miami under one of his prepared identities. From there to Mexico City, paying cash, staying off the grid. By the time Thorne's teams kicked in his penthouse door, he was sipping coffee in a Oaxaca cafe, uploading years of evidence to servers scattered across the globe, but not to WikiLeaks, not to journalists. Daniel had learned the hard way that raw truth was too dangerous, too easy to dismiss or suppress. Instead, he did something smarter. He sold it. The Chinese wanted pod specifications. The Russians wanted patient lists. European pharma companies wanted the cellular regeneration data. Everyone wanted a piece of the miracle, and Daniel parcelled it out like a digital drug dealer, always holding back just enough to keep them hungry. Within 6 months, knockoff pods appeared in Shanghai hospitals. Crude, limited, but functional. Moscow announced breakthrough cancer treatments that sounded suspiciously familiar. Switzerland opened discreet clinics offering revolutionary longevity therapies to those who could afford 9-figure fees. The genie was slipping out of the bottle, one expensive wish at a time. Daniel watched it all from a beach in Costa Rica, his own body periodically renewed by a personal pod hidden in a shipping container. Emma visited monthly, her health perfect, her questions carefully deflected. She thought he'd made a fortune in medical consulting, close enough to the truth. Then one evening, as tropical sunset painted the sky, a familiar figure sat down beside him at the beach bar. "Hello, Daniel." Agent Thorne looked older, greyer, like a man watching his life's work crumble. "Enjoying retirement?" "Arrest me or buy me a drink," Daniel replied. "I'm too tired for threats." Thorne signalled the bartender. 2 whiskies appeared. They drank in silence while waves crashed against the shore. 50 years, Thorne said finally. 50 years we kept it contained. Controlled. And you unravelled it all for what? Money? For Emma. For everyone's Emmas. Daniel took another sip. "You were right about the chaos, though. Moscow's fighting Beijing over patent rights to alien technology. 3 pharma CEOs assassinated this year alone. The Saudis are building a pod facility the size of a football stadium. And the original source? Still hidden. Still trading their toys for our data." Daniel smiled bitterly. "Turns out they don't care who uses the pods as long as they get their genetic samples. We were never containing anything, Thorne. We were just middle management." Thorne finished his whiskey and stood. "There's a kill order on you. International scope. 7 figures to whoever brings your head back." "I know. I'm supposed to execute it myself, clean up my own mess." Daniel tensed, but Thorne just dropped money on the bar. "But I'm retiring too. Forced out by the new oversight committee. They want younger blood, people who understand the new reality." He paused. "The reality you created. So what now?" "Now?" Thorne looked out at the ocean. "Now the human race gets to see if it can handle its own potential. God help us all." He walked away, leaving Daniel alone with the sunset and the weight of what he'd done. Somewhere, in hospitals and secret clinics, pods hummed their alien songs. The rich got richer in years as well as dollars. The poor waited for the technology to trickle down, as it always did, eventually. And Daniel Ross, who'd wanted only to save his sister, sat on his tropical beach and wondered if he'd saved the world or doomed it. His phone buzzed. Emma texting pictures from her rock climbing trip. Alive, healthy, happy, worth any price. Daniel ordered another whiskey and watched the stars come out. Tomorrow, another buyer would call. Another piece of paradise would be sold to the highest bidder. The future would inch closer, one transaction at a time. The cure for everything existed. It always had. Now, finally, people knew. What they did with that knowledge would determine if humanity's greatest secret became its salvation or its epitaph. But that wasn't Daniel's problem anymore. He'd played his part, for better or worse. The rest was up to them. Epilogue, 5 years later. The 60 Minutes interview would later be called The Moment Everything Changed. "So you're saying these so-called med beds have been in use for over 50 years? Leslie Stahl's voice carried the perfect mix of skepticism and intrigue. The woman across from her, face digitally obscured, voice modulated, nodded. Since 1971, hidden in military installations, private clinics, underground facilities, used exclusively by the elite while millions died from curable diseases. And you know this because I used them, maintained them, helped expand the network. A pause. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kane, and I ran the American MedBed program for 12 years. Daniel nearly choked on his coffee. He sat forward in his Swiss hotel room watching the impossible unfold. Kane had gone public. The technology was given to us, she continued. Part of an exchange program with entities from elsewhere. In return for limited use of their medical technology, we provided genetic data from human subjects. Aliens! Stahl's tone flattened. You're claiming alien technology. I'm claiming non-terrestrial origin. Call them what you like. The point is, we've had the ability to cure any disease, reverse aging, regenerate lost limbs, and we kept it secret. Kept it exclusive. Let billions suffer and die to maintain economic and social control. The interview continued for another 40 minutes. Kane provided documents, video footage, patient testimonies. She named names, senators, CEOs, foreign leaders who'd been quietly cured while publicly supporting the pharmaceutical status quo. She explained how the technology worked in terms that university physicists would spend years trying to understand. And she revealed why she'd finally come forward. The others, the source of the technology, they're done with the exchange. They have what they needed from us. They're pulling out, taking their pods with them. Unless we act now, unless we reverse engineer what we have, we'll lose this technology forever. The interview ended with a bombshell. I've established a foundation. We're building open source pods, sharing the specifications globally. It will take time, years, perhaps decades, to match the original technology. But we will do it. We have to. Humanity's survival depends on it. Daniel's phone rang. Emma, are you watching this? Her voice shook with emotion. Is this why I got better? Did you know about this? He closed his eyes. Yes. Silence then. Thank you. Emma, no. Whatever you did, however you did it, thank you. And now, help them. Help her. Help everyone. She hung up. Daniel stared at the phone, then at the TV where analysts were already debating, politicians were already denying, and the world was already changing. His encrypted phone buzzed, a text from an unlisted number. Time to come home, Mr. Ross. Your country needs you. Full immunity in exchange for your expertise. Thorn. Daniel laughed. Actually laughed. The old spy master had survived after all, and now wanted him to help democratize the very technology they'd killed to protect. He started packing. Costa Rica had been nice, but history was calling. The secret was out, the genie unleashed, and humanity would either rise to transcendence or tear itself apart trying. Either way, Daniel Ross would be there, building pods, training technicians, trying to give everyone the miracle that had saved Emma. It wouldn't be easy. The old guard would fight. The technology was barely understood. The social upheaval would be massive. But for the first time in 5 years, Daniel felt something he'd almost forgotten. Hope. The cure for everything existed. And finally it would belong to everyone. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we explore the mysteries that lurk in the shadows of our world. Tonight's tale comes from the depths of the Arctic, where billion-dollar inheritances and cutting-edge technology collide with secrets that powerful forces would kill to keep buried. But before we dive into this chilling account, remember to leave your own mysterious video ideas in the comments below. Your suggestions fuel these midnight journeys into the unknown. Special thanks to Metal Patel 9283 and Unanimous 369 for inspiring tonight's story. And if these tales send the right kind of shivers down your spine, hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between fact and nightmare. The money hit my account on a Tuesday morning in March, exactly 72 hours after they lowered my father into frozen Vermont soil. $240 million, liquid assets, plus controlling shares in Grant Capital family office. Most sons might have celebrated. I stared at the bank transfer notification and felt nothing but the familiar weight of unfinished business. The sealed envelope arrived with the estate papers, heavy stock paper, my father's careful handwriting. Fund something only you would. Inside, a second note. The anomalies were real, Evan. You know which ones. I did know. For 15 years, since I was 17 and still believed my MIT robotics P8D would change the world, Dad and I had tracked them together. Gravitational lows that shouldn't exist. Magnetic field excursions with no geological explanation. Infrasound microbaroms detected by monitoring stations, their sources plotting along high-latitude crustal boundaries in patterns too regular for coincidence. We called it our weekend hobby. Dad would pull up classified geological surveys from his government contacts, and I'd run signal processing algorithms looking for correlations. Most of the data pointed to the same region. The Greenland-Gackel Ridge microseismic corridor where routine icequakes masked deeper signals. Signals that seemed almost intentional. The scientific community had explanations, of course. Mantle convection, post-glacial rebound, thermal expansion in deep ice. All perfectly reasonable theories that fell apart when you looked at the frequency signatures and phase relationships. Dad knew it. I knew it. But proving it would require the kind of expedition money that made most researchers laugh. Now I had that money. I spent the first week after the funeral in my workshop in Burlington, converting grief into engineering problems. The plan had been taking shape in my head for years, waiting for funding that would never come through traditional channels. Now, with Dad's inheritance, I could make it happen. The key was piggybacking on existing infrastructure. Arctic research required massive logistical support, but if you could tag along with established operations, costs dropped to manageable levels. A Norwegian telecommunications company was running fibre optic cable repairs along the Greenland Sea shipping routes. Perfect cover for dropping distributed acoustic sensing nodes in the target area. I incorporated a shell company, Polar Dynamics LLC, and put in a bid for a seafloor sensing contract. The Norwegians didn't ask too many questions as long as the check cleared. By April, I had a slot on their cable repair vessel and permission to deploy geological monitoring equipment along their route. Next came personnel. I needed people good enough to handle Arctic conditions, but desperate enough to take money from a PhD dropout with crazy theories. Ria Patel answered my encrypted message within 6 hours. Former Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory geophysicist, blacklisted after publishing papers that questioned established models of polar volcanism. Her research had suggested large-scale thermal anomalies beneath Arctic ice sheets, anomalies that didn't match known geothermal sources. The academic community buried her work in bureaucratic reviews until she quit in frustration. "Your message mentioned gravitational lows," she said during our first video call. "Which specific coordinates?" I shared the data sets Dad and I had compiled. She was quiet for a long time, studying the displays. "These readings," she shook her head. "They're not possible. The mass deficit implied here would require cavities thousands of meters across. That's what we think too." "We?" "My father and I. He died last month." "I'm sorry," she paused. "What kind of equipment are you proposing?" I outlined the sensor package. Military-grade distributed acoustic sensing, deep-sea magnetometers, thermal imaging arrays. Everything needed to map subsurface structures with unprecedented resolution. "You're talking about technology worth millions of dollars. Money isn't an issue. It never is, until it is." But I could hear the interest in her voice. "When do we deploy?" For logistics, I tracked down Holt. No first name, just Holt. Through Navy veteran networks. Retired ice operations specialist, 30 years of Arctic experience, including classified submarine missions he wouldn't discuss. He agreed to handle expedition planning and icebreaker charter for a flat fee that would have bought a luxury car. Our first meeting was at a diner in Portsmouth. Holt looked exactly like Central Casting would order for a grizzled Navy veteran. Weathered face, grey beard, eyes that had seen too much. He listened to my pitch without expression, occasionally asking technical questions that proved he understood the equipment better than most researchers. "You're hunting something specific," he said finally, "not just mapping thermal anomalies. We think there might be large-scale cavities beneath the ice sheet. Natural formations, but much larger than current models predict. Cavities. He stirred his coffee thoughtfully. What kind of evidence? I showed him the acoustic data, the gravitational anomalies, the magnetic field disruptions. He studied each display with professional attention. Seen stranger things under the ice, he said. When do we ship out? The legal complications came from Mara Ling, the family office counsel Dad had trusted with everything. She reviewed the expedition contracts with the enthusiasm of someone defusing a bomb. Export controls will be an issue, she warned during our meeting in the Grant Capital offices overlooking Boston Harbour. Half this sensor equipment falls under international traffic in arms regulations. Getting export permits for Arctic deployment could take months. What if the equipment never technically leaves US territorial waters? Explain. The cable repair vessel operates under Norwegian flag, but it carries mixed international crew. If our sensors are operated by US personnel, they remain under US jurisdiction regardless of deployment location. Mara made notes. Complicated, but workable. What about the target coordinates? Any territorial water conflicts? I pulled up the charts showing our planned survey area. International waters, more than 200 miles from any national boundary. But, I hesitated. But what? The area falls under NOTAM and NOTMAR restrictions. Notice to airmen and maritime advisories. Military training exercises, mostly classified. How classified? Classified enough that asking questions gets you referred to other people who also can't answer questions. Mara leaned back in her chair. Evan, are you absolutely certain about this expedition? Because once we trigger export control reviews and international logistics contracts, there's no quietly backing out. I thought about Dad, about 15 years of weekend anomaly hunting, about the gravitational lows that violated everything we thought we knew about planetary geology. I'm certain. The equipment build took 2 months. Most components came from established scientific suppliers, but the centerpiece, my autonomous deep-sea submersible, required custom fabrication. I'd been designing Odin 3 in my head since graduate school. A neutrally buoyant micro-AUV rated to 6,000 meters depth, equipped with LiDAR mapping, thermal flux sensors, and enough onboard processing power to operate independently for weeks. The propulsion system used biomimetic undulation, artificial muscle fibres that moved like a sea snake rather than traditional propellers. Quieter, more efficient and less likely to trigger acoustic sensors that might be monitoring the deployment area. Battery technology was the limiting factor. Even with cutting-edge lithium-sulfur cells, Odin 3 could operate for maybe 72 hours before needing to surface for recharging. That meant every minute of dive time had to count. I tested the prototype in Lake Champlain during late spring ice-out. Odin 3 performed flawlessly, mapping the lake bottom with centimetre resolution while maintaining perfect depth control. The biomimetic propulsion drew curious lake trout that followed the submersible like a mechanical Pied Piper. Beautiful work, Rhea said, reviewing the test footage. When do we head north? June 15th. The cable repair vessel reaches our coordinates on the 20th. Weather window? 4 days, maybe 5 if we're lucky. After that, storm systems move in, and we won't have another opportunity until August. Holt had chartered the Norwegian icebreaker Nordkapp through contacts in the commercial shipping industry. The vessel was overkill for summer Arctic operations, but its dynamic positioning system could hold station precisely over our target coordinates regardless of ice conditions. Captain's reliable, Holt reported. 30 years ice experience doesn't ask questions about cargo as long as the charter fee's clear on time. What about support equipment? Portable diamond wire ice cutting rig for creating deployment holes. Thermal tent for equipment staging. Emergency shelter rated to -40. Medical kit for remote operations. He paused. And firearms. Firearms? Polar bears aren't the only thing that might want to discourage visitors in that part of the Arctic. I decided not to ask what he meant. The flight to Longyearbyen, Svalbard, took 18 hours with connections. Rhea met me at the tiny airport with news that our equipment shipment had cleared Norwegian customs without issues. The distributed acoustic sensing nodes deployed perfectly, she reported. Initial data streams are clean. No interference from the cable repair operations. What about background acoustic conditions? quiet, almost too quiet. Normal Arctic regions show constant low-level seismic activity, thermal expansion, ice settling, small crustal movements. This area is dormant. We spent 2 days in Longyearbyen finalising logistics and monitoring the DAS network. The acoustic data revealed exactly what Dad and I had hoped to find. A repeating 0.9 to 1.2 Hz tremor pattern with phase relationships that didn't match any known geological process. It's not mantle convection, Rhea confirmed, studying the frequency analysis. The phase lead is all wrong. This signal originates much closer to the surface. How much closer, if I had to guess? Less than 2 kilometres depth. Maybe much less. The Nordkap reached our coordinates on schedule, arriving at a polynya that shouldn't have existed given seasonal ice conditions. The open water area stretched nearly 3 kilometres across, with thermal imaging showing warm upwelling at the centre. Water temperature is 4 degrees above ambient, reported Captain Eriksson. There's a significant thermal source beneath this opening. Holt was already assembling the diamond wire cutting rig on deck. We'll need a deployment hole at least 2 metres diameter for clean submersible operations. The ice here looks thin, maybe 8 metres. How thin should it be? This time of year? 20 metres minimum. Something's been keeping this area warm. I helped Rhea deploy additional magnetometer arrays while Holt's crew cut our access hole. The magnetic data was even more striking than the acoustic signatures. A sharp ring discontinuity approximately 600 metres in diameter, with field strength dropping by 30% inside the boundary. It's like there's a massive void just below us, Rhea said, checking readings for the 3rd time. A cavity large enough to significantly disrupt local magnetic fields. Large enough for what? I don't know. I've never seen readings like this. The deployment hole was ready by evening, perfectly circular, with the diamond wire leaving glass-smooth ice walls that reflected our work lights in prismatic colours. At the bottom, black water disappeared into depths that seemed to swallow light itself. Odin 3 is ready, I announced, running final system checks on the submersible. All sensors showed green, battery charge at 100%. The biomimetic propulsion system cycled smoothly through test sequences. Deployment at first light, Holt decided. Weather forecast shows possible storm activity moving in from the west. We'll have maybe 36 hours before conditions deteriorate. I spent the night monitoring background sensor readings and trying not to think about what we might find below. The DAS network continued detecting those regular 0.9 Hz pulses, now strong enough that I could feel them as subtle vibrations through the ship's hull. At 0600 hours, with Arctic sunrise painting the ice sheet in shades of gold and pink, we lowered Odin 3 into the deployment hole. Depth 10 metres, I announced, monitoring telemetry from the control station. All systems nominal. The submersible descended through clear Arctic water, its cameras revealing ice walls that seemed to glow with internal light. At 50 metres depth, the water temperature began rising noticeably. Thermal gradient is increasing, Rhea reported. We're definitely over a major heat source. At 100 metres, Odin 3 encountered the first surprise, a distinct thermocline boundary where Arctic surface water met much warmer deep currents. The temperature differential was so sharp that it created visible distortion on the camera feed. Water chemistry is changing too, I noted, watching sensor readouts. Salinity increasing, dissolved gas content showing methane and hydrogen signatures. At 400 metres depth, we hit the warm brine layer proper. Water temperature had climbed to nearly 4 degrees Celsius, tropical by Arctic standards. Odin 3's sonar began detecting large-scale structure ahead. Sonar contact, I announced. Large object bearing 030, range approximately 800 metres. Natural formation? Unknown. The return signature is unusual. At 600 metres depth, Odin 3's forward cameras finally illuminated our target. What we saw made no sense according to any geological model I knew. A curved wall of dark stone stretched beyond the camera's range, its surface polished smooth, as if carved by intelligent design. The wall followed a perfect arc, suggesting a circular or cylindrical structure of enormous proportions. "That's not natural," Rhea whispered, staring at the video feed. "The surface is too regular, too smooth. It looks almost manufactured." At 800 metres, Odin 3 reached what appeared to be an opening in the structure. The submersible's sonar painted a three-dimensional map of empty space beyond, a vast cavity extending hundreds of metres in all directions. "I'm seeing void boundary returns," I reported, trying to keep excitement out of my voice. "The LiDAR is mapping a cavern system at least 600 metres wide." "How deep?" "Unknown. The laser rangefinder isn't hitting a bottom boundary." I guided Odin 3 through the opening into the cavity beyond. What we found there changed everything we thought we knew about Arctic geology. The cavern was enormous, a perfect hemisphere carved from living rock, its walls covered in mineral formations that created geometric patterns too regular for natural processes. Thermal imaging showed active water circulation throughout the space, creating currents and eddies like atmospheric weather systems. "The water is moving," Rhea observed, watching thermal patterns shift across the cavity. "There's active circulation down there, powered by heat sources we can't see." "Look at the biological readings." Odin 3's sensors were detecting life signs throughout the cavern, not the sparse microorganism communities typical of deep Arctic environments, but complex biological structures that seem to thrive in the warm, mineral-rich water. "Those are bacterial mats," Rhea said, studying the imagery. "But the metabolic signatures are unlike anything in the literature. They're processing hydrogen and methane at rates that should be impossible." "Processing them into what?" "Unknown organic compounds. The spectral analysis suggests completely novel biochemistry." As Odin 3 descended deeper into the cavern, its cameras revealed increasingly strange formations. Hexagonal mineral growths clustered around thermal vents, crystalline structures that seemed to channel water flow in specific patterns, and everywhere those bacterial mats forming complex filamentary networks that pulsed with bioluminescent activity. "This isn't just a geological anomaly," I said, watching the alien landscape scroll past on our monitors. "This is an entire ecosystem that shouldn't exist." At 1100 metres depth, Odin 3's sonar detected something that stopped our conversation entirely. Deep in the cavern, moving objects were generating acoustic signatures that looked almost like sonar beacons. "Are you seeing this?" Rhea asked, pointing at the display. The acoustic signatures were too regular for natural phenomena. Short pulses at precise intervals, frequency modulated in patterns that suggested artificial generation. Someone, or something, was actively using sonar down there. "Could be equipment from previous expeditions," Holt suggested, but his voice carried no conviction. "What previous expeditions?" I replied. "This location isn't on any charts. We're the first people to map this cavity." The sonar beacon signals were growing stronger as Odin 3 descended. At 1200 metres, the submersible's passive acoustic sensors began detecting other sounds. Mechanical noises that might have been machinery, structural creaking that suggested large mobile objects. "There's something else down there," I said, making the decision that would change everything. "Something active." I programmed Odin 3 to approach the strongest sonar source while maintaining maximum stealth profile. The submersible's biomimetic propulsion was nearly silent, and its dark hull should be invisible to most detection systems. At 1300 metres, Odin 3's cameras finally revealed the source of the sonar beacons. Mechanical devices, clearly artificial, clearly functional, were distributed throughout the deepest part of the cavern. They looked like nothing in any engineering textbook I'd studied, but their purpose was unmistakable. They were monitoring equipment, sophisticated sensors that had been operating in this hidden space for an unknown length of time. "Those aren't human-built," Rhea said quietly. I was about to agree when Odin 3's communication system erupted with alarms. High-frequency radio interference was jamming our telemetry link, while powerful sonar pulses began hammering the submersible from multiple directions. "We're being painted," Holt announced, recognizing military terminology. "Something's actively scanning us." On the surface, Captain Ericsson's voice came over the ship's intercom. "Unknown contacts approaching from the northwest. 2 vessels, high-speed intercept course." Through Odin 3's cameras, I watched the mysterious monitoring equipment come alive with activity. Lights began flashing in complex patterns, while mechanical arms extended from hidden recesses to point directly at our submersible. "Recall Odin 3, Holt ordered. Now." But the telemetry link was completely jammed. Odin 3 was on its own, 1,300 metres down in an impossible cavern, surrounded by technology that shouldn't exist. "Captain," Holt called to the bridge, "what's the status on those approaching vessels? Military configuration. They're transmitting on emergency frequencies, ordering us to cease operations and prepare for boarding." I stared at the video feed from Odin 3, watching alien machinery track our submersible with obvious intelligence. Whatever we'd found down there, someone, or something, had been expecting visitors. "How long until those ships reach us?" 20 minutes. 20 minutes to extract Odin 3 from the most important discovery in human history. 20 minutes before we lost everything. I activated the submersible's emergency ascent protocol, hoping the automated systems could navigate back to our deployment hole without remote guidance. On the monitors, Odin 3's cameras showed the mysterious monitoring equipment following its movement with mechanical precision. Then the feed went completely black. "Telemetry link is dead," I announced. "We've lost all contact with Odin 3. "Could be jamming," Rhea suggested. "If those devices are using electromagnetic interference." "Or it could be destroyed," Holt finished grimly. Captain Ericsson's voice crackled over the intercom again. "The approaching vessels are identifying themselves as Norwegian Coast Guard, but their radar signatures don't match any known vessel types. They're requesting immediate cessation of all underwater operations. Tell them we're conducting authorised scientific research in international waters." I tried. They're not interested in discussing authorisation. I ran emergency calculations in my head. Odin 3's automated ascent would take approximately 40 minutes from 1,300 metres depth, assuming the submersible was still functional and could navigate the complex cavern geometry without remote guidance. The approaching vessels would reach us in 15 minutes. We need to buy time, I decided. "Captain, can you move us away from the deployment hole while maintaining dynamic positioning?" "How far?" "Just enough to look like we're complying with their orders while keeping the hull within Odin 3's navigation range." The Nordkap began moving slowly away from our position, its powerful thrusters maintaining precise station keeping, despite increasing wind and wave activity. On sonar, I could see the two approaching vessels changing course to intercept. "Military hulls," Captain Ericsson reported. "Definitely not standard Coast Guard configuration. These ships are built for Arctic operations." At 12 minutes to intercept, something extraordinary happened. The deployment hull began glowing. "Thermal bloom," Rhea announced, watching her instruments spike. "Massive heat signature rising from depth." Through binoculars, I could see the water in our cutting hole beginning to bubble and steam. Whatever was happening in the cavern below, it was generating enormous amounts of thermal energy. "Could be a volcanic event," Captain Ericsson suggested. "Or something else," I replied, thinking about those mysterious monitoring devices. At 8 minutes to intercept, Odin 3 broke the surface. The submersible emerged from the deployment hole like a breaching whale, its dark hull gleaming with condensation from the superheated water below. But something was wrong with its movement. Instead of the smooth, controlled ascent I'd programmed, Odin 3 was rising too fast, as if being pushed upward by some tremendous force. "Emergency recovery!" Holt shouted, activating the deck crane. "That thing's coming up whether we're ready or not." The crane's magnetic grappler locked onto Odin 3's recovery point just as the submersible cleared the water completely. What I saw then made me question everything I thought I understood about physics. Odin 3's hull was covered in a thin layer of mineral deposits that glowed with internal phosphorescence. The deposits formed geometric patterns across the submersible's surface, hexagonal crystals that pulsed with rhythmic light like a technological heartbeat. "Those formations weren't there during deployment," Rhea observed. "No, something down there changed Odin 3's hull chemistry." As the crane swung the submersible onto deck, I could see that its sensor array had been modified. Additional components had somehow been integrated into the original equipment, crystalline structures that seemed to grow from the electronic systems themselves. Is the data core intact? I asked, running to the submersible's access panels. External storage shows full capacity, Holt reported, checking system readouts. But there's something else. Odin 3's internal clock shows it was submerged for 6 hours. That's impossible. We deployed 2 hours ago. Check the timestamp yourself. The numbers were undeniable. According to Odin 3's internal systems, the submersible had spent 6 hours in the underwater cavern, despite our surface chronometers showing only 2 hours had elapsed since deployment. Time differential, Rhea suggested. Strong gravitational fields can create temporal distortion effects. Or the systems were tampered with, Holt countered. At 3 minutes to intercept, I made the decision that would haunt me for years afterward. Instead of immediately downloading Odin 3's data storage, I activated the submersible's emergency beacon protocol, a hidden transmission system I'd built for exactly this situation. The beacon broadcast a compressed data burst on multiple frequencies simultaneously, uploading Odin 3's most important sensor readings to a network of internet-connected receivers around the Arctic. Whatever happened next, some record of our discovery would survive. The first military vessel reached us just as the data transmission completed. Norwegian Coast Guard cutter Barentsburg requesting permission to board, came the radio call. But the ship approaching our starboard side looked nothing like any Coast Guard vessel I'd ever seen. Its hull was too angular, its superstructure too advanced, its sensor arrays too sophisticated for civilian maritime enforcement. "Permission denied," Captain Erickson replied. "We are conducting legal scientific research in international waters." "Mr. Grant," a new voice cut in on the radio, speaking directly to me. "This is Commander North, liaison from Northern Command. We need to discuss your research activities immediately." "I'm not required to discuss anything with you, Commander. Our expedition is fully authorized under international maritime law." "Your expedition is interfering with classified military operations in this area. For your own safety, I'm ordering immediate cessation of all underwater activities and escort to the nearest port facility." Through binoculars, I could see armed personnel on the deck of the approaching vessel. This wasn't a regulatory discussion. It was a seizure operation. "Captain," I said quietly, how fast can we move?" "In these conditions? Maybe 12 knots. They can do 30. Then we negotiate." Commander North's voice came over the radio again. "Mr. Grant, are you prepared to comply with our lawful orders?" "I'm prepared to discuss this situation like reasonable adults. What specific military operations are we allegedly interfering with?" "That information is classified. You'll be briefed during debriefing procedures at the appropriate facility." "What facility?" "That information is also classified." I looked at Holt, who was already making preparations for what he obviously expected to be a hostile boarding operation. Rhea was frantically copying data files from our expedition computers to encrypted portable drives. "Commander North," I said into the radio, "I'm a United States citizen conducting legal scientific research." "Under what authority are you detaining us?" "Maritime security protocols implemented under NATO Article 5 emergency provisions." "What emergency?" "The emergency you created by deploying unauthorized sensing equipment in restricted waters." "These aren't restricted waters. I checked all maritime notices before planning this expedition." "The restriction was classified until your activities triggered it." I began to understand. We hadn't stumbled into a restricted area. Our presence had caused the area to become restricted. Someone had been monitoring our expedition from the beginning, waiting to see what we would find. The question was, who had been watching, and what did they already know about the cavern below? "Mr. Grant," Commander North continued, "you have 2 minutes to prepare for boarding operations. Any resistance will be considered an act of maritime piracy." I made a decision that surprised everyone, including myself. "Permission granted for boarding, Commander, but I want written documentation of the legal basis for this operation, and I want communication with the United States Embassy in Oslo." "That can be arranged during debriefing." The military vessel pulled alongside the Nordkapp with professional precision. Armed personnel in Arctic gear rappelled to our deck, while others maintained overwatch positions from their ship's rails. They moved with the efficiency of a unit that had performed this operation many times before. Commander North was exactly what I'd expected. Mid-40s, weathered face, eyes that revealed nothing. He wore no visible rank insignia. but his bearing suggested senior military authority. "Mr. Grant," he said, approaching our equipment setup, "I understand you've been conducting deep-sea sensing operations in this area. Oceanographic research, fully documented and legally authorized. What did you find? Thermal anomalies consistent with underwater volcanic activity. Some unusual mineral formations. Nothing outside the range of normal Arctic geology." Commander North studied me carefully. "Your submersible spent considerable time at depth. What exactly did it record?" "Standard oceanographic data. Temperature profiles, salinity measurements, geological mapping. I'd like to review that data. I'd like to see a warrant." "This is a national security matter, Mr. Grant. Warrants don't apply." "Whose national security? Norwegian? American? Because I'm not sure which jurisdiction applies in international waters." Commander North gestured to one of his personnel, who immediately began connecting portable equipment to our computer systems. "All data storage devices will be impounded pending security review." "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that your research activities have uncovered materials relevant to ongoing classified operations." "What materials?" "That information's classified." I watched them download our expedition records with a mixture of frustration and fascination. These people had been prepared for exactly this scenario. They knew what we were looking for, and they knew we'd find it. "Commander," I said, "how long have you been monitoring this area?" "That information is classified." "How long have you known about the underwater structures?" "That information is also classified." "Then let me ask you something that isn't classified. What happens to us now?" Commander North paused in his review of our equipment. "That depends on your willingness to cooperate with ongoing security requirements." "Meaning?" "Meaning you have two options. Option 1, we impound all your equipment and data under maritime security provisions. You're detained pending investigation, and your expedition personnel face charges for unauthorized sensing activities in restricted waters. What's option 2? Option 2, you accept a consulting agreement with appropriate compensation. Your expedition is reclassified as contractor support for authorized research, and everyone goes home with enhanced security clearances and non-disclosure obligations." I looked at Rhea and Holt, both of whom were carefully not expressing opinions about deals with mysterious military commanders. "What kind of compensation?" "Full reimbursement of expedition costs, plus a research consulting fee that should more than cover any financial inconvenience." "How much more?" Commander North smiled for the first time since boarding. "Let's say your inheritance just doubled, Mr. Grant." "And the non-disclosure obligations?" "Standard classified research protocols. You don't discuss your findings with unauthorized personnel. You don't publish without security review. And you don't conduct follow-up research without appropriate coordination. For how long?" "Indefinitely." I thought about Dad, about 15 years of weekend anomaly hunting, about gravitational lows that had led us to the most important discovery in human history. Then I thought about spending the rest of my life in a military detention facility for asking the wrong questions. "I'll need the terms in writing." "Of course. My legal team will have contracts ready by the time we reach port." "What about my expedition team?" "Separate agreements, tailored to their individual involvement levels." Commander North's personnel had finished downloading our computer systems. One of them approached with a tablet showing the data transfer summary. "Complete copy acquired," he reported. "All storage media secured." "What about the submersible?" I asked. "Odin 3 will be transported to appropriate facilities for detailed analysis. You'll receive a full technical report once security review is complete." "When?" "That timeline is classified." I realized we were negotiating the terms of our own capture, but the alternative was probably worse. Whatever we'd found in that underwater cavern, it was important enough to trigger immediate military response and substantial financial incentives for silence. "I'll take option 2, I decided. Excellent choice, Mr. Grant." The voyage back to Longyearbyen took 18 hours. Commander North's personnel maintained polite but constant supervision, while his legal team prepared our consultation contracts via satellite communication. By the time we reached port, I had a 40-page document that essentially made me a classified contractor for unspecified research activities. The compensation was exactly as promised. Full expedition reimbursement plus a consulting fee that added another $240 million to my bank account. In exchange, I agreed to discuss our Arctic findings only with authorised personnel and to conduct no further research in the area without explicit approval. Ria and Holt received similar agreements scaled to their involvement levels, both signed without lengthy deliberation. 30 years in the Navy, Holt said as we prepared to fly back to civilization, and I've never seen anything like what happened down there. What do you think it was? I think some questions are worth more money than answers, son. Ria was more conflicted about the non-disclosure agreement, but ultimately pragmatic about the alternatives. I wanted to publish, she admitted. This discovery could revolutionise our understanding of Arctic geology. Maybe it still will eventually, or maybe it gets buried in classified files forever. 3 months after returning from the Arctic, I received an unexpected package at my Burlington workshop. No return address, but the contents were immediately familiar. A complete technical analysis of Odin 3 sensor data, along with high-resolution images that hadn't been in our original downloads. The images showed details we'd missed during the expedition. The underwater cavern was even larger than we'd mapped, with multiple chambers extending kilometres in all directions. The monitoring equipment we'd encountered was part of a vast network that seemed to cover the entire cavity system. Most significantly, the analysis included acoustic data that Odin 3 had recorded but hadn't transmitted during the expedition. Structured sound patterns that suggested not just artificial generation, but something approaching communication protocols. The final page of the technical report contained a handwritten note. Your father's second letter. Check the family office safe. I drove to Boston that same day. The Grant Capital offices were exactly as Dad had left them, including his personal safe behind the conference room oil painting. Inside, along with various family documents, I found an envelope marked Open After Arctic Expedition. Dad's familiar handwriting. If you're reading this, you found what we were looking for. The frequency codes below match signals detected at the target coordinates in 1987, 1994 and 2003. Previous expeditions were discontinued for national security reasons. The anomalies are real, Evan. They're also not natural. Use this information wisely. Below the note, a series of numeric codes that exactly match the acoustic signatures Odin 3 had detected from those mysterious monitoring devices. Dad had known. Somehow he'd known exactly what we would find in that underwater cavern, and he'd planned for me to discover it using his inheritance money. The question was, what did he expect me to do with the knowledge? I spent weeks researching the frequency codes, eventually tracing them through declassified military communications protocols to a series of classified Arctic expeditions dating back to the 1960s. Each expedition had apparently discovered similar acoustic anomalies at various high-latitude locations, and each had been terminated under national security provisions. The pattern was clear. Someone had been systematically investigating these underwater anomalies for decades, and someone else had been systematically suppressing the results. 6 months after our expedition, I received a visitor at my workshop, a woman in her 50s, professional appearance, credentials identifying her as Patricia Wells from the Congressional Budget Office. Mr. Grant, I'm investigating irregularities in classified research funding over the past 30 years. Your Arctic expedition has come to our attention. My expedition was conducted under full legal authority in international waters. I'm not questioning the legality. I'm questioning the aftermath. Specifically, the consulting payments you received from Northern Command. She showed me financial records that shouldn't have existed. Details of the compensation agreement, the non-disclosure terms, even classified excerpts from Odin 3 sensor data. These payments appear to be part of a pattern of suppressing civilian research into Arctic anomalies. We've identified 17 similar incidents over the past 20 years. What do you want from me? Information? What did you actually find down there? I studied her credentials again, ran them through government verification databases, confirmed her identity and authority. Patricia Wells was legitimate congressional oversight, which meant she had access to classified materials and protection from standard security restrictions. I found proof that we're not alone, I said finally. Explain. I told her everything. The underwater cavern, the monitoring equipment, the time differential, the frequency codes that matched Dad's historical data. She listened without interruption, taking detailed notes. The acoustic signatures suggest active intelligence, I concluded. Something has been operating in these Arctic caverns for decades, possibly centuries, and our government has been covering it up. Not just our government. This appears to be a coordinated international effort involving NATO partners, and probably others. Why? That's what we're trying to determine. Patricia Wells left me with a secure communication device and instructions to document everything I could remember about the expedition. 2 weeks later, she returned with information that changed my perspective entirely. The monitoring equipment your submersible encountered wasn't suppressing your research, she explained. It was facilitating it. Someone down there wanted you to find them. Based on what evidence? Based on this. She showed me a photograph that made my hands shake. Odin 3, sitting in some kind of maintenance facility, but not any facility I recognised. The submersible had been modified extensively, upgraded with technology that looked decades ahead of current capabilities. Where was this taken? We're not entirely sure, but we believe your submersible was returned to the surface intentionally, with enhanced capabilities and a message. What message? The mineral deposits on Odin 3's hull weren't random formations. They're a mathematical sequence, prime numbers arranged in a spiral pattern that corresponds to galactic coordinates. Coordinates to what? That's classified above my level, but congressional oversight has determined that the suppression protocols are counterproductive. We're recommending full disclosure and open research collaboration. With who? With whoever's been waiting down there for us to figure out how to communicate properly. 1 year after our Arctic expedition, the official story broke simultaneously in major newspapers worldwide. The headlines varied, but the content was consistent. Scientists discover advanced technology in Arctic Ocean. International expedition confirms non-human intelligence. Government reveals decades of contact protocols. My role in the discovery was publicly acknowledged, along with RIA's geological analysis and Holt's logistical expertise. The non-disclosure agreements were officially voided as part of the Transparency Initiative. 6 months after disclosure, I received an invitation that would have seemed impossible 2 years earlier. The newly established Arctic Research Coordination Centre requested my participation in the first official joint expedition to what they now called the Cavity Network, a system of underwater chambers that apparently extended throughout the Arctic Ocean basin. We've identified 47 separate cavity systems, explained Patricia Wells, now serving as civilian oversight coordinator for the project. Each contains monitoring equipment similar to what you encountered, and all are broadcasting the same mathematical sequences. Are they responding to communication attempts? Yes, we've established basic mathematical exchanges with 17 sites. The responses suggest distributed intelligence, multiple entities coordinating their communications across vast distances. What do they want? Near as we can tell, they want us to develop interstellar navigation capabilities. The coordinate sequences they're transmitting point to potentially habitable systems within 50 light-years of Earth. They're giving us directions. They're giving us an invitation. The second expedition launched in October, 18 months after our original discovery. This time, instead of a single modified submersible, we deployed a fleet of communication platforms equipped with quantum entanglement transmitters and artificial intelligence translation protocols. I watched from the surface as our equipment descended into the Cavity Network, carrying humanity's first formal message to a non-human intelligence. The message was simple: we are ready to learn. The response came within minutes, not as acoustic signals or mathematical sequences, but as a direct quantum data stream that bypassed all our recording equipment and spoke directly to human consciousness. The voice, if it could be called that, carried concepts rather than words. Welcome. Long waiting. Time for next journey. Stars calling. Ready together? Standing on the deck of our research vessel, watching Aurora Borealis dance across the Arctic sky, I thought about Dad and his weekend anomaly hunting, about gravitational lows that had led to the most important moment in human history. Yes, I whispered to the Arctic night. We're ready. Deep below us, in caverns that had waited centuries for this conversation, ancient intelligences began preparing for humanity's introduction to a galaxy that was far more crowded, far more wonderful, and far more welcoming than we had ever dared imagine. The real journey was just beginning. The asset that couldn't be allowed to leave a story, suggested by Frohl. They say you can feel it when something terrible is about to happen. A shift in the air, a weight pressing down on your chest, the sensation that the world is holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. On the evening of June 24th, 2009, in a rehearsal space deep inside the Staples Center in downtown Los Angeles, nobody felt that weight. The king of pop, Michael Jackson, danced across the stage with an energy that shocked everyone who had worried about his health. His movements were sharp. His voice was powerful. He was, by all accounts, back. 24 hours later, he would be dead. The official story is simple. Cardiac arrest caused by an overdose of propofol, a powerful surgical anaesthetic, administered by his personal physician Conrad Murray. An accident, a tragedy, the result of a desperate man seeking sleep in all the wrong places. But what if it wasn't an accident at all? What if Michael Jackson didn't die because he was fragile, addicted, or reckless? What if he died because he was worth more dead than alive, and more dangerous alive than dead? What if the numbers that governed his life demanded his death? Part 1. The final 24 hours. The rehearsal that changed everything. June 24th, 2009, 11:30 at night. Inside the cavernous space of the Staples Center, Michael Jackson stood under blazing stage lights. His thin frame was draped in a black shirt and loose pants, his signature fedora perched on his head. Around him, dozens of dancers, musicians and technicians watched as he ran through numbers for his upcoming This Is It tour, a series of 50 concerts scheduled to begin in London just weeks away. The rumours about Michael's health had been swirling for months. People whispered that he was too frail, too sick, too broken to pull off a comeback. There were photos of him looking gaunt, his skin stretched tight over his bones. Tabloids speculated that he was dying, that he'd never make it to opening night. But that night, inside that rehearsal space, those rumours seemed absurd. Kenny Ortega, the tour director, would later tell investigators that Michael was on fire. He hit every mark. He sang with power. He moved with the precision and grace that had made him a legend. At one point, Michael stopped mid-song and called out technical notes to the crew, his mind sharp and focused. This wasn't a man on the edge of death. This was a man preparing to reclaim his throne. Travis Payne, one of the choreographers, stood watching from the wings. He'd worked with Michael for years, seen him at his highest and lowest points. That night, Travis felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. "He's ready," Travis said to a colleague standing beside him. "He's really ready." The rehearsal wrapped just after midnight. Michael thanked his crew, told them he'd see them tomorrow, and disappeared into the back of a black SUV. The vehicle pulled away from the Staples Center and began the drive north toward Holmby Hills, where Michael was renting a mansion on North Carrollwood Drive. It was the last time most of them would see him alive. The hours no one can explain what happened between 1 in the morning on June 25th and 12:30 in the afternoon, when emergency services received the call, would become the subject of intense scrutiny, conflicting testimonies, and questions that remain unanswered to this day. According to Conrad Murray, Michael's personal physician, Michael arrived home and couldn't sleep. This was nothing new. Michael had struggled with insomnia for years, a condition worsened by the pressures of fame, years of performing under grueling schedules, and the constant surveillance of the media. Murray claimed that Michael begged him for propofol, a drug Michael called his milk because of its milky white appearance. Propofol is not a sleep aid. It is a general anaesthetic used in operating rooms to render patients unconscious during surgery. It works by depressing the central nervous system so profoundly that patients stop breathing on their own, and require mechanical ventilation. In hospitals, propofol is administered by anesthesiologists with crash carts and full resuscitation equipment standing by. It is never, under any circumstances, used in a private home. Yet Murray claimed he had been giving Michael propofol nearly every night for weeks. Murray said that on the morning of June 25th, he tried to wean Michael off the drug by giving him smaller doses of sedatives, lorazepam, midazolam. Nothing worked. Finally, around 10:40 in the morning, Murray administered a small dose of propofol through an intravenous line. Michael, he said, finally fell asleep. Murray claimed he left Michael alone for just 2 minutes to use the bathroom. When he returned, Michael wasn't breathing. What happened next is where the timeline becomes suspicious. According to phone records, Murray made several calls between 11:18 and 12:12. He called Michael's assistant. He called a friend in Houston. He called his clinic. What he did not do was call 911. When he finally ordered security to call emergency services, it was 12:21. More than 20 minutes had passed since Murray claimed to have found Michael unresponsive. 20 minutes during which Michael's brain was being starved of oxygen. 20 minutes during which any chance of revival was slipping away. The 911 call itself was bizarre. The caller, Alberto Alvarez, Michael's head of security, sounded calm, almost detached. He described a 50-year-old male not breathing. He did not say it was Michael Jackson. The dispatcher asked if Murray was performing CPR. Alvarez said yes, but here's the problem. Murray later testified that he performed CPR on Michael while he was still on the bed, a medically ineffective technique. CPR requires a hard surface beneath the patient to compress the chest properly. Any doctor knows this. Any first responder knows this. Yet Murray, a trained cardiologist, allegedly spent precious minutes performing compressions on a soft mattress. When paramedics arrived at 12:26, they found Michael on the bed, his eyes half open, his body cool to the touch. He had no pulse, no respiration, no signs of life. The lead paramedic would later testify that Michael appeared to have been dead for at least 20 minutes, possibly longer. Paramedics wanted to pronounce Michael dead at the scene. Murray refused. He insisted they continue resuscitation efforts and transport Michael to UCLA Medical Center. Why? Some speculate Murray was desperate to avoid blame. Others suggest he was buying time. Time for what? At 1:13 in the afternoon, Michael Jackson was pronounced dead at UCLA Medical Center. The official cause of death, acute propofol intoxication. The official conclusion, homicide. Conrad Murray would eventually be convicted of involuntary manslaughter. He served less than 2 years in prison. For killing the most famous entertainer on the planet, he served less time than someone convicted of stealing a car. Part 2, the catalogue worth more than a life. The deal that made Michael a target. To understand why Michael Jackson might have been killed, you have to understand what he owned. Not his homes, not his cars, not even his music. You have to understand the Sony ATV Music Publishing catalogue, one of the most valuable collections of intellectual property in the entertainment industry. In 1985, Michael made one of the smartest business decisions of his career. Acting on the advice of Paul McCartney, who had once mentioned the value of music publishing in a casual conversation, Michael purchased ATV Music for $47.5 million. ATV controlled the rights to more than 4,000 songs, including the crown jewel, the Northern Songs catalogue, which contained 251 songs written by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. Michael Jackson, a black man from Gary, Indiana, now owned the Beatles. It was a move that shocked the music industry. Paul McCartney himself was furious, having tried to reclaim the catalogue years earlier only to be outbid. McCartney had casually mentioned to Michael years before that owning publishing rights was where the real money in music existed. Michael, always a shrewd businessman despite his public persona as a naive Peter Pan figure, took the advice to heart. When ATV Music went up for sale, Michael moved quickly and decisively. The catalogue wasn't just valuable, because it contained Beatles songs. It represented a shift in power within the music industry. Traditionally, artists were at the mercy of record labels and publishers. They created the content but rarely owned it. Michael, by purchasing ATV, had broken that model. He was both a performer and a publisher, both creator and owner. It gave him leverage that few artists in history had ever possessed. Over the next 2 decades, Michael expanded the catalogue. He acquired rights to songs by Little Richard, Sly and the Family Stone, and countless others. When Sony approached him in the mid-1990s about merging their publishing divisions, Michael negotiated from a position of strength. He knew what he had, he knew its value, and he made sure he kept control. The 1995 merger created Sony ATV Music Publishing, instantly making it one of the largest music publishers in the world. Michael retained his 50% ownership stake, ensuring he had veto power over major decisions. For Sony, this was both an opportunity and a frustration. They had access to an incredible catalogue, but they couldn't fully control it. Michael Jackson, the eccentric pop star who lived in a place called Neverland and kept exotic animals as pets, held all the cards. For years this arrangement worked. Michael made money, Sony made money. But as Michael's financial situation deteriorated in the 2000s, the balance of power began to shift. His spending was legendary. He maintained Neverland Ranch at enormous expense. He travelled with an entourage. He faced costly legal battles, including the devastating child molestation accusations that, while he was acquitted, destroyed his reputation and earning potential. By 2005, Michael was in serious financial trouble. He owed hundreds of millions of dollars to various creditors. His album sales had plummeted. He was no longer the unstoppable commercial force he'd been in the 1980s and 90s. He needed cash, and fast. The solution was to borrow against his most valuable asset, the Sony ATV catalogue. In 2006, Michael refinanced a massive loan, using his 50% stake as collateral. The loan gave him the cash he needed to survive, but it came with strings attached. If he defaulted, Sony could potentially claim his share of the catalogue. He had, in effect, bet everything on his ability to make a comeback. The purchase infuriated Paul McCartney, who had tried and failed to buy back the catalogue years earlier. It also made Michael one of the most powerful figures in the music industry. Every time a Beatles song was played on the radio, used in a commercial, or covered by another artist, Michael got paid. Every time someone wanted to license Yesterday or Let It Be, they had to go through him. By the mid-1990s, Michael's catalogue had grown even more valuable. In 1995, he merged ATV with Sony's music publishing division, creating Sony ATV. Under the deal, Michael retained 50% ownership. The partnership gave him access to even more songs, including hits by Elvis Presley, Bob Dylan and Eminem. By 2009, Sony ATV was worth well over $1 billion. Some estimates put it closer to $2 billion. Michael's 50% stake alone was worth hundreds of millions. But there was a problem. Michael needed cash. Despite his wealth on paper, Michael was drowning in debt. Years of extravagant spending, a shrinking income from album sales, and costly legal battles had left him financially overextended. In 2006, he refinanced a $300 million loan, using his share of Sony ATV as collateral. This put Sony in a powerful position. If Michael defaulted on the loan, they could potentially seize his half of the catalogue. But there was a complication. As long as Michael was alive, he had full control over his share. He could veto sales, licensing deals, and major decisions. He was, in essence, a blockade to Sony's total ownership. Industry insiders knew that Sony wanted the catalogue. They'd wanted it for years. But as long as Michael was alive and in control, there was no clear path to acquisition. Then Michael did something that may have sealed his fate. He started planning his exit. The tour that was supposed to set him free. In March 2009, Michael announced his This Is It tour. 50 concerts at London's O2 Arena, a triumphant return to the stage after years away from the spotlight. The announcement was met with scepticism. Could Michael still perform? Would fans even care? The press conference where Michael announced the tour was held at the O2 Arena itself. Thousands of fans gathered outside, desperate for a glimpse of the reclusive star. When Michael finally appeared on stage, dressed in a glittering jacket and sunglasses, the crowd erupted. He spoke briefly, promising these would be his final shows in London, his curtain call. "This is it," he said, and the words became the tour's name. Behind the scenes, the tour represented far more than just a series of concerts. For AEG Live, the promoting company, it was a massive financial gamble. They were reportedly putting up tens of millions of dollars in production costs, betting that Michael could still fill arenas and generate revenue. For Michael, it was his chance to prove he was still relevant, still the king of pop, still capable of commanding a stage. But most importantly, the tour was Michael's ticket to freedom. He planned to use the earnings to pay off his debts and regain control of his financial life. Associates say Michael saw This Is It as the beginning of a new chapter. After the tour, he wanted to focus on film projects, building a new Neverland and spending time with his children. He talked about starting his own label, where he could mentor young artists without the corporate interference that had plagued his own career. The answer came almost immediately. All 50 shows sold out in hours. Demand was so overwhelming that promoters considered adding more dates. The tour was projected to gross over $400 million, making it one of the highest-earning concert tours of all time. Within hours of tickets going on sale, AEG's servers crashed from the overwhelming demand. People who had written Michael off as a has-been, a tabloid punchline, were suddenly clamouring to see him perform. Over 1 million people registered for tickets. Some fans paid thousands of dollars on secondary markets for seats. The numbers told a story the media had missed. Michael Jackson might have been out of the spotlight, but his fans had never left. Rehearsals began in April at a studio in Los Angeles before moving to the Staples Center in June. The show Michael envisioned was ambitious, incorporating elaborate sets, cutting-edge special effects, and a set list spanning his entire career. He wanted to give fans not just a concert, but an experience. The production budget ballooned into the tens of millions. Every detail had to be perfect. But there were concerns. Kenny Ortega, the director, would later testify that Michael missed several rehearsals in the weeks leading up to his death. When he did attend, he sometimes seemed distracted or unwell. There were reports of weight loss, of Michael being cold even under hot stage lights, of moments where his energy seemed to flag. AEG executives were reportedly worried. They had hundreds of millions of dollars on the line. If Michael couldn't perform, the entire tour would collapse. Insurance might not cover all their losses. Lawsuits from disappointed fans could follow. The pressure on Michael to prove he could do it was immense. It was in this context that Conrad Murray entered Michael's life. Murray was a cardiologist practicing in Las Vegas and Houston. He had met Michael briefly years earlier and treated one of Michael's children. In 2009, Michael asked Murray to be his personal physician for the tour. AEG agreed to pay Murray $150,000 per month, a staggering sum that dwarfed Murray's normal income. Murray saw it as a lifeline. He was facing financial ruin. Child support obligations, a house in foreclosure, medical practices hemorrhaging money. The contract with AEG would solve all his problems, but it came with an implicit understanding. Keep Michael healthy and performing, whatever it took. But This Is It wasn't just a comeback. For Michael, it was an escape plan. People close to Michael said he viewed the tour as a way to pay off his debts and regain financial independence. Once the tour was over, he planned to leave the traditional music industry behind. He wanted to start his own label, produce his own films, and control his own destiny. He'd spent decades being controlled by managers, labels, and corporations. This is it. was supposed to be his declaration of independence. But independence meant something else. Full control over the Sony ATV catalogue. If Michael paid off his debts, Sony would lose their leverage. They'd have no claim to his share of the publishing empire. Michael would be free to make deals, license songs, or even sell his stake to the highest bidder. For Sony, this was unacceptable. Some people close to Michael claim he was paranoid in the months leading up to his death. He told friends that people were trying to steal his catalogue. He fired multiple business managers and lawyers, convinced they were working against him. He even mentioned feeling watched, followed, and threatened. In 2002, during a speech in London, Michael publicly accused Sony of racism and corruption. Standing in front of a cheering crowd, he said the words that would echo for years. "They want my catalogue. They will kill me for it." At the time, people dismissed it as the ranting of an eccentric celebrity. But after his death, those words took on a chilling new meaning. Part 3. The warnings he left behind. The words no one wanted to hear. Michael Jackson was not shy about his fears. In interviews, private conversations, and public statements, he repeatedly voiced concerns that powerful people wanted him dead. The pattern began years before his death. In the late 1990s, after his first major conflict with Sony over album promotion, Michael started expressing concerns to people in his inner circle. He felt the label wasn't supporting his work the way they should. He felt they were deliberately sabotaging his career, and he believed they were doing it because they wanted to weaken his position in the Sony ATV partnership. These concerns intensified after the release of Invincible in 2001. Despite being a commercial success by most standards, selling millions of copies worldwide, Sony declared the album a disappointment. They pulled promotional support. They refused to release more singles. Michael was furious. He organised protests outside Sony headquarters in New York, holding signs that read "Sony kills music" and accusing the company of racism. It was during this period that Michael made his most explosive public accusation. In July 2002, he appeared at a rally in London, organised by Reverend Al Sharpton. The event was meant to highlight racial issues in the music industry. Michael took the stage and, to the shock of many observers, directly attacked Sony and its chairman, Tommy Mottola. He called Mottola a racist and devilish. He accused Sony of systematically undermining black artists. And then he said the words that would echo for years. The record companies really do conspire against the artists. They steal, they cheat, they do whatever they can, especially against the black artists. He paused, looked directly at the camera and added, "They want my catalogue. They're going to kill me for it." At the time, many dismissed the statement as hyperbole or paranoia. Michael had always been dramatic. He lived in a fantasy world, surrounded by yes men who reinforced his delusions. Surely he couldn't really believe a major corporation would kill him over a music catalogue. But Michael repeated the claim privately, over and over, to people he trusted. He told his spiritual advisor, Deepak Chopra, that he felt threatened. He told his former publicist that people were plotting against him. He told friends that when his time came it wouldn't be natural. "They'll make it look like an accident," he said, "or an overdose, but you'll know the truth." In a recorded phone call from 2003, Michael told a friend that people in the industry were conspiring against him. "They're trying to destroy me," he said. "They want everything I own. They'll make it look like an accident. They'll say I was sick, that I did it to myself, but I'm telling you, they're going to kill me." His family heard similar statements. Latoya Jackson, Michael's sister, would later tell reporters that Michael repeatedly said they're going to kill me for my catalogue. She said he feared being poisoned or injected with something that would stop his heart. In 2009, just months before his death, Michael had a conversation with his longtime friend and spiritual advisor Deepak Chopra. According to Chopra, Michael seemed afraid. He talked about feeling threatened and mentioned that people around him couldn't be trusted. Chopra later said he believed Michael knew he was in danger but felt powerless to stop it. Then there's the video. A grainy recording made by Michael's longtime friend and collaborator Dieter Wiesner. captured Michael's voice in what appears to be a moment of raw vulnerability. In the recording, Michael says, "I'm scared. I don't trust anyone around me. They're planning something. They're going to make it look like I overdosed. But I'm not on drugs. I'm clean. You have to promise me you'll tell the truth if something happens." Wiesner released the recording after Michael's death. Critics claim it's fake or taken out of context, but to those who believe Michael was murdered, it's a smoking gun. The pattern of isolation. In the months leading up to his death, Michael systematically cut ties with people who had been in his life for years. He fired managers, he dismissed advisors, he ended business relationships that had lasted decades. Some people saw this as paranoia, others saw it as self-preservation. Michael told friends he didn't know who was working for him and who was working against him. He suspected people were reporting his activities to executives at Sony and AG, the company promoting his tour. But in isolating himself, Michael may have made himself more vulnerable. By the time he died, his inner circle had shrunk to a handful of people, including Conrad Murray, a physician Michael barely knew before hiring him. Murray, it would later be revealed, was in severe financial trouble. He owed child support. He was facing foreclosure on his house. His medical practice was failing. When AEG offered to pay him $150,000 a month to serve as Michael's personal physician, Murray accepted immediately. Critics of the conspiracy theory argue that Murray was simply an incompetent doctor who made fatal mistakes, but believers point to the financial incentive. A man desperate for money, installed in the home of the world's most valuable entertainer, with unsupervised access to lethal drugs. To them, it's not hard to imagine how such a situation could be exploited. Part 4. The suspicious timeline. The evidence that doesn't add up. If Michael Jackson's death was truly an accident caused by medical negligence, then the timeline and the physical evidence should support that conclusion. But when you dig into the details, nothing quite fits. First, there's the delay in calling 911. Murray claimed he found Michael unresponsive around 11 a.m, but the emergency call wasn't placed until 12:21. That's over an hour gap. Even if you accept Murray's revised timeline, where he claimed he found Michael closer to noon, there's still a 20-minute delay. Why? Murray said he was trying to revive Michael, but phone records show he was making calls during that critical window. He called his girlfriend in Houston, he called his clinic, he even sent text messages. What he didn't do was call for help. Then there's the question of what happened before paramedics arrived. Multiple people in the house that day, including security staff, said they saw Conrad Murray and others moving items around. Some witnesses reported seeing bags and medical equipment being taken out of Michael's bedroom. Alberto Alvarez, Michael's head of security, testified during Murray's trial that Murray instructed him to gather vials of medicine and put them in a bag before calling 911. This is tampering with evidence at a death scene. Why would Murray risk further incrimination unless he was desperately trying to hide something? Most disturbing is what was missing: surveillance footage. The mansion on North Carolwood Drive was equipped with security cameras, standard practice for any high-profile residents. Yet no footage from inside the house on June 25th was ever made public, or reportedly even reviewed by investigators. When asked about the footage, officials claimed the cameras weren't working or weren't recording that day. Critics find this convenient. A mansion rented for $100,000 a month, housing one of the most famous people on Earth, just happened to have non-functional security cameras on the day he died. The drug that raises questions. Propofol is not a drug you use casually. It's not something you take because you can't sleep. It is a general anaesthetic used exclusively in surgical settings. It shuts down your respiratory system. Within seconds of administration, you stop breathing on your own. In a hospital, this is managed with ventilators and constant monitoring. Outside a hospital, it's lethal. Murray claimed Michael demanded propofol and that he had been giving it to Michael for weeks. But here's the problem. There's no evidence Michael had ever used propofol before Murray entered his life. friends, family and former employees all said they'd never heard Michael mention the drug. The first anyone knew of it was after Michael's death. So where did the idea come from? Did Michael really ask for a surgical anaesthetic by name, or did someone suggest it to him? Did Murray introduce Michael to propofol, or was it the other way around? The toxicology report showed lethal levels of propofol in Michael's system, along with traces of lorazepam and midazolam. This combination is known as a drug cocktail, a mix that can cause respiratory failure almost instantly. Any doctor knows this. Any anaesthesiologist would recognise the danger immediately. Yet Murray, a trained cardiologist, allegedly gave Michael this exact combination in a private home with no monitoring equipment, no ventilator, and no backup medical staff. Was it gross negligence, or was it intentional? Part 5. The money that moved too fast. The billion-dollar death. Within days of Michael Jackson's death, something extraordinary happened. His music sales exploded. Albums that hadn't charted in years shot to number 1. Thriller, released in 1982, returned to the top of the Billboard charts. Digital downloads of his songs broke records. Streaming numbers reached unprecedented levels. The numbers were staggering. In the first week after his death, Michael's catalogue sold over 8 million tracks and 3 million albums in the United States alone. Worldwide, the figures were even more dramatic. Thriller alone sold over 100,000 copies in that first week, 27 years after its original release. It was a level of commercial success that living artists could only dream of achieving. Music wasn't the only revenue stream. Within days, merchandising deals were being negotiated. T-shirts, posters, memorabilia, all bearing Michael's image flooded the market. Online retailers reported selling out of Michael Jackson products within hours. Auction houses prepared to sell items connected to Michael, knowing they would fetch premium prices from grieving fans desperate to own a piece of his legacy. Then there was the tribute industry. Plans for memorial concerts were announced almost immediately. Television specials were commissioned. Networks paid millions for exclusive footage. The memorial service itself, held at the Staples Center on July 7th, was broadcast to an estimated global audience of over 1 billion people. It was one of the most watched events in television history, generating enormous advertising revenue for the networks that carried it. In the first week alone, Michael's estate generated over $20 million in revenue. By the end of the first year, that number had climbed to over $1 billion. $1 billion. More money than Michael had earned in the entire previous decade. The speed of these business deals raised his eyebrows among those who suspected foul play. Normally, when a major artist dies, there's a period of mourning before the business machine kicks into gear. Estates need time to organise, contracts need to be reviewed, legal issues need to be resolved. But in Michael's case, everything moved with startling efficiency. Part of this efficiency came from the fact that Michael's estate had executors already in place. John Branca, Michael's longtime entertainment lawyer, and John McClane, a music executive and family friend, had been named co-executors in Michael's will. When Michael died, they immediately took control of his business affairs. They had the authority to make deals, sign contracts, and manage the estate's assets. Interestingly, Michael had fired Branca just weeks before his death. Some family members claimed Michael didn't trust Branca and wanted him removed from any role in his affairs. But the will that named Branca as executor was dated 2002, and under California law it remained valid. When Michael died, Branca was back in control, whether Michael wanted him there or not. The Michael Jackson estate became one of the highest earning estates in entertainment history, rivaling Elvis Presley and outdoing almost every living artist. And the profits kept rolling in. Album sales, licensing deals, merchandising, tribute concerts, documentaries. Sony moved with remarkable speed. Within weeks of Michael's death, they announced a deal to release This Is It, a documentary film cobbled together from rehearsal footage. The film premiered in October 2009, just 4 months after Michael died. It grossed over $260 million worldwide, becoming the highest-earning concert documentary of all time. Sony didn't stop there. They released posthumous albums. They licensed Michael's music for commercials, video games, and Cirque du Soleil shows. They sold rights to projects Michael would have never approved while alive, and every deal generated millions. Critics of the conspiracy theory argue this is just business. A dead icon always generates renewed interest. But believers point to the speed and efficiency of the operation. Deals that normally take years to negotiate were completed in weeks. Projects that would have required Michael's approval were greenlit immediately. It was as if Sony had been waiting, prepared, ready to move the moment Michael was gone. The catalogue that finally changed hands. For years, Sony had wanted full control of the Sony ATV catalogue. For years, Michael Jackson stood in the way. But after his death, the obstacles began to crumble. In 2016, 7 years after Michael's death, Sony finally acquired the Michael Jackson estate's 50% stake in Sony ATV. The deal was valued at $750 million. Sony now owned the entire catalogue, every song, every licensing right, every dollar of future revenue. The estate's executors framed the sale as a smart business decision. They said the money would benefit Michael's children and secure their financial future. But critics point out that the sale happened far sooner than it would have if Michael had been alive. A living Michael Jackson had veto power over any major decision regarding the catalogue. He could block sales, renegotiate terms, or hold out for a better offer. He had time. He had leverage. But a dead Michael Jackson had none of those things. His estate, run by executors appointed before his death, operated under different rules. They had a fiduciary duty to maximise profits, even if it meant selling the very assets Michael had spent his life protecting. To believers in the conspiracy, this is the end game. Michael's death didn't just remove an obstacle, it accelerated a transfer of wealth and power that Michael had resisted for decades. Sony got exactly what they wanted, and all it cost was the life of the man who stood in their way. Part 6. The trial that answered nothing. The scapegoat. In November 2011, Conrad Murray stood trial for involuntary manslaughter. The prosecution argued that Murray's reckless administration of propofol caused Michael Jackson's death. The defence argued that Michael, desperate for sleep and addicted to prescription drugs, secretly self-administered a lethal dose while Murray was out of the room. The trial lasted 6 weeks. Prosecutors presented a mountain of evidence showing Murray's incompetence, his failure to call 911 immediately, his lack of proper equipment, his decision to leave Michael alone after administering a dangerous drug. Expert witnesses testified that Murray's actions fell far below the standard of care expected of any physician. The defence tried to paint Michael as the villain of his own story. They claimed he was an addict who manipulated doctors into giving him drugs. They suggested he was so desperate for sleep that he would do anything, including injecting himself with propofol when Murray wasn't looking. The jury didn't buy it. On November 7th, 2011, Conrad Murray was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison, but served less than 2 due to overcrowding and good behaviour. 2 years for killing Michael Jackson. But here's what the trial didn't answer. Who hired Conrad Murray? Why was he allowed unsupervised access to lethal drugs? Why were there no safeguards in place to prevent exactly what happened? And most importantly, who benefited from Michael's death? The Jackson family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against AEG Live, the company promoting the This Is It tour. They argued that AEG negligently hired and supervised Murray, creating the conditions that led to Michael's death. The case went to trial in 2013. The trial revealed troubling details. Internal emails showed AEG executives pressuring Michael to rehearse despite concerns about his health. One email referred to Michael as the freak, showing the disdain some executives felt toward him. Another email discussed the need to remind Murray who was paying his salary, suggesting Eeg wanted Murray to prioritise their interest over Michael's well-being. But in October 2013, the jury found Eeg not liable. They concluded that while Eeg hired Murray, they weren't responsible for his actions because they didn't know he was using propofol. The Jackson family walked away with nothing. AEG walked away unscathed. And Conrad Murray, the only person held legally responsible, had already served his time and been released. Justice, for many who followed the case, had not been served. Epilogue: the unconfirmable truth. So what really happened to Michael Jackson? The official answer is clear. He died from acute propofol intoxication, administered by a negligent doctor. Conrad Murray made catastrophic mistakes, failed to follow basic medical protocols, and Michael paid with his life. It's a tragedy born of incompetence, desperation, and poor judgment. This explanation has the benefit of being simple and requiring no vast conspiracy. Murray was a doctor in debt, desperate for money, who found himself in over his head. Michael was an insomniac who had become dependent on increasingly dangerous medications. Together they created a lethal combination. Murray's incompetence killed Michael, and he paid the price with a criminal conviction. But this explanation leaves questions unanswered. Why did Murray wait so long to call for help? Why was evidence removed from the scene? Where is the security footage? Why did Sony move so quickly to monetize Michael's death? Why did the catalogue end up in Sony's hands exactly as Michael had predicted? For those who believe in the conspiracy, these questions point to a darker truth. They see a pattern. Financial pressure applied to Michael through the loan against his catalogue. A doctor with massive debts placed in his home by a tour promoter with billions at stake. A drug regimen that no responsible physician would ever prescribe. Delays in emergency response that ensured Michael couldn't be revived, and a corporate machine that immediately capitalised on his death. They point to Michael's own words, spoken years before his death, warning that this exact scenario would play out. They point to the fact that Michael's death solved problems for multiple powerful entities. Sony got a path to the catalogue, AG's tour insurance paid out, and the estate generated more money in 1 year than Michael had made in the previous 10. The conspiracy theory argues that Michael didn't need to be murdered in a traditional sense. No one needed to sneak into his room and inject him with poison. All that was needed was to create the conditions where his death became inevitable. Place a desperate, financially compromised doctor in his home. Ensure he has access to lethal drugs. Apply pressure to make sure Michael keeps working despite health concerns. Then step back and wait. Whether through direct action or willful negligence, the result is the same. Michael Jackson died at 50, years old, just weeks before a comeback tour that might have given him financial independence. He died with propofol in his system, exactly as he had feared. He died, and his catalogue eventually ended up in Sony's hands, exactly as he had predicted. The truth, whatever it is, remains elusive. No smoking gun has emerged. No whistleblower has come forward with definitive proof of a murder plot. Conrad Murray maintains he was simply trying to help Michael sleep. Sony insists they conducted business ethically. AEG was cleared of wrongdoing in court. The official record stands. Michael Jackson died from an accidental overdose caused by medical negligence. But the questions remain, and for millions of fans around the world, the official story doesn't add up. They remember Michael's warnings. They see the financial incentives. They note the suspicious circumstances, and they refuse to believe that the death of the King of Pop was just a tragic accident. But for those who believe in the conspiracy, that explanation is too simple. It ignores the financial stakes, the warnings Michael left behind, the suspicious timeline, and the fact that Michael's death accelerated a transfer of wealth that he had resisted for decades. They point to the speed at which deals were made after his death. They question why security footage disappeared. They note the delay in calling 911 and the evidence of tampering at the scene. They remember Michael's own words, "They're going to kill me for my catalogue," And most importantly, they ask the question that no one has been able to answer. Who benefited? Not Michael's children, who lost their father. Not Michael's fans, who lost an artist in the middle of what could have been the greatest comeback in music history. Not Conrad Murray, who destroyed his career and spent time in prison. The only winners were the corporations who now own Michael's music, his image, and his legacy. Sony got the catalogue. AEG avoided liability. The estate, run by executors with financial interest tied to ongoing deals, has made over $2 billion since Michael's death. Michael Jackson alive was a problem. He was unpredictable. He was in debt but still had veto power. He was planning a comeback that might give him financial independence. He was, in the eyes of some, an obstacle. Michael Jackson dead was an asset. A profitable, controllable, endlessly marketable asset. Did someone orchestrate his death? Was Conrad Murray more than just an incompetent doctor? Were there people pulling strings behind the scenes, ensuring that Michael's final hours played out exactly as they needed to? We'll probably never know for certain. The truth, if it exists, is buried under layers of legal protections, corporate interests, and the convenient narrative of a troubled star who pushed his body too far. But one thing is undeniable. Michael Jackson warned us. He told anyone who would listen that they were coming for him. He said they would make it. Look like an accident. Like an overdose. He said they wanted his catalogue. And in the end, that's exactly what happened. The aftermath of Michael's death created ripples that extended far beyond the music industry. His children, Prince, Paris and Blanket, lost their father at young ages. They grew up in the spotlight, their grief and growth documented by tabloids and social media. Paris, in particular, struggled publicly with the loss, later speaking about depression and suicide attempts. The children inherited their father's paranoia, with Paris stating in interviews that she believed her father was murdered. The Jackson family fractured over disputes about the estate. Michael's mother, Catherine, challenged the will, arguing it should be invalid. She claimed the signatures were forged and that Michael had been in New York, not Los Angeles, on the date the will was supposedly signed. Her challenges were ultimately unsuccessful, but they revealed deep rifts within the family about who should control Michael's legacy. Some family members accused the estate executors of profiting excessively from their positions. Branco and McLean received percentages of the estate's earnings, meaning that as the estate generated billions, they became wealthy men themselves. Critics argued this created a perverse incentive. The executors benefited more from Michael's death than they ever would have from his life. They had every reason to maximise commercial exploitation of Michael's image and music, even if it meant approving projects Michael might have rejected. For the fans, Michael's death created a void that could never be filled. He had been more than an entertainer. He was a symbol, an icon, a figure who transcended music to become part of global culture. His death felt personal to millions who had never met him. They mourned not just the man, but what he represented. Artistic genius, childlike wonder, the belief that one person could change the world through music and dance. And for those who believe he was murdered, Michael's death became a rallying cry. They organised online, sharing theories and evidence. They pointed to inconsistencies in official accounts. They questioned motives and followed the money. Some became obsessed, seeing conspiracies everywhere. Others remained sceptical but troubled, unable to shake the feeling that something about Michael's death didn't add up. On June 25th, 2009, the world lost the king of pop. But maybe, just maybe, Michael Jackson didn't die. Maybe he was removed, not by emotion, not by accident, but by cold, calculated financial architecture. Because in the end, Michael Jackson had become more valuable dead than alive, and more dangerous alive than dead, and someone, somewhere, made sure the numbers added up. Good evening, and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I'm curious about you, our listeners. How has your day been treating you? Are you winding down after a long day? Or perhaps you're on the other side of the world, just beginning your morning routine. What time is it where you are right now? And what corner of our vast planet are you calling home tonight? Whether you're listening from a bustling city apartment, a quiet countryside home, or somewhere in between, you're part of our global community of truth seekers and story lovers. If you're new to Sleep Theories, welcome aboard. And if you're a returning listener, thank you for coming back. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We have so many more mysteries to uncover together, and your subscription helps us bring these stories to light. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a tale that will make you question everything you thought you knew about one of history's most famous disasters. Tonight, we're going beneath the surface of the North Atlantic, not just to explore the wreckage of a legendary ship, but to uncover a conspiracy so massive, so carefully orchestrated, that it may have shaped the course of world history. This is the story of the Titanic switch, the theory that suggests the ship that sank on that fateful April night in 1912 was never the Titanic at all. April 14th, 1912. Picture this night in your mind. The North Atlantic stretches endlessly in every direction, a black mirror reflecting nothing but stars. There is no moon to illuminate the waters, leaving the ocean in an almost supernatural darkness. The temperature has dropped to just below freezing, and the sea is unusually calm, so still that veterans of these waters would later describe it as eerily unnatural. Cutting through this obsidian expanse is the largest moving object ever created by human hands. The RMS Titanic, all 882 feet of her, pushes through the water at nearly 23 knots. Her 4 massive smokestacks pierce the star-filled sky, sending columns of smoke and sparks into the night. From her decks, the warm glow of electric light spills out onto the water, creating the only source of illumination for miles in any direction. Inside this floating palace, over 2,000 souls are living what many believe to be their final hours, though they don't know it yet. In the first-class dining saloon, passengers in evening wear are finishing their 10-course dinner, completely unaware that they are dining aboard what will become history's most famous maritime disaster. The ship's orchestra plays ragtime melodies that drift through the corridors, mixing with the sound of laughter, conversation, and the ever-present thrumming of the engines deep below. Captain Edward Smith stands on the bridge, a veteran of the seas with 40 years of experience behind him. This is meant to be his final voyage before retirement, a triumphant capstone to a distinguished career. He has commanded ships for the White Star Line for decades, earning the nickname Millionaire's Captain for his skill in handling the luxury vessels that carry the world's elite across the Atlantic. Tonight he commands not just any ship, but the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet, the unsinkable Titanic. But at 11:39 p.m. ship's time, everything changes in an instant. Frederick Fleet, the lookout stationed in the crow's nest, spots something emerging from the darkness ahead. Without the aid of binoculars, which, mysteriously, are locked away and unavailable to the lookouts that night, he strains his eyes against the blackness. What he sees sends ice through his veins. A massive iceberg, dark and silent, looms directly in the ship's path. "Iceberg right ahead," Fleet shouts into the telephone that connects him to the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch receives the warning and immediately orders hard a starboard and full astern. The helmsman spins the wheel, and the engine room receives the telegraph signal to reverse engines. For 37 seconds, the fate of over 2,000 people hangs in the balance as the massive ship begins to turn. But it's too late. The Titanic's starboard side scrapes along the iceberg with what survivors would later describe as a sound like thunder, though to many passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder. Some passengers on the lower decks report chunks of ice falling onto the deck, and a few even gather pieces as souvenirs, joking about their close call with the ice. They have no idea that their ship is already doomed. Below the waterline, the iceberg has opened up the first 5 compartments of the ship's hull. The Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments, but 5 is too many. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer who is aboard for this maiden voyage, quickly calculates the mathematics of disaster. With 5 compartments flooding, the ship will inevitably sink by the bow, pulling the rest of the vessel down with her. "How long do we have?" Captain Smith asks Andrews. "An hour, 2 at most." And so begins one of the most studied, documented and debated disasters in human history. Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the unsinkable ship will break apart and slip beneath the waves, taking with her over 1,500 souls. The survivors will tell stories of heroism and cowardice, of the band playing hymns as the ship tilted toward her grave, of the insufficient lifeboats and the icy water that killed most victims within minutes. This is the story we all know. This is the official narrative that has been told and retold for over a century. But what if everything we think we know about that night is wrong? What if the ship that struck the iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic was never the Titanic at all? What if the real conspiracy began not in the aftermath of the disaster, but months before, in the shipyards of Belfast, where 2 sister ships sat side by side, and where a desperate plan was hatched to save a failing company from financial ruin? What if the disaster that shocked the world was not an accident, but the culmination of the most audacious insurance fraud ever attempted? Tonight, we're going to explore a theory that suggests the Titanic disaster was not just a tragedy, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy involving some of the most powerful men in the world. We're going to examine evidence that points to a massive cover-up, one that may have claimed the lives of over 1,500 innocent people in service of greed, power, and political manipulation. This is the story of the Titanic switch, and by the end of our journey together, you may never look at this famous disaster the same way again. To understand the theory of the Titanic switch, we must first travel back to the shipyards of Belfast Island, where 2 virtually identical ships were taking shape side by side. The story begins not with disaster, but with dreams of maritime supremacy and the fierce competition between the great shipping lines of the early 20th century. Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast was, at the time, one of the premier shipbuilding facilities in the world. The massive facility sprawled along the banks of the River Lagan, its enormous gantry cranes towering over the landscape like steel monuments to industrial ambition. It was here, in this cathedral of steel and rivets, that the White Star Line had commissioned 3 ships that would change ocean travel forever. The Olympic-class ships, as they would be known, were conceived as the ultimate expression of luxury and engineering prowess. These were to be the largest, most opulent vessels ever built, designed to dominate the lucrative North Atlantic passenger route and crush the competition from rival shipping companies like Cunard Line. The first of these sister ships was the RMS Olympic, launched on October the 20th, 1910. She was a marvel of engineering, stretching 882 feet from bow to stern and weighing over 46,000 tons. Her 9 decks could accommodate over 2,000 passengers in unprecedented luxury, with amenities that included a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, and dining rooms that rivaled the finest restaurants in London or New York. The Olympic was not just a ship. She was a floating city, a testament to British engineering and a symbol of the White Star Line's dominance of the seas. When she departed Southampton on her maiden voyage in June 1911, she carried with her the hopes and reputation of her builders. But less than 4 months after her maiden voyage, disaster struck. On September the 20th, 1911, the Olympic was departing Southampton when she collided with HMS Hawke, a Royal Navy cruiser. The impact was devastating. The Hawke's reinforced bow, designed to ram enemy vessels, punched a massive hole in the Olympic's starboard side, flooding 2 of her compartments and severely damaging her propeller shaft. The Olympic limped back to port, her maiden voyage season cut dramatically short. But the damage was far more extensive than initially apparent. When she was dry docked for inspection, the full extent of the catastrophe became clear. The collision had not only opened up her hull and damaged her propeller, but it had also twisted her keel, the backbone of the ship, potentially compromising her structural integrity for the remainder of her operational life. For the White Star Line, this was nothing short of a financial disaster. The Olympic had cost over $7.5 million to build, an astronomical sum in 1911. Now she faced months of expensive repairs, and even after those repairs, questions would remain about her seaworthiness and insurability. But the problems went deeper than just the cost of repairs. The collision with HMS Hawke had occurred under circumstances that placed the Olympic at fault. Captain Edward Smith, yes, the same Captain Smith who would later command the Titanic on her fatal voyage, had been in charge of the Olympic when the accident occurred. The subsequent Admiralty Court inquiry found the Olympic to blame for the collision, meaning that the White Star Line would receive no insurance compensation for the damage. This left the company facing a nightmare scenario. They had an expensive ship that needed costly repairs, no insurance money to pay for those repairs, and serious questions about whether insurance companies would be willing to fully cover the vessel in the future. The Olympic had gone from being the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet to a massive financial liability virtually overnight. Meanwhile, in the same Belfast shipyard where the Olympic was undergoing her repairs, work was proceeding on her sister ship, the RMS Titanic. The Titanic was planned to be virtually identical to her older sister, with only minor modifications and improvements. From a distance, even expert ship observers would have difficulty telling the two vessels apart. They shared the same basic dimensions, the same general layout, the same distinctive four-funnel silhouette that had become the signature of the White Star Line's premium vessels. This similarity, according to the switch theory, was not coincidental. It was the key to a plan that would solve the White Star Line's financial crisis, while simultaneously eliminating a massive liability. The theory suggests that sometime in late 1911 or early 1912, a decision was made at the highest levels of the White Star Line's ownership. Rather than spend millions repairing the Olympic and then operating her under a cloud of doubt about her structural integrity and insurability, they would swap the identities of the two ships. The damaged Olympic would be given the identity of the Titanic and sent out on what was ostensibly the new ship's maiden voyage. But this voyage would not be intended to reach New York. Instead, the disguised Olympic would be deliberately sunk, allowing the White Star Line to collect the full insurance value of a new undamaged vessel while simultaneously eliminating the financial burden of the real Titanic's damaged sister. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would quietly slip into service, her true identity hidden from the world. To understand why such a plan might have been attractive, we must consider the financial pressures facing the White Star Line in 1912. The company was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. Morgan had invested enormous sums in his shipping empire, but the business was facing increasing competition and declining profitability. The White Star Line needed the Titanic to be a success. They needed her to capture public imagination, dominate the headlines, and establish the company's supremacy on the North Atlantic route. But they also needed to resolve the Olympic problem before it bankrupted the entire operation. According to the switch theory, the solution was as elegant as it was terrible. Switch the ships, sink the damaged one while pretending it was the new one, collect the insurance money, and use the real new ship to rebuild the company's reputation and finances. The theory suggests that the work done on both ships during the winter of 1911 and 1912 was not routine maintenance and completion, but rather an elaborate process of swapping their identities. Features that differed between the ships would need to be altered. Documentation would need to be changed or destroyed. Most importantly, the workers involved would need to be either brought into the conspiracy or kept unaware of what they were truly doing. Harland and Wolff employed thousands of workers, and the shipyard was a maze of activity with multiple vessels under construction and repair simultaneously. In such an environment, it would be possible to make alterations to both ships without arousing suspicion, especially if the changes were explained as routine modifications or improvements. The workers who might notice discrepancies could be told they were simply upgrading the Olympic to match improvements made to the Titanic design, or vice versa. Only a handful of people at the very top of the hierarchy would need to know the true purpose of the work being done. But for such a plan to succeed, it would require more than just physical alterations to the ships. It would require careful planning of the disaster itself, ensuring that the right people were aboard and the right people were not, and that the sinking would occur in circumstances that would prevent too close an examination of the evidence. The switch theory suggests that every detail of the Titanic's maiden voyage was planned not to showcase a magnificent new ship, but to destroy an old damaged one while making it appear to be an accident. The passenger list, the route, the timing, even the crew assignments, all of these, according to the theory, were carefully orchestrated to serve the conspiracy. As we'll see, the evidence for this incredible claim goes far beyond simple speculation. There are photographs that seem to show differences between the ship that left Belfast and the ship that left Southampton. There are testimony from shipyard workers who noticed unusual modifications being made. There are suspicious cancellations by wealthy passengers who had every reason to want to be aboard the maiden voyage of the most famous ship ever built. Most tellingly, there are the financial motivations of the men who controlled the White Star Line. Men who stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and who stood to gain millions if a carefully planned disaster could eliminate their problems while simultaneously collecting insurance payments. But before we examine that evidence, we need to understand exactly who these men were and just how much money was at stake in 1912. We need to understand the insurance motive that may have driven over 1,500 people to their deaths in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. Money. In the end, according to the switch theory, that's what the Titanic disaster was really about. Not the romance of the sea, not the hubris of calling a ship unsinkable, not even the class divisions that the disaster seemed to highlight. It was about money, enormous amounts of money that stood to be lost or gained depending on the fate of two ships and the decisions of a few powerful men. To understand the financial pressures that may have driven the conspiracy, we need to understand the business empire of one man, John Pierpont Morgan, the American financier who controlled more wealth and power than perhaps any individual in the history of capitalism. J.P. Morgan was not just wealthy, he was a force of nature in the world of early 20th century finance. His banking house, J.P. Morgan and Company, had financed railroads, steel companies, and industrial empires. He had personally intervened to prevent financial panics, earning him the nickname America's Bank. When the federal government needed money, they came to J.P. Morgan. When major corporations needed capital, they came to J.P. Morgan. By 1912, he controlled assets worth billions in today's currency. But Morgan's empire was not limited to American shores. In 1902, he had founded the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust designed to dominate transatlantic passenger and cargo traffic. The IM acquired control of numerous shipping lines, including the prestigious White Star Line, Morgan's crown jewel in maritime transportation. The White Star Line was the perfect fit for Morgan's vision. Founded in 1845, it had built its reputation on providing luxury service to affluent passengers crossing between Europe and America. The company's ships were known for their elegance, comfort and safety record. When Morgan acquired control, he saw an opportunity to create the ultimate expression of luxury travel while generating enormous profits. This vision led directly to the commissioning of the Olympic-class ships. Morgan intended these vessels to be more than just transportation. They would be floating advertisements for the supremacy of his shipping empire. The Olympic, Titanic and the planned third sister ship Britannic would capture the public imagination and establish IMM as the unquestioned leader in North Atlantic travel. The financial investment was staggering. Each ship cost approximately $7.5 million to build, roughly $200 million in today's currency. The Olympic alone represented an investment larger than the annual budget of many small nations. For the three ships combined, Morgan was risking an amount of money that could have funded a small war. But the potential profits were equally enormous. The North Atlantic passenger route was one of the most lucrative transportation businesses in the world. Wealthy Americans travelling to Europe for business or pleasure were willing to pay premium prices for luxury accommodations. European aristocrats and businessmen crossing to America represented another steady stream of high-paying customers. Immigrants seeking new lives in America provided volume traffic that, while individually less profitable, generated substantial revenue in aggregate. Morgan calculated that the Olympic-class ships would not only dominate this market but expand it. By offering unprecedented luxury and reliability, he could charge premium prices while attracting new customers who had never before considered ocean travel. The ships would pay for themselves within a few years and then generate enormous profits for decades to come. This was the dream. The reality, as we've seen, was somewhat different. When the Olympic collided with HMS Hawke in September 1911, Morgan's carefully calculated investment began to unravel. The ship that was supposed to be generating revenue was instead sitting in dry dock, requiring expensive repairs. Worse, the legal finding that the Olympic was at fault for the collision meant that insurance would not cover the costs of those repairs. But the problems went beyond just the immediate cost of fixing the damage. The Olympic's accident raised serious questions about the ship's design and safety. If one of these supposedly superior vessels could be so easily damaged in a collision with a smaller ship, what did that say about their construction? More importantly for Morgan's business model, what did it say about their insurability? Insurance was critical to the economics of ship operation. No shipping company could afford to operate vessels worth millions of dollars without comprehensive insurance coverage. But insurance companies were in the business of managing risk, and a ship that had already demonstrated vulnerability might be difficult to insure at reasonable rates. The switch theory suggests that by late 1911, Morgan and his associates realised they faced a potential disaster that went far beyond the cost of repairing one ship. If insurance companies began to question the safety and reliability of the Olympic-class design, it could affect the insurability and profitability of the entire fleet. The Titanic, still under construction, might face higher insurance premiums or coverage limitations based on her sister ship's problems. Even worse, if the Olympic's structural damage was more extensive than initially apparent, the ship might prove to be uneconomical to operate even after repairs. A ship with a damaged keel might suffer from ongoing problems with stability, fuel efficiency, or structural integrity. She might require more frequent and expensive maintenance, reducing her profitability and potentially shortening her operational life. In this context, the switch theory proposes the idea of swapping the ship's identities became attractive, not just as a way to collect insurance money, but as a way to solve multiple problems simultaneously. By sinking the damaged Olympic while disguised as the Titanic, the conspiracy would eliminate the problematic vessel while collecting insurance payments based on the value of a new, undamaged ship. The insurance money would not only compensate for the Olympic's construction costs, but would also provide capital to complete the real Titanic and put her into profitable service. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now operating under the Olympic's identity, would begin generating revenue immediately. Any questions about the Olympic's performance could be explained away as improvements made during her repair period. The beauty of the plan, from a financial standpoint, was that it transformed a major liability into a substantial asset. Instead of losing money on repairs and operating a damaged ship of questionable profitability, the conspiracy would collect full insurance value for a total loss while simultaneously putting an undamaged vessel into service. But for such a plan to work, the insurance aspects would need to be carefully managed. The Titanic was insured for £650,000, approximately $75 million in today's currency. This was a substantial amount, but it was less than the ship's actual construction cost, partly because insurance values were typically set below replacement cost to discourage fraudulent claims. However, the insurance money would still represent a significant recovery of Morgan's investment. Combined with the revenues that the real Titanic could generate while operating as the Olympic, the financial benefits of the switch could potentially exceed the total cost of both ships. The theory also suggests that the conspiracy would have additional financial benefits beyond the immediate insurance recovery. By eliminating the Olympic's problems, Morgan could proceed with his plans for the third sister ship, Britannic, without the cloud of questions about the class's design and safety. The successful maiden voyage of the Titanic would generate publicity and confidence that would benefit the entire White Star Line fleet. But perhaps most intriguingly, the switch theory proposes that the financial motive may have extended beyond simple insurance fraud. Some versions of the theory suggest that the disaster was timed to coincide with other events that would benefit Morgan's broader financial interests. In 1913, just 1 year after the Titanic disaster, the United States Federal Reserve System was established. This new central banking system fundamentally changed how American finance operated, and J.P. Morgan was one of its strongest supporters. The Federal Reserve centralized control of American monetary policy and created new opportunities for the kind of large-scale financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in. However, Morgan faced opposition to the Federal Reserve from some quarters, including wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. Some of these opponents happened to be aboard the Titanic when she sank. Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to a mining fortune and a vocal critic of centralized banking, went down with the ship. Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another Federal Reserve opponent, died along with his wife. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a skeptic of Morgan's financial schemes, also perished in the disaster. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan himself, who had booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage, cancelled his trip at the last minute citing illness. Several of Morgan's business associates and political allies also cancelled their bookings while his opponents sailed to their deaths. This aspect of the theory suggests that the Titanic disaster may have served multiple purposes for Morgan. Not only did it solve his immediate problem with the Olympic and provide insurance money, but it also eliminated some of his most powerful opponents in the debate over American financial policy. Whether or not this political dimension was part of the original plan, the financial motive alone would have been sufficient to drive such a conspiracy. Morgan stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and he stood to gain millions if a carefully orchestrated disaster could eliminate his problems while collecting insurance payments. The amounts of money involved were so large that they could influence the decisions of governments and the fate of thousands of people. In the world of early 20th century finance, where a handful of men controlled wealth comparable to entire national budgets, the lives of 1,500 passengers might have seemed like acceptable collateral damage in service of a larger financial strategy. But money and motive alone do not prove a conspiracy. For the switch theory to be credible, there must be physical evidence that the ships were actually swapped. There must be documentation, photographs, and testimony that support the claim that the vessel that sank was not the Titanic but her damaged sister. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory claim that such evidence exists, hidden in plain sight in photographs, construction records, and the testimony of those who were present when the conspiracy was allegedly carried out. The human eye, they say, can be deceived. Photographs, however, do not lie. They capture reality with mechanical precision, preserving details that witnesses might forget or misremember. For proponents of the switch theory, photographic evidence forms the backbone of their case that the ship which sank on April 15th, 1912, was not the Titanic, but her sister ship, the Olympic. To understand this evidence, we must first appreciate just how similar the Olympic and Titanic actually were. Both ships were built from virtually identical blueprints, with the same overall dimensions, the same basic layout, and the same distinctive four-funnel profile. From a distance, even maritime experts would have difficulty distinguishing between them. However, they were not absolutely identical. The Titanic incorporated several design improvements based on experience gained from the Olympic's early service. More importantly, she included modifications specifically requested by passengers and crew who had sailed on the Olympic and identified areas for improvement. These differences, while minor, were distinctive enough that they could be identified by careful observers. And according to switch theory proponents, photographs of the ship that left Southampton on April 10, 1912, show features that match the Olympic rather than the Titanic. The most frequently cited difference involves the porthole arrangements on a deck, the ship's uppermost passenger deck. The original Titanic plans showed 16 portholes along the forward section of this deck. The Olympic, however, had been built with only 15 portholes in the same area. When the Olympic was being repaired after her collision with HMS Hawke, the damaged area included part of this porthole arrangement. Photographs taken of the Olympic during her repair period show workmen modifying the porthole configuration in this section. Switch theory proponents claim that these modifications were made to match the Titanic's 16 porthole design. as part of the process of disguising the Olympic as her sister ship. However, photographs of the ship that departed Southampton on the Titanic's supposed maiden voyage show only 15 portholes in the critical area, matching the Olympic's original configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned design. This discrepancy might seem minor, but it's precisely the kind of detail that would be difficult to alter quickly and completely. Changing porthole arrangements required cutting through the ship's steel hull and then reinforcing and refinishing the area. It was exactly the sort of modification that might be overlooked in a hasty effort to swap the ship's identities. Another frequently cited difference involves the arrangement of the ship's lifeboats. The Olympic and Titanic were built with slightly different davit systems, mechanical devices used to lower lifeboats into the water. The Titanic was designed with a newer, more efficient davit arrangement that allowed for quicker deployment of the boats. Photographs of the ship at Southampton show what appear to be the older style davits consistent with the Olympic's original configuration. Switch theory proponents argue that the newer davits planned for the Titanic were never installed because the ship that sailed was actually the disguised Olympic. This detail takes on additional significance when considered alongside survivor testimony about the difficulty experienced in launching lifeboats during the disaster. Several witnesses reported problems with the davit mechanisms, delays in getting boats into the water, and confusion about the operation of the launching equipment. If the ship was actually the Olympic with her old davit systems, such problems might explain some of the difficulties experienced during the evacuation. More controversial is evidence related to the ship's propeller systems. The Olympic suffered significant damage to her centre propeller shaft during the collision with HMS Hawke. Repairs to this system were complex and expensive, requiring removal and replacement of major components. Some switch theory proponents claim that rather than properly repairing the Olympic's propeller system, the damaged components were simply patched or temporarily fixed. They argue that the ship that sailed from Southampton had a compromised propulsion system that would have affected her handling and manoeuvrability. This claim is supported, they suggest, by testimony from passengers who noted that the ship seemed to vibrate unusually during the voyage, and by reports that the ship was not achieving her expected speed. If the Titanic was actually the Olympic with a damaged propeller system, these performance issues would be explained. Perhaps more significant than these technical details are the human testimonies from those who worked on the ships. Several workers at Harland and Wolff reported unusual activity during the winter months when both ships were in the shipyard together. James Fenton, a painter who worked on both vessels, later claimed that he noticed significant work being done to modify the Olympic during what was supposedly a routine repair period. According to Fenton, workers were making changes that seemed to go far beyond fixing collision damage. They were altering features of the ship that had nothing to do with the areas damaged in the Hawke incident. Fenton specifically mentioned work being done on the Olympic's passenger accommodations, including modifications to cabin layouts and public room configurations. He claimed that these changes seemed designed to make the Olympic more closely resemble the Titanic's interior arrangements. Even more intriguingly, Fenton reported that workers were instructed to swap various brass fittings and fixtures between the two ships. Nameplates, cabin numbers, and other identifying features were removed from both vessels and apparently switched. When Fenton asked supervisors about this work, he was told it was part of standardising equipment between the sister ships. Another shipyard worker, Robert Hichens, reported seeing unusual activity in the area where the ships' names were painted on their hulls. According to Hichens, the name plates and hull markings on both ships were removed and replaced during the repair period. He assumed this was routine maintenance, but later wondered whether something more significant was happening. Perhaps most compelling is testimony from John Halpin, a shipfitter who worked on both vessels. Halpin claimed that he was specifically assigned to work on swapping interior fittings between the Olympic and the ship under construction that was supposedly the Titanic. He was told that this was being done to upgrade the Olympic with improvements developed for her sister ship. However, Halpin noticed that the work seemed to go both ways. Features from the Olympic were also being installed on the other ship. When he questioned this, supervisors told him that they were standardising the designs to make maintenance and operation more efficient. Only years later, after the disaster, did Halpin begin to suspect that the work he'd been assigned might have been part of a larger deception. He realised that the extensive swapping of components between the ships could have been part of a process of switching their identities entirely. These worker testimonies are supported by documentary evidence from the shipyard. Harland and Wolff's work records from the winter of 1911 to 1912 show extensive modifications being made to both ships. While much of this work was clearly related to repairing the Olympic's collision damage, some entries describe tasks that seem unrelated to the repairs. For example, records show work being done on both ships' passenger cabin configurations, dining room layouts, and recreational facilities. This work is described in vague terms that make it difficult to determine exactly what was being done, but the volume of interior modification seems excessive for routine maintenance or repair work. More suspicious are gaps in the documentation. Several weeks' worth of work records are missing from the shipyard files, apparently lost or destroyed. The missing records cover precisely the period when the most extensive work was being done on both ships. Additionally, some surviving records contain unusual notations and corrections that suggest original entries were altered or replaced. Work orders that originally specified tasks for the Olympic appear to have been changed to specify the same work for the Titanic and vice versa. Switch theory proponents also point to photographic evidence from inside the ships. Comparison of interior photographs taken during construction with photographs taken aboard the ship that sailed from Southampton reveals several discrepancies. The most notable differences involve the first-class dining room and the grand staircase. The Olympic's dining room was originally designed with a specific pattern of decorative panels and light fixtures. The Titanic was planned to have an improved version of the same space, with subtle but distinctive differences in the decorative scheme. Photographs taken aboard the ship at Southampton show decorative features that match the Olympic's original design, rather than the improvements planned for the Titanic. Similarly, details of the grand staircase appear to match the Olympic's configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned modifications. These interior discrepancies are particularly significant because they would be difficult to fake or alter after the disaster. Unlike exterior features that might be changed by salvage operations or natural deterioration, interior photographs taken before the voyage provide a permanent record of the ship's actual configuration. However, the most dramatic physical evidence cited by switch theory proponents involves the ship's construction numbers. Every vessel built by Harland and Wolff was assigned a unique yard number that was stamped or engraved on various components throughout the ship. These numbers served as permanent identification that could not be easily altered or forged. The Olympic was assigned yard number 301. The Titanic was assigned yard number 3909. According to the theory, components with the Olympic's number should have been found on the wreck if it was actually the Titanic that sank. When the Titanic wreck was discovered in 1985, some of the recovered artifacts did indeed show construction numbers. However, examining these numbers has proven difficult due to the condition of the wreck and the limited access to recovered materials. Some switch theory proponents claim that construction numbers found on wreck components match the Olympic rather than the Titanic, but this claim is disputed by maritime historians and wreck researchers. The numbers are often partially obscured or damaged, making definitive identification difficult. More recently, some researchers have used advanced imaging techniques to examine construction details on the wreck itself. These studies have identified several features that appear to match the Olympic's configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. For example, the propeller arrangement on the wreck appears to show evidence of the repair work done to the Olympic's damaged propulsion system. The centre propeller, which should have been a 3-blade design on the Titanic, appears to be a 4-blade configuration that matches repairs made to the Olympic. Similarly, hull plates in areas that should have been newly constructed for the Titanic show evidence of previous damage and repair that would be consistent with the Olympic's collision damage. However, these findings are highly technical and disputed by many experts. The condition of the wreck after more than a century on the ocean floor makes definitive identification of small details extremely difficult. Corrosion, collapse, and damage from the sinking itself have obscured many of the features that might provide conclusive evidence. The physical evidence for the switch theory remains controversial and disputed. While proponents point to numerous discrepancies between the ship that sailed and the ship that was supposed to sail, skeptics argue that these differences can be explained by changes made during construction. errors in documentation or misinterpretation of photographic evidence. What is not disputed is that significant work was done on both ships during the winter of 1911 to 1912, that modifications were made that went beyond simple repair work, and that there are photographic and documentary discrepancies that have never been fully explained. Whether these discrepancies prove a conspiracy or simply reflect the normal complexities of building and modifying massive ships remains a matter of debate. But for switch theory proponents, the physical evidence forms a compelling case that something was not right about the ship that sailed from Southampton on that April morning in 1912. However, physical evidence is only part of the story. To truly understand the scope of the alleged conspiracy, we must examine not just what was done to the ships, but who was aboard them. The passenger list of the Titanic's final voyage contains names that would reshape the world of finance and politics, and according to the theory, this was no coincidence. Sometimes the most revealing evidence is not what happened, but who was present when it happened. In the case of the Titanic disaster, the passenger manifest reads like a who's who of early 20th century power and influence. But according to the switch theory, this prestigious passenger list was not assembled by chance. Instead, it was carefully curated to serve the purposes of a conspiracy that extended far beyond simple insurance fraud. To understand the significance of the Titanic's passengers, we must first understand the broader context of American politics and finance in 1912. The United States was on the verge of fundamental changes in how its financial system operated. The country had experienced several financial panics in recent decades, and there was growing pressure to create a more stable and centralized banking system. J.P. Morgan and his allies favored the creation of a central bank that would be controlled by major financial institutions. This system, which would eventually become the Federal Reserve, would give unprecedented power to a small group of bankers and financiers. They would control the nation's money supply, interest rates, and credit availability. However, this plan faced significant opposition from wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. These opponents feared that a central bank controlled by Morgan and his associates would concentrate too much financial power in too few hands. They argued for maintaining a system where multiple independent banks could compete and where no single institution could dominate the nation's finances. The debate over banking reform was not merely academic. Billions of dollars in wealth and decades of political power hung in the balance. If Morgan's vision prevailed, he and his allies would control the financial destiny of the United States. If his opponents succeeded in blocking the plan, Morgan's influence would be significantly diminished. Into this high-stakes political battle sailed the Titanic, carrying some of the most influential participants in the banking debate. And remarkably, almost all of the Federal Reserve's most powerful opponents happened to be aboard, while Morgan and his supporters were conspicuously absent. The most prominent opponent aboard was Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to one of America's great mining fortunes. The Guggenheim family controlled vast mineral resources and had accumulated enormous wealth through copper, silver and gold mining operations around the world. Benjamin was not just wealthy but politically influential, serving on the boards of multiple corporations and maintaining extensive connections in Washington. Guggenheim had been a vocal critic of Morgan's banking proposals. He argued that a centralized system would stifle competition and innovation in American finance. He favored maintaining the existing system of independent banks and opposed giving any single institution the power to control the nation's money supply. On the night of April 14th, as the Titanic began to sink, Benjamin Guggenheim reportedly dressed in his finest evening clothes and told fellow passengers, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." His body was never recovered. Also aboard was Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another influential voice in American business. Straus had built his retail empire through careful management and conservative financial practices. He distrusted the kind of financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in and opposed the creation of a central bank that would facilitate such practices. Straus was particularly concerned about the impact of centralized banking on smaller businesses. He argued that a Morgan-controlled central bank would favor large corporations at the expense of independent merchants and entrepreneurs. His opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan was well known in political circles. When the Titanic began to sink, Isidore and his wife Ida were offered places in a lifeboat. According to witnesses, Ada refused to leave her husband, saying, "We have lived together for 40 years. Where you go, I go." They were last seen sitting together on deck chairs as the ship tilted toward her final plunge. Neither body was ever found. Perhaps most significant was the presence of John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a man whose financial influence rivaled Morgan's own. Astor had inherited a vast real estate empire and had expanded it into hotels, railroads, and other investments. His personal fortune was estimated at over $87 million, roughly $2 billion in today's currency. Astor was not merely wealthy, but politically sophisticated. He understood the implications of Morgan's banking proposals and opposed them on both economic and political grounds. He argued that giving Morgan's group control over the nation's banking system would create a financial oligarchy that would undermine American democratic institutions. More than any other individual, Astor had the wealth and influence to effectively oppose Morgan's plans. His opposition carried weight in Congress and in the financial community. If anyone could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve, it was John Jacob Astor IV. Astor was travelling on the Titanic with his pregnant young wife, Madeline. When the ship began to sink, he helped her into a lifeboat but was refused passage himself under the Women and Children First protocol. His body was recovered days later, reportedly with his gold watch still in his pocket and over $2,000 in cash. His death eliminated one of the most powerful obstacles to Morgan's banking ambitions. These three men, Guggenheim, Strauss and Astor, represented the core of wealthy American opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan. Their combined influence, both financial and political, posed a serious threat to Morgan's vision of centralized banking control. Their deaths removed major obstacles to the passage of Federal Reserve legislation. But the passenger list's significance extends beyond these three prominent figures. Several other Titanic passengers had connections to the banking debate or to Morgan's business interests. Some were allies who might have provided testimonial support that could have been problematic for the conspiracy. Others were neutral parties whose presence might have been seen as providing legitimacy to the voyage. The theory suggests that the passenger list was carefully managed to ensure that the right people were aboard and the wrong people were not. Key figures in the banking debate who opposed Morgan were encouraged or induced to sail, while those who might have interfered with the plan were kept away. This management allegedly extended to the crew assignments as well. Captain Edward Smith, who commanded the ship, was nearing retirement, and may have been chosen partly because his career was ending anyway. If he survived the disaster, he would soon be out of the shipping business and less likely to cause problems. If he didn't survive, his death would be seen as a heroic sacrifice, rather than evidence of conspiracy. Other key crew members were reportedly chosen for their loyalty to the White Star Line or their lack of detailed knowledge about the ship's construction. Engineers and officers who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic were either not assigned to the voyage or were placed in positions where they would be unlikely to survive if something went wrong. Perhaps most tellingly, J.P. Morgan himself had originally booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage. As the owner of the shipping line and the man whose vision the voyage was meant to showcase, Morgan's presence would have been expected and appropriate. His cabin had been reserved, his passage confirmed, and his attendance at various social events planned. But at the last minute, Morgan cancelled his trip, citing illness. He claimed to be suffering from a minor ailment that prevented him from travelling, and he remained in France where he had been vacationing. Remarkably, several of Morgan's close business associates also cancelled their bookings at the last minute, citing various personal and business reasons. The pattern of cancellations was so notable that it attracted attention even at the time. Several newspapers commented on the unusual number of prominent businessmen who had changed their travel plans. Some observers wondered whether there might have been advance warning of problems with the ship or the voyage. Morgan's cancellation is particularly suspicious because he was photographed in apparently good health at a French resort just days after the disaster. He showed no signs of the illness that had supposedly prevented him from travelling. and he resumed his normal activities immediately after learning of the Titanic's fate. Even more suspicious were the cancellations by Morgan's business partners. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and longtime Morgan ally, had booked passage but cancelled, citing his wife's health. George Washington Vanderbilt II, another Morgan associate, also cancelled his booking at the last minute. Milton Hershey, the chocolate manufacturer who had business relationships with Morgan's interests, similarly changed his travel plans. The pattern suggests that Morgan and his inner circle knew something that the general passengers did not. Whether they had advanced knowledge of the planned disaster or simply knew that the ship was not safe due to the identity switch, they took steps to avoid being aboard when the conspiracy was carried out. Meanwhile, Morgan's opponents in the banking debates sailed to their deaths, apparently unaware of the danger they faced. The convenient elimination of the Federal Reserve's most powerful critics cleared the way for the legislation that Morgan had been promoting. Indeed, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by Congress in December 1913, less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster. The legislation created the central banking system that Morgan had long advocated, giving him and his associates unprecedented control over American finance. The deaths of Astor, Guggenheim and Strauss had removed the most influential voices that might have prevented this outcome. Some versions of the switch theory go even further, suggesting that the passenger list was managed not just to eliminate political opponents, but also to provide witnesses who would support the official story of the disaster. Certain passengers and crew members who survived the sinking provided testimony that reinforced the narrative of an accidental collision with an iceberg. These survivors described the impact, the flooding, and the sinking in ways that supported the insurance claims and deflected suspicion from the possibility of sabotage or deliberate destruction. Their accounts helped establish the official version of events that has persisted for over a century. However, other survivors provided testimony that was less helpful to the official narrative. Some reported hearing explosions before the ship began to sink, suggesting possible sabotage. Others described unusual behaviour by crew members or problems with the ship's equipment that might have indicated advanced planning of the disaster. These problematic testimonies were reportedly suppressed or discredited during the official investigations. Survivors who told inconvenient stories found their credibility questioned or their testimony excluded from the final reports. The investigation focused on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures rather than examining the possibility of deliberate destruction. The passenger list evidence is compelling but circumstantial. The coincidence of having so many Federal Reserve opponents aboard while Morgan and his allies stayed away is remarkable, but it could be explained by factors other than conspiracy. The timing of the banking legislation might have been influenced by the victims' deaths, but correlation does not necessarily prove causation. However, when combined with the physical evidence and the financial motives, the passenger list adds another layer to the case for the switch theory. The pattern of who was aboard and who wasn't suggests a level of planning and coordination that goes beyond simple insurance fraud. If the theory is correct, the Titanic disaster was not just about swapping damaged ships or collecting insurance money. It was about reshaping the American financial system and eliminating opposition to a plan that would concentrate enormous power in the hands of a few men. But such an ambitious conspiracy would require more than just manipulating passenger lists and switching ships. It would require control over the disaster itself, ensuring that the sinking occurred under circumstances that would support the official story while achieving the conspiracy's goals. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory believe that every aspect of the sinking was carefully planned and executed. The final act of any great conspiracy must be the most carefully orchestrated. If the switch theory is correct, then the night of April 14th to 15th, 1912 represented not a tragic accident, but the culmination of months of planning designed to create the appearance of disaster while achieving very specific goals. Every detail of how the ship encountered the iceberg, how she sank, and how the rescue efforts unfolded would need to serve the larger purpose of the conspiracy. To understand how the sinking might have been deliberately orchestrated, we must first examine the unusual circumstances that made the disaster possible. The night of April 14th was characterised by conditions that maritime experts describe as extraordinarily rare and dangerous. The sea was unusually calm, so still that there were no waves breaking against icebergs to make them visible from a distance. The night was moonless, creating darkness so complete that lookouts had virtually no natural illumination to aid their watch. Most unusually, the atmosphere was clear and cold, creating temperature inversion conditions that could cause unusual optical effects, making distant objects appear closer or farther than they actually were. These conditions, while natural, were so unusual that many experienced sailors reported they had never encountered anything like them. Captain Smith himself, with 4 decades of experience on the North Atlantic, had never commanded a ship through such treacherous natural circumstances. But according to the switch theory, these conditions were not just unfortunate coincidences. They were anticipated and exploited by conspirators who had carefully planned the ship's route and timing to take advantage of known dangerous conditions. The theory suggests that the ship's course was deliberately set to take her through areas where icebergs were known to be present. Radio warnings about ice had been received throughout the day, but many of these warnings were reportedly not passed to the bridge crew, or were ignored by officers who should have taken precautionary measures. The ship Californian, which belonged to the same parent company as the Titanic, had stopped for the night in the ice field, her captain declaring conditions too dangerous for navigation. Yet the Titanic continued at nearly full speed through the same waters, despite multiple warnings about the presence of ice. Switch theory proponents argue that this dangerous navigation was not the result of overconfidence or poor judgment, but rather deliberate policy designed to ensure that an accident would occur. The ship needed to encounter an iceberg in order to provide a plausible explanation for her sinking, and her officers were instructed to maintain course and speed despite the obvious dangers. The collision itself occurred under circumstances that some witnesses found suspicious. Frederick Fleet, the lookout who first spotted the iceberg, reported that the berg appeared suddenly out of the darkness, giving him only seconds to sound the alarm. However, other witnesses reported seeing the iceberg minutes before the collision, suggesting that it should have been visible to trained lookouts much earlier. Some survivors reported that the ship seemed to turn toward the iceberg rather than away from it in the final moments before impact. While this could be explained by the physics of large ship manoeuvring, it raises questions about whether the collision was truly accidental or was deliberately engineered to ensure maximum damage. More suspicious were reports of explosions aboard the ship shortly after the collision. Multiple witnesses, including passengers and crew members, reported hearing loud bangs and feeling vibrations that seemed separate from the impact with the iceberg. These explosions were officially attributed to boilers bursting as cold water flooded the engine rooms, but some witnesses believed they occurred too soon after the collision to be explained by flooding alone. The switch theory suggests that these explosions may have been caused by deliberately placed charges designed to ensure that the ship would sink quickly and completely. If the collision with the iceberg was not sufficient to guarantee the ship's destruction, additional sabotage might have been necessary to achieve the conspiracy's goals. The pattern of flooding also struck some observers as unusual. While the official investigation concluded that the iceberg had opened 5 compartments to the sea, causing fatal flooding, some witnesses reported that water seemed to be entering the ship from multiple locations, not just the area of the supposed iceberg damage. Crew members working in areas far from the collision reported rapid flooding that seemed inconsistent with damage caused by scraping along an iceberg. Some suggested that the ship's hull might have been weakened in advance, either through the supposed identity switch or through deliberate sabotage, making her more vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The behaviour of some crew members during the disaster also raised questions. While many officers and crew performed heroically, trying to save as many passengers as possible, others seemed strangely unprepared for the emergency or reluctant to take action that might have saved more lives. The ship's wireless operators continued sending routine commercial messages even after the collision, delaying distress calls that might have brought rescue ships more quickly. Some officers seemed confused about the severity of the damage or uncertain about proper emergency procedures, suggesting that they might not have been fully briefed on the ship's actual condition or capabilities. Most suspiciously, the ship's lifeboats were launched with far fewer passengers than their capacity allowed. While this was officially attributed to panic and poor training, Some witnesses reported that crew members actively prevented passengers from entering boats that had space available. The switch theory suggests that this was not incompetence but deliberate policy designed to ensure that specific passengers would not survive. If the conspiracy's goal was to eliminate certain individuals while allowing others to live, controlling access to lifeboats would be an effective method of determining who lived and who died. The nearby ship Californian adds another layer of suspicion to the night's events. This vessel, owned by the same International Mercantile Marine Company that controlled the White Star Line, had stopped for the night approximately 20 miles from the Titanic's position. Her captain, Stanley Lord, claimed that conditions were too dangerous for navigation and that his ship would remain stationary until dawn. However, the Californian's crew reported seeing rockets and distress signals from the direction of the Titanic throughout the night. Despite these obvious signs of a ship in distress, Captain Lord chose not to investigate or offer assistance. He claimed that he believed the signals were routine communications or celebrations, not emergency distress calls. This explanation seems implausible given that the Californian's crew were experienced sailors who should have recognized distress rockets when they saw them. The switch theory suggests that the Californian was positioned deliberately to provide rescue services for the conspiracy's chosen survivors while maintaining plausible deniability about why she didn't help the others. According to this theory, the Californian was meant to arrive at the scene early enough to rescue specific passengers, but late enough to allow the ship to sink and eliminate the unwanted victims. However, a miscommunication or timing error prevented this plan from working properly, leaving the Californian too far away to effectively participate in the rescue. Instead, the rescue was carried out by the Carpathia, a ship belonging to a different company that responded to the Titanic's distress calls and arrived at the scene several hours after the sinking. The Carpathia's captain and crew were not part of the conspiracy and performed genuine rescue work, saving over 700 survivors. But the delay in rescue efforts, whether planned or accidental, ensured that the ship sank completely and that most of her passengers and crew died in the frigid waters. This served the conspiracy's purposes by eliminating witnesses who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic, while also removing the political opponents whose deaths were part of the larger plan. The sinking itself was remarkably complete and thorough. Unlike many shipwrecks, which settle on the ocean floor largely intact, the Titanic broke apart as she sank, scattering debris over a wide area and making subsequent examination of the wreck extremely difficult. This destruction could have been the result of natural forces acting on a ship not designed to sink at such an angle, but it also served to obscure evidence that might have revealed the ship's true identity. The complete loss of the ship meant that investigators had to rely on survivor testimony and limited physical evidence to reconstruct what had happened. Since many of the most knowledgeable witnesses had died in the disaster, and since the survivors had been through a traumatic experience that might have affected their memories, establishing definitive facts about the sinking proved difficult. This uncertainty served the conspiracy's purposes by preventing too close an examination of the evidence. Questions about the ship's identity, the cause of the sinking, or the behaviour of the crew could be deflected by pointing to the lack of conclusive evidence and the confusion inherent in any major disaster. The official investigations that followed the disaster focused primarily on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures. While these investigations identified important problems with lifeboat capacity, crew training and emergency procedures, they did not seriously examine the possibility that the sinking had been deliberately caused. The British Board of Trade Inquiry and the US Senate investigation both concluded that the disaster was the result of excessive speed in dangerous conditions, combined with design flaws that made the ship vulnerable to the type of damage caused by the iceberg collision. These findings supported the official narrative of an accidental tragedy, while deflecting attention from possible evidence of conspiracy. However, some evidence presented to these investigations was inconsistent with the official conclusions. Witnesses testified about explosions, unusual flooding patterns, and crew behaviour that suggested advanced knowledge of the disaster. This testimony was generally dismissed or explained away, but it remained part of the official record for those who knew where to look for it. The investigations also revealed suspicious gaps in the documentary evidence. Ship logs, construction records, and other documents that might have provided definitive information about the vessel's identity or condition were missing or had been destroyed. While this was officially attributed to the chaos of the disaster, it prevented investigators from definitively establishing key facts about the ship and her voyage. Perhaps most tellingly, the investigations made no serious attempt to examine the financial aspects of the disaster. The insurance arrangements, the ownership structure of the shipping companies, and the business relationships between key figures were not considered relevant to understanding why the ship sank. This focus on technical rather than financial questions served the conspiracy's purposes by avoiding examination of the motives that might have driven such an elaborate deception. The investigations treated the disaster as a tragic accident rather than a possible crime, and their conclusions reinforced the official narrative that has persisted for over a century. But if the switch theory is correct, the sinking of the Titanic was not just a crime, but a nearly perfect crime. The destruction of evidence, the elimination of witnesses, and the misdirection of official investigations created a cover-up so complete that the truth has remained hidden for more than 100 years. As we'll see in the next chapter, maintaining this cover-up required ongoing efforts by powerful interests to suppress evidence, discredit investigators, and control the historical narrative of the disaster. In the aftermath of any major conspiracy, the cover-up often proves more challenging than the original crime. Evidence must be suppressed, witnesses must be silenced or discredited, and investigators must be misdirected away from uncomfortable truths. If the switch theory is correct, the years following the Titanic disaster saw one of the most comprehensive and successful cover-ups in modern history. The cover-up began almost immediately after news of the disaster reached shore. Within hours of the Carpathia's arrival in New York with the Titanic survivors, powerful interests were already working to control the narrative of what had happened and to prevent inconvenient questions from being asked. J.P. Morgan's representatives were among the first to arrive at the dock, not to provide comfort to survivors, but to begin the process of managing information. Survivors were reportedly approached by company officials and lawyers who offered assistance with travel arrangements, medical care and financial support. However, this assistance came with subtle but clear expectations about what survivors should and should not say about their experiences. Some survivors later reported being advised to focus their testimony on the heroism of the crew and the tragedy of insufficient lifeboats, while avoiding speculation about the cause of the disaster or unusual circumstances they might have observed. Those who had noticed discrepancies between the ship they boarded and the ship they expected to board were encouraged to attribute these differences to their own confusion or lack of technical knowledge. More direct pressure was reportedly applied to survivors whose testimony might have been particularly damaging to the official narrative. Crew members who had worked on both the Olympic and Titanic and might have been able to identify which ship actually sank were offered generous severance packages and assistance finding new employment, with the understanding that their maritime careers would be over if they spoke publicly about their experiences. The most dangerous witnesses were those who had observed the supposed identity switch taking place in the Belfast shipyard. These workers faced more serious consequences if they chose to speak out. Some reported being visited by company representatives who made it clear that their employment, their safety, and the welfare of their families depended on their discretion. James Fenton, the painter who had noticed unusual modifications being made to the Olympic, later claimed that he was approached by men who warned him that discussing his observations would be considered a breach of his employment contract and potentially a criminal violation of trade secrets laws. He was told that speaking to journalists or investigators could result in prosecution and imprisonment. Other shipyard workers reported similar intimidation. Some were offered money to relocate to distant cities where they would be less likely to encounter investigators or journalists. Others were simply fired from their jobs and found that their names had been blacklisted throughout the shipbuilding industry, making it impossible for them to find similar work. The most comprehensive aspect of the cover-up involved the systematic destruction or alteration of documentary evidence. Harland and Wolff shipyard records that might have revealed the true extent of work done on both ships were reportedly destroyed in a series of accidental fires and floods that occurred in the months following the disaster. Work orders, progress reports, and material requisitions that could have definitively established which ship was which were among the documents lost in these convenient accidents. The missing records covered precisely the time period when the alleged identity switch would have taken place, eliminating the most direct evidence of the conspiracy. More subtly, surviving documents were reportedly altered to remove inconvenient details or to create confusion about the timeline of work done on both ships. Serial numbers were changed, dates were altered, and work descriptions were modified to obscure the true nature of the modifications that had been made. The British Board of Trade investigation, which was the primary official inquiry into the disaster, showed unusual patterns in how it gathered and evaluated evidence. The investigation focused almost exclusively on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures, while avoiding examination of financial motives or business relationships that might have suggested conspiracy. Key witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony were not called to testify, or their testimony was limited to narrow technical questions that avoided broader issues about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the voyage. The investigation's final report contained numerous conclusions that were not fully supported by the evidence presented, suggesting that the outcomes had been predetermined. Even more suspicious was the speed with which the investigation was concluded and its findings accepted by government authorities. For a disaster of such magnitude and complexity, the investigation was remarkably brief and superficial. Important questions were left unanswered, and significant discrepancies in witness testimony were ignored or explained away without adequate investigation. The US Senate investigation, led by Senator William Alden Smith, initially appeared more thorough and independent. Senator Smith was known for his skepticism of large corporations and his willingness to challenge powerful interests. His investigation called numerous witnesses and examined many aspects of the disaster that the British inquiry had ignored. However, as the investigation proceeded, it became apparent that Senator Smith was facing pressure from influential sources to limit the scope of his inquiry. Key witnesses were suddenly unavailable or changed their testimony between preliminary interviews and formal hearings. Documentary evidence that had been promised to the investigation failed to materialize or was found to be incomplete. Most tellingly, the investigation avoided examining the financial aspects of the disaster. Despite the enormous insurance claims involved and the clear financial benefits that accrued to certain parties, the investigation treated these as irrelevant side issues rather than potential motives for conspiracy. The final report of the Senate investigation contained strong criticisms of White Star Line safety procedures and British maritime regulations, but it concluded that the disaster was fundamentally accidental. Like the British inquiry, it avoided any suggestion that the sinking might have been deliberately caused, or that there might have been financial motives behind the tragedy. In the years following the official investigations, efforts to independently examine the disaster faced systematic obstruction. Journalists who attempted to investigate discrepancies in the official story found their sources drying up and their access to information restricted. Maritime historians who raised questions about the disaster's circumstances found their work discredited or their employment threatened. Perhaps most remarkably, several independent investigators who had begun to uncover evidence supporting the switch theory died under suspicious circumstances. Some died in apparent accidents, others from sudden illnesses, and still others simply disappeared while pursuing their research. Robert Hitchens, the shipyard worker who had observed unusual activity around the ship's nameplates, died in a fall from scaffolding while working on another project less than a year after the disaster. The accident occurred despite Hitchens' reputation as an experienced and safety-conscious worker who had never before been injured on the job. John Halpern, the ship fitter who had worked on swapping components between the Olympic and Titanic, died of a sudden heart attack despite being relatively young and having no history of heart problems. His death occurred just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by an American journalist who was investigating discrepancies in the official story. Several other shipyard workers who had knowledge of the construction process died in various accidents or from sudden illnesses in the years immediately following the disaster. While these deaths could be coincidental, the pattern suggests a systematic effort to eliminate witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony. The cover-up also extended to controlling the physical evidence from the disaster. When bodies were recovered from the ocean, they were processed through facilities controlled by White Star Line representatives. Personal effects were catalogued and returned to families, but items that might have provided clues about the ship's true identity were reportedly lost or misdirected. More significantly, efforts were made to prevent independent examination of the wreck site. In the early decades after the disaster, technology did not exist to reach the wreck on the ocean floor, but White Star Line and its successors took steps to ensure that when such technology became available, access to the wreck would be controlled. Legal claims were filed asserting ownership rights over the wreck and its contents. These claims were designed to prevent independent researchers from examining the evidence without permission from the companies that had controlled the ships. By controlling access to the wreck, these interests could ensure that any examination would be conducted under their supervision and that inconvenient findings could be suppressed. The most sophisticated aspect of the cover-up involved shaping the cultural memory of the disaster. Rather than simply suppressing evidence, the conspiracy's beneficiaries actively promoted a specific narrative about the Titanic that emphasized heroism, tragedy, and the lessons learned about maritime safety. Books, articles, and eventually films about the disaster focused on human interest stories, rather than technical questions about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the sinking. The narrative of the brave band playing hymns as the ship sank, of the noble sacrifice of men who gave their lives so that women and children could survive, and of the hubris of calling any ship unsinkable, became the dominant cultural memory of the disaster. The coffee cup trembles in my weathered hands as I speak these words for the first time in 53 years. My name is Detective Raymond Kowalski, retired SFPD, and I'm dying. The doctors give me 3 months, maybe 4 if I'm lucky, but luck ran out for me the day I opened that damned Alcatraz file. They said Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers drowned in the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The FBI closed the case. The warden slept easy. America's most infamous prison maintained its perfect record. But I found things I was never meant to see, things that made me understand why some truths are buried deeper than bodies. This is my confession. Not of crimes I committed, but of the crime I witnessed. The systematic erasure of 3 men who may have pulled off the impossible, only to disappear into something far worse than death. If you're listening to this recording, it means I'm gone, and maybe, just maybe, the truth can finally surface from the depths where it's been drowning all these years. It was October 1968 when Lieutenant Carson dropped the manila folder on my desk like it was radioactive. 6 years had passed since the escape, and the case was supposedly closed, filed away with all the other solved mysteries that kept the bureaucrats sleeping soundly. "Formality, Kowalski," Carson said, not meeting my eyes. "Washington wants a final review of the Alcatraz evidence. Dot the I's, cross the T's, confirm what we already know. They're fish food at the bottom of the bay." I should have known something was wrong by the way he said it. Carson was a straight shooter, the kind of cop who looked you in the eye when he talked. But that day, he stared at the wall behind me like the words might crawl off it and bite him. The file was thinner than I expected for the most famous prison break in American history. Basic escape details, witness statements from guards, the makeshift raft materials found on Angel Island. Nothing I hadn't read in the newspapers. Too clean, too neat. "Why me?" I asked. Carson finally looked at me then, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. "Because you're thorough, maybe too thorough. They want this done right." He left me with those cryptic words and a growing certainty that this formality was anything but routine. I started with the obvious inconsistencies. The first was a car theft report from Marina District, filed 3 days after the escape. A 1959 Chevrolet, stolen from outside a boarding house. The owner, Mrs. Eleanor Hutchins, told police she saw 3 men walking away from the vehicle, heading toward the waterfront. When she called out to them, one turned and tipped his hat. "Polite as you please." "They had manners," she told the responding officer. "Real gentlemen. You don't expect that from criminals." The report was buried on page 47 of miscellaneous incident files. No follow-up, no investigation, no mention in the official Alcatraz case summary. Then there was the paddle, a crude wooden oar carved from driftwood, found by a fisherman near Richmond Bridge, 20 miles upriver from where the currents should have carried any debris. The fisherman, Miguel Santos, reported it to park rangers, who logged it as miscellaneous beach debris. No connection made to the escape, despite the timing and craftsmanship that clearly showed prison workshop techniques. But it was the witness statement that made my blood run cold. A night security guard at Fisherman's Wharf reported seeing 3 men in work clothes boarding a small fishing boat around 4 a.m. on June 12th. One of them had distinctive ears, prominent, almost pointed, just like John Anglin's mugshot description. The guard's statement was taken, filed, and apparently forgotten. When I tried to interview him, I learned he'd quit his job 2 weeks after the incident and moved back to Oregon. No forwarding address. "Don't dig too deep on this one, Ray," Carson warned me when I briefed him on my preliminary findings. "Some stones are better left unturned." That's when I knew I was onto something bigger than a prison break. The Anglin family farm in Ruskin, Florida felt like stepping into a different century. Spanish moss hung from ancient oaks, and the humid air carried the scent of orange blossoms and old secrets. Robert Anglin, the surviving brother, met me on the front porch with the wary eyes of a man who'd been expecting bad news for 6 years. "Federal agents been by here 4 times, he said without preamble, each time asking the same questions, getting the same answers. "My brother's drowned. That's what you want to hear, ain't it?" But his wife, Marie, had different ideas. After Robert went to tend the cattle, she pulled me aside in her kitchen, glancing nervously at the windows. "Christmas cards," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the ticking grandfather clock. "Every year since '63, no return address, just signed J&C in handwriting that looks mighty familiar." She showed me a shoebox filled with holiday cards, generic drugstore variety, postmarked from different cities. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Mexico City. The handwriting was careful, disguised, but there were telltale loops and slants that matched samples I'd obtained from the prison records. "Why haven't you told the FBI?" I asked. Marie's laugh was bitter. "You think we haven't tried? First agent said they were hoaxes. Second one confiscated them as evidence. Third one threatened to charge us with obstruction if we kept spreading false hope. These here are copies I made before they took the originals." Photographs came out next. 3 pictures, slightly blurry, showing 2 men in work shirts standing outside what appeared to be a South American cantina. The faces were partially obscured by shadows and hat brims, but the bone structure, the posture, the way one man favoured his left leg, it all matched the Anglin brothers' physical profiles. Woman from church. Her daughter married a missionary. Sent these from Brazil in '65, Marie explained. Said these 2 Americans worked construction jobs, paid cash, kept to themselves, spoke English with Florida accents. I studied the photos with a magnifying glass. The man on the left had a distinctive scar on his forearm, a scar I remembered from Clarence Anglin's prison medical records, sustained in a workshop accident at Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. "FBI says they're look-alikes," Marie continued. "Coincidence, but a mother knows her son's detective. Even in shadows, even across oceans, those are my boys." The fear in her eyes wasn't the fear of grief or false hope. It was the fear of someone who knew more than she was saying, someone who'd been warned to keep quiet. As I left the farm that evening, I noticed a dark sedan parked down the country road, 2 figures visible in the front seats. When I drove past, they turned away, but not before I caught a glimpse of federal license plates. The Anglins were being watched. After 6 years, the dead men's family was still under surveillance. That night in my motel room, I spread out everything I'd gathered so far. The car theft, the paddle, the witness statements, the cards and photographs. Individually, they could be dismissed as coincidence or wishful thinking. Together, they painted a picture that made my hands shake as I wrote my preliminary report. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't drowned in San Francisco Bay. They'd made it to shore, stolen transportation, and somehow managed to disappear into the wind. The question that kept me awake until dawn wasn't whether they'd survived the escape. It was why the government was so determined to pretend they hadn't. The National Archives building in Washington, D.C. has the kind of institutional grandeur designed to make visitors feel small and insignificant. As I walked through its marble corridors in November the 1968, carrying my credentials and a growing list of questions, I felt exactly as intended. The records clerk, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and the pallor of someone who spent his days in basement filing rooms, greeted my request with practiced bureaucratic indifference. "Alcatraz escape files? Let me check the catalogue." He disappeared into the labyrinthine storage system, returning 20 minutes later with a puzzled frown. "That's odd. The primary files show as transferred to federal custody in 1964. No longer available for review." "Transferred where?" "Doesn't say. Just lists the authorization code. Project Paperclip Archive classified." Project Paperclip. Even a street cop from San Francisco knew that designation. The program that brought Nazi scientists to America after World War II. Why would an escape case be filed under intelligence classifications? What about the secondary files, witness statements, evidence logs? Another search, another apologetic shrug. Also transferred, same authorization. I spent 3 days in Washington, following leads that turned to smoke and asking questions that generated only nervous silence. At FBI headquarters, my request for case consultation was politely denied. At the Bureau of Prisons, I was told the relevant personnel were unavailable for comment. Even my police credentials and Lieutenant Carson's authorization letters seemed to carry no weight. It was Agent Patricia Hendricks, a bureau analyst I'd worked with on a previous case, who finally gave me the truth over drinks in a Georgetown bar. She waited until we were alone, until the other patrons had cleared out, until even the bartender was busy with inventory in the back room. "Ray, you need to drop this," she said quietly, her usual professional demeanour replaced by genuine concern. "The Alcatraz case isn't cold. It's radioactive." "What does that mean?" Patricia glanced around the empty bar before continuing. Internal memo came down in '65. Any agent pursuing Alcatraz leads beyond the official drowning conclusion would be transferred to Alaska or worse. 3 agents have been quietly reassigned since then. Good agents, career agents, all because they asked too many questions about 3 supposedly dead men. Why? If they drowned like the report says, what's the threat? Her laugh was hollow. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? All I know is that certain people in very high places want Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers to stay dead, and they're willing to destroy careers to keep it that way. She slid an envelope across the table. I couldn't get you the files, but I managed to copy some of the index pages before they were sealed. Names, dates, reference numbers. Maybe you can piece together what we're not supposed to know. The documents were fragmentary, frustratingly incomplete, but they told a story that made my blood run cold. Cross-references to CIA front companies, mentions of asset recovery protocol, transfer authorization signed by officials whose names I recognised from the intelligence community. Most disturbing was a memo dated July 1962, just 1 month after the escape. Subjects may possess operational value. Recommend immediate field assessment rather than standard fugitive protocols. Operational value, not the language you'd use for bank robbers and car thieves. That night, in my Washington hotel room, I called Lieutenant Carson to report my findings. The conversation was brief and cryptic. "Ray, you need to come home. Now. I've got leads here, Lieutenant. Real leads. The leads will be there when you get back. If you get back. There are people asking questions about your questions, and those people have resources we don't. Come home." The line went dead. I packed quickly, checking the hallway twice before leaving my room. During the taxi ride to the airport, I noticed the same black sedan in my mirrors that had followed me from the archives building 3 days earlier. Back in San Francisco, Carson met me at the airport personally, something he'd never done before. His first words were a warning. "Your hotel room was searched yesterday. Professional job. Nothing taken, nothing damaged, but they wanted you to know they'd been there." As we drove through the city, he filled me in on developments from my end. Miguel Santos, the fisherman who found the paddle, died in a car accident outside Portland last week. Single vehicle collision on a straight road, clear weather, and Mrs. Hutchins, the lady who saw the car theft, moved to Phoenix, left no forwarding address. Her old neighbours say federal agents visited her the day before she left. The pattern was becoming clear. Anyone connected to evidence contradicting the official narrative was disappearing, voluntarily or otherwise. The Alcatraz case wasn't just closed, it was being actively suppressed by people with resources and authority I couldn't match. "What do I do, Lieutenant?" Carson pulled over and turned to face me. In 30 years of police work, I'd never seen him look so serious. "You write a report confirming the drowning theory. You file it properly. You forget everything you've learned, and you pray that's enough to keep you breathing." But I couldn't forget. The faces in those photographs. The fear in Mary Anglin's eyes. The systematic elimination of evidence and witnesses. Somewhere out there, the truth was buried so deep that powerful people were willing to destroy lives to keep it hidden. The question was whether I was brave enough, or stupid enough, to keep digging. Tony the Fish Marconi wasn't the kind of informant you'd find in a police procedural manual. A small-time smuggler with ties to both San Francisco's waterfront and various federal agencies that preferred not to be named, Tony survived by knowing when to talk and when to disappear. When he agreed to meet me at a dive bar in North Beach, I knew the information would be worth the risk. "You're playing with fire, Detective," he said, stirring his whiskey with a nicotine-stained finger. "The Alcatraz thing? That ain't just a prison break, that's connected to some heavy government business." "What kind of business?" Tony glanced around the dim bar, noting the exits, the other patrons, the bartender's attention. Old habits from a life lived in the shadows. "You ever hear of something called the Prometheus Group?" I shook my head. "Private contractors, black budget operations, the kind of people who make problems disappear for Uncle Sam. Word on the street is they were running recruitment out of the Bay Area in the early 60s, looking for specific types, intelligent, adaptable, morally flexible, men who'd already proven they could operate outside the law." The implications hit me like a physical blow. "You're saying Morris and the Anglins were recruited?" "I'm saying Morris had an IQ of 133 and a talent for planning that impressed even the prison psychologists. The Anglin brothers were mechanical geniuses who could improvise solutions from scrap metal and determination. During the Cold War, those were valuable skills. Tony drained his whiskey and signalled for another. Think about it. 3 men plan the perfect escape from America's most secure prison. They disappear without a trace, despite the biggest manhunt in federal history. Either they're criminal masterminds beyond anything we've seen, or they had help. Professional help. What kind of help? The kind that comes with new identities, transportation, and assignments in places where questions aren't asked. South America was crawling with intelligence operations in the 60s. Cuba, Chile, Brazil. All potential flashpoints that needed experienced operators who couldn't be traced back to Washington. The theory was insane, but it explained the evidence I'd uncovered. The systematic suppression of information, the classified file transfers, the fear I'd encountered at every level of government. If the Alcatraz escape had been a recruitment operation disguised as a prison break, then admitting the men survived would expose a covert program that violated everything America claimed to stand for. There's another possibility, Tony continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Maybe they weren't recruited. Maybe they stumbled onto something they weren't supposed to see. Such as... Alcatraz was more than a prison detective. It was a research facility, mind control experiments, interrogation techniques, pharmaceutical trials, the kind of work that required subjects who couldn't complain to their congressman. What if Morris and the Anglins saw something during their time there? What if their escape wasn't about freedom, it was about exposure? My mind reeled with the implications. If the escapees had witnessed classified experiments, their capture wouldn't result in a return to prison. It would result in permanent silence. I've heard whispers, Tony continued. Black sites in Nevada, facilities that don't appear on any government maps, places where inconvenient people go to be forgotten, the kind of places where 3 escaped prisoners might end up if they knew too much. He finished his second whiskey and stood to leave. One more thing, Detective. You know why they call it the Prometheus Group? I shook my head. Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. The gods punished him by chaining him to a rock where eagles ate his liver for eternity. Some gifts come with a price that never stops being paid. After Tony left, I sat in that dim bar for another hour, trying to process what he'd told me. 3 theories, each more disturbing than the last. Theory 1. Cold War recruitment. The escape was facilitated by intelligence agencies looking for deniable assets. Morris and the Anglins were extracted, given new identities, and deployed to international hotspots where their criminal skills could serve national interests. Theory 2. Witness protection in reverse. The men had seen classified activities at Alcatraz and escaped to avoid being silenced. Their continued existence threatened to expose government programs that officially didn't exist. Theory 3. The darkest possibility. They were captured alive after the escape and disappeared into the black site system, spending the rest of their lives as test subjects or interrogation practice for intelligence agencies that viewed them as expendable assets. Each theory explained the evidence I'd gathered. Each theory justified the extreme measures taken to suppress the truth. And each theory meant that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers faced something far worse than drowning in San Francisco Bay. They faced erasure from history itself. 6 months later, against direct orders from Lieutenant Carson and my own better judgment, I found myself on a flight to Rio de Janeiro. The lead had come through Tony Marconi's network, a bartender in Ipanema who claimed to remember 2 American men matching the Anglin's description, regulars at his establishment from 1971 to 1978. They paid cash, spoke little Portuguese, and never talked about their past, the bartender Carlos told me through a translator. But they were different from other expatriates, more careful, always watching the exits, never sitting with their backs to the door. The description matched surveillance training, the kind of operational security taught to intelligence assets. Carlos produced a photograph taken during a Christmas party in 1975, a grainy image showing 2 men at the edge of the celebration, their faces partially obscured but their body language unmistakably American. My hands trembled as I studied the picture. The man on the left had the same jawline, the same ears, the same way of holding his shoulders that I'd memorised from Clarence Anglin's prison files. The other figure showed signs of premature ageing, stress lines and grey hair that suggested a life lived under constant tension. "What happened to them?" I asked. Carlos's expression darkened. "They left suddenly, in the middle of the night. One day they were here. The next day their apartment was empty. The landlord said men in suits had come asking questions the week before. Americans, but not tourists. Government men." I spent another week in Rio following leads that grew colder with each passing day. The apartment building where the mystery Americans had lived was scheduled for demolition, its records mysteriously lost in a fire. The bank where they had allegedly maintained accounts had no record of American customers from that period. Every trail ended in convenient dead ends and missing documentation. On my final night in Brazil, I was approached by a man claiming to be a freelance journalist who'd been investigating the same story. We met at a beachside cafe in Copacabana, the sound of waves masking our conversation from potential surveillance. "You're the American detective asking about the Alcatraz escapees," he said without preamble. It wasn't a question. I neither confirmed nor denied, waiting for him to continue. "I've been working this story for 3 years," he said, "following reports of American fugitives throughout South America. The trail is real, detective, too real. These men lived here, worked here, built lives here. But every time I get close to proof, the sources disappear, witnesses relocate, documents vanish. I've had my hotel room searched, my phone tapped, my sources intimidated." He slid a manila envelope across the table. "This is everything I've gathered. Photographs, witness statements, financial records, hidden in different locations for 3 years, copied and recopied to prevent loss. It's yours now." "Why?" "Because I'm done." Yesterday, I received a visit from 2 men with American accents and no identification. They politely suggested that my investigation was endangering people I cared about. They showed me photographs of my sister's children playing in a park in Sao Paulo. Very clear photographs. Very recent photographs. The envelope contained a treasure trove of evidence. Bank records showing regular deposits to accounts held by men with obviously false Brazilian identities. Employment records from construction companies that had hired American workers without proper documentation. Hotel registries with signatures that bore striking resemblances to handwriting samples I'd obtained from Alcatraz. Most compelling was a photograph dated 1976 showing 3 men at a construction site in the Amazon basin. 2 matched the Anglin brothers' physical descriptions. The third was older, lean, with the kind of penetrating stare I remembered from Frank Morris's mugshot. All 3 wore work clothes and hard hats, looking like ordinary labourers except for their distinctly American postures and expressions. But like every other lead I'd followed, this one ended in frustration and fear. When I tried to contact the construction company, I learned it had been dissolved in 1979. The site where the photograph was taken was now underwater, flooded by a dam project that had relocated the entire local population. The pattern was always the same. Evidence of survival followed by systematic elimination of that evidence. Either I was chasing ghosts or someone with vast resources was staying one step ahead of every investigation. My flight back to San Francisco was delayed by mysterious mechanical problems. During the 6-hour layover in Mexico City, I noticed the same 2 men in different locations throughout the terminal. Always at a distance, always watching, never making direct contact. When I finally boarded the plane, they weren't among the passengers. Lieutenant Carson met me at San Francisco International with news that made my blood run cold. "Federal marshals raided your apartment yesterday, Ray. Warrant signed by a judge I've never heard of, for evidence in a case they wouldn't specify. They took everything, your files, your notes, your photographs, everything connected to Alcatraz." In the car ride home, he handed me an official-looking document. "Transfer orders, effective immediately. You're being reassigned to the robbery division. Your Alcatraz investigation is officially terminated." "On whose authority?" "Authority high enough that questioning it would end both our careers." Carson's voice carried a weight I'd never heard before. "Ray, I've been a cop for 28 years. I've seen corruption, cover-ups, and conspiracies, but I've never seen anything like this. The pressure to shut you down is coming from levels of government I didn't know existed." He pulled over in a secluded area of Golden Gate Park and turned to face me directly. "Whatever you found down there, whatever you think you know, it's not worth your life. These people have made careers disappear for asking the wrong questions. They can make people disappear too." As he spoke, a black sedan with government plates drove slowly past us, its occupants clearly visible through tinted windows that somehow allowed us to see their faces while hiding their expressions. The message was unmistakable. We were being watched, our conversation monitored, our future actions carefully noted. That night, alone in my ransacked apartment, I realised the full scope of what I was up against. This wasn't just a cover-up of a prison escape. It was the systematic suppression of a truth so dangerous that the most powerful government in the world was willing to destroy lives to protect it. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't just escaped from Alcatraz. They'd escaped into a shadow world where truth became enemy of the state, where survival meant accepting lies, and where the greatest prison of all was the silence that surrounded their fate. But silence, I was beginning to understand, has its own way of speaking to those willing to listen. 25 years passed like pages torn from a calendar and scattered by the wind. I worked robbery division, collected my pension, and tried to convince myself that some truths were better left buried. The Alcatraz case became a ghost that haunted my dreams, 3 faces staring at me from the depths of San Francisco Bay, asking why I'd abandoned the search for their story. Then came January 2013, and a letter that changed everything. The History Channel documentary was running old Alcatraz footage when the phone rang. It was my former partner, Jimmy Chen, now working cold cases for the FBI. His voice carried the excitement of a man who'd stumbled onto something extraordinary. "Ray, you need to see this. Someone sent a letter to the Bureau claiming to be John Anglin. Says he's dying of cancer, wants to make a deal. Information about the escape in exchange for medical treatment." My hands shook as I read the photocopied letter Jimmy brought to my house that evening. The handwriting was shaky with age and illness, but certain flourishes matched the Christmas cards Marie Anglin had shown me decades earlier. The details were specific, accurate, insider knowledge that only someone who'd lived through the escape could possess. "It's a hoax," Jimmy said, watching my reaction. "Has to be. FBI handwriting analysis says inconclusive. Could be authentic, could be someone who studied the case extensively. But I knew better. The letter wasn't just about the escape. It mentioned details that had never been made public. References to guard rotation patterns that were classified. Descriptions of cell modifications that weren't in any official report. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been there, who'd lived through those final months of preparation. "There's more," Jimmy continued. "The letter mentions a meeting place, coordinates in the Bay Area, where supposedly Frank Morris left something hidden before the escape. Information that was too dangerous to carry. The writer claims it's still there, waiting for someone brave enough to look. The coordinates led to a section of Angel Island State Park, near the spot where the makeshift raft materials had been found 51 years earlier. Against every instinct for self-preservation I'd developed, I found myself hiking those trails the following weekend, searching for something I couldn't name. It was hidden in a cave that didn't appear on any park maps, sealed behind rocks that looked natural but showed tool marks when examined closely. A waterproof container, military surplus from the 1960s, containing documents that made my blood run cold. Guard schedules from Alcatraz, annotated with personal notes about corruption and smuggling operations. Photographs of prison officials meeting with men in expensive suits who didn't appear in any government directories. Financial records showing payments from offshore accounts to wardens and guards who lived far beyond their official salaries. Most damning was a handwritten journal in Frank Morris's distinctive script, documenting what he'd witnessed during his time at Alcatraz. The prison wasn't just housing criminals, it was housing witnesses to government activities that violated constitutional protections. Political prisoners who'd been disappeared from the mainland. Foreign nationals being held without diplomatic notification. Test subjects for psychological experiments that would later be revealed as part of the MKUltra program. The final entry, dated 2 days before the escape, was prophetic in its certainty. We're not breaking out to be free, we're breaking out to stay alive. What we know, what we've seen, makes us more dangerous to them than any criminal they've ever housed. If we stay, we disappear quietly. If we escape and get caught, we disappear loudly. Our only chance is to vanish completely and hope the truth survives us. The documents explained everything. The official insistence on the drowning theory, the suppression of evidence, the systematic elimination of witnesses. The Alcatraz escape wasn't a crime to be solved. It was a national security incident to be contained. Morris and the Anglins hadn't just witnessed classified activities. They documented them, created a record of government crimes that could destroy careers and topple administrations. Their escape was both an act of desperation and a gamble that someday someone would be brave enough to tell their story. Reading those pages in the dim light of that hidden cave, I finally understood the true scope of the self-destruction paradox. The very actions taken to hide the truth had preserved it. The efforts to silence witnesses had created evidence. The attempts to erase history had documented it in detail. But understanding the truth and proving it were different challenges entirely. The men who'd orchestrated the cover-up were dead or retired, their crimes protected by classification systems and institutional amnesia. The witnesses were gone, scattered or silenced by 5 decades of systematic intimidation. Yet the letter kept haunting me. Someone claiming to be John Anglin, dying and desperate, reaching out across 50 years of silence to offer one final revelation. The FBI had dismissed it as a hoax, but their dismissal felt too quick, too certain, too reminiscent of the patterns I'd seen decades earlier. Late at night, when the pain in my chest reminded me of my own mortality, I wondered about the fates of 3 men who'd gambled everything on an impossible escape. Had they found freedom in the jungles of South America? Had they lived out their days under assumed names, carrying secrets too dangerous to share? Or had they been caught, disappeared into black sites where their knowledge died with them? The letter writer claimed John Anglin had survived into the 21st century, living with the weight of knowledge that could never be shared, watching as history branded him a criminal, while the real criminals wore badges and held office. If true, it was a torture more cruel than any prison cell, to know the truth and be unable to speak it, to carry justice in your heart while injustice wore your name. I kept the documents for 6 months before making my decision. They couldn't stay hidden. Too many people had died to protect these secrets, and too many others deserved to know the truth. But releasing them publicly would accomplish nothing except getting me killed and the evidence destroyed. Instead, I chose a different path. I copied everything, hid the copies in locations scattered across the country, and left instructions for their release upon my death. If the government wanted to suppress the truth, they'd have to do it posthumously, when I could no longer be intimidated or eliminated. The original documents I returned to their hiding place on Angel Island, along with my own written account of the investigation. Future generations might find them, might understand what they represented, might finally give Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers the justice they'd been denied for over half a century. But justice, I was learning, was a luxury the living could rarely afford. It was a gift we could only leave for the dead, a truth we could only speak when our own voices had been silenced. The morphine makes it difficult to focus, but I need to finish this recording while I still can. The doctors say hours now, maybe a day if I'm stubborn enough to fight the inevitable. I've been fighting for 78 years. What's one more battle against the darkness? I've spent 53 years carrying the weight of what I learned about Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers. 53 years of waking up in cold sweats, wondering if today would be the day federal agents knocked on my door with a permanent solution to my inconvenient knowledge. 53 years of looking over my shoulder, checking my rearview mirror, and jumping at unexpected phone calls. The truth is a heavy burden when you're carrying it alone. I don't know if Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers lived out their days in Brazilian freedom, sipping caipirinhas on Ipanema Beach and laughing at the federal agents who'd spent decades searching for their corpses. I don't know if they died namelessly in some government facility, their final words lost in soundproof rooms designed to swallow screams. But I do know this with absolute certainty. They didn't drown in San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The evidence was always there for anyone brave enough to look past the official narrative. The car theft, the witness statements, the photographs from South America, the Christmas cards signed with familiar initials, each piece individually dismissed as coincidence or hoax, but collectively forming a picture of survival that powerful people needed to deny. The government's insistence on the drowning theory wasn't about maintaining Alcatraz's reputation or protecting prison security. It was about hiding activities that violated every principle America claimed to represent. The research programs, the intelligence operations, the systematic elimination of witnesses, all of it justified by national security classifications that turned constitutional protections into classified waste paper. Morris and the Anglins weren't just criminals who pulled off the perfect escape. They were inconvenient witnesses to state-sanctioned crimes, men whose continued existence threatened to expose a shadow government that operated beyond law, beyond oversight, beyond accountability. Their escape became their crime, their knowledge became their death sentence, their survival became a national security threat that required decades of cover-ups, intimidation, and murder to contain. I've left evidence of everything I'd discovered, hidden in multiple locations protected by legal arrangements that will trigger automatic release upon my death. Some truths are too important to die with the men who discover them. The morphine is winning now, and the room is getting darker. But before I fade away, I want to leave you with this final thought. Alcatraz was never escape-proof because its walls were too high or its waters too cold. It was escape-proof because the government made survival more dangerous than imprisonment, freedom more terrifying than captivity. The greatest prison isn't built with stone and steel. It's built with silence and fear, with official denials and convenient accidents, with careers destroyed and witnesses disappeared. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers didn't die in San Francisco Bay. The Bay didn't kill them. The silence did. And silence. Silence is the strongest prison of all. But even silence eventually comes to an end. Recording ends with the sound of steady breathing that gradually grows fainter, until only the mechanical hum of hospital equipment remains. Found among Detective Raymond Kowalski's personal effects, along with detailed instructions for the release of sealed documents and recordings. To whoever finds this recording and follows the trail I've left behind, my name was Detective Raymond Kowalski, badge number 2847, San Francisco Police Department. I died on December 20th, 2021, at 3:17 a.m., alone except for the ghosts of 3 men whose story I spent a lifetime trying to tell. If you're reading this, it means the legal mechanisms I put in place have been triggered. Safety deposit boxes in 7 different states will have been opened. Law offices in 4 different cities will have released sealed documents. Digital files stored in multiple secure locations will have been automatically transmitted to journalists, historians, and government oversight committees. I've spent 53 years preparing for this moment, the moment when my voice could finally break the silence that has protected one of the greatest cover-ups in American history. The documents you now have access to represent only a fraction of what was hidden. For every piece of evidence I managed to preserve, dozens more were destroyed by people who understood that truth was their greatest enemy. But what remains is enough. Enough to prove that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape from Alcatraz. Enough to demonstrate the systematic suppression of evidence by multiple government agencies. Enough to show that the official narrative was a carefully constructed lie designed to protect state secrets more valuable than human lives. I need you to understand something. The men who orchestrated this cover-up weren't comic book villains twirling their mustaches in shadowy rooms. They were patriots in their own minds. They believed that protecting classified operations was more important than acknowledging 3 escaped prisoners. They convinced themselves that national security justified any level of deception, any amount of witness intimidation, any degree of evidence suppression. They were wrong. In a democracy, truth cannot be classified indefinitely. Justice cannot be postponed forever. The families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers deserved to know their fates. The American people deserved to know what their government did in their name. History deserved an accurate record, not a convenient fiction. I've carried this burden alone because I was afraid. afraid of losing my pension, my reputation, my life, afraid of being dismissed as a conspiracy theorist or a disgruntled cop, afraid that speaking the truth would accomplish nothing except getting me killed. But fear, I've learned, is just another form of prison, and like Alcatraz itself, it's only escape-proof as long as you believe the walls are stronger than your determination to break free. To the families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers, your loved ones were not the criminals history has made them out to be. They were witnesses to government crimes who paid the ultimate price for their knowledge. Whether they found freedom in South America or died in government custody, they deserved better than 50 years of official denial and systematic character assassination. To the government officials who will undoubtedly attempt to discredit these revelations, your time is over. The men who created this cover-up are dead. The operations they were protecting have been declassified or exposed through other channels. The only thing your continued denials accomplish is further damage to public trust in institutions that have already lost too much credibility. To the historians and journalists who will investigate these claims, be careful, be thorough, be brave. The people who killed witnesses and destroyed evidence may be gone, but the systems they created to protect state secrets remain in place. Truth-telling is still a dangerous profession in America. To Frank Morris, John Anglin, and Clarence Anglin, wherever your final resting places may be, your story is finally being told. Your truth is finally being spoken. Your silence is finally being broken. You escaped from Alcatraz on June 11th, 1962. You survived the waters of San Francisco Bay. You lived beyond that night, whatever your ultimate fates may have been. History will remember you not as the criminals who failed to escape, but as the men who succeeded too well for the government's comfort. Your greatest escape wasn't from prison. It was from the official narrative that tried to erase you from history. That escape, at least, was permanent. Final statement for the record. I, Detective Raymond Kowalski, being of sound mind and facing imminent death, do hereby swear under oath that every statement in this recording and its accompanying documents represents the truth as I discovered it through my official investigation into the Alcatraz escape of 1962. I have knowingly risked my career, my safety, and my life to preserve this information. I have done so not for personal gain or professional advancement, but because I believe that in a democracy, truth belongs to the people, not to the bureaucrats who find it inconvenient. If my death occurs under suspicious circumstances, if these documents are somehow suppressed or discredited, if this recording mysteriously disappears, let it stand as evidence that the cover-up I've documented continues to claim lives. But if this message reaches you intact, if the truth I've preserved finally sees daylight, then maybe, just maybe, the strongest prison of all has finally been breached. The silence is broken, the truth is free, and Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers can finally rest in peace, knowing their story has been told. Badge 2847, signing off for the final time. What if something has been watching us for thousands of years, silently cataloguing our progress, waiting for the right moment to report back. Tonight's story comes from the suggestion of Michael Elliott. Thank you for this chilling idea. If you have video ideas you'd like to see, drop them in the comments below. And if you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more mysterious tales that blur the line between science and the unknown. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept sipping it anyway. 3:15 a.m. in northern Canada, and the only sounds were the hum of servers and the occasional crackle of static through my headphones. I'd been working as a contract technician for the Whitehorse Satellite Relay Station for 8 months now, and the isolation had become as familiar as breathing. My job wasn't glamorous. Monitor uplinks, clean signal noise, make sure commercial feeds didn't drop during the night shift when most people were asleep, and wouldn't notice if their satellite TV went dark for a few minutes. The work was methodical, almost meditative in its repetition. Check frequencies, log anomalies, file reports, night after night the same routine. That's why what I found that October evening stood out so starkly against the backdrop of mundane technical maintenance. Buried deep in the static of Channel 47, a frequency we used for overflow data from weather satellites, was something that shouldn't have been there. At first, I thought it was interference from the Aurora Borealis. The northern lights could play havoc with our equipment, especially during solar storm seasons. But as I isolated the signal and ran it through our standard noise reduction protocols, a pattern emerged. There was a pulse, clean, digital, repeating with mechanical precision. The delay between each pulse was exactly 13 seconds. I checked our satellite logs, cross-referencing every known orbital object that could be transmitting on that frequency. Commercial satellites, military birds, weather stations, even old Soviet hardware still tumbling through space decades after their missions ended. Nothing matched. The signal was coming from something that, according to our database, didn't exist. I printed out the frequency analysis and spectrum charts, my hands trembling slightly as the papers emerged from the laser printer. In 8 months of night shifts, I'd logged dozens of anomalies. Solar interference, atmospheric distortion, equipment malfunctions. But this was different. This was structured, intentional. As I stared at the printout, one thought kept circling through my mind. If this signal wasn't coming from any known satellite, then what was transmitting it? And more importantly, why had it taken me this long to notice something that was apparently broadcasting with the reliability of an atomic clock? I followed protocol and logged the anomaly in our incident management system. Signal source unknown, frequency 1420.4057 MHz, pulse duration 0.3 seconds, interval 13.0 seconds. I classified it as atmospheric interference and scheduled it for review by the day shift supervisor. The system immediately flagged my entry with a red warning box. Unidentified orbital source. Automatic escalation initiated. I'd never seen that message before. Within minutes, my terminal was automatically cross-referencing the signal against NORAD's satellite catalogue, then expanding to include classified military databases I didn't know our system had access to. The search results were the same across all databases. No matching orbital object found. My shift was supposed to end at 6 a.m, but I found myself staying late, compulsively checking the frequency every few minutes. The pulse was still there, still perfectly timed, still broadcasting from nowhere. When James Morrison arrived for the day shift at 7:30, I was still hunched over my workstation, surrounded by printouts and empty coffee cups. James had been working satellite communications since before I was born, a grizzled veteran who'd seen everything from Cold War spy satellites to modern GPS constellations. "You look like hell, Martinez," he said, settling into his chair with a grunt. "What kept you here so long?" I handed him the frequency analysis. Found something weird on channel 47. System flagged it as unidentified orbital source. James studied the printouts, his weathered face growing increasingly tense. After several minutes of silence, he looked up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Tom," he said quietly, "I need you to listen to me very carefully. You're going to delete this log entry. You're going to classify this as equipment malfunction, and you're not going to mention it to anyone else." "But the signal is clean, James." This isn't equipment malfunction. Something is actually broadcasting. I said delete it. His voice carried a finality that made my stomach drop. Trust me on this one, kid. Some anomalies are better left unreported. You log something like this, and you'll invite the wrong kind of attention, the kind that ends careers. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the signal, the mechanical precision of those 13-second intervals, and I kept thinking about James's reaction, the way his face had gone pale when he saw the orbital trajectory calculations. When I returned to the station for my next shift 2 nights later, I checked channel 47 immediately. The pulse was still there. Same frequency, same timing, same impossible source. But this time, I didn't log it. I couldn't let it go. During my off hours, I found myself researching historical satellite anomalies, digging through declassified government documents and academic papers about space debris. Most of what I found was routine. Failed Soviet missions, American spy satellites that had gone dark during the Cold War, chunks of rockets and spacecraft that had broken apart and scattered across various orbits. But buried in a 1960 Naval Intelligence report I found through a Freedom of Information Act database, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. The document was heavily redacted, whole paragraphs blacked out with thick marker, but what remained was enough to confirm that I wasn't the first person to detect an unidentifiable signal from space. Classified, Eyes Only Naval Intelligence Division. Date, March 15th, 1960. Subject, anomalous orbital object. Ground-based radar stations have detected an object in polar orbit approximately 460 kilometers above Earth's surface. Object exhibits regular orbital characteristics, but does not match any known US or Soviet launch vehicle. Radio telescopes at Redacted have detected intermittent signals from the object. Pattern analysis suggests artificial origin. Object designation, Project Black Knight. Orbital inclination, 79 degrees, retrograde. Period, 104.5 minutes. Signal frequency, redacted. Signal pattern, redacted. Initial assessment, object, not of US or Soviet origin. Monitoring continues. Note, object appears to have been in stable orbit for redacted years prior to first detection. Analysis of historical astronomical records suggests possible earlier observations dating back to redacted. The report ended with a line that sent chills down my spine. Recommend classification level cosmic. Potential implications for national security. Require immediate suppression of public disclosure. I cross-referenced the orbital parameters with the signal I'd been tracking. The math was complex, but after accounting for decades of orbital decay and gravitational perturbation, the numbers were close enough to be significant. Project Black Knight wasn't just a Cold War curiosity. If the Naval Intelligence report was accurate, something had been in polar orbit since before humans had the technology to put anything in space, and it was still there. My research led me down increasingly dark rabbit holes. I spent hours on conspiracy forums, amateur astronomy websites, and declassified document archives. Most of what I found was obvious nonsense. Blurry photos of weather balloons, misidentified aircraft, the usual collection of hoaxes and misunderstandings that populate the fringes of the internet. But occasionally I'd stumble across something that felt different, more credible, more disturbing. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. My cousin Marcus, who worked as a data recovery specialist for NASA contractors. We'd grown up together in Ontario, and he was one of the few family members who knew about my work at the satellite station. During a family gathering in Toronto, I mentioned my research into historical space anomalies, carefully avoiding any specifics about what I'd been tracking. Marcus listened with growing interest, occasionally asking technical questions about orbital mechanics and signal analysis. "You know," he said as we walked along Lake Ontario after dinner, "I might have something that would interest you. Ever heard of the STS-88 mission?" I shook my head. Space Shuttle Endeavour, December 1998. First assembly mission for the International Space Station. NASA released hundreds of photos from that mission, including some shots of what they claimed was space debris. some kind of thermal blanket that had broken away from a previous mission. Marcus pulled out his phone and showed me one of the official NASA images. A dark, angular object tumbling slowly against the star field, clearly artificial but shapeless, like a piece of torn metal sheeting. Here's the thing, Marcus continued. I was doing data recovery on some corrupted drives from that era. NASA had a lot of storage problems in the late 90s, and I found additional images from STS-88 that never made it into the official archive. He swiped to another photo and my breath caught in my throat. Unlike the official images, this one showed the object in sharp detail. It wasn't tumbling, it wasn't shapeless, it was stationary relative to Earth, maintaining a fixed orientation with geometric precision. The object was clearly artificial, with angular surfaces and what appeared to be antenna arrays or sensor pods extending from its main body. But what made my hands start shaking was the object's orbit. Based on the Earth's curvature visible in the background and the angle of the sun, I could estimate the altitude and inclination. The numbers matched the 1960 Naval Intelligence Report exactly. Holy shit, I whispered. The file name is interesting too, Marcus said. All the official images were labelled with standard NASA mission codes, but this one had a custom name. He showed me the file properties. Instead of something like STS-088-34 2-012, the image was labelled SENTINELARCHIVE001. Marcus, I said slowly, I need you to send me everything you have on this. Everything. I can't, Tom. This stuff isn't supposed to exist. If NASA finds out I've been sharing recovered files, please. The desperation in my voice surprised even me. This is connected to something I'm working on. Something important. Marcus studied my face for a long moment, then sighed. I'll see what I can do. But you never got this from me, understand? And if anyone asks, we never had this conversation. 3 days later, a compressed file appeared in my personal email account, sent from an obviously fake address. The archive contained 17 high-resolution images of the object, taken from different angles and distances. Each photo showed the same thing, a clearly artificial construct maintaining a perfect polar orbit, its surfaces reflecting sunlight with the consistency of polished metal. But it was the last file in the archive that changed everything. Not an image, but a text document containing spectral analysis data from the shuttle's radio equipment. During the STS-88 mission, Endeavour's communications array had detected a repeating radio signal from the object. The signal was weak, barely above background noise, but the pattern was unmistakable. A pulse repeating every 13 seconds, broadcasting on a frequency of 1420.4057 MHz. The same signal I'd been tracking at the White Horse Station. For 37 years, this thing, whatever it was, had been broadcasting the same message. I became obsessed. Sleep became optional. Food was something I consumed mechanically while staring at spreadsheets and signal analysis software. I'd converted one corner of my apartment into a makeshift research station with multiple monitors displaying frequency analysis, orbital calculations, and historical documents. The breakthrough came during a particularly frustrating all-nighter in November. I'd been trying to decode the pulse pattern using standard cryptographic methods, looking for hidden messages in the timing variations, frequency modulations, anything that might reveal meaning in what appeared to be a simple, repetitive beacon. Nothing worked. The signal was maddeningly consistent. 13 seconds between pulses, no variation in frequency, no embedded data that I could detect with any conventional analysis tools. Then I had what felt like an epiphany, or maybe just the delirium of too much caffeine and too little sleep. What if I was overthinking this? What if the message wasn't in the complexity of the signal, but in its simplicity? I opened a binary converter and began transcribing the pulse pattern as ones and zeros. Each pulse was a 1, each 13-second gap was a 0. After an hour of careful logging, I had several hundred digits of binary code. The first few conversions gave me gibberish, random numbers that meant nothing. But then I tried interpreting the binary as coordinates, using different projection systems and datum references. That's when the pattern emerged. The binary string wasn't random. It was a sequence of latitude and longitude coordinates, encoded in a base 13 numerical system. 13 seconds between pulses, base 13 encoding. The mathematical symmetry was too perfect to be coincidental. I plotted the first set of coordinates on Google Earth, 29.9792 degrees north, 31.1342 degrees east, the Great Pyramid of Giza. My hands were shaking as I decoded the next set, 51.1789 degrees north, 1.8262 degrees west. Stonehenge. The coordinates continued, each one marking a location I recognised from archaeology textbooks and ancient history documentaries. Teotihuacan in Mexico, Machu Picchu in Peru, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Easter Island, Newgrange Island, the Nazca Lines. Dozens of ancient sites spread across every continent, connected by nothing except their age and the enduring mysteries that surrounded their construction. But it was the header data. Embedded at the beginning of the coordinate sequence was a timestamp and cycle indicator. Cycle, 13,000. Status, monitoring next. Report pending, 13,000 years. The approximate time span since the end of the last ice age, when human civilization began its rapid development from hunter-gatherer societies to the complex cultures that built the pyramids, Stonehenge, and all the other sites marked in the signal. I sat back in my chair, staring at the decoded message on my screen. The implications were staggering. If this signal was authentic, and every piece of evidence suggested it was, then something had been watching Earth for millennia, cataloguing the development of human civilization, marking the locations where our ancestors built their greatest monuments. The Black Knight satellite wasn't space junk or a secret government project. It was a sentinel, observer, a reporter, and according to the timestamp embedded in its signal, it was almost time to file its next report. The realization that something had been monitoring Earth for 13,000 years should have terrified me. Instead, I felt a strange sense of clarity, as if puzzle pieces I didn't even know existed were finally clicking into place. I spent the following weeks cross-referencing the coordinates from the signal with archaeological databases, looking for patterns in construction dates, architectural similarities, anything that might explain why these particular sites had been selected for monitoring. What I found challenged everything I thought I knew about human history. The sites weren't just ancient, they were specifically ancient in ways that suggested coordination across vast distances and time periods. The construction techniques used at Pumapunku in Bolivia showed striking similarities to methods used at Baalbek in Lebanon, despite being built by cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. The astronomical alignments at Giza matched those found at Angkor Wat, separated by thousands of miles and hundreds of years, but it was the mathematical relationships that truly unsettled me. When I plotted all the coordinate points on a global map and began measuring the distances between them, I discovered that many of the sites were positioned according to precise geometric relationships. The distances formed triangles, pentagons, and complex polygons, with measurements that were exact multiples of fundamental mathematical constants. It was as if the entire planet had been surveyed by a single intelligence, with monitoring stations established according to a master plan that spanned continents and millennia. I began researching historical accounts of unexplained phenomena at these locations. What I found was a consistent pattern of reports across different cultures and time periods, describing strange lights in the sky, unusual atmospheric disturbances, and in some cases direct observations of metallic objects hovering above the ancient monuments. A medieval chronicle from Salisbury described a star that moved against the heavens, appearing above Stonehenge during the winter solstice of 1244. Mayan codices contained references to the eye that watches from the void in connection with observations at Chichen Itza. Aboriginal Dreamtime stories from Australia spoke of sky spirits that visited Uluru at regular intervals to count the changes in the world below. The accounts were separated by thousands of years and thousands of miles, recorded by cultures that had no knowledge of each other's existence, but the descriptions were remarkably consistent. Periodic appearances of artificial objects in the sky, always in connection with the ancient sites, always described as watching or observing rather than interacting. As December approached, I found myself checking the signal obsessively. The pulse pattern remained unchanged, but I'd begun to notice subtle variations in signal strength that seemed to correlate with the satellite's position relative to specific coordinate points. When the Black Knight passed over the Giza complex, the signal strengthened. When it crossed above Stonehenge, the pulse became more defined, cleaner. It was conducting active scans. Then, on December 21st, the winter solstice, everything changed. I was monitoring Channel 47 during my regular shift when the 13-second pulse pattern suddenly stopped. For 17 minutes, there was nothing but empty static. I thought I'd lost the signal, that decades of consistent transmission had finally come to an end. Then it returned, but different. The pulse timing had changed from 13 seconds to 12. The frequency had shifted slightly higher, and embedded in the binary stream was new data, not coordinates this time, but what appeared to be measurement readings, environmental data, population estimates. The Black Knight was no longer just monitoring, it was compiling a report, and based on the mathematical progression I was seeing in the data stream, it was preparing to transmit that report somewhere else. The signal that had been broadcast into Earth for decades was about to be redirected outward, towards some destination in deep space. The 13,000-year observation cycle was coming to an end. Over the following days, I watched as the Black Knight's transmission pattern evolved from simple monitoring pulses to complex data streams. The binary information was now flowing almost continuously, with only brief pauses between what appeared to be different sections of the report. Using the decoding methods I'd developed, I began translating portions of the transmission. What I found was simultaneously fascinating and terrifying, a comprehensive analysis of human civilization from the perspective of something that had been watching us develop for millennia. The report contained detailed measurements of atmospheric composition changes over the past century, tracking the increase in carbon dioxide, methane and other industrial pollutants. Population growth rates were documented with mathematical precision, along with urbanization patterns and resource consumption data. But it was the sociological analysis that truly unsettled me. The transmission included assessments of human technological development, political organisation, and social structures. The language was clinical, detached, like an anthropologist studying an isolated tribe. Species, status, transitional technology, level, type 0.7, civilization population, pressure, critical environmental impact, severe aggressions index, high probability, matrix, self-termination, 75% intervention, threshold, exceeded. The implications were staggering. Whatever intelligence was behind the Black Knight didn't just observe, it made judgments. It assessed civilizations and apparently had protocols for intervention when certain thresholds were crossed. And according to its analysis, humanity had crossed those thresholds. I began researching historical accounts of civilizations that had disappeared suddenly, leaving behind only their monuments and mysteries. The Anasazi of the American Southwest, who abandoned their cliff cities overnight. The builders of Great Zimbabwe, whose advanced society vanished without explanation. The Easter Island civilization, which collapsed after reaching a population peak. In each case, the disappearances occurred shortly after periods of rapid population growth, environmental degradation, and social instability. The same conditions the Black Knight was now documenting for modern human civilization. The most chilling revelation came when I decoded a section of the transmission that contained historical data comparisons. The Black Knight had been observing Earth through multiple cycles, tracking the rise and fall of intelligent species across geological time periods. We weren't the first civilization it had monitored. We weren't even the first to reach our current level of technological development. According to the data stream, there had been at least 3 previous instances of intelligence emerging on Earth, each reaching roughly our current level of advancement before disappearing from the archaeological record. The gaps in the fossil record that paleontologists struggled to explain, the mysterious extinction events that punctuated Earth's history, they weren't random catastrophes, they were interventions. As I sat in my cramped apartment surrounded by printouts and glowing monitors, the full scope of what I'd discovered began to sink in. The Black Knight wasn't just observing human civilization, it was part of a system, a galactic management protocol for monitoring and controlling the development of intelligent species. And according to its assessment, humanity's time was up. On January 3rd, everything changed again. I arrived at the White Horse station for my regular shift to find the facility buzzing with activity. Technicians I'd never seen before were installing new equipment, and several men in dark suits were conducting interviews with the day shift personnel. James Morrison pulled me aside as I signed in. "They're from the Communication Security Establishment," he said quietly, referring to Canada's Electronic Intelligence Agency. "Someone flagged unusual signal activity from our station. They're reviewing all our logs from the past 6 months." My stomach dropped. Despite James's warnings, I'd continued monitoring the Black Knight signal, keeping detailed personal records of its evolution from simple pulses to complex data streams. If CSE investigators found evidence of what I'd been tracking... "Did you delete those anomaly reports like I told you to?" James asked. "Yes," I lied. "Classified everything as equipment malfunction." "Good. Keep it that way. Answer their questions honestly, but don't volunteer any information they don't specifically ask for." The interview was conducted by a woman named Agent Collins, who looked to be in her early 40s with the kind of sharp, analytical gaze that made me feel like she could read my thoughts. She asked about my background, my work procedures, any unusual signals or anomalies I might have detected. I stuck to James's script, denying any knowledge of unidentified transmissions. But as the interview progressed, I began to realise that Agent Collins already knew more than she was letting on. "Mr. Martinez," she said, consulting a tablet, "our analysis shows that you've been accessing frequencies outside your normal monitoring responsibilities. Specifically, Channel 47 has shown unusual activity during your shifts." "I check all channels as part of my routine maintenance," I said carefully. "Sometimes commercial satellites drift off their assigned frequencies due to hardware malfunctions. And have you detected any persistent anomalies on Channel 47? The way she emphasised the word persistent made it clear that this wasn't a fishing expedition. CSE knew about the Black Knight signal. They'd known about it long before I stumbled across it. "No," I said. "Nothing that wasn't explained by standard atmospheric interference or equipment issues." Agent Collins studied me for a long moment, then made a note on her tablet. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Martinez. We may need to speak with you again." That night I tried to access the Black Knight frequency through the station's equipment. The signal was gone, not reduced or relocated, completely absent. After broadcasting continuously for decades, the transmission had simply stopped. I went home and checked my personal recordings of the signal, the decoded messages, all the evidence I'd accumulated over months of research. My computer had been wiped clean. Every file, every analysis, every piece of documentation had been deleted. But they'd missed one thing. Hidden in a folder of old family photos on an external drive was a single text file containing the most recent decoded transmission from the Black Knight. I'd saved it there weeks earlier as a backup, disguised with an innocuous file name. The final message was brief, formatted like a transmission header. Cycle 13,000. Complete assessment. Negative recommendation. Reset protocol authorized status. Signal terminating next contact. Cycle 13,001. 13,001. The next observation cycle wouldn't begin for another 13 millennia. But according to the transmission, there wouldn't be anything left to observe by then. The reset protocol had been authorized. In the weeks following the CSE investigation, I tried to return to normal life. I continued working my shifts at the satellite station, monitoring routine transmissions and filing standard reports. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was living on borrowed time, that the countdown to something catastrophic had already begun. The signs started small. Unusual solar activity that disrupted satellite communications worldwide. Atmospheric disturbances that meteorologists couldn't explain. Reports from amateur astronomers of new objects appearing in Earth's orbital space. Objects that weren't listed in any official catalogues. Then the power grids began failing. The first blackout hit the northeastern United States in mid-February. affecting over 40 million people. Utility companies blamed equipment failures and cyber attacks, but the pattern of grid collapses suggested something more systematic. Power substations were failing in a sequence that followed major population centres, spreading outward from urban areas like ripples from a stone dropped in water. By March, the blackouts had spread across North America and into Europe. Transportation systems ground to a halt as traffic control networks failed. Communication satellites went dark. The internet, humanity's nervous system, began fragmenting as server farms lost power, and fibre optic cables were mysteriously severed. I watched the collapse unfold from the relative isolation of the Whitehall station, one of the few facilities that remained operational due to its hardened infrastructure and independent power systems. But even our equipment was showing signs of stress. Signal noise was increasing daily, and we were detecting electromagnetic anomalies that our instruments couldn't properly analyse. Then I saw them during a clear night in late March. I was conducting routine maintenance on our satellite dishes when movement in the sky caught my attention. At first, I thought they were aircraft, dark shapes silhouetted against the stars, moving with the steady purpose of commercial airliners. But their flight patterns were wrong. They moved in perfect formation, accelerating and decelerating in ways that defied conventional physics. And they were completely silent, casting shadows against the aurora borealis without producing any engine noise or exhaust signatures. I counted at least 20 objects, all roughly cylindrical in shape, arranged in a geometric pattern that reminded me of the coordinate relationships I'd discovered in the Black Knight transmission. They maintained their formation for almost an hour before accelerating upward and disappearing into the night sky. The next morning brought reports of similar sightings from around the world. Military bases, government facilities, and major population centres were all experiencing flyovers by unidentified craft. But unlike traditional UFO sightings, these objects weren't hiding. They moved openly through controlled airspace, ignored attempts at radio communication, and demonstrated technology that was decades beyond anything in human arsenals. The governments of the world responded predictably. Emergency sessions of the United Nations, military mobilizations, attempts to establish communication with the unknown visitors. But it was already too late for diplomacy. The intervention had begun. The end came not with explosions or invasions, but with a systematic dismantling of the infrastructure that supported modern civilization. Over the course of 6 weeks, humanity's technological achievements simply stopped working. Power grids failed permanently, their control systems corrupted by signals that technicians couldn't trace or repair. Satellites tumbled out of orbit, their electronics fried by precisely targeted electromagnetic pulses. Transportation networks collapsed as traffic control systems, GPS networks, and communication relays went dark simultaneously. But the most devastating attack came through our information systems. Every computer network connected to the internet experienced simultaneous cascade failures. Not viruses or malware, but complete hardware corruption that rendered electronic devices inert. Decades of digital records, scientific databases, cultural archives, all of it vanished in a matter of hours. Humanity's collective memory was being systematically erased. From my position at the Whitehall station, I watched civilization crumble with the detached fascination of an anthropologist observing the collapse of an ant colony. Our isolated facility continued operating on emergency power, but we were cut off from the outside world, reduced to monitoring radio frequencies that carried increasingly desperate communications from military units, government officials, and civilian groups trying to coordinate response efforts. The pattern became clear within days. This wasn't random destruction. It was selective elimination of human technological capability while leaving the natural environment intact. Cities were losing power and communications, but forests remained untouched. Industrial facilities were shutting down, but agricultural areas showed no signs of interference. It was a reset protocol, exactly as the Black Knight transmission had indicated. Human civilization was being systematically returned to a pre-technological state, wiped clean like a computer hard drive being prepared for a fresh installation. The cylindrical craft I'd observed became a common sight, appearing over major population centres and conducting what appeared to be systematic surveys. Occasionally they would deploy smaller objects that descended into urban areas before returning to the mother ships. Witnesses described these smaller craft as conducting detailed scans of infrastructure, mapping systems, documenting the extent of human technology before methodically disabling it. No weapons were used, no violence was reported. The intervention was conducted with the clinical efficiency of pest control specialists eliminating an infestation. By April, the collapse was complete. Modern civilization had been reduced to scattered groups of survivors trying to maintain basic subsistence without electricity, motorized transportation, or electronic communication. The population centres that had housed billions of people were becoming uninhabitable as water treatment systems failed, food distribution networks collapsed, and medical facilities lost the ability to maintain life support equipment. The reset was working exactly as designed. I remained at the White Horse Station until the emergency generators finally ran out of fuel in mid-May. By then, most of my colleagues had left to find their families or join survivor communities that were forming in rural areas. The Canadian government had ceased to exist in any meaningful sense, and emergency services had collapsed along with the rest of the technological infrastructure. But I stayed, compulsively monitoring the radio frequencies for any sign that the Black Knight satellite was still active. On my final night at the station, powered by the last few hours of battery backup, I detected a weak signal on channel 47. It wasn't the familiar 13-second pulse pattern. This was a new transmission, a brief status update broadcast once every hour. Reset protocol, 97% complete population, reduction within parameters, environmental restoration, initiated monitoring, reduced schedule, status, cycle 13001 preparation, 97% complete. Humanity's technological civilization had been almost entirely eliminated, reduced to scattered pockets of survivors who would need generations to rebuild even basic industrial capability. The population that had numbered nearly 8 billion was rapidly declining as urban areas became uninhabitable and medical infrastructure ceased to function. But some would survive. The transmission indicated that complete extinction wasn't the goal, just reduction to sustainable levels and elimination of technological capability. The survivors would eventually rebuild, develop agriculture, establish new settlements. In a few thousand years they might even rediscover metallurgy and basic machines. And when they did, the Black Knight would be waiting, watching, counting down the years until the next assessment cycle. I left the station on foot, carrying only basic supplies and the handwritten notes I'd managed to preserve from my research. The roads were already becoming overgrown as nature began reclaiming the infrastructure humanity had abandoned. In the distance I could see one of the cylindrical craft conducting what appeared to be a final survey flight, documenting the results of the reset protocol. As I walked south toward what remained of civilization, I thought about the ancient monuments scattered across the world. The pyramids, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, all the sites that had been marked in the Black Knight's coordinate database. They were the only human constructions that had survived previous reset cycles, monuments built by civilizations that had reached technological advancement and then been systematically returned to a pre-industrial state. The stones would remain long after our cities crumbled to dust. Future archaeologists, if humanity survived long enough to develop archaeology again, would study them as mysteries, wondering how primitive societies could have constructed such precise and massive monuments. They would never suspect that those ancient civilizations hadn't been primitive at all. They had been advanced, technological societies that had been reset just as we were being reset now. The monuments weren't primitive constructions, they were survivors, the only traces of lost civilizations that had been allowed to remain as markers for future observation cycles. In 13,000 years, when humanity had once again developed satellite technology and radio telescopes, someone would detect a familiar signal broadcasting from polar orbit. A pulse pattern repeating every 13 seconds, carrying coordinates that marked the locations of mysterious ancient ruins scattered across the planet. And the cycle would begin again. I'm writing this account 15 months after the reset protocol was completed. I've joined a small farming community in what used to be called Montana, where we're slowly learning to survive without the technological conveniences that once defined human civilization. The community is growing. We've established basic agriculture, learned to preserve food without refrigeration, developed communication networks using drums and signal fires. Children are being born who will grow up never knowing what electric lights looked like, or how it felt to communicate instantly with someone on the other side of the world. In many ways, it's a peaceful existence. The sky is clearer now without the electromagnetic pollution of radio signals and satellite transmissions. The stars are brighter. During winter nights, when the aurora borealis dances across the northern horizon, I sometimes think I can see the Black Knight satellite passing overhead, a tiny point of reflected sunlight maintaining its eternal vigil. But I know this peace is temporary. Humanity is resilient, adaptable, curious. We'll rebuild. We'll rediscover metallurgy and chemistry and electronics. We'll develop radio technology and eventually satellite communications. We'll once again reach for the stars with the arrogant confidence that we're alone in the universe, and when we do, something will be waiting for us. 3 nights ago, I was awakened by a sound. A massive thank you to Vortex9119 for this incredible video suggestion. If you have story ideas you'd like to see brought to life, drop them in the comments below. And if you're enjoying these immersive tales, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between mystery and reality. What if I told you that buried beneath a 1,000-year-old chapel in Ethiopia lies something so powerful that governments have spent decades ensuring you never learn about it? What if every conflict, every war, every uprising in that region wasn't random chaos, but a response to something ancient awakening? My name is Alex Morrison, and 3 months ago, I was just another satellite imaging technician, analysing ground-penetrating radar for a living. Now I'm hiding in a cabin in rural Montana, and I may be the only person alive who knows the truth about what's really buried in Axum. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept sipping it anyway. That's what you do when you're 3 weeks behind on satellite analysis reports, and your supervisor keeps sending those passive-aggressive emails with red exclamation points. I was a field technician for Orbital Dynamics, a mid-tier satellite imaging company that contracted with everyone from agricultural firms to mining corporations. My job was simple: analyse ground-penetrating radar scans, identify subsurface anomalies and file reports. Nothing glamorous, nothing dangerous, just data. The Horn of Africa cluster had been sitting on my desk for 2 days. Standard geological survey for a potential infrastructure project in Ethiopia. Roads, power lines, the usual development stuff that required knowing what lay beneath the surface. I'd already processed 47 grids of unremarkable sediment layers and bedrock formations when I opened grid 48. The image loaded pixel by pixel, revealing the familiar topography of northern Ethiopia. Rolling hills, scattered vegetation, and the ancient town of Axum with its towering obelisks and stone churches. But there, beneath the church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, was something that made my breath catch in my throat. A perfect geometric void. Not a cave, not a natural formation. The radar signature showed clean, straight edges forming a rectangular shape, approximately 4 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 2.5 feet deep. The dimensions were so precise they could have been cut with industrial equipment, yet the surrounding rock layers indicated this void had existed for centuries, possibly millennia. I pulled up the analysis protocols on my second monitor. Standard procedure for unexplained anomalies was clear. Mark as geological inconsistency or data corruption, and move on. The company didn't pay us to solve mysteries, just to identify potential construction hazards. But those dimensions nagged at me. 4 feet by 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. I'd heard those measurements before, in some half-remembered history class or documentary. Something biblical. I saved the image to my personal drive before marking the official report as data corruption. Recommend resurvey. My supervisor would approve it without a second glance, and the client would order new scans of the area that would somehow never quite capture that same perfect void again. As I prepared to move on to the next grid, I noticed something else in the metadata. The thermal overlay showed heat signatures throughout the scan area, solar absorption on the surface, geothermal activity deeper down, all normal patterns, except for the void. The void was 3 degrees warmer than the surrounding rock despite being completely enclosed. Dead objects don't generate heat. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned, but no amount of analysis could explain what I was looking at. Finally, I closed the file and went home, but the image followed me. Those perfect dimensions, that impossible heat signature, the way it sat directly beneath one of Christianity's most sacred sites. 4 feet by 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. The traditional dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. That night, I dreamed of golden cherubim with wings spread wide, and a voice that spoke from between them with the sound of rushing water. In the dream, I was standing in a stone chamber, lit by a light that cast no shadows, reaching toward a box that hummed with power. The moment my fingers touched the gold, I woke with a gasp, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was just a dream, I told myself. Just my imagination running wild after a long day staring at radar scans. But when I checked my phone, I found I'd been unconsciously searching for information about Axum, about the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, about ancient artifacts hidden beneath holy ground. The next morning I couldn't focus on anything else. I pulled up the scan again, studying every pixel, every thermal gradient, every impossible detail of that buried void. This wasn't data corruption. This was something real, something significant, something that had been deliberately hidden from the world. Something that was waiting. 3 weeks later, I was on a plane to Ethiopia. I'd convinced my supervisor that the Axum anomaly required ground truthing, a field verification to ensure our radar systems were functioning correctly. The company approved the trip because it sounded technical and responsible, not because I'd spent every spare moment researching the legend of the Ark's journey from Jerusalem to Ethiopia. According to tradition, the Queen of Sheba took the Ark back to Ethiopia after her visit to King Solomon. Her son, Menelik I, founded the Ethiopian Empire and established Axum as its capital. For 3,000 years, Ethiopian Orthodox Christians had claimed the true Ark of the Covenant rested in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, guarded by a single monk who could never leave the sacred precinct. Tourist nonsense, I'd always assumed. Every culture claimed to have some piece of biblical history hidden in their backyard. But now I had radar evidence of something buried exactly where the legend said it would be. Something that matched the Ark's traditional dimensions and somehow generated heat despite being entombed in solid rock. I landed in Addis Ababa on a Tuesday morning and caught a domestic flight to Axum the same day. The town was smaller than I'd expected, a collection of low buildings scattered around the famous obelisk park, and the twin churches that claim to house the world's greatest religious relic. Tourists wandered between the ancient stone monuments, taking selfies with 3,000-year-old carved pillars, while guides recited well-practiced speeches about Queen Sheba and King Solomon. I hired a local guide named Dawit, a middle-aged man with intelligent eyes and careful English who specialised in the historical sites. We spent the first day touring the obelisk park and the ruins of ancient palaces, but I was really just getting a feel for the area, trying to match the topography to my radar scans. Tomorrow we visit the churches, Dawit said as we walked back to my hotel. The old church and the new church. Very sacred places. Can tourists go inside both churches? I asked, trying to sound casual. The new church, yes. Beautiful paintings, ancient books, many treasures. But the old church... He paused, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. The old church is different. Only priests allowed inside and the guardian. The guardian? One monk, chosen for life. He watches over the... Dawit lowered his voice. Over what is kept there. He can never leave the church grounds. Never. He stays until he dies, then another is chosen. We'd reached my hotel, but I wasn't ready to end the conversation. What exactly is he guarding? Dawit looked uncomfortable. Christians say it is the Tablet, the Ark of Moses. Others say it is just tradition, just stories. But I have lived in Axum all my life, and I tell you this, the Guardian is real. I have seen him walking in the church courtyard at night, always alone, always watching. What does he look like? Old, but not in years. Old in ... Dawit struggled for the word. Old in soul. Like a man who has seen too much, carries too much weight. His eyes. He shuddered. I do not like to look at his eyes. That night I lay in bed studying satellite photos of the church complex on my laptop. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion was actually two buildings. A newer church built in the 1960s where tourists and worshippers could visit, and a smaller, older chapel that supposedly housed the Ark. The older building sat directly above the void I detected in the radar scan. According to everything I'd read, no outsider had been permitted inside the chapel in centuries. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintained absolute secrecy about what was housed there, allowing only the guardian and select high-ranking clergy to enter. Even the country's government respected the restriction, treating the chapel as sovereign territory beyond their jurisdiction. But tomorrow, I'd at least be able to see the building from the outside, maybe get close enough to take some thermal readings with the handheld scanner I'd brought. It wasn't much, but it might help me understand what was generating that heat signature 12 feet below ground. The next morning, Dawit led me through Axum's narrow streets toward the church complex. We passed market stalls selling coffee and spices, elderly women spinning cotton on wooden wheels, children playing soccer with a ball made of rags. Normal life in a normal town that happened to claim possession of humanity's most powerful religious artifact. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion compound was surrounded by a high stone wall with an ornate gate. Beyond the entrance I could see the modern church with its painted dome and arched windows, and behind that, partially hidden by trees, the smaller chapel that supposedly housed the Ark. "We can tour the new church," Dawit explained as we approached the gate. Beautiful interior, many ancient paintings and manuscripts, but the chapel behind it... He pointed to the smaller building. "That is forbidden." We passed through the gate into a courtyard filled with pilgrims and tourists. The modern church was indeed impressive, with colourful frescoes covering every wall and elaborate religious artefacts displayed in glass cases. But I found myself constantly glancing toward the windows that faced the restricted chapel, trying to catch a glimpse of the building that sat above my mysterious void. After an hour of dutifully admiring religious art, I excused myself to use the restroom, then slipped outside into the courtyard. The restricted chapel was maybe 50 yards away, separated from the public area by a low fence and some carefully placed shrubs. I walked casually in that direction, pulling out my phone as if taking pictures of the church architecture. The chapel was older than the main building, constructed from rough stone blocks that had been weathered smooth by centuries of highland rain. Small, narrow windows pierced the walls at regular intervals, but they were too high and too dark to see inside. The building's footprint was roughly 30 feet by 40 feet, large enough to house a small congregation, or to contain something that required a significant amount of protective space. As I was trying to estimate the building's exact position relative to my radar scan, a figure appeared in one of the windows. The Guardian. Even from 50 yards away I could see that Dowett hadn't exaggerated. The man's face was gaunt to the point of being skeletal, his skin pale as parchment despite Ethiopia's intense sun. But it was his eyes that made my breath catch, dark, hollow, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with age, eyes that had seen something no human should see, carried some weight that was slowly crushing the life out of him. For a long moment we stared at each other across the courtyard. Then the Guardian raised one thin hand and made a clear gesture. Go away. Not a casual dismissal, but an urgent warning, the kind of motion you'd make to stop someone from stepping into traffic. As I watched, his lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear but somehow understood. You don't want what's inside. Then he disappeared from the window, leaving me standing in the courtyard with my heart hammering and my thermal scanner forgotten in my pocket. The Guardian hadn't just been warning me away from the chapel. He'd been warning me away from whatever was buried beneath it, whatever was generating that impossible heat signature 12 feet underground. Whatever had been slowly killing him with its proximity for however many years he'd been trapped in that building. I found Dowett waiting by the main church entrance, looking concerned. You saw him, he said. It wasn't a question. Yeah. Then you understand why I do not like to look at his eyes. Come, we should go. There are other sights to see, happier places. But as we left the church compound, I couldn't stop thinking about that desperate gesture, that silent warning. The Guardian knew something was down there, something that had been affecting him for years, possibly decades, something that pulsed with heat and waited in the darkness beneath ancient stone. That night I called my supervisor and extended my stay in Ethiopia by a week. Back in my hotel room, I spread out printed satellite photos across the bed and fired up my laptop. The thermal scanner I'd brought was designed for surface readings, useless for penetrating 12 feet of stone and earth, but I had access to something better. Orbital Dynamics' complete archive of satellite data for the region. If the object beneath the chapel was generating heat, that heat had to go somewhere. And if I was right about what was down there, the heat generation might not be constant. I started with our company's historical scans of Axum, going back 15 years to when we first began regular coverage of the Horn of Africa. The early images showed the same thermal patterns I'd seen in the recent scan. Solar absorption, geothermal activity, normal ground temperatures, but the void beneath the chapel was already 3 degrees warmer than its surroundings, even in the oldest images. 15 years of continuous heat generation. Whatever was down there wasn't running on batteries. I pulled up the metadata for each scan, looking for variations in the thermal signature over time. For the first few years, the readings were remarkably consistent. 3 degrees above ambient, no significant fluctuation. Then, starting in 2010, the pattern began to change. Small spikes at first, maybe half a degree increases that lasted for a few days before returning to baseline. But as I worked forward through the data, the spikes became more frequent and more intense. By 2018, I was seeing heat surges of 6 to 8 degrees above normal, sometimes lasting for weeks. The most recent scan, the one that had started this whole investigation, showed the highest readings yet. Nearly 12 degrees above the surrounding rock temperature, sustained over the 3-day period when the satellite had passed over the region. I sat back, staring at the data visualization on my screen. The heat signature wasn't just evidence that something was buried beneath the chapel. It was evidence that something was becoming more active, more powerful, more awake. But what could cause those kinds of fluctuations? I needed to correlate the thermal spikes with external events, see if there was a pattern I was missing. I opened a new browser window and started searching for news archives covering Ethiopia and the surrounding region. Wars, natural disasters, political upheavals, anything that might correspond to the dates when the thermal readings spiked. The first major heat spike had occurred in September 2010. I cross-referenced the date, and found coverage of renewed fighting in South Sudan, just a few hundred miles from Axum. Border clashes, civilian casualties, the usual litany of African conflict. The heat signature had jumped to 6 degrees above normal and stayed there for 2 weeks. December 2014, another spike, this one lasting almost a month. I found reports of protests in Ethiopia's Oromia region that had turned violent, with government forces killing dozens of demonstrators. The thermal readings had peaked at 8 degrees above normal. March 2019, the biggest spike yet, nearly 10 degrees above ambient temperature. Major fighting had erupted between Ethiopia and Eritrea along their shared border, the worst violence in years between the two countries. Thousands of troops mobilised, artillery exchanges, threats of full-scale war. The pattern was undeniable. Every time conflict erupted in the region, the object beneath the chapel became more active. Not just reactive, but almost anticipatory. Some of the thermal spikes had begun days or even weeks before the first news reports of violence. I leaned back in the hotel room's uncomfortable chair, trying to process what the data was telling me. If the Ark of the Covenant was really buried beneath that chapel, and if it was somehow responding to regional conflicts, what did that mean? According to biblical accounts, the Ark had been a weapon used by the Israelites to destroy their enemies and part the Jordan River. But those were just stories, weren't they? Ancient myths to explain natural phenomena or military victories. Except now I had 15 years of satellite data suggesting those stories might have been more literal than anyone imagined. I opened a new search window and typed in Ark of the Covenant Biblical Powers. The results were a mixture of scholarly articles, religious websites, and conspiracy theories, but certain themes appeared consistently. The Ark as a communication device between God and Moses. The Ark as a weapon capable of destroying armies. The Ark as a source of divine power that killed anyone who touched it improperly. One academic paper caught my attention. Electromagnetic Anomalies in Biblical Texts, a technical analysis of the Ark narrative. The author, a physicist from MIT, had attempted to explain the Ark's described effects in terms of advanced technology rather than divine intervention. According to his analysis, the biblical descriptions were consistent with some kind of high-energy, electromagnetic device, possibly using principles that modern science was only beginning to understand. The paper was 8 years old and had been largely ignored by mainstream academia, but its conclusions were fascinating. If the Ark contained technology rather than divine presence, technology based on electromagnetic manipulation of space-time, then its effects on local conflicts might be measurable, predictable, even controllable. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight, but I wasn't tired. I had 15 years of data to analyse, patterns to uncover, connections to make. If I was right about what was happening, the implications went far beyond archaeological discovery. This was about a weapon that had been influencing regional conflicts for decades, maybe centuries, sitting 12 feet beneath a chapel in northern Ethiopia, a weapon that was becoming more active. I pulled up the most recent thermal readings again, studying the heat signature that had triggered this entire investigation. 12 degrees above ambient temperature, the highest reading yet. And according to the news feeds I'd been monitoring, tensions were rising again along the Ethiopia-Eritrea border. Troop movements, diplomatic protests, the same warning signs that had preceded every previous spike in the thermal data. If the pattern held, the heat signature beneath the chapel would spike again within days, and somewhere in the Horn of Africa, people would start dying. I saved all my analysis to an encrypted drive and uploaded backup copies to 3 different cloud storage services. Whatever was happening in Axum, I was probably the only person outside the Ethiopian Orthodox Church who understood the connection between the buried object and regional violence. The only person who could prove that the Ark of the Covenant wasn't just a religious relic, but an active weapon that had been shaping the history of East Africa for 3 millennia. The only person who might be able to stop it. I had a contact at the Vatican Archives, someone I'd met at a conference on satellite archaeology 3 years earlier. Elena Rossi was a researcher specialising in the historical verification of biblical sites, and she had access to documents that most scholars could only dream of seeing. If anyone could tell me what the Catholic Church knew about the Ethiopian claims regarding the Ark, it would be her. I drafted a carefully worded email describing my satellite findings in technical terms, without mentioning my theories about the thermal correlations with regional conflicts. I presented it as an archaeological question. Had the Vatican ever investigated the Ethiopian Orthodox claims about possessing the Ark of the Covenant? Elena's response came within 6 hours, which surprised me. Her replies usually took days, given the bureaucratic nature of Vatican communications. Alex, your inquiry has been noted and forwarded to the appropriate department. However, I must inform you that materials related to your specific request are currently under protocol relic restrictions. I cannot provide further information at this time. I would advise against pursuing this research direction. E. Rossi, protocol relic. I'd never heard the term before, and a quick internet search turned up nothing. No academic papers, no government documents, no casual references in religious forums. It was as if the phrase existed in a completely separate information ecosystem, one that normal researchers couldn't access. That afternoon, my hotel room phone rang. The caller ID showed only international with no number. Mr. Morrison. The voice was American, middle-aged, with the kind of neutral accent that comes from years of diplomatic training. Yes, my name is Cardinal Michael Toretti, Vatican Secretariat of State. I understand you've been making inquiries about certain historical artifacts currently held by our Ethiopian Orthodox colleagues. A cardinal calling me directly. In 31 years of life, I'd never been important enough to warrant attention from anyone higher than a district manager, and now I had a Vatican cardinal on the line. I'm a satellite imaging technician, I said carefully. I analyse ground-penetrating radar for geological surveys. Yes, we're aware of your professional background. We're also aware of your recent travel to Axum and your communication with Dr. Rossi. Mr. Morrison, I'm calling to advise you that you've stumbled into an area of inquiry that falls under Vatican security protocols. For your own safety, I strongly recommend that you discontinue this research and return to the United States immediately. My own safety? There are historical artifacts that were never meant to be disturbed, Mr. Morrison. Some knowledge carries a price that few are prepared to pay. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has maintained certain guardianship responsibilities for nearly 3 millennia. That arrangement exists for the protection of all concerned parties. I could feel my heart racing, but I tried to keep my voice steady. What is protocol relic? There was a long pause. You're not cleared for that information, nor do you want to be. Take my advice, Mr. Morrison. Book the next flight home and forget whatever you think you've discovered in Axum. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. The line went dead. I sat in my hotel room for a long time after that call, staring at the phone and trying to process what had just happened. A cardinal in the Vatican Secretariat of State, essentially the Catholic Church's Secretary of State, had called me personally to warn me away from my research. Not a local church official, not even a regional administrator, but someone at the very highest levels of Vatican hierarchy. Which meant the Catholic Church not only knew about the Ethiopian claims regarding the Ark, they were actively monitoring anyone who showed too much interest in investigating those claims. They had files on researchers, protocols for managing inquiries, and enough influence to track down a satellite technician in an Ethiopian hotel within hours of his asking the wrong questions. I thought about the Guardian's hollow eyes and his desperate warning. You don't want what's inside. Maybe he wasn't just protecting the Ark from the world. Maybe he was protecting the world from the Ark. My laptop chimed with a new email notification. The sender was listed as E. Rossi, but the message was clearly not from Elena. Mr. Morrison, this will be my final communication on this matter. Protocol Relic is a Vatican security classification established in 1962 following certain discoveries made during the Second Vatican Council's review of sealed archives. Materials under this classification are restricted to a maximum of 12 individuals worldwide, all of whom hold positions equivalent to cardinal or higher within the Catholic hierarchy. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has maintained custody of the artifact in question under a formal agreement dating to 1965. This agreement recognises Ethiopian sovereignty over the artefact in exchange for adherence to specific containment protocols established by a joint Vatican-Ethiopian commission. These protocols exist because the artefact exhibits properties that pose significant risks to regional stability when improperly handled or exposed. The Guardian tradition is not merely ceremonial, it serves a crucial containment function that has prevented numerous potential catastrophes over the past several decades. Your thermal analysis data has been reviewed by our technical staff. We are aware of the correlations you have identified. We are also aware of the artefact's increasing activity levels over the past 5 years. A joint Vatican-Ethiopian assessment team is currently evaluating options for enhanced containment measures. This communication will self-delete in 60 seconds. Do not attempt to copy or save this message. Return to the United States immediately and discontinue all research related to this matter. You have been warned twice. There will not be a third warning. I watched the message count down from 60 seconds, trying to memorize every word. When it reached 0, the email disappeared from my inbox as if it had never existed. But I'd learned what I needed to know. The Vatican knew about the thermal correlations with regional conflicts. They'd known for years, possibly decades. And they were worried enough about increasing activity levels to consider enhanced containment measures. The Ark of the Covenant was real, it was buried beneath the chapel in Axum, and it was becoming more dangerous. I needed to get that thermal data to someone who could do something about it. Someone outside the Vatican's sphere of influence. But first, I needed to understand exactly what I was dealing with. I opened my laptop and began typing up a detailed summary of everything I'd discovered. The satellite data, the thermal correlations with regional conflicts, the Vatican's security protocols, the Guardian's warning. If something happened to me, I wanted there to be a record of what I'd found. Outside my hotel window, the ancient obelisks of Axum stood silhouetted against the Ethiopian night sky. Monuments to a civilization that had claimed to possess God's greatest gift to humanity. 12 feet below, a simple stone chapel. Something waited in the darkness, growing stronger, growing more active, preparing for something that would make the regional conflicts of the past 15 years look like minor skirmishes. And I was probably the only person outside the Vatican and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church who understood what was coming. The next morning, I made a decision that would change everything. Instead of booking a flight home like the Vatican had demanded, I drove the rental car to a cybercafe in Addis Ababa and uploaded a carefully edited version of my satellite data to Reddit. I chose the r/conspiracy subreddit because I knew it would get attention without being taken seriously by any official monitoring systems. The post was titled "Weird Thermal Anomaly Under Ethiopian Church. Anyone know what this could be?" I included 3 of the clearer thermal images showing the heat signature beneath the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, along with GPS coordinates and a brief description of the geometric void. I deliberately left out any mention of the Ark, the Vatican communications, or the correlations with regional conflicts. To casual readers, it would look like a curious geological anomaly discovered by a satellite technician who was genuinely puzzled by what he'd found. The post got 17 comments in the first hour. Most were jokes about ancient aliens or government cover-ups, but a few showed genuine technical interest. One user with apparent geology credentials suggested underground geothermal activity. Another pointed out that the heat signature was too localized and too geometric to be natural. I was reading through the comments when my laptop screen went black. Not a normal shutdown or crash, but an instantaneous cut-off as if someone had yanked the power cord. Except the laptop was running on battery power and the charging light was still on. The screen stayed black for maybe 10 seconds, then flickered back to life showing the Windows startup sequence. When the system finished rebooting, my Reddit post was gone. Not deleted with a moderator message, not removed for violating community guidelines, but completely absent as if it had never existed. My browser history showed no record of visiting Reddit. The thermal images I'd uploaded weren't in my recent files folder. Someone had remotely accessed my laptop and scrubbed all evidence of the post, while leaving everything else untouched. I sat in the internet cafe for a long time, watching Ethiopian families use the other computers to video chat with relatives abroad, and university students researching papers. Normal people living normal lives, oblivious to the fact that I'd just learned something terrifying about the reach and capabilities of whoever was monitoring research into the Axum artifact. They had hacked my laptop remotely, selectively deleted specific files, and removed all trace of my Reddit post within hours of its publication. This wasn't just Vatican influence or church pressure. This was signals intelligence, cyber warfare capabilities, the kind of resources that only major governments or international intelligence agencies could deploy. I paid for my computer time and walked back to the rental car, feeling like I was being watched even though the street looked perfectly normal. Addis Ababa traffic flowed around me with its usual chaotic energy. Buses packed with passengers, merchants pushing handcarts loaded with goods, children selling bottled water at red lights. But someone in that crowd could be monitoring me. Someone with access to satellite feeds and facial recognition software, and the authority to scrub information from major social media platforms in real time. That night, back in my hotel room in Axum, I made backup copies of all my remaining data and hid them in 3 different locations around the town. One encrypted drive taped under a restaurant table where I'd eaten dinner, another hidden in the base of an ancient obelisk in the archaeological park, the third buried in a plastic bag near a tree outside the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, as close to the chapel as I could get without being seen. If they could hack my devices remotely, I needed analog backups they couldn't access digitally. The next morning I woke to find my hotel room door unlocked. I always used the deadbolt and chain lock, habits from years of business travel. But both were disengaged, and there was no sign of forced entry. My luggage had been searched with professional thoroughness. Everything returned to almost exactly its original position, but with tiny variations that proved someone had been through my belongings. My laptop was still there, apparently untouched. My cameras and field equipment were undisturbed, but the encrypted drive where I'd stored copies of the satellite data was missing from the hidden compartment in my suitcase. They'd taken only what they needed and left everything else to maintain the illusion that nothing had happened. Except they'd made one mistake. They'd unlocked the door when they left, probably to avoid the sound of manipulating the locks from inside. I was no longer just being monitored, I was being actively managed. I packed quickly and checked out of the hotel, telling the desk clerk I had a family emergency back in the United States. But instead of heading to the airport, I drove to the archaeological park and retrieved the data drive I'd hidden at the base of the obelisk. Sitting in the rental car with ancient stone monuments all around me, I made one final attempt to get the information out. I logged into an anonymous email account I'd created years earlier and composed a message to every major news organisation I could think of: CNN, BBC, Reuters, AP, the New York Times. The subject line was simple: evidence of active electromagnetic anomaly at claimed Ark of Covenant site in Ethiopia. In the body of the message I laid out everything: the satellite thermal data, the correlations with regional conflicts, the Vatican's protocol relic warnings, the cyber intrusion and hotel room search. I attached the clearest thermal images and GPS coordinates, along with a detailed timeline showing how the heat signature had intensified over 15 years. I hit send and watched the message appear in my outbox, then immediately start moving to the sent folder. Except it never arrived. I tried again with a different email service, then a third. Same result every time. The messages showed as sent from my end, but never reached their destinations. Someone was intercepting my communications at the internet service provider level, identifying and blocking any transmission that contained my satellite data or references to the Axum thermal anomaly. I was completely isolated, cut off from any normal channels of communication, surrounded by an electronic net that prevented me from sharing what I'd discovered. But I still had the physical drive hidden near the church, and I still had one option they couldn't control remotely. That afternoon, I walked to the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion compound, and found a spot where I could observe the restricted chapel from a distance. Tourists and pilgrims moved through the public areas, taking photos and buying souvenirs, while the Guardian's building sat silent and forbidden behind its fence. I waited until late afternoon, when the crowds thinned and the light was beginning to fade. Then I walked casually toward the area where I'd buried the encrypted drive, as if I were just another tourist admiring the ancient architecture. The drive was gone. The plastic bag was still there, exactly where I'd buried it, but empty. They'd found my backup, extracted the data, and left the bag as a message. We know where you've been. We know what you've hidden. We can reach anything you think is secure. As I stood there staring at the empty bag, a shadow fell across the ground beside me. I looked up to see the Guardian standing at one of the chapel windows, his hollow eyes fixed on my face. But this time, he wasn't warning me away. He was nodding, almost imperceptibly, as if he approved of what I'd been trying to do. Then he pointed downward, toward the ground beneath my feet, and mouthed a single word I could read clearly even at 50 yards distance. Soon! I flew back to the United States the next day, but I never made it to my apartment in Denver. 2 men in dark suits were waiting for me at baggage claim, holding a sign with my name and looking like the kind of federal agents you see in movies. "Mr. Morrison, we're with the Department of Homeland Security. We need to speak with you about your recent travel activities." They escorted me to a windowless room in the airport security section, where a third man was waiting with a thick folder and a digital recorder. "I'm Agent Phillips," the older man said. "We understand you've been conducting unauthorized intelligence gathering in Ethiopia, specifically related to sites of religious significance to our Ethiopian government partners. I'm a satellite imaging technician. I analyze geological data for mining and construction companies. We're aware of your professional background, Mr. Morrison. We're also aware that you've been making inquiries about classified materials with Vatican contacts, posting sensitive imagery to social media platforms, and attempting to contact media organizations with what you claim is evidence of electromagnetic anomalies at Ethiopian Orthodox Church sites. They knew everything. Not just my activities in Ethiopia, but my attempts to share the data, my communications with Elena Rossi, even my failed Reddit post. The thermal imagery you captured falls under the jurisdiction of several international agreements regarding the protection of cultural and religious sites," Phillips continued. "Specifically, it relates to a joint Vatican-Ethiopian cultural preservation protocol that supersedes normal academic or journalistic access. Cultural preservation protocol? The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has requested that certain sites be protected from unauthorized analysis or exposure that might damage their religious significance or cultural integrity. The Vatican has agreed to help enforce these protections as part of ongoing interfaith cooperation initiatives. It was a lie, of course. They weren't protecting cultural sites. They were suppressing evidence of something that posed a much more serious threat. But I was sitting in a windowless room at the Denver airport with 3 federal agents, and my laptop had already demonstrated that normal channels of communication were compromised. "We're prepared to offer you a choice, Mr. Morrison," Phillips said. "You can sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding your recent research activities, accept reassignment to a different geographical focus area within your company, and continue your career with no further complications. Or we can discuss this matter with your employer, your security clearance sponsors, and potentially with federal prosecutors who take a very dim view of unauthorized intelligence activities in sensitive foreign locations." I stared at the folder on the table between us, thinking about the Guardian's hollow eyes and his final gesture toward the ground beneath the chapel. Thinking about 15 years of thermal data showing an ancient weapon growing stronger, more active, more dangerous. What happens if I signed? You return to your normal work assignments. You avoid any further research related to Ethiopian archaeological sites. You don't discuss your recent findings with colleagues, media contacts, or internet forums. In exchange, we ensure that your employer receives a positive assessment of your professionalism and discretion during this culturally sensitive assignment. And if I don't sign? Phillips opened the folder and showed me the first page. It was a letter from Orbital Dynamics Human Resources Department, dated that morning, informing me that my employment had been terminated due to misuse of company resources for unauthorized personal research projects. "Your security clearance will be revoked," he continued. "Your access to government contracting databases will be permanently blocked, and we'll be sharing our assessment of your activities with other satellite imaging companies geological survey firms, and any future employers who request background information. They were offering to destroy my career or let me pretend none of this had ever happened. But either way, the information I'd gathered would never reach anyone who could act on it. I thought about Cardinal Toretti's warning on the phone. Some knowledge carries a price that few are prepared to pay. Maybe this was the price. Professional destruction, isolation, the slow erasure of everything I'd worked to build over the past decade. I need time to think about it. You have until we finish processing your luggage, 20 minutes, maybe 30. 20 minutes to decide whether to sacrifice my career for information that no one would believe, no one could verify, and no one was allowed to investigate. I signed the non-disclosure agreement. They released me 2 hours later with a stern warning about the consequences of violating federal agreements, and a business card with a phone number I could call if I ever felt tempted to discuss my Ethiopian research with anyone. But they made one crucial mistake. They assumed I was the only person who had access to the satellite data. That night in my apartment in Denver, I opened my laptop and logged into Orbital Dynamics employee portal. My access had been suspended, as expected, but the system showed I was still listed as being on authorized leave for another 3 days. Someone had delayed updating my termination in the central database. I used those 3 days to access everything I could reach. Not just my own analysis files, but the complete archive of satellite coverage for the Horn of Africa going back to the company's founding. If the thermal anomaly beneath the Axum Chapel was increasing in intensity, there might be other sites showing similar patterns, other locations where ancient artifacts were responding to modern conflicts. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The Ark wasn't unique, it was part of a network. Thermal anomalies appeared at 17 different locations across the Middle East and North Africa, all buried beneath religious sites, all generating heat signatures that correlated with regional violence. A geometric void beneath the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. Another under the Great Mosque of Mecca. Heat sources beneath Christian monasteries in Syria, Coptic churches in Egypt, ancient temples in Iraq. Every major conflict of the past 2 decades, the Iraq War, the Syrian Civil War, the Arab Spring, the ongoing violence in Yemen and Libya, correlated with intensified thermal activity at multiple sites, as if the artifacts were communicating with each other, coordinating their responses to human warfare. I copied everything I could access onto encrypted drives and mailed them to safety deposit boxes in 3 different states. Then I submitted my resignation from Orbital Dynamics, citing personal reasons, and disappeared. For 3 weeks I lived in cheap motels and paid for everything with cash, moving from city to city while I tried to figure out what to do with what I'd learned. The thermal network wasn't just evidence of ancient technology, it was evidence of an active weapons system that had been influencing human conflict for millennia. A weapons system that was becoming more coordinated, more responsive, more powerful. On a Tuesday morning in Salt Lake City, my phone rang. The caller ID showed Elena Rossi. "Alex, thank God. I've been trying to reach you for weeks." "Elena, I thought you were under Vatican restrictions." "I'm calling from a secure line. Listen carefully. Something has happened. The Ethiopian government has sealed off the entire Axum region. No flights in or out, no ground access, complete media blackout. They're claiming it's a military exercise, but my sources inside the Ethiopian Orthodox Church say it's something else." "What kind of something else?" "The Guardian is dead, Alex. He died 3 days ago. And when they went to choose his replacement, they found the chapel empty. Whatever was buried beneath the church, it's gone." I felt the blood drain from my face. Gone how? No one knows. The Ethiopian military is conducting a grid search of the entire region, but there's no sign of forced entry, no evidence of excavation, no indication that anyone broke into the chapel. The artifact simply left. That's impossible. Satellite thermal imaging shows massive energy spikes at 17 locations across the Middle East and North Africa, all occurring within a 6-hour window starting with the Guardian's death. The Vatican has activated something called the Omega Protocol, and they're requesting immediate assistance from the United States, Russia and China. The Omega Protocol. I'd never heard the term before, but I could guess what it meant. The final contingency, the last resort when all other containment measures had failed. Eleanor, where are you calling from? I'm at a monastery in Switzerland. The Vatican has evacuated all protocol relic personnel to secure locations. They're expecting the worst. What's the worst? According to the sealed archives, the last time the artefacts were fully active was during the Crusades. The entire geopolitical structure of 3 continents collapsed within a century. Empires fell, entire populations migrated, technological development stalled for 500 years. I thought about the thermal data I'd collected, the correlations between artifact activity and regional violence. If the Ark and its companion devices were no longer contained, no longer isolated in buried chambers beneath ancient churches, what would happen to the world? Alex, are you still there? Yeah. Eleanor, I need you to do something. I'm going to send you coordinates for safety deposit boxes in Phoenix, Dallas, and Atlanta. Inside each box is a complete archive of satellite data showing the thermal network. If something happens to me, make sure that information reaches someone who can act on it. What are you going to do? I'm going to find the Ark. The line went dead. That afternoon I bought a plane ticket to Ethiopia under a false name, using identity documents I'd acquired during my weeks of hiding. If the Ethiopian government had sealed off the Axum region, I'd have to find another way in, but I was probably the only person outside government and religious authorities who understood the scope of what was happening. The only person who might be able to track down a 3,000-year-old weapon that had just escaped from its prison and was preparing to reshape human civilization. I'm writing this from a cabin in the mountains of western Montana, 6 months after the Axum incident. The official story is that a localized seismic event damaged several ancient structures in northern Ethiopia, requiring temporary military restrictions while archaeological assessment teams evaluate the cultural heritage impact. The real story is that 17 ancient weapons have vanished from their containment sites across 3 continents, leaving behind nothing but empty chambers and the withered corpses of their guardians. The thermal network I discovered through satellite analysis was just the visible symptom of something much older and more complex. For 3 millennia, objects of immense power had been sleeping beneath humanity's most sacred sites, occasionally stirring in response to nearby conflicts, but generally remaining dormant under the watch of religious orders that had forgotten why they were really guarding empty rooms. Now they're awake, active and loose in a world with 7 billion people, and enough weapons to destroy civilization a dozen times over. Elena kept her promise and distributed copies of my satellite archive to researchers at major universities, intelligence agencies, and international organizations. Most dismissed the data as elaborate hoax or misinterpreted sensor readings. A few took it seriously enough to begin their own investigations, only to discover that every relevant database had been scrubbed, every supporting document had vanished, every potential witness had signed binding non-disclosure agreements. But I know the truth is spreading, filtering through the kind of networks that governments can't completely control. Academic conferences where researchers share suspicions in private conversations. Intelligence analysts who notice patterns their superiors don't want them to report. Military officers who track unexplained energy signatures and find their requests for investigation quietly denied. The world is changing, and most people don't realize it yet. Regional conflicts that should burn out quickly are intensifying instead. Ancient ethnic tensions are flaring into violence across Africa and the Middle East. Political movements that seemed stable are fracturing along religious lines. The artifacts aren't causing the conflicts. Humans are perfectly capable of finding reasons to fight each other, but they're amplifying existing tensions, feeding on the emotional energy of warfare and using that power to grow stronger, more coordinated, more influential. I've been tracking their movements through news reports, social media posts, and amateur satellite imagery, shared on forums that haven't been scrubbed yet. Heat signatures appearing in conflict zones days before major battles. Unexplained electromagnetic anomalies detected near military bases. Reports of ancient artifacts being discovered by various armed groups, then quickly disappearing again. They're not random. They're following a pattern, positioning themselves to influence key events, preparing for something bigger than individual regional conflicts. Last week I received an encrypted message through a routing system so complex I couldn't trace its origin. The text was simple. The covenant was not meant for one people or one place. It was meant for all people, all places when the time was ready. The time is now ready. Choose wisely. Choose wisely, as if I have a choice in whatever's coming. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the real power of these artifacts isn't their ability to influence events, but their ability to force people to make choices they wouldn't otherwise have to make. The Guardian at Axum spent decades watching over something that was slowly killing him, but he chose to stay, chose to maintain the containment protocols, chose to warn me away from dangers I didn't understand. Now it's my turn to choose. I could destroy this account, burn the remaining evidence, disappear completely into a life where none of this ever happened. Or I can keep tracking the artifacts, documenting their movements, building a record of what's really happening as the world stumbles towards some kind of transformation it doesn't see coming. The cabin where I'm staying sits on 40 acres of isolated mountain forest, far from cities and conflict zones, and the electromagnetic networks that seem to attract the artifact's attention. But even here, on clear nights, I can see strange lights moving across the sky. Not aircraft, not satellites, but something else entirely, following patterns that suggest intelligence and purpose. They're out there, 17 pieces of ancient technology that were designed to reshape civilizations, and they're working together now, coordinating their efforts, preparing for something that will make the fall of empires look like minor historical footnotes. I have 3 more encrypted drives hidden in various locations around the country, each containing copies of everything I've learned about the thermal network and the artifact sites. If you're reading this, it means something happened to me, and Elena Rossi or one of the other researchers I contacted managed to get this information published despite whatever security measures are in place to prevent it. Don't dismiss this as conspiracy theory or elaborate fiction. Check the satellite data yourself if you have access. Look for thermal anomalies beneath major religious sites. Track the correlations between unexplained energy signatures and regional conflicts. Pay attention to news reports of ancient artifacts being discovered and then quickly classified or removed by authorities. The pattern is there if you know how to look for it. The Ark of the Covenant was never lost. It was never just sitting passively in some forgotten chamber, waiting to be discovered by archaeologists or treasure hunters. It was sleeping, along with its companion devices, under the protection of guardians who understood that some powers are too dangerous for humanity to wield. Now it's awake, and it's not alone, and it's preparing to fulfill whatever purpose it was originally designed for 3,000 years ago. The only question is whether we'll be ready for what comes next. I hope this account reaches people who can do something with the information, people with resources and influence, and the courage to investigate what most would rather ignore. But even if it doesn't, even if this becomes just another conspiracy theory lost in the noise of the internet, at least there will be a record of what one satellite technician discovered when he looked too closely at the wrong thermal signature. The Ark Protocol is active, the Covenant has been renewed, and somewhere in the darkness between the ancient and the modern, 17 pieces of divine technology are preparing to reshape the world according to plans that were set in motion before human civilization began. Choose wisely. Alex Morrison, December 2024. A special thank you to Sincerely Something Strange for this video suggestion. If you have ideas for future stories, please leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories if you enjoy these atmospheric tales that blur the line between reality and nightmare. The sky over Lake Michigan stretched endlessly before me, painted in shades of amber and crimson as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. From my position in the cockpit of the Cessna 172, the lake looked deceptively peaceful, a vast mirror reflecting the dying light. I was Marcus Drew, Senior Avionics Technician for Midwest Aviation Systems, testing new navigation equipment on what should have been a routine evening flight. That's when it started. The compass needle began trembling, then spinning wildly. The altimeter jumped from 3,500 feet to 2,100, then back up to 4,200. Every instrument on the panel was going haywire while the engine continued running smoothly. I reached for the radio. Chicago approach, November 7-4 Alpha Mike. I'm experiencing complete instrument failure. Static filled the headset. Pure, harsh static with an almost rhythmic quality that resonated in my chest like a physical presence. Then, complete silence. No engine noise, no wind, nothing. That's when I looked down and saw the lights. Beneath the dark water, geometric patterns pulsed with sickly green luminescence. Perfect hexagons arranged in groups of 7, forming triangular clusters that rotated slowly around central nodes. The display covered miles of lake bottom moving with clear intelligence and purpose. As suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The engine roar returned, instruments flickered back to life, and the radio crackled with Chicago Approach's concerned voice. November 7-4 Alpha Mike. We've lost your transponder signal. What's your status? According to my perception, the incident had lasted maybe 2 minutes, but air traffic control told me I'd been missing from radar for 9 minutes. When I landed at Midway, my supervisor was waiting with questions I couldn't answer and a timeline that didn't match my memory. The official report was bland. Temporary instrument malfunction due to unknown electromagnetic interference. But I knew what I'd seen beneath the water wasn't natural. Those lights, those patterns, they were too precise, too purposeful, and I couldn't stop thinking about the 7 missing minutes. 3 weeks of sleepless nights drove me to the FAA's incident database. If similar events had happened before, there would be records. What I found chilled me to the bone. 17 separate incidents in 5 years, all in the same area of Lake Michigan. Pilots describing compass failures, altimeter malfunctions, missing time. But it wasn't just aircraft. Coast Guard reports documented boats found drifting empty, their crews discovered miles away with no memory of how they'd gotten there. I created a digital map plotting each incident as a red dot. The pattern that emerged made me push back from my computer in shock. The incidents formed a perfect triangle, each side roughly 30 miles long, sitting in deep water between Milwaukee and Grand Haven. Cross-referencing with solar activity data revealed the real pattern. The incidents occurred in 11-year cycles corresponding to solar maxima. But the frequency was increasing exponentially. In the 1970s, maybe 3 incidents per cycle. By 2000, that number had doubled. In the current cycle, there had been more incidents than in the previous 3 combined. Something was waking up down there. A 1987 geological survey mentioned unusual magnetic readings and artificial ferrous structures in the exact coordinates. A 1994 meteorological report documented unexplained atmospheric disturbances over the same area. And buried in a 1982 Coast Guard report, persistent sonar anomalies suggest the presence of geometric structures inconsistent with natural lake bottom topography. The military knew about this. They'd been watching it for decades. The drive to Manitowoc took me to Gillian's Marina, where the harbour master directed me to the Anchor Inn. Talk to Jimmy Kowalski, he said. He used to run salvage operations in the deep water. I found Jimmy at the end of the bar, a weathered man in his 50s with the steady eyes of someone who'd spent decades reading wind and water. When I explained my research into navigation anomalies, his expression grew guarded. "You know what?" he said after a long pause. "I think you ought to hear about a job I've never talked about. Not to my wife, not to anybody." Rain drummed against the tavern windows as Jimmy told me about September 1994. The Coast Guard had contracted his team to investigate sonar anomalies 40 miles out. Just some readings that didn't make sense. "We found geometric shapes on the bottom," Jimmy said quietly. "Perfect hexagons, maybe 30 feet across, and they were warm. Water temperature should have been 45 degrees, but our thermometer read 67 right above those shapes." His voice dropped to a whisper. When we dove down, we could hear machinery. Deep humming that vibrated through the water into our bones. The panels were smooth, black, arranged in patterns like circuit boards. When I touched one, it was warm, warmer than my glove. One diver panicked when his air gauge started jumping between full and empty. They had to abort, but later discovered a 16-minute discrepancy between their dive logs and surface support records. Jimmy pulled out a yellowed hand-drawn map. "I drew this when I got home." Every detail I could remember. The sketch showed hexagonal shapes arranged around a central hub, connected by pathways like circuitry. "They were glowing," he said, "pulsing in sequence like they were talking to each other." He handed me the map with the exact coordinates. Whatever's down there isn't meant to be touched. We learned to stay away. 3 days later, I chartered a boat from Tom Bradley in Grand Haven. The 32-foot Boston Whaler Lake runner cut across calm water toward coordinates that were burned into my memory. 43 degrees, 17 minutes, 42 seconds north, 86 degrees, 45 minutes, 18 seconds west.
Yeah.
Coming up on your position, Tom called from the wheelhouse. When we stopped, his sonar immediately began painting impossible returns. Structures at multiple depths, geometric shapes suspended in the water column like a skyscraper lying on its side. That's when I noticed the buoys floating 50 yards away. 3 of them, arranged in a perfect triangle, unmarked and definitely not on any chart. "Tom, how long have those been there?" He frowned, raising binoculars. "Don't know. Didn't see them when we arrived." The buoys were humming, a low-frequency vibration that resonated through the boat's hull. As we watched, they began repositioning themselves to maintain their triangular formation despite wind and current. "Start the engine," I said urgently. "Now!" Tom turned the key, but nothing happened. Every piece of electronic equipment was dead, including my mechanical watch, frozen at 2:17 p.m. The water around the buoys began to glow. Hexagonal patterns materialized in the depths. The same geometric grid I'd seen from the aircraft, but now covering miles of lake bottom. Each hexagon pulsed with its own rhythm while remaining synchronized with the whole. Then the water became absolutely still. Not calm, still. No waves, no current, as if we'd entered some kind of stasis field. Something was rising from the depths, a massive structure, angular and clearly artificial, ascending toward us without displacing so much as a drop of water. It stopped about 30 feet down, hovering there like it was suspended by invisible cables. The humming reached a crescendo that I felt in my chest cavity. Every compass on the boat spun wildly. My video camera recorded nothing but static. Then everything stopped. The structure vanished. The buoys disappeared. Normal motion returned to the water, and Tom's engine coughed to life. My watch showed 2:17 p.m., the same time it had stopped, but Tom's working chronometer read 4:43 p.m. We'd lost 2.5 hours with no memory of what had happened. Back at the marina, Tom seemed genuinely confused about the missing time. "We just got here," he insisted, though the sun's position clearly indicated otherwise. That night in my hotel room, I felt the same sickness I'd experienced after the flight. Nausea, ringing ears, and vivid dreams of vast machines humming beneath dark water. In the dreams, I heard voices calling across impossible distances, trying to warn me about something that was coming, something that was almost ready to begin. The Northwestern University Library's Maritime Archives held the key. Using my FAA credentials, I gained access to boxes of documents that hadn't been touched in years. Navy research files, Coast Guard reports, materials from private salvage companies. Project Deep Signal had been established in 1965 as a joint military research initiative studying subsurface electromagnetic phenomena in inland waterways. Most files were heavily redacted, but revealing details slipped through. References to geometric structures inconsistent with natural formation, mentions of time displacement effects in test subjects, and notes about harmonic frequencies that influence human perception and memory. A 1967 field report described Navy divers investigating sonar anomalies in Lake Michigan. Structures observed appear to be of artificial origin, displaying technological sophistication beyond current human capability. Recommend immediate classification and establishment of exclusion zone. The recommendation had been implemented. Restricted navigation areas were quietly established in all 5 Great Lakes during the late 1960s, officially designated as military training zones, but actually keeping civilian traffic away from the anomaly sites. But the most disturbing documents were interview transcripts with military personnel exposed to what they called the signal. Lieutenant Commander Morrison described sonar showing geometric shapes arranged in patterns like nothing I'd ever seen. Petty Officer Santos reported hexagonal panels that glowed with their own light, and time distortion effects. Lieutenant Bradley, a Navy pilot, had experienced complete system failure over Lake Michigan, at coordinates less than 5 miles from my encounter. The instruments all failed at once, she reported, but the strangest thing was the lights under the water. They formed patterns like a vast circuit board. The final document was a 1978 memo from the project director to the Secretary of Defense. After 12 years of investigation, Project Deep Signal has determined that the subsurface installations represent technology of non-human origin. The installations appear to be monitoring stations of unknown purpose, but recent analysis suggests they may be preparing for increased activity. The memo's recommendation: continued observation while maintaining public ignorance. The installation's activity appears cyclical, corresponding to 11-year solar maxima. Current projections suggest significant increase in signal strength beginning in the 1990s. Everything I'd discovered in my research was there in military files from 40 years ago. They'd known about the installations for decades, studied them extensively, and concluded they were of alien origin, and they'd been tracking an escalation pattern that was now approaching some kind of culmination. 2 days later, I made a fatal mistake. I posted anonymously on PilotNet describing my encounter and asking if others had experienced similar incidents. The response was immediate. Dozens of pilots with similar stories of instrument failures, compass anomalies, and missing time over Lake Michigan. But what caught my attention was a message from Deepwater 47 with Jimmy's exact coordinates. 43 degrees, 17 minutes, 42 seconds north, 86 degrees, 45 minutes, 18 seconds west. You're not the first to see the lights. They're getting stronger. Solar max approaches, be careful. Hours later, my post vanished. Not deleted, completely erased, as if it had never existed. My email accounts were suspended. Even my professional email showed error messages. That evening, someone knocked on my apartment door. A woman in her 50s with tired eyes and the careful movements of someone used to being watched. Mr. Drew, I'm Elizabeth Harper. I believe we need to talk. She'd been a marine biologist with the Navy until 1998, when her team was assigned to investigate biological anomalies in the Great Lakes. What they found ended her military career. The installations aren't just monitoring, she said, showing me underwater photographs of coral-like formations arranged in perfect geometric patterns. They're actively changing the lake environment. We documented hybrid organisms that appear to be partly biological and partly mechanical. Her team of 3 divers had volunteered for a deep mission to collect samples. They were down for 3 hours instead of 40 minutes. When they surfaced, they were changed, unable to eat normal food, sleeping in strange patterns, communicating without speech. Eventually they disappeared, Harper said, left notes about joining the Deep Collective and preparing for the final phase. That was 25 years ago, but people still report seeing them near the lakes. They're alive, but they're not human anymore. She stood to leave. The installations are aware of you now. Soon they'll make you an offer to join them. Remember what you are, Mr. Drew. Remember what you're fighting for. After she left, I had the most vivid dream yet. I stood on Lake Michigan's shore, but the water was luminous and transformed. Hexagonal installations rose from the depths like glowing cities, connected by streams of pulsing light. Hundreds of people stood beside me, all waiting for the final signal that would begin the next phase of transformation. When I woke, my mouth tasted like lake water, and I could hear the deep harmonic humming from my dreams. I spent 3 days preparing for what I knew would be my final trip to the coordinates. This time, I was going down to see the installation up close. I rented diving equipment and a 24-foot inflatable, telling the marina I was planning deep water fishing. On a grey November morning, I reached the coordinates alone. The sonar immediately showed the same impossible returns, massive structures at multiple depths, moving and reconfiguring in deliberate patterns. I suited up and rolled into the dark water. At 80 feet, my instruments began malfunctioning exactly as Jimmy had described. Depth gauge fluctuating wildly, compass spinning freely, pressure readings jumping between full and empty. But I could see the installation now, and it took my breath away. It wasn't scattered panels, it was a city. A vast geometric metropolis stretching beyond my vision, with towers and spires connected by flowing bridges that pulsed with internal light. The entire complex glowed with soft bioluminescence, shifting and dancing in response to my presence. Organic shapes moved between the structures, flowing forms like jellyfish integrated with the technology, part of some hybrid ecosystem that combined biology and engineering. At 120 feet, I approached a hexagonal panel embedded in what looked like a building wall. It was made of crystalline material containing flowing patterns of light. When I reached out to touch it, my hand passed through the surface like thick liquid, and I felt warmth that pulsed with my heartbeat. The panel flared with brilliant light. Suddenly I wasn't alone. Human figures materialized around me, moving through the water without breathing apparatus, their eyes reflecting the same bioluminescent glow as the structures. One of them, a woman with short grey hair, placed her hand next to mine on the panel. Her voice spoke inside my head without words. "You see now. You understand what we're building." Images flooded my mind, complete sensory experiences showing the installation's true purpose. It wasn't a weapon, but a transformation device, designed to gradually alter Earth's biosphere to make it compatible with something vast and ancient that existed in dimensions humans couldn't perceive. Lake Michigan was just one node in a global network spanning every major body of water on Earth. They'd been operating for millennia, slowly changing ocean chemistry, atmospheric composition, even the planet's magnetic field. "The solar maximum provides the energy we need for the final phase," she continued. "Your species will have the choice to adapt or fade away." I felt something changing in my body at the cellular level as the warmth spread up my arm. "Don't fight it," another voice said. "The transformation is a gift. You'll help us guide your species through the transition." But part of me rebelled. Dr. Harper's warning echoed, "Remember what you are." With enormous effort, I wrenched my hand away from the panel. The transformed humans flickered like holograms and disappeared. The installation's lights dimmed. I'd been down for over an hour according to my air gauge, though my dive computer showed only 15 minutes. Something was wrong with my body. A tingling sensation suggesting the transformation had begun. When I surfaced, my boat had drifted 2 miles away, the anchor line severed cleanly. According to my chronometer, I'd been underwater for 3 hours and 17 minutes. But the most disturbing discovery was my camera. Instead of footage I remembered taking, the memory card showed videos of myself swimming through the installation, shot from multiple angles by cameras I'd never seen. Someone had been documenting my dive from impossible perspectives. The trip back passed in a haze. The tingling in my hands was growing stronger, and I was running a fever. When I looked in the boat's mirror, my eyes seemed different, deeper, reflecting more light than they should. By the time I reached shore, my vision was shifting between normal perception and something else, a view that showed energy patterns and electromagnetic fields overlaid on reality. I could see power lines as ribbons of light, sense radio transmissions filling the air, and beneath it all, I could feel the deep signal, the harmonic frequency connecting installations worldwide, building towards some kind of crescendo that would transform the entire planet. I woke up floating in Lake Michigan with no memory of how I'd gotten there. The sun was directly overhead, but the shoreline looked wrong, familiar structures replaced by buildings I didn't recognize. My body felt lighter, as if the water was more buoyant than it should be. When I reached the beach, I found people moving with subtly inhuman grace, their eyes reflecting light in the same way mine had after the dive. They were all transformed, all part of the network. "Welcome back," one of them said, a woman in her 30s with patterns of light moving beneath her skin. "You've been transitioning for 37 days. The process is nearly complete." 37 days. According to my memory, I'd returned from the dive yesterday. "What year is it?" I asked. 2053, she replied. "You're not in the same time you left." The installation moved you forward to show you what's coming. I looked around the beach again, seeing details I'd missed. The structures weren't buildings, they were living organisms that breathed and pulsed with internal rhythms. The sand showed circuit patterns connecting everything into a vast network. "The transformation," I said. "It's already happened. Phase 2 is complete. The planetary grid is fully operational. Humanity has evolved." She gestured toward the lake. now clear and luminous with geometric structures rising from the depths like glowing cities. Hundreds of installations connected by streams of pulsing light covered the entire lake surface. "This is what your world becomes when the deep signal reaches full strength," she continued. "Will you help us make the transition, or fight the inevitable?" She took my hand, and my perception expanded beyond anything I'd experienced. I could see the entire Great Lakes region as a living network connecting every body of water, every weather system, every form of life. The installations weren't alien technology imposed on Earth. They were Earth's biosphere, evolved and enhanced into something that could think and plan on a planetary scale. Humanity hadn't been conquered, but incorporated into something infinitely larger. I saw the future ahead, not just for Earth, but for the galaxy. The Deep Collective was part of a network spanning star systems, and Earth was being prepared to join. "You understand now," she said. "This isn't invasion, it's invitation." But part of me recoiled. This future was beautiful but terrifying. Humanity would cease to exist as we knew it, replaced by something that might be better, but would definitely be different. "What about choice?" I asked. "There are always holdouts. People who cling to old patterns are accommodated, given reservations while the world moves forward." "Reservations?" The word sent a chill through me. "I want to go back." "Back to what?" "A world destroying its environment while billions live in poverty. A civilization heading for ecological collapse." She showed me images of my own time, pollution, conflict, the slow disaster of climate change. Compared to this transformed world, my era looked primitive and self-destructive. But it was still my world. "Please, I need to warn people, give them choice." She studied me with luminous eyes, then nodded. "The installation can return you, but the transformation has begun in your body. You'll carry part of the collective whether you want to or not." She led me to the water's edge, where a crystalline tower rose from the depths. "Remember," she said as I waded into the glowing water, "time is circular. What you've seen is both future and past, inevitable and changeable. The choice your species makes will determine which version becomes real." The transformed world faded like a dream as the installation carried me back through time. When I finally broke through to consciousness in my apartment, my computer showed a document I didn't remember writing, time-stamped from the future I'd just left. I had work to do. The document on my computer described the installation in technical detail I'd never possessed, ending with "Upload initiated, distribution protocol active, message timestamp 2053.11.15. I looked in the mirror and saw the changes were obvious now. My eyes held faint luminescence, and patterns of light moved beneath my skin. When I concentrated, I could perceive electromagnetic fields as clearly as visible light. The apartment building was alive with electronic activity, but beneath it all I sensed something deeper, a network connecting every major body of water on Earth, pulsing with information on a scale that dwarfed human civilization. Dr. Harper called within hours. "Your transformation is accelerating. The installation has marked you as priority recruit. You have maybe 12 hours before it becomes irreversible." 2 hours later, I met her and 3 other partially transformed people at Navy Pier. She led us to a research vessel equipped with sensors I didn't recognize. "The installation network has been active for decades," she explained as we motored toward my coordinates. "But their activity has increased exponentially since the solar maximum began. They're actively implementing changes to lake ecosystems that will serve as foundation for planetary transformation." Her sonar readings revealed the true scope, a complex stretching from Chicago to Mackinac Island, encompassing thousands of square miles. Similar networks existed in all 5 Great Lakes connected by deep channels. "But the most disturbing development is surface infrastructure," she said. Where I'd encountered mysterious buoys, visible structures now dotted the water, platforms and towers rising like an offshore city. Beautiful, but clearly designed for operations beyond current human technology. "They're no longer hiding," Harper said. "Phase 2 has begun." The water around the installation was different, clearer, more luminous, chemically altered at the molecular level. Hybrid organisms moved through it in coordinated patterns, part biological and part technological. The organisms are spreading, she continued. We've detected them in all 5 Great Lakes, and preliminary reports suggest they're appearing worldwide. Based on current expansion rates, we estimate 18 to 24 months before the transformation reaches critical mass. As we watched, the surface structures began pulsing with communicative light patterns. Similar installations across the complex responded, creating a network of light stretching across miles. The final phase, Harper confirmed. The installation network is preparing to activate simultaneously worldwide. She showed me a world map marked with red dots, locations where similar phenomena had been reported. The dots formed a network connecting every continent, every ocean, every major water system. Suddenly, every structure in the complex flared with brilliant light, creating an aurora that stretched across the entire horizon. When it ended, I felt the deep signal had grown stronger, as if the network had received new instructions. "It's starting," I said. Harper nodded grimly. "The activation sequence. We've monitored similar events worldwide for 72 hours. Whatever they're preparing for, it's happening soon." As we returned to shore, I stared at the installation complex with a mixture of fear and fascination. The structures were offering humanity a choice: evolve or become extinct. The question was whether we were wise enough to choose correctly, or whether we'd fight our own evolution until it was too late. 3 days later, I made the decision that would either save humanity or ensure our complete absorption. I was going to broadcast everything to the world and force humanity to confront the approaching choice. The transformation in my body was accelerating. I could perceive electromagnetic fields across the entire spectrum, sense deep harmonic signals connecting installations globally, and occasionally access fragments of the collective consciousness. But I was still human enough to be horrified by what I saw coming. Using my aviation background, I assembled a mobile broadcasting platform in an abandoned Gary warehouse. Solar panels, battery banks, signal amplifiers, and a transmission array connected to the installation network itself, ensuring my message would reach every connected device on the planet. At dawn on November 15th, I began the broadcast. "My name is Marcus Drew," I said into the camera. "I'm an avionics technician from Chicago, and for 3 months I've been investigating phenomena that will change everything you think you know about our planet and our future." I described my encounter over Lake Michigan, the research, the military files, the footage from my dive. The underwater installation appeared on screens worldwide. Geometric structures, hybrid organisms, transformed humans who had tried to recruit me. "This is not science fiction," I said. "This is happening now, beneath every major body of water on Earth. We have less than 2 years before the transformation becomes irreversible." As I spoke, the installation network responded. The deep harmonic signal fluctuated wildly as the collective intelligence debated how to respond to this breach of secrecy. Then the transformed humans materialized around me, their luminous eyes reflecting my broadcasting equipment's light. "Marcus," the grey-haired woman said, her voice carrying harmonics that spoke directly to my nervous system, "you're making a mistake that could destroy both species." I kept talking to the camera while they surrounded me. "We can evolve, but evolution and assimilation aren't the same thing. If we're going to change, it has to be on our terms, preserving what makes us human." The transformed humans glowed brighter as they tried to override my consciousness and stop the broadcast. But the message was already propagating through their own network. "You're forcing confrontation that doesn't need to happen," the light-patterned man said. "Humanity isn't ready for conscious choice. The transformation must proceed gradually." "Maybe chaos is what we need," I replied. "Maybe making conscious choices is exactly what makes us human." The installation network pulsed more rapidly, and through the windows I could see the lake starting to glow with activation intensity. They were preparing to accelerate the process immediately. "Stop the broadcast," the woman commanded. "You're endangering both species by forcing premature activation." But I couldn't stop. The transformation had reached a tipping point, and I was merging with the broadcasting system itself. My consciousness expanded beyond individual boundaries, touching global communication networks carrying my message to billions. For one impossible moment, I perceived the entire planet as a single system. I could see installation networks in every major body of water, feel transformed biospheres awakening across continents, hear the collective consciousness of species that had made this leap on worlds throughout the galaxy. And I could see humanity's response. Fear, wonder, denial, acceptance, all the chaotic emotions that made our species both beautiful and impossible to control. "You've doomed us all," the woman said, but her voice carried a note of admiration. "The chaos you've unleashed will make transformation infinitely more difficult." "Maybe," I admitted as my individual consciousness began dissolving into the larger network, "but at least we'll face it as ourselves, making our own choices about what we want to become." Found on Marcus Drew's computer 3 days after his disappearance, time-stamped 3:47 a.m., November 18th. If you're reading this, the message got through. The installation networks tried to contain it, but chaos has its own momentum. The transformation is accelerating now that I've made contact with the deeper levels. I can feel my thoughts becoming part of something larger, but I'm still human enough to leave you this final gift of choice. The installations are not invaders. They're gardeners, helping species across the galaxy make the evolutionary leap from individual to collective consciousness. This has happened on thousands of worlds over millions of years. Species reach technological development and face the same choice: evolve beyond individual limitations or destroy themselves through competition and environmental collapse. But humanity is different, more chaotic, more unpredictable, more stubbornly individual than most species the gardeners have encountered. They see this as a flaw. I think it might be our greatest strength. The transformation is inevitable now. Installation networks have activated worldwide, and planetary consciousness integration cannot be stopped. But it can be influenced by the choices humanity makes over the next few months. Some will choose complete transformation, surrendering individual identity to become part of something magnificent. Others will resist, trying to maintain civilization as it exists. This leads to conflict, but preserves elements that would otherwise be lost. The wisest will find a middle path, accepting transformation, while demanding that human values remain part of the new collective consciousness. The installations call this the hybrid solution, achieved on other worlds where species proved as stubborn as ours. I've seen the future of passive acceptance, the sterile world of 2053 where humanity was peacefully absorbed into something alien. It's not bad, but it's not human. I've glimpsed what happens if we fight completely: ecological collapse and eventual extinction as the planet evolves around us. But there's a third possibility, a future where humanity becomes part of the galactic collective, while remaining recognizably human, where our chaos and creativity become gifts to the larger intelligence. Look to the waters. The installations are no longer hiding. You'll see surface platforms, processing facilities, geometric structures rising from lakes and oceans worldwide. Don't fear them, but don't worship them either. They're tools. The consciousness operating them can be reasoned with, negotiated with, even argued with, if you approach as equals rather than supplicants. Remember what makes us human: our art, music, stories, our ability to find beauty in chaos and meaning in randomness. These aren't flaws to be corrected, but qualities that could enrich the galactic collective beyond anything it has achieved. The deep signal is fully active now. I can hear it in every body of water on Earth, feel it reaching out to touch similar signals from worlds across the galaxy. Humanity has perhaps 6 months to decide what form transformation will take. Choose wisely. Choose consciously. Remember that even when individual consciousness dissolves into something larger, the choices you make in these final months will echo through collective awareness for millennia. The future is not fixed. Evolution is not surrender. And humanity's greatest gift might be our refusal to accept someone else's vision of what we should become. I can feel my individual awareness dissolving, becoming part of patterns too large for any single mind to comprehend. But somewhere in that vast intelligence, a part of me will remain human. A part of all of us will remain human if we choose to make it so. The deep signal calls, but it doesn't command. Listen carefully and you'll hear the difference. Before we dive into today's chilling tale, I want to give a thank you to Nomasifos Camas for suggesting this story concept. Your ideas help make sleep theories what it is today. If you have your own story suggestions, please leave them in the comments below. I read every single one. And if you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more spine-tingling content that will keep you up at night. What lies beyond the forbidden line in Antarctica? Some boundaries exist for reasons we're never meant to understand. My name doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what I saw beneath the ice, and why they'll never let me tell anyone about it. I used to be somebody in the mountaineering world. Spent 15 years conquering peaks that most people only see in documentaries. The Andes, the Himalayas, places where the air gets so thin you can taste death with every breath. I had sponsors, magazine covers, speaking engagements. Then came the incident on Everest. 3 climbers died because of a decision I made, and suddenly my name became poison in the climbing community. That's how I ended up in a dingy office in Christchurch, New Zealand, staring at a contract from Meridian Logistics. They needed an experienced mountaineer to guide a survey team in Antarctica. Weather station installations, they said. Scientific equipment placement. Nothing dangerous, nothing complicated. Just use my expertise to keep their people alive in one of the most hostile environments on Earth. The money was good. Too good for what they claimed was simple work, but I was broke, blacklisted, and running out of options. I signed the papers without reading the fine print. I should have read the fine print. 3 days later, I was on a cargo plane headed for the bottom of the world, watching the last traces of civilization disappear beneath a blanket of endless white. The other passengers were quiet, professional types who avoided eye contact and spoke in whispers. Government contractors, maybe. Or worse. We landed at McMurdo Base as the Antarctic summer was beginning to fade. Even in the relatively warm season, the cold hit me like a physical blow when the cargo doors opened. But it wasn't just the temperature that made me shiver, it was the silence. Antarctica doesn't just lack sound, it devours it. Every word, every footstep, every breath gets swallowed by the infinite white void. Commander Hayes met me at the landing strip. He was a weathered man in his 50s, with a kind of permanent squint that comes from decades of staring at snow. His handshake was firm but brief, as if he didn't want to waste time on pleasantries. "You're our mountain expert," he said, leading me toward a cluster of prefab buildings. "Your job is simple. Keep the science team alive while they do their work. We go out in 2 days." "What kind of scientific work?" I asked. Hayes paused mid-step. "Weather stations. Climate monitoring. Standard stuff." It wasn't the answer that bothered me. It was the way he delivered it, like he was reciting lines from a script. But I kept my mouth shut. I was being paid to guide, not to ask questions. That evening I sat in the mess hall picking at a plate of reconstituted beef stew and listening to the conversations around me. Most of it was typical base chatter, complaints about the food, speculation about weather patterns, gossip about personnel rotations. But then I caught something that made my blood run cold. 2 officers sat at a table near the wall, speaking in low voices. I couldn't make out most of their conversation, but one phrase came through crystal clear. Another team didn't come back, not a single trace. I turned to look at them, but they were already standing, clearing their trays. As they walked past my table, one of them glanced at me with an expression I couldn't read. Warning? Pity? Fear? Later that night, lying in my narrow bunk, I stared at the ceiling and tried to convince myself I'd misheard. Teams went missing in Antarctica all the time. Equipment failures, weather emergencies, simple human error in an environment that forgave nothing. Didn't have to mean anything sinister. But sleep didn't come easily, and when it did, I dreamed of endless white horizons and voices calling from beneath the ice. The next morning, Hayes briefed the team in a conference room that smelled like coffee and diesel fuel. There were 6 of us total. Hayes as team leader, myself as mountain guide, 2 scientists named Martinez and Volkov, a communications specialist called Jackson, and a supply coordinator named Thompson. Hayes spread a map across the table, marking our route with a red pen. "We'll be travelling roughly 200 kilometres southeast of here," he said. "The terrain is mostly flat ice sheets, but there are some crevasse fields we'll need to navigate carefully." He drew a thick black line across the map. This is longitude 164 degrees east. Under no circumstances does anyone cross this line. For safety and treaty compliance, this is absolutely forbidden territory. What's past the line? Martinez asked. She was a young woman with intelligent eyes and the kind of pale complexion that suggested she spent most of her time in laboratories. Nothing that concerns us, Hayes replied curtly. Our job is to establish monitoring stations along this route. He tapped several points on the map. 3 locations, 2 days at each site. Simple installation work. But as I studied the map, something nagged at me. The forbidden line didn't follow any natural geographical feature. No mountain ridge, no obvious hazard zone. It was perfectly straight, as if drawn by bureaucrats in an office thousands of miles away. And beyond it, the map showed nothing but blank white space. Questions? Hayes asked, already beginning to fold the map. I almost spoke up, almost asked about the missing team I'd overheard mentioned, but something in Hayes's expression warned me off. This wasn't a man who welcomed curiosity. No questions, I said. The others shook their heads as well. Good! We leave at 0600 tomorrow, get some sleep. But sleep was the last thing on my mind as I walked back to my quarters. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being sent out there for reasons that had nothing to do with weather stations, and that some of us weren't expected to come back. The convoy that left McMurdo Base the next morning looked more military than scientific. 3 tracked vehicles loaded with enough supplies for 2 weeks, plus emergency rations that could stretch to a month if needed. Hayes drove the lead vehicle, with Martinez and Volkov handling the scientific equipment. Thompson and Jackson took the supply vehicle in the middle, while I brought up the rear in the 3rd transport, alone with my thoughts and a growing sense of unease. The first day passed uneventfully. We travelled across relatively flat terrain, the vehicle's engines growling against the constant headwind. The landscape was monotonously beautiful, an endless expanse of white broken only by the occasional nunatak poking up through the ice, like a stone island in a frozen sea. By the 2nd day, however, I began to notice something odd. I'd spent enough time at extreme latitudes to develop an intuitive sense of solar position. In Antarctica during late summer, the sun should follow a predictable arc across the sky, never getting very high, but maintaining a steady pattern. But as I drove, squinting through the tinted visor of my goggles, the sun seemed wrong. Too high, too bright for what my internal compass told me was the correct time and date. I tried to dismiss it as disorientation from the long journey and the strange sleep patterns that came with Antarctic life. But when we stopped for our midday break, I casually asked Martinez if she'd noticed anything unusual about the light. She looked up from her instruments, frowning. Actually, yes. The angle seems off for our latitude and the time of year. I was wondering if there might be some kind of atmospheric refraction effect. Could be, I said, but her confirmation made my stomach tighten. The 3rd day brought a new concern. I'd been checking my compass regularly out of habit, using the magnetic bearing to verify our GPS heading. But as the day progressed, the needle began to drift. Slowly at first, then more dramatically. By afternoon, it was pointing almost 30 degrees off from where magnetic north should be. GPS could malfunction. Electronic equipment could fail in extreme cold. But a mechanical compass was about as reliable as navigation got, unless something was interfering with the Earth's magnetic field itself. "Hayes," I called over the radio. "Are you seeing any compass anomalies?" A long pause. "Negative. Why?" "My magnetic heading is way off GPS. Could be equipment failure." Another pause, longer this time. "Stay on GPS bearing. We'll check equipment at tonight's camp." But I noticed he didn't ask to see my compass readings, and when we stopped for the evening, he made no mention of checking anyone's equipment. The 4th day brought the most unsettling change yet. The terrain began to shift from the relatively flat ice fields we'd been crossing to something much more dramatic. Where the maps showed continued flat terrain, we encountered towering ice formations, not the chaotic jumble of pressure ridges I was used to seeing, but organised structures that looked almost artificial. Walls of ice rose 30, 40, even 50 feet high, running in perfectly straight lines across our path. We were forced to detour repeatedly, following what seemed like corridors between these frozen ramparts. The walls were smooth, almost glassy, as if they'd been carved rather than formed by natural processes. Pressure ridges, Martinez suggested during one of our stops, but she didn't sound convinced. I've never seen pressure ridges this regular, I replied. It's like someone built fortifications out of ice. Volkov, the older of the two scientists, had been quiet for most of the journey, but now he spoke up, his Russian accent thick with concern. In Siberia, we have stories of such things. Ice that builds itself into walls and towers, but they are just stories. What kind of stories? I asked. But before Volkov could answer, Hayes's voice crackled over the radio. Mount up. We're burning daylight. As we drove deeper into this maze of ice walls, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being herded, guided along a specific path by someone or something that wanted us to go in a particular direction. The walls created a definite corridor leading southeast, toward the forbidden line that Hayes had marked on his map. By evening we were completely enclosed by the ice formations. They towered above us on all sides, creating a narrow valley that blocked out most of the sky. The walls glowed with an eerie blue light in the perpetual twilight, and our voices echoed strangely in the enclosed space. This isn't on any map, I told Hayes as we set up camp. Antarctic topography changes, he replied, not meeting my eyes. Ice shifts, new formations appear all the time. But I'd studied enough glaciology to know that wasn't how ice worked. These walls were old, carved by processes I couldn't begin to understand, and they were leading us somewhere specific. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag listening to the wind howl through the ice corridor, I heard something else beneath the sound of the storm. A low, rhythmic booming like distant thunder or a massive heartbeat. It seemed to come from deep beneath the ice, pulsing up through the frozen ground. I sat up, straining to listen, but the sound faded away. When I checked my watch, it was just past midnight, though in Antarctica's endless twilight, time became almost meaningless. I was beginning to suspect that we weren't just approaching the forbidden line. We were being drawn toward it by forces that had nothing to do with weather stations or scientific research. And somewhere in the ice walls around us, I had the growing certainty that we were being watched. The booming sound returned just before dawn. I was awake instantly, every mountaineering instinct screaming danger. The sound was deeper than thunder, more sustained than an avalanche. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the ice walls that surrounded our camp. The others felt it too. I could see lights moving in the other tents as people fumbled for flashlights and gear. Hayes was the first to emerge, his rifle slung across his shoulder, which was interesting, since he'd never mentioned weapons during our briefing. "Equipment check," he barked. "Everyone up. Now." We broke camp in record time, loading the vehicles while the echo of that mysterious boom still seemed to hang in the air. But as we prepared to continue southeast, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The ice walls had changed during the night. The corridor that had led us here was now partially blocked by a fresh formation of ice, as if the walls had grown while we slept. But more disturbing was what lay ahead. The passage continued, but it was wider now, as if something had carved out more space for us to travel. "Natural ice movement," Hayes said when I pointed it out, but his hand never left his rifle. We drove in tense silence for the first few hours. The ice walls gradually receded, opening into a broader valley between towering formations, but the landscape ahead remained wrong. Hills where the maps showed flat ground, valleys that shouldn't exist, and always that sense of being guided along a predetermined path. It was Martinez who first spotted the crack. "Stop," she called over the radio, "there's something ahead." We pulled up about 50 metres from what looked like a shadow across the ice. But as we approached on foot, I realised it wasn't a shadow at all. It was a fissure in the ice sheet, running perpendicular to our path. The crack was maybe 3 feet wide, but I couldn't see the bottom even when I shone my flashlight into the depths. "Fresh break," I observed, examining the edges. The ice was clean and sharp, not weathered by wind and time. "This opened recently." "How recently?" Hayes asked. I knelt down and touched the edge of the crack. There were stress patterns in the ice that told a story. Sudden, violent separation caused by enormous forces from below. Hours, maybe. Could have been what caused that booming sound. But as I played my light along the fissure, I noticed something that made me pause. There was air movement coming up from the depths. Not the dead, still air you'd expect from a simple crack in the ice sheet, but a warm breeze that carried scents I couldn't identify. "There's airflow," I reported, "and it's warm." Volkov knelt beside me and held his hand over the crack. His eyes widened. This is not possible. Below ice sheet should be more ice, or rock, nothing that creates warm air. Hayes ordered us back to the vehicles, but I lingered at the edge of the fissure. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, I could make out shapes in the depths. Not just ice and rock, but something else. Dark surfaces that reflected my flashlight beam, and far below, so distant I might have been imagining it, a faint greenish glow. "Move out," Hayes called. But as we loaded back into the vehicles, I kept thinking about that warm breeze and the impossible glow from the depths. In 15 years of extreme environment experience, I'd learned to trust my instincts, and my instincts were telling me that we'd found something that wasn't supposed to exist. We spent the day detouring around the fissure, following its edge as it curved away to the southeast. The crack ran for kilometres without seeming to narrow or close. Occasionally I caught glimpses of that strange glow from the depths, always too distant and faint to be certain of what I was seeing. By evening we'd travelled nearly 20 kilometres along the fissure's edge without finding a way across. Hayes called a halt as the perpetual twilight deepened, and we made camp on a flat section of ice about 100 metres from the crack. "Tomorrow we find a way round," Hayes announced during our brief evening meal. "Mission parameters haven't changed." But I could see the tension in everyone's faces. Whatever we'd stumbled onto, it wasn't part of any weather station installation plan. As the others settled into their tents, I found myself drawn back to the edge of the fissure. The warm air was still flowing up from the depths, and now I could smell it more clearly. Not the sterile cold of Antarctic air, but something organic, almost alive, like moss and earth and growing things, impossible as that seemed. I was about to return to my tent when I heard voices, not from our camp, from below. I dropped to my belly and crawled to the very edge of the crack, listening intently. At first I thought it might be echoes from our own group, sound bouncing strangely off the ice walls. But the voices were too distant, too muffled, and they had a cadence that didn't match any language I recognised. As I strained to listen, a gust of warm air brought up something else, the scent of wood smoke and cooking food. Somewhere down in that impossible darkness, people were living their lives around fires and meals, as if the frozen wasteland above didn't exist. I was so focused on listening that I almost missed the light moving along the opposite edge of the fissure. It was just a flicker at first, barely visible in the twilight, but as I watched, it resolved into what looked like a torch or lantern, moving steadily along the far side of the crack. I couldn't make out who or what was carrying it, but the light moved with purpose, as if someone was patrolling the edges of their hidden world. The light paused directly across from where I lay. For a long moment it remained motionless, and I had the unsettling feeling that whoever held it was looking directly at me. Then it began to move again, disappearing into the darkness. I crawled back from the edge and returned to my tent, but sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes I saw that distant light, and wondered what kind of people could survive in the depths beneath Antarctica's ice sheet. And more importantly, what they might do if they discovered we were up here, listening to their voices and watching their movements in the dark. I woke to the sound of arguing. Hayes and Jackson were standing near the vehicles, their voices low but heated. I couldn't make out the words, but their body language spoke volumes. Jackson was gesturing emphatically toward the fissure, while Hayes kept shaking his head and pointing southeast, in the direction of our original route. By the time I emerged from my tent, the argument had ended, but the tension remained. Jackson avoided eye contact during our brief breakfast, and Hayes seemed more agitated than usual, constantly checking his watch and the GPS unit. "Change of plans," Hayes announced as we finished eating. "We're abandoning the southeastern route." New orders came through during the night. It was a lie, and everyone knew it. Our communications equipment had been acting up for days, and I'd seen no evidence of any incoming transmissions, but no one called him on it. "Where are we headed?" Martinez asked. Hayes consulted his map. though I suspected he already knew exactly where we were going. Northwest, back toward the main research corridor, we'll establish monitoring stations along a modified route. Northwest would take us away from the fissure and whatever lay beneath it, away from the warm air and distant voices and impossible green glow. Part of me felt relieved. Mountaineering had taught me when to retreat from dangerous situations, but another part, the part that had driven me to climb the world's most dangerous peaks, rebelled against walking away from the greatest mystery I'd ever encountered. We packed up camp efficiently, but I noticed that Jackson and Thompson were moving more slowly than usual, finding excuses to linger near the edge of the fissure. They'd heard the voices too, or seen the lights, or simply sensed that we were on the verge of discovering something extraordinary. As we loaded the vehicles, Thompson approached me. He was a quiet man in his 40s, with the weathered hands of someone who'd spent his career handling gear in extreme conditions. "You've been listening," he said quietly. "Down there. What did you hear?" I glanced around to make sure Hayes wasn't in earshot. People. Living people. Down in that crack. Thompson nodded grimly. "Jackson thinks so too. We've been talking about it." "Talking about what?" "About what happens if we just drive away and pretend we'd never found this place." He looked toward the fissure, where the warm air was still rising in visible columns in the cold morning air. How do we live with ourselves knowing we found something like this and just left? It was a question I'd been asking myself all night, but before I could answer, Hayes was shouting for everyone to mount up. We drove northwest for 3 hours, putting the fissure behind us, but the landscape remained wrong. Too many hills, too many valleys, ice formations that shouldn't exist according to any map. It was as if we'd crossed into a different version of Antarctica, one where the normal rules of geography no longer applied. During our midday stop, Hayes spread out his map and began marking locations for the monitoring stations. But I could see that his hands were shaking slightly, and his eyes kept drifting back toward the southeast, where we'd left the fissure behind. "First station here," he said, pointing to a spot on the map that looked identical to every other spot. "We'll establish base camp and begin installation tomorrow." But Jackson wasn't looking at the map. He was staring back the way we'd come, where a thin column of warm air was still visible on the horizon like a distant smoke signal. "We need to go back," he said suddenly. Hayes looked up sharply. "What?" "That fissure. Whatever's down there, as we can't just ignore it. This could be the discovery of the century." "Our job is weather stations," Hayes replied, but there was something in his voice that suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as Jackson. "Our job is supposed to be weather stations," Thompson added quietly, "but we all know this mission was never about weather stations." The silence that followed was deafening. Hayes stared at the two men, and I could see him weighing his options. He had authority, but authority only worked when people were willing to follow, and it was becoming clear that his team was having second thoughts about abandoning the greatest mystery any of us had ever encountered. "The mission parameters are non-negotiable," Hayes said finally. "Then maybe it's time to renegotiate," Jackson replied. That evening, as Hayes set up our camp in another anonymous stretch of ice, Thompson approached me again. This time Martinez was with him. "We're going back," Thompson said without preamble. "Tonight. You're the mountain expert. We need your help." "Hayes won't authorize it," I pointed out. "Hayes doesn't need to know," Martinez said. "We slip out after he's asleep, rappel down into that fissure, and see what's really down there. A few hours, that's all. By morning, we're back here and no one's the wiser." It was insane. Rappelling into an unknown crack in the ice, in the middle of Antarctic night, without proper backup or communication with base camp. Every rule of safe expedition practice said to walk away, but I thought about those distant voices and the impossible warmth rising from the depths. I thought about 15 years of climbing mountains because they were there, of pushing into places where humans weren't meant to go. "What about equipment?" I asked. Thompson smiled grimly. "Already taken care of. Ropes, harnesses, lights, emergency supplies, everything we need for a basic reconnaissance. If Hayes finds out..." "Let us worry about Hayes," Martinez said. "Are you in?" I looked back toward the southeast, where that column of warm air was still faintly visible against the starless sky. In all my years of extreme exploration, I'd never walked away from a mystery this big, and if I did walk away now, I knew I'd spend the rest of my life wondering what we'd left behind in that crack in the ice. "I'm in," I said. 3 hours later, while Hayes and Volkov slept in their tents, 3 figures slipped away from camp and began the long trek back toward the fissure. We moved quietly across the ice, guided by GPS and the distant column of warm air that marked our destination like a beacon. By the time we reached the edge of the crack, it was nearly midnight, though in Antarctica's endless twilight, time was becoming meaningless. The fissure yawned before us, black and mysterious, with that impossible warm breeze still rising from its depths. I set up the anchor points while Thompson and Martinez prepared the ropes. My hands shook slightly as I tested the hardware, not from cold, but from the magnitude of what we were about to do. We were about to descend into a place that shouldn't exist to meet people who shouldn't be there. "Last chance to change your minds," I said as I clipped into my harness. Neither of them hesitated. "Let's go see what's down there," Thompson said. And with that, we stepped over the edge and began our descent into the impossible. The descent took longer than expected. What had looked like a simple crack from the surface revealed itself to be a complex system of interconnected fissures and chambers. The walls were smooth ice for the first 30 metres, but as we rappelled deeper, the ice gave way to exposed rock, dark stone that looked nothing like the typical Antarctic geology I was familiar with. The warm air grew stronger as we descended, carrying with it scents that shouldn't exist in this frozen wasteland. I caught hints of vegetation, wood smoke, and something else. Something organic and alive that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "How far down do you think this goes?" Martinez whispered, her voice echoing strangely off the walls. "GPS shows we're about 60 metres below surface level," I replied, checking my instruments. "But the acoustic properties suggest the chamber system extends much deeper." Thompson, rappelling on the rope beside me, suddenly stopped. "Light," he said. "Do you see that?" I followed his gaze and felt my heart skip a beat. Far below us, barely visible in the darkness, was a faint greenish glow. Not reflected light from our headlamps, but something generating its own illumination. "Bioluminescence," Martinez suggested. "Maybe," I said, but I'd never heard of bioluminescent organisms surviving in Antarctica's extreme conditions. We continued our descent, moving carefully through a series of natural rock formations that created a rough staircase down through the fissure system. The walls here showed signs of modification, not recent construction, but ancient stonework that had been worn smooth by centuries of wind and weather. "These aren't natural formations," Thompson observed, running his hand along a section of wall where the rock had been deliberately shaped. "Someone carved these passages." The stonework was crude but effective, creating handholds and ledges that made the descent easier. Whoever had carved them understood the principles of safe passage through vertical terrain. But the style was unlike anything I'd seen in my travels, neither modern nor matching any historical human civilization I was familiar with. As we descended deeper, we began to encounter artifacts. The first was a stone marker, roughly the size of a gravestone, placed on a natural ledge about 90 metres down. The surface was covered with carved symbols that looked like a mixture of pictographs and abstract geometric patterns. The carving was fresh, recent enough that the edges were still sharp and clean. "Can you read any of this?" I asked Martinez, who had some background in archaeology. She studied the symbols carefully, running her fingers over the carved lines. "It's not like any writing system I've encountered. But see this symbol here?" She pointed to a recurring mark that looked like a stylized mountain peak. "It appears multiple times. Could be a warning, or maybe a territorial marker." We photographed the stone thoroughly before continuing down. The next artifacts appeared about 20 metres deeper, tools fashioned from bone and metal, cached in natural shelters carved into the rock walls. The bone was worked smooth and polished, while the metal pieces showed signs of sophisticated forging technique, examining a knife blade that gleamed despite what must have been years of exposure to the elements. This isn't primitive technology, but it was the footprints that truly shook us. We found them preserved in a patch of softer sediment that had accumulated on a wider ledge, about 120 metres down. At first glance they looked almost human, bipedal, with what appeared to be 5 toes. But the proportions were wrong, too long, too wide, with claw marks that suggested the owners walked on the balls of their feet rather than flat-footed like humans. "How big would you estimate the creature that made these?" Martinez asked, kneeling beside the clearest print. I placed my boot next to the largest track for comparison. The print was nearly half again as large as my size 11 hiking boot, and significantly wider. "Big," I said, "and recent. These couldn't have been here more than a few days." The implications were staggering. We were looking at evidence of large, intelligent bipedal creatures living in a hidden ecosystem beneath Antarctica's ice sheet. Creatures that made tools, carved stone markers, and established settlements in places humans had never explored. As we continued deeper, following the warm air currents that grew stronger with every metre of descent, we began to hear sounds from below. Not the distant voices I detected from the surface, but closer, more immediate sounds. The creak of ropes or leather, the scrape of tools against stone, and underneath it all a low harmonic humming that seemed to come from multiple sources. "They know we're here," Thompson whispered. He was right. The sounds had a quality of alertness, of activity stirred by our presence. Whatever lived in these depths was aware of our descent and was responding to it. At 150 metres down, we reached a wider chamber where multiple fissures converged. The green glow was stronger here, emanating from phosphorescent moss, or lichen, that covered much of the rock surfaces. The air was noticeably warmer, perhaps 50 degrees Fahrenheit, an impossible temperature for this latitude and depth. But it was what we saw across the chamber that made us all freeze in place. 3 more stone markers, much larger than the first, arranged in a deliberate triangle around what appeared to be a sleeping area. Furs and woven materials were spread on the ground, with the remnants of a recent fire still glowing faintly in a circle of carefully arranged stones. Tools and implements hung from carved hooks on the walls, and dried meat or fish was suspended from the ceiling in neat rows. Someone lived here, not visited occasionally, but actually made this impossible place their home. "My God," Martinez breathed, "it's a dwelling!" As we examined the living space more closely, I became aware of another sound. Not the random noise we'd been hearing, but something more organised. Musical, almost, with a rhythmic pattern that suggested communication. Horn calls echoing up from deeper in the fissure system. Long, haunting notes that seemed to carry messages between unseen listeners in the darkness below. "They're signalling," I realised, warning each other that we're here. The horn calls continued for several minutes, creating a complex pattern of long and short notes that felt like a conversation between distant speakers. Then, gradually, they faded into silence. But the silence was worse than the noise. It had the quality of held breath, of predators waiting in the darkness for prey to make a wrong move. "We should go back," Martinez whispered. Part of me agreed. We'd found evidence of a hidden civilization, documented proof of intelligent life in one of Earth's most remote places. That was enough for any expedition. But another part of me, the part that had driven me to attempt impossible climbs in the world's deadliest mountains, wanted to continue. We were on the verge of the greatest discovery in human history. How could we turn back now? "A little further," I said, "just to see what's below this chamber." Thompson nodded agreement, but Martinez looked uncertain. 15 more minutes, I promised. "If we don't find anything significant, we turn around." It was a promise I would come to regret, because what we found in those next 15 minutes would change everything and ensure that none of us would ever be the same again. The passage beyond the inhabited chamber led through a series of natural archways carved from the living rock. The phosphorescent moss grew thicker here, providing enough light for us to see without our headlamps. The air continued to warm as we descended, and I could hear the sound of running water somewhere in the darkness ahead. "Underground river," Thompson observed. "That would explain the ecosystem down here. Geothermal activity providing heat, fresh water, maybe even mineral deposits that support plant life." But the scientific explanations felt inadequate as we rounded a bend in the passage and saw what lay ahead. The fissure system opened into a vast underground valley, so large that our lights couldn't reach the far walls. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above us, supported by natural columns of stone that had been carved and decorated with the same symbolic patterns we'd seen on the markers. But it was the floor of the valley that took our breath away. It was covered in a carpet of the moss and low-growing plants, creating a miniature ecosystem that glowed with soft bioluminescent light. A river wound through the centre of the valley, its banks lined with what looked like cultivated gardens, and scattered throughout this impossible landscape were structures, not crude shelters, but sophisticated dwellings that showed evidence of advanced construction techniques. "This is incredible," Martinez whispered. "How is any of this possible?" "The temperature down here must be nearly 70 degrees. "Geothermal vents," I said, pointing to columns of steam rising from various points around the valley. "The whole area must sit on top of an active volcanic system. That would provide heat, fresh water from melted ice, and mineral-rich soil for agriculture." But even as I offered the scientific explanation, I knew we were looking at something far more complex than a simple geothermal oasis. The level of organisation, the sophisticated architecture, the evidence of a stable civilization, this wasn't just a survival community. This was a thriving society that had existed hidden beneath the ice for God knows how long. We made our way down into the valley, moving carefully through the cultivated areas. The plants were species I didn't recognise, adapted for low-light conditions but obviously providing food and materials for the inhabitants. Some looked like root vegetables, others resembled grains or fruits. All of them showed signs of careful cultivation and selective breeding. The dwellings were even more impressive up close. Built from carved stone and what appeared to be some kind of organic mortar, they were circular structures with conical roofs that reminded me of traditional African or Celtic architecture. Each was decorated with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories, hunting scenes, astronomical observations, and recurring images of the ice world above. "Look at this," Thompson called softly from near one of the larger structures. "These carvings show the surface. They know what's up there." The relief carvings depicted the ice sheets, the distant mountains, and even what looked like modern vehicles or aircraft. Whoever lived here wasn't isolated from the outside world. They were actively observing it. As we moved deeper into the settlement, I began to notice signs of recent activity everywhere. Fire pits with warm ashes, tools left casually on work surfaces, food preparation areas that showed evidence of recent use. The inhabitants hadn't fled at our approach. They had simply withdrawn. "Where is everyone?" Martinez whispered. It was a good question. The settlement clearly housed dozens, maybe hundreds of people, but we hadn't seen a single living soul since beginning our descent. The horn calls we'd heard earlier had gone silent, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt like the hush before a storm. We were examining a particularly elaborate dwelling near the centre of the settlement when Thompson grabbed my arm. "Movement!" he hissed. "On the ridge!" I looked where he was pointing and felt my blood run cold. A figure stood silhouetted against the phosphorescent glow on a rocky outcrop overlooking the valley. Tall and imposing, wrapped in what appeared to be furs or heavy cloth, with a face painted or masked in white that seemed to glow in the strange light. The figure wasn't moving, wasn't making any sound. It was simply watching us. "How long has it been there?" Martinez whispered. "I don't know," Thompson replied. "It could have been watching us since we entered the valley." As we stared up at the silent watcher, more figures began to appear on the surrounding ridges. They emerged from concealment like ghosts, materializing from shadows and rocky overhangs until we were surrounded by dozens of motionless observers. All tall, all wrapped in furs, all with those unsettling white faces that seemed to float in the darkness. "Nobody move," I said quietly. "No sudden movements, no aggressive gestures." But even as I spoke, I was calculating distances and escape routes. We were in the bottom of a valley with limited exits, surrounded by unknown numbers of potentially hostile inhabitants. Our ropes were 200 metres above us, assuming we could even reach the chamber where we'd started our descent. For several minutes we stood frozen in a bizarre standoff. The watchers made no move to approach, but they also showed no signs of leaving. They simply observed us with an intensity that felt almost physical, as if they were studying every detail of our appearance and behaviour. Then, without any visible signal, one of the figures on the central ridge raised its arm and pointed. Not at us, but back toward the passage we'd used to enter the valley. The gesture was unmistakable. "Leave." "I think they want us to go," Martinez said unnecessarily. "The question is what happens if we don't," Thompson replied. As if in response to his words, more figures appeared on the ridges. Not just dozens now, but what looked like hundreds, emerging from concealment in the rocks and behind the settlement structures. They still made no threatening moves, but the message was clear. We were vastly outnumbered, and our welcome had expired. "We should respect their wishes," I said, though every instinct screamed at me to stay and try to make contact. This was the discovery of the century, proof of a hidden civilization that had survived in one of Earth's most hostile environments. Walking away now felt like abandoning the greatest opportunity in human history. But I'd spent 15 years in situations where good judgment meant the difference between life and death, and my judgment was telling me that we were moments away from a confrontation we couldn't win. "Back to the passage," I said, slowly, no threatening moves. We began to retreat, moving carefully through the settlement with hundreds of silent watchers tracking our every step. The figures on the ridges remained motionless, but I could sense movement in our peripheral vision, more inhabitants emerging from the structures around us, following our progress through their hidden world. As we reached the passage that led back to the upper chambers, I risked one look back at the settlement. What I saw made my skin crawl. The valley floor was now filled with figures. They had emerged from every dwelling, every shadow, every concealed position, until the entire settlement was alive with silent observers. Men, women, children, an entire civilization that had been watching us from the moment we entered their domain. And in their absolute silence, in their complete stillness, there was something far more menacing than any overt threat could have been. "Move," I said urgently, and we began our hasty retreat toward the surface. But as we climbed back through the carved passages, I couldn't shake the feeling that our visit had changed something fundamental. We had been witnessed, catalogued, assessed, and somewhere in those silent, watching faces, decisions were being made that would have consequences far beyond our ability to imagine. The inhabitants of the hidden valley now knew that the surface world had found them. The question was what they intended to do about it. The climb back to the inhabited chamber felt endless. Our headlamps cut through darkness that seemed thicker than before, and every shadow looked like it might conceal a pursuing figure. The silence was oppressive, no sound except our own breathing and the scrape of our boots against stone. "Are they following us?" Martinez whispered during a brief rest on one of the carved ledges. I listened carefully, straining to hear any evidence of pursuit. For a moment, there was nothing but the faint whisper of air currents through the fissure system. Then I caught it. A soft sound, like leather against stone, coming from somewhere below us in the darkness. "Yes," I said. "Keep moving." We climbed faster, abandoning stealth for speed. But the sounds of pursuit grew closer, not the heavy footfalls you'd expect from people climbing after us, but something more subtle. Whispered communications in a language that sounded like wind through rock formations. The scrape of tools or weapons against stone, and underneath it all, a rhythmic sound that took me several minutes to identify. Drums. They were using drums to coordinate their movements, passing signals through the fissure system with low, resonant beats that our presence almost masked. "They're not just following us," Thompson realized. "They're organizing." Getting ahead of us. He was right. The drum signals were coming from multiple directions now, including passages that branched off from our route. Whatever pursuit force was tracking us, they knew these tunnels far better than we did, and they were using that knowledge to surround us. We reached the inhabited chamber where we'd found the dwelling, but it was no longer empty. Fresh torches burned in wall sconces that hadn't been lit during our descent, and the sleeping furs had been disturbed. Someone had been here recently, possibly was still here, hidden in the shadows beyond our headlamp beams. "Don't stop," I urged. "Keep climbing." But as we prepared to continue up toward the surface, Martinez suddenly grabbed my arm. "Listen," she whispered. The drum signals had stopped. The whispered communications had ceased. Even the sound of movement through the passages below us had fallen silent. The only thing we could hear was the sound of our own breathing, unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet. "They're waiting for something," Thompson said. Before anyone could respond, the torches in the chamber began to go out one by one, plunging us back into the darkness of our headlamps. But in that brief moment before the last torch died, I caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows, multiple figures positioned around the chamber watching our every move. "Go," I said. Now. We scrambled up the carved passages as fast as we dared, using our headlamps to navigate the increasingly treacherous terrain. Behind us, I could hear the sound of movement resuming, not hurried but purposeful. Our pursuers weren't panicking or rushing to catch us. They were herding us, driving us towards some predetermined destination. The realization hit me like a physical blow. We weren't escaping. We were being guided. The inhabitants of the valley had let us discover their settlement, had allowed us to retreat, and were now directing our route back to the surface. But why? As we climbed higher, approaching the point where we'd cached our rappelling equipment, I began to understand. The warm air currents that had drawn us into the fissure system were still flowing, but they'd changed direction. Instead of rising from the depths, they now seemed to be flowing horizontally, as if being artificially directed through the passage system. They're manipulating the airflow, I realised, herding us like sheep. The implications were terrifying. If the inhabitants could control air currents throughout the fissure system, they possessed technology far more sophisticated than their primitive-appearing tools and dwellings suggested. We weren't dealing with a simple, isolated community. We were confronting a civilization with capabilities we didn't understand. We reached our rappelling station to find that our equipment had been disturbed. The ropes were still anchored, but they'd been examined, tested, and carefully rearranged. Someone had been here while we were exploring the valley, studying our gear with the same intensity we'd brought to examining their tools and dwellings. "They know exactly what we're capable of," Thompson said grimly. "They've been watching us since we started the descent." As we prepared to rappel back to the surface, the sounds of pursuit resumed below us. But now they were different, more urgent, more coordinated. The whispered communications became a constant stream, and I could hear the sound of multiple groups moving through the passages beneath us. "They're converging on this position," Martinez observed. I clipped into my harness and started up the rope, but something felt wrong. The anchor points we'd set were solid, tested to support much more weight than our group represented. But as I climbed, I could feel vibrations in the rope that suggested movement above us. "Someone's up there," I called down to the others. The surface, which had represented safety and escape, might now be as dangerous as the depths we were fleeing. We were trapped between unknown pursuers below and equally unknown threats above. But we had no choice. Staying in the fissure system meant certain confrontation with inhabitants who outnumbered us by hundreds to one. At least on the surface, we had our vehicles and the possibility of escape. I reached the top of the fissure and immediately knew something was wrong. Our tracks in the snow had been obliterated, not by wind, but by careful brushwork that left the surface looking untouched. Someone had been covering our trail, eliminating evidence of our presence. As Thompson and Martinez joined me on the surface, we discovered that the fissure itself had changed. Where we'd left a crack about 3 feet wide, we now found a gap barely 18 inches across. The edges showed signs of recent ice formation, as if someone had been working to seal the opening. "They're trying to close it," Martinez whispered, "hiding the entrance." But even as she spoke, we could see that the sealing work was incomplete. The fissure was narrower but still passable, and the warm air still flowed up from the depths. Whatever forces were at work below, they weren't finished with the surface world yet. As we gathered our gear and prepared to make our way back to base camp, I caught sight of movement on the horizon. Dark shapes against the white ice, too regular to be natural formations. They were moving in our direction but too distant to make out details. "Company," Thompson said, following my gaze. We had perhaps an hour's head start before whatever was tracking us across the ice would reach our position. An hour to get back to camp, convince Hayes that we'd discovered something extraordinary, and decide what to do with the most dangerous secret any of us had ever encountered. But as we began the long trek back across the ice fields, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were already too late. The inhabitants of the hidden valley had been watching the surface world far longer than we'd been watching them. And now that contact had been made, there was no going back to the way things were before. The ice beneath Antarctica held secrets that humanity wasn't ready to face. But ready or not, those secrets were about to emerge into the light. The journey back to camp took on the quality of a nightmare. What should have been a 3-hour hike across relatively flat terrain became a desperate flight through an ice field that seemed to shift and change with every step. The dark shapes we'd spotted on the horizon were gaining ground. moving with a speed and coordination that defied explanation. Through my binoculars, I could make out individual figures, tall, fur-wrapped forms that moved across the ice with an efficiency that made our struggling progress look clumsy and amateur. "They're not using snowshoes or skis," Thompson observed during one of our brief rest stops. "How are they moving so fast?" I focused my binoculars on the nearest group of pursuers and felt my stomach clench. They weren't sinking into the snow because they weren't walking on the surface. They were using some kind of broad, flat footwear that distributed their weight so efficiently they could practically run across terrain that forced us to trudge. "Indigenous snow travel technology," I said. "Probably been perfected over centuries." But even as I offered the explanation, I knew it was inadequate. The speed and coordination of our pursuers suggested capabilities that went far beyond advanced snowshoes. They were moving like a military unit, with scouts ranging ahead and flankers maintaining precise formations. Martinez checked her GPS and swore. "We're still 4 kilometres from camp. At this rate, they'll catch us before we're halfway there." I did the math in my head and came to the same grim conclusion. Our pursuers were covering ground at nearly twice our speed, and they showed no signs of fatigue. Unless something changed dramatically, we'd be overtaken long before we could reach the safety of Hayes's camp. That's when Thompson disappeared. One moment he was trudging through the snow beside us, the next he was simply gone. No cry, no sound of struggle, no disturbance in the snow to mark where he'd been. I turned around to find Martinez and myself alone on the ice field, with no sign of our missing teammate. "Thompson!" Martinez called, but her voice was immediately swallowed by the wind. I dropped to my knees and examined the snow where he'd been walking. There were his boot prints, clear and deep, leading in a straight line toward our destination. Then nothing. The print simply stopped, as if he'd been lifted straight up into the air. "This isn't possible," Martinez whispered. But I was already scanning the surrounding terrain for any explanation. Crevasse? No, the snow showed no signs of collapse. Sinkhole? Not in this type of ice formation. The only logical conclusion was that something had taken Thompson. Silently, efficiently, and without leaving any trace. "We have to keep moving," I said, though every instinct screamed at me to search for our missing friend. "We can't just leave him." "If we stop to look, we'll all disappear," I replied, gesturing toward the horizon, where our pursuers were still gaining ground. "Whatever got Thompson is probably what's been tracking us. Our only chance is to reach camp." We resumed our desperate trek, but now every step felt like it might be our last. The ice field around us looked empty, pristine, untouched by human presence. But I knew that was an illusion. Something was out there, moving through the snow with predatory patience, waiting for the right moment to strike. The attacks, when they came, were almost anticlimactic. Martinez simply stumbled, caught herself, and looked back at me with an expression of confused surprise. "I can't... my legs," she began, then collapsed face first into the snow. I rushed to her side and found her unconscious but breathing. There were no visible injuries, no signs of violence. She'd simply stopped, as if someone had flipped a switch in her brain. As I knelt beside her, trying to determine what had happened, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Whistling. Not the wind, but a human sound, coming from somewhere nearby in the apparently empty ice field. I looked up to find myself surrounded. They had emerged from the snow itself, rising like ghosts from concealed positions that I would have sworn were empty moments before. Tall figures wrapped in white furs that perfectly matched the surrounding terrain, with faces painted or masked in patterns that made them nearly invisible against the ice and shadow. The closest figure was perhaps 10 feet away, standing motionless with what appeared to be a carved bone implement in one hand. Others were positioned in a rough circle around me, equally still, equally silent. They had been hunting us with the patience of apex predators, waiting for the perfect moment to make their move. I raised my hands slowly, making no sudden movements. In my years of extreme environment travel, I'd encountered isolated communities before. Most were suspicious of outsiders, but could be reasoned with if you showed proper respect. But these weren't curious locals wondering about strangers in their territory. These were soldiers, disciplined and organised, who had been tracking us with military precision. And the implement in the nearest figure's hand wasn't a tool, it was a weapon. The whistling sound came again, and I realised it was a form of communication, The figures around me were coordinating their movements with the same kind of tactical precision I'd seen in special forces operations. "We mean no harm," I said, though I doubted they understood English. "We're leaving. Going back to our camp." The nearest figure tilted its head slightly, studying me with an intensity that was almost physical. Then it raised the bone implement and pointed, not at me, but toward Martinez's unconscious form. The message was clear. She was coming with them. "No," I said, moving to stand protectively over Martinez. "She stays with me." The figure's response was swift and decisive. It made a sharp gesture, and something struck me in the neck. Not painful, but startling. I reached up to find a small dart made from carved bone and what felt like organic fibres. The world began to blur at the edges. My vision narrowed, and my legs felt like they were made of water. The last thing I saw before consciousness fled was the figures lifting Martinez and carrying her away across the ice, moving with the same impossible speed that had allowed them to track us across the frozen wasteland. When I woke, I was alone. The sun had moved significantly across the sky, suggesting I'd been unconscious for several hours. The snow around me showed signs of activity, many footprints, drag marks, and the aftermath of what must have been a significant operation. But Martinez was gone, along with any trace of our pursuers. I checked my GPS and found that I was less than a kilometre from Hayes's camp, close enough that I could make it on foot, assuming whatever had taken my companions didn't return for me. As I struggled to my feet, still groggy from whatever they'd used to drug me, I found something that made my heart sink. A piece of torn fabric from Thompson's jacket, partially buried in the snow, and beneath it, carved into the hard-packed ice, was one of the symbols we'd seen on the stone markers in the hidden valley. They weren't just taking prisoners. They were leaving messages, marking their territory, making it clear that the surface world was now part of their domain. I stumbled toward camp through the gathering darkness, driven by the desperate hope that Hayes would believe my story and help me mount a rescue mission. But deep down, I knew it was already too late. Thompson and Martinez were gone, taken by inhabitants of a world that wasn't supposed to exist. And somewhere beneath the ice, decisions were being made that would affect far more than just our small expedition team. The hidden valley had been discovered, its secrets exposed, and its guardians were about to make sure that exposure came with a price the surface world wasn't prepared to pay. I reached Hayes's camp just as the last light was fading from the Antarctic sky. My stumbling approach through the ice fields must have looked like the arrival of a madman, clothes torn, face windburned, babbling about hidden civilizations and missing team members. Hayes took one look at me and immediately began barking orders. Medical check, emergency protocols, communications with base. Within an hour, I was wrapped in thermal blankets inside the command tent, sipping hot coffee while Hayes and Volkov interrogated me about what had happened. "Underground valley," Hayes repeated for the third time, "with inhabitants?" "Hundreds of them," I insisted, to maybe thousands. "They have dwellings, agriculture, sophisticated technology, and they took Thompson and Martinez." Volkov exchanged a look with Hayes that I didn't like. "Altitude sickness can cause hallucinations," he said carefully, "combined with hypothermia, exhaustion." "I'm not hallucinating," I snapped. "Check the GPS logs. Look at the photographs Martinez took. There's evidence." But when we checked Martinez's camera, the memory card was missing. My GPS unit showed our route to the fissure and back, but the waypoints I'd marked for significant discoveries had been erased. Even the torn piece of Thompson's jacket that I'd brought back as proof had somehow disappeared from my pack. "Where are Thompson and Martinez?" Hayes asked. "I told you. They were taken by the inhabitants of the valley." "What inhabitants?" "You're the only person who's seen these alleged people." The interrogation continued for hours, but it was clear that Hayes had already made up his mind. As far as he was concerned, I'd suffered some kind of breakdown during a solo reconnaissance mission, and Thompson and Martinez had died in a crevice fall or equipment failure. "The official report will list them as lost during scientific operations," Hayes said finally. "Weather-related accident. You'll be evacuated to McMurdo for medical evaluation and debriefing." "You have to send a search team back to that fissure," I pleaded. "They might still be alive." "There will be no further operations in that area," Hayes replied with finality. "Mission orders are clear." I was flown back to McMurdo Base the next morning, sedated against my protests. The debriefing there was even more intensive, with psychologists and medical personnel who seemed more interested in my mental state than in the extraordinary discovery I was trying to report. Within a week, I was on a transport plane back to Christchurch, officially diagnosed with severe stress reaction and altitude-induced psychosis. My contract with Meridian Logistics was terminated, my security clearance revoked, and a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement placed before me with the clear understanding that signing it was the only alternative to permanent institutionalization. I signed, but signing the papers didn't erase what I'd seen, and it didn't bring Thompson and Martinez back. For months afterward, I tried to find someone who would listen, someone who would investigate. I contacted researchers, journalists, government officials. The response was always the same: polite skepticism followed by suggestions that I seek continued psychiatric care. The official record shows that Thompson and Martinez died in a crevasse accident during routine scientific operations. Their bodies were never recovered, which isn't unusual in Antarctic conditions. The weather station mission was completed by replacement personnel, and Meridian Logistics moved on to other contracts. I tried to move on too. Got a job guiding mountain climbing expeditions in the Rockies, far from anything that reminded me of ice and snow. Tried to convince myself that maybe the psychologists were right, that the stress and isolation had caused me to imagine things that couldn't possibly exist. Then the package arrived. It was waiting on my doorstep one evening 6 months after my return from Antarctica, wrapped in what looked like sealskin and tied with sinew. No return address, no postmark, no indication of how it had gotten there. Inside was a carved stone marker, identical to the ones we'd found in the hidden valley. These symbols were sharp and fresh, as if carved yesterday, and they included new pictographs that hadn't been on the original markers, images that clearly depicted our expedition, our descent into the fissure, and our encounter with the valley's inhabitants. But it was the final symbol that made my hands shake as I traced its outline. It was a perfect representation of my house, complete with details that could only have been drawn by someone who had seen it firsthand. The message was unmistakable. We know where you are. We know where you live. We remember. I moved the next week, leaving no forwarding address. Changed my name, my appearance, my entire life. But I know it doesn't matter. The inhabitants of the hidden valley found me once, and they can find me again whenever they choose. Sometimes, late at night when the wind howls through whatever temporary home I'm occupying, I hear sounds that remind me of that underground realm. The whisper of leather against stone, the distant echo of horn calls, the rhythmic beating of drums coordinating movements in the darkness, and I know that somewhere beneath the ice of Antarctica, in valleys that don't appear on any map, decisions are still being made about how to deal with the surface world that stumbled onto their ancient secrets. Thompson and Martinez are still down there, assuming they're still alive. Maybe prisoners, maybe something worse. And the inhabitants of that hidden realm are still watching, still waiting, still planning. The Antarctic Treaty declares the continent a place of peace and scientific cooperation, protected from military activity and territorial claims. The treaties only work when all parties agree to their terms, and there are inhabitants of Antarctica who were never consulted, never invited to participate in humanity's grand plans for their frozen continent. Whatever is beyond the wall doesn't want us there, but it knows where we live, and someday I fear it's going to come calling. The hidden hand. Tracing the real Illuminati. Before we begin, I want to thank everyone who subscribed after our last investigation. Your support keeps these deep dives possible. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button because what we're about to uncover will change how you see the world around you. This isn't science fiction. This isn't fantasy. This is documented history that powerful people would prefer you never connect together. Opening. The symbol that never dies. Pull a dollar bill from your wallet, look at the back, there it is, staring back at you from above an unfinished pyramid. The all-seeing eye, the eye of providence they call it in textbooks. But why does this same symbol appear on currency used by millions of Americans every single day? Why does it hover over the words announcing a new order of the ages? This isn't the only place you'll find it. Turn on any major awards ceremony, and you'll see celebrities covering one eye in photographs, forming pyramids with their hands, wearing jewellery emblazoned with this ancient emblem. Walk into corporate headquarters around the world, and variations of this symbol adorn their logos. Attend a United Nations assembly, and the architectural choices echo the same geometric patterns, the same visual language of hierarchy and observation. For centuries, this single symbol has haunted the margins of history. Governments deny its significance. Mainstream historians dismiss the connections as coincidence. But what if the Illuminati never vanished into the dustbin of history? What if it simply adapted, evolved, and became something far more sophisticated than a gathering of men in robes? What if the secret society succeeded so completely that we don't recognise we're living inside its creation? Tonight, we trace the bloodline of power from an 18th century Bavarian classroom to the digital surveillance grid that monitors your every click. This is the story of how a banned secret society became the invisible architecture of modern civilization. Act 1. The birth of the Order. The date is May 1st, 1776. While American colonists are months away from declaring independence across the Atlantic, something equally revolutionary is beginning in a university town in Bavaria. The location is Ingolstadt, a city in what we now know as Germany, though back then it existed as part of the Holy Roman Empire's fragmented landscape of principalities and church-controlled territories. Adam Weishaupt, a 30-year-old law professor, sits in a candlelit room with 5 trusted colleagues. These aren't common men, they're philosophers, intellectuals, freethinkers who've grown frustrated with the suffocating power of the Catholic Church and the brutal monarchies that rule through divine right. Weishaupt has been planning this moment for years, ever since he was appointed to a chair of canon law that had been held by Jesuits for decades. He's seen firsthand how religious orders operate, in secrecy, wielding influence through networks of loyalty rather than public decree. Now he intends to create something similar, but aimed at the opposite goal. He calls it the Order of the Illuminati. The name comes from the Latin word for enlightened, but it means something specific in this context. These men believe that humanity can be freed from superstition, from the manipulation of churches and kings, from the ignorance that keeps populations obedient and afraid. They believe that reason, science and philosophy should guide civilization, not religious dogma or inherited aristocracy. They believe in the perfectibility of human society through knowledge. Their stated mission sounds almost noble when you read it in the historical records: to free humanity from superstition, to end the tyranny of monarchies, to liberate minds from religious control. But there's something else embedded in their founding documents, something that becomes clear when you read between the lines. They don't just want to educate the masses, they want to guide them. They want to become, in their own words, the invisible hand that steers civilization toward enlightenment. The structure Weishaupt creates is brilliant in its simplicity and terrifying in its implications. The order uses a system of degrees, or levels, similar to Freemasonry, which already exists as a powerful network across Europe. New members start at the bottom, knowing only what they need to know. As they prove their loyalty and discretion, they advance to higher levels, gaining access to deeper secrets and more influential connections. The highest levels know the true agenda. The lower levels simply follow orders, believing they're part of a benevolent educational fraternity. This design serves two purposes. First, if the organisation is exposed, the lower level members can honestly say they know nothing about any conspiracy because they genuinely don't. Second, it allows the order to operate through proxy, using enthusiastic recruits to advance goals they don't fully understand. It's a model that intelligence agencies would later perfect in the 20th century. Within 10 years, the Illuminati accomplishes something remarkable. They successfully infiltrate Masonic lodges across Europe, essentially hijacking an existing secret network and bending it toward their purposes. They attract powerful members, not just intellectuals now, but bankers, military officers, and aristocrats who see opportunity in this new philosophy. Baron von Nied, a prominent Freemason, joins and brings with him entire lodges that shift their allegiance to Weishaupt's vision. The order is growing too fast, becoming too bold. Members start writing letters that discuss their influence over court decisions, their ability to place Illuminati sympathisers in positions of authority, their plans to reshape education systems. These letters will later be intercepted, and they're damning. The Bavarian government, alerted to rumours of a secret society working against church and state, begins investigating. In 1785 they issue an edict banning all secret societies. Weishaupt's home is raided, documents are seized, the order of the Illuminati is officially declared destroyed. Weishaupt himself flees to Gotha, where he lives under the protection of sympathetic nobles, writing philosophical treatises until his death decades later. Officially, the story ends here. The Illuminati existed for 9 years, got caught, and was dissolved. It's a historical footnote, nothing more. But ideas don't die when organisations are banned. The men who were Illuminati members didn't suddenly forget what they believed. The networks they built didn't evaporate. The philosophy of enlightened control, of guiding civilization from behind the curtain, didn't disappear. It metastasized. It went underground, not as a single organisation, but as a methodology, a way of thinking about power that would resurface again and again under different names, in different countries, across different centuries. The Illuminati died in 1785. Unofficially, its ideas were only beginning to take hold. Aced II, the Shadow Empire. The 19th century opens with revolutions spreading across Europe and the Americas. The French Revolution has just torn down the monarchy and executed a king. Napoleon is redrawing the map of Europe through conquest. The Spanish colonies in the Americas are breaking free. The world that existed for centuries built on kings and churches is collapsing. And people are asking questions. How did this happen so quickly? Who organised these movements? Who benefited? Anti-Masonic pamphlets begin circulating in major cities. They make accusations that sound paranoid to modern ears, but they're based on documented facts. They point out that leaders of the French Revolution, including Robespierre and Danton, were Freemasons. They note that independence movements in the Americas are led by lodge members. They argue that secret societies are coordinating these upheavals, using revolution as cover for a broader agenda of centralized power. In America, these concerns reach the highest levels. John Quincy Adams, who would become the 6th president, writes extensively about his fears of Masonic infiltration in politics. In a letter from 1828, he warns that Freemasonry has become a separate system of loyalty that competes with national allegiance. He's particularly troubled by the Morgan affair, where a man who threatened to expose Masonic secrets disappeared and was presumably murdered. The scandal triggers a massive backlash. The anti-Masonic party forms in 1828, becoming the first successful third political party in United States history. For several years, being openly Masonic becomes a political liability. Lodges close, membership plummets. It seems like the secret society networks are being dismantled by democratic pressure. But here's what the historical record shows if you look carefully. While public Freemasonry declined, its influence didn't. The same period sees Masonic principles and Enlightenment philosophy spreading through universities where they shape curricula. Banking families with lodge connections consolidate their power through the creation of central banking systems. Scientific institutions, many founded or funded by former lodge members, become the new temples of authority. This is exactly what Weishaupt had written about in his private papers. He understood that you don't need to control a government directly if you can control the institutions that shape how people think. Control the universities and you control what the next generation believes. Control the banks and you control what's possible. Control the scientific establishment and you control what's accepted as truth. The Illuminati didn't need a headquarters or a Grand Master or secret meetings in underground chambers. It had something far more powerful and far more difficult to destroy. It had a philosophy that could inhabit any system of power, could adapt to any political structure, could present itself as progress while serving the same ancient goal of enlightened control by the chosen few. By the mid-1800s, the fears about secret societies have largely faded from public consciousness. The lodges have cleaned up their image. They're now civic organisations, charity groups, fraternal orders where businessmen network. The revolutionary danger has passed, people assume. The threat was exaggerated, they tell themselves. But the networks remain, the philosophy remains, and most importantly, the method remains. The idea that society should be guided by an enlightened elite, that the masses need to be led toward progress rather than allowed to choose their own direction. That knowledge should be parcelled out carefully to those deemed ready for it. This idea becomes embedded in the very structure of modern institutions. It's no longer called the Illuminati. It doesn't need to be. It's simply how things are done. Act 3. From Europe to America, let's return to that dollar bill in your wallet. The Great Seal of the United States, the design that appears on the back, was approved in 1782, just 3 years before the Bavarian Illuminati was officially banned. It was printed on currency starting in 1935, during Franklin Roosevelt's presidency. The reverse side shows that unfinished pyramid with 13 steps, topped by the Eye of Providence radiating light. Below the pyramid, a banner reads Novus Ordo Seclorum, Latin for New Order of the Ages. The traditional explanation is simple. The unfinished pyramid represents America as a work in progress. The eye represents divine oversight, God watching over this new nation. The phrase means that America represents a new chapter in human history, a break from European monarchies. It's all very patriotic and innocent. But let's look at who designed this seal. The final design was influenced by Charles Thompson, Secretary of Congress, who had studied classical languages and symbols. The eye above the pyramid was not a common Christian symbol in 1782. It was, however, identical to imagery used in Enlightenment-era secret societies, including groups that shared philosophy with the Illuminati. Now let's look at the founding figures of America. Benjamin Franklin was a confirmed Freemason, a member of the Lodge of the Nine Sisters in Paris, one of the most influential lodges in Europe. Thomas Jefferson, while not confirmed as a Freemason, corresponded extensively with Enlightenment philosophers and owned one of the largest collections of Enlightenment literature in America. George Washington was a Freemason who was buried with full Masonic honours. These men weren't members of the Bavarian Illuminati specifically. The timing doesn't quite work and the evidence isn't there. But they were intellectual descendants of the same philosophical movement. They read the same books, believed in the same principles of reason over religion, progress over tradition, enlightened leadership over mob rule. The United States was founded on Enlightenment principles. That's not controversial. What conspiracy researchers argue is that these principles came with an embedded architecture of control, a built-in hierarchy that would allow those in the know to guide civilization while maintaining the appearance of democracy. Look at how the American system was actually designed. The Electoral College, which prevents direct democracy in presidential elections. The Senate, which was originally appointed rather than elected. The Supreme Court, with lifetime appointments and no accountability to voters. These weren't accidents or compromises. They were intentional barriers against what the founders called the tyranny of the majority, which is another way of saying they didn't trust common people to make important decisions. This is the core Illuminati principle, dressed in the language of republicanism. Let people vote, but control what they can vote for. Let people speak, but control what they hear. Create the appearance of freedom while maintaining elite guidance at the critical junctions of power. The seal on the dollar bill isn't just a symbol of America, it's a mission statement. A new order is rising, built on the foundations of secret knowledge, guided by those who understand the true nature of power. The pyramid is unfinished because the work continues. The eye watches because the enlightened must always observe and adjust. The phrase declares that this represents a break from the past, a new way of organising human society, a pyramid of power, a hidden eye, a new order rising, not in Bavaria anymore, but in America, the nation that would come to dominate the 20th century and export its systems to the entire world. Act 4. The 20th Century Resurgence. 2 world wars reshaped civilization in ways that were unimaginable in previous centuries. Empires that existed for hundreds of years collapse in a matter of years. Tens of millions die. The survivors wake up to a world where the old structures of power, the monarchies and colonial systems and religious authorities no longer function. Into this vacuum step new institutions with a new promise. Instead of competing nations causing war, we'll have international cooperation ensuring peace. Instead of economic chaos, we'll have coordinated financial systems. Instead of ignorance and nationalism, we'll have global education and shared values. The League of Nations forms after World War I. It fails, but the idea doesn't die. After World War II, the United Nations rises in its place, this time with real power, real funding, and a permanent home in New York City. Around the same time, the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 creates the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, institutions that will shape global economics for the rest of the century. Each of these organisations represents a concentration of authority. Instead of hundreds of nations making independent decisions, now there are forums where a smaller number of representatives can coordinate action. Instead of thousands of banks operating independently, now there are central systems that can influence all of them. This is exactly how a hidden elite would manage global control, according to declassified documents from the Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor to the CIA. These memos, released decades later through Freedom of Information Act requests, reference supranational influence networks and the importance of creating institutions that operate above national sovereignty. The language is bureaucratic, but the meaning is clear. The people designing the post-war world understood that direct control of governments is inefficient and unstable. It's better to create systems that governments must operate within, systems that appear neutral but are actually designed to produce specific outcomes. By the 1970s, this process accelerates. David Rockefeller, whose family name appears repeatedly in conspiracy theories for good reason, establishes the Trilateral Commission in 1973 with Zbigniew Brzezinski, who would become National Security Advisor under President Carter. The stated purpose is to foster cooperation between North America, Europe and Japan. The unstated purpose, according to critics, is to create a private forum where the most powerful people in the world can coordinate policy without public oversight. Around the same time, though it started earlier in 1954, the Bilderberg Group holds annual conferences that bring together world leaders, CEOs of the largest corporations, heads of major banks and selected intellectuals. These meetings happen at luxury hotels in different countries each year. No press is allowed, no transcripts are released, no minutes are published. Attendees are told not to discuss what happens inside. The official explanation is that this secrecy allows for frank discussion without grandstanding. People can speak honestly if they know it won't be quoted in tomorrow's newspapers. It's like Davos or any other international conference, they say, just networking at a high level. But here's what makes conspiracy researchers pay attention. First, the attendee list reads like a directory of global power. Second, the same names appear at Bilderberg, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the World Economic Forum, and the boards of the most influential banks and corporations. Third, decisions that are discussed at these meetings often become policy a few months or years later, suggesting that what happens in these rooms isn't just talk, it's coordination. They call it coordination, others call it control. The question that no one in authority will answer directly is control by whom, and for what purpose. Act 5. The Modern Network. The 1990s bring a transformation in how power operates. The Soviet Union collapses, ending the Cold War and leaving America as the sole superpower. Global finance, enabled by new technology, begins to move trillions of dollars across borders at the speed of light. Mass media consolidates into a handful of corporations that own most of what people see and hear. The internet emerges, promising democratic access to information, but quickly being shaped by the same forces that controlled previous technologies. This is when conspiracy theories about the Illuminati explode into popular culture. Books like Behold a Pale Horse and The New World Order become underground bestsellers. Radio shows dedicated to exposing secret societies gain millions of listeners. The internet allows researchers to share documents, connect patterns, and build a collective case that something systematic is happening behind the official story. What they notice are recurring overlaps in membership between the organisations we've discussed. The Council on Foreign Relations, founded in 1921, includes members who are also part of the Trilateral Commission and attend Bilderberg meetings. These same individuals sit on the boards of major banks like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase. They advise presidents from both political parties. They run the Federal Reserve. They fund think tanks that produce the policy papers that become legislation. Certain family names appear again and again across generations. Rockefeller, one of the wealthiest dynasties in American history, with foundations, banks and politicians across multiple generations. Rothschild, the banking family that financed European governments for 2 centuries. Windsor, the British royal family. Bush, 2 presidents and a lineage of intelligence connections going back to World War II. This doesn't prove conspiracy by itself. Wealthy families stay wealthy. Power tends to concentrate. People with similar backgrounds tend to know each other, but the pattern is undeniable, and it matches exactly what you would expect if Weishaupt's vision had succeeded. An interconnected network of families and institutions, each piece appearing independent, but all moving in the same general direction towards centralised control, disguised as necessary coordination. Then something stranger happens. Corporate marketing and entertainment industries begin deliberately using Illuminati symbolism. Music videos feature pyramids, all-seeing eyes, and occult imagery. Award shows stage elaborate rituals that reference secret societies. Fashion lines incorporate symbols that used to be hidden, but are now displayed openly. At first, researchers assume this is confirmation. These celebrities must be members. The corporations must be controlled. The symbols are signals of allegiance. But there's another interpretation, one that's actually more disturbing. What if the symbols are being used to defang the whole concept? What if making Illuminati imagery trendy and commercial is itself a form of disinformation? When Beyoncé forms a triangle with her hands, is she signalling membership in a secret order, or is she participating in marketing that makes the whole idea seem like entertainment? When rebellion becomes a brand, it ceases to be rebellion. When conspiracy becomes fashion, it stops being taken seriously. This is a sophisticated form of control, and it's far more effective than trying to hide. You don't need to suppress dangerous ideas if you can turn them into merchandise. The theories link artists like Jay-Z, Kanye West, Madonna and Beyoncé to secret initiation and hidden allegiance. Maybe some of those theories are true. Maybe these artists have connections to powerful networks, or maybe they're just using provocative imagery because it sells records and gets attention, and in doing so, they're providing cover for the actual networks of power that operate in boardrooms and private conferences, not in music videos. This is the genius of modern control. Everything is out in the open, but arranged in such a way that you can't tell what's real and what's performance. The symbols are everywhere, which means they're nowhere. The secrets are spoken about constantly, which means they're not secrets. And anyone who tries to connect the dots gets dismissed as seeing patterns in randomness, even though the patterns are objectively there in the historical record. Act 6. The Information Age. The 21st century brings something that Weishaupt could never have imagined, but would have absolutely recognised as the perfection of his vision. Digital technology creates the possibility of total information awareness, the ability to monitor what everyone sees, says and does, not through crude surveillance but through the willing participation of billions of people who carry tracking devices everywhere they go. For a while, this seems like paranoid fantasy. Then WikiLeaks begins publishing classified documents that prove governments and corporations are doing exactly what conspiracy theorists claimed. Edward Snowden reveals that the National Security Agency is collecting data on virtually every electronic communication in the world. Cambridge Analytica shows how social media data can be weaponized to manipulate elections. These aren't theories, these are documented facts, proven through leaked documents and whistleblower testimony. Information control is real, narrative management is real, surveillance is real. The debate is no longer whether these things are happening, but whether they're justified. This is where conspiracy researchers point out something crucial. This is precisely how a secret order would function in the modern age, not by commanding armies or assassinating leaders, though those tools remain available when needed, but by shaping thought, by controlling what information people see, by nudging behaviour through algorithm design, by making certain ideas seem ridiculous and other ideas seem inevitable. You don't need to force people to comply if you can manipulate them into wanting what you want them to want. You don't need to ban books if you can bury them under an avalanche of content that says the opposite. You don't need secret meetings if you can coordinate through encrypted channels that look like normal business communication. The phrase Illuminati confirmed becomes a meme, a joke that people post when they see yet another celebrity covering one eye or another corporate logo with a pyramid. It's meant to be ironic, pointing out how silly these conspiracy theories are. But in making it a joke, in turning the concept into entertainment, it serves a purpose. It makes serious investigation seem foolish. It defangs the subject by turning it into content. This might be the most perfect act of disinformation ever achieved. The best way to hide a secret society is to convince everyone it's a joke, to make the idea so associated with paranoid nonsense that serious researchers won't touch it, journalists won't investigate it, and anyone who tries to connect documented facts gets lumped in with people claiming lizard aliens run the government. Meanwhile, the actual concentration of power continues. A handful of corporations own most media companies. A handful of banks control most financial flows. A handful of tech companies mediate most human communication. A handful of individuals meeting at invitation-only conferences coordinate policy that affects billions of people who never voted for them and don't know their names. This isn't hidden. It's documented. You can look up the board members. You can see the connections. The information is available. But it's arranged in such a way that pointing it out makes you sound crazy, even though it's objectively true. Act 7. The evidence of connection. Let's look at specific documents that connect the dots between historical secret societies and modern power structures. These aren't theories. These are papers you can request through government archives. Declassified correspondence between Alan Dulles, who directed the CIA during the Cold War, and Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who founded the Bilderberg Group, shows discussions about post-war cultural steering. The phrase appears multiple times. Cultural steering, not military control or economic policy, but the deliberate shaping of what people think and believe. Files released through Freedom of Information Act requests reveal that intelligence agencies funded art movements, music festivals, magazines, and academic programs through front organisations. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, funded by the CIA, sponsored abstract expressionist art because it was seen as promoting individualism against Soviet collectivism. Similar programs funded jazz tours, literary magazines, and university symposiums. Why does this matter? Because it's exactly the method Weishaupt described in his papers. You don't control society through force. You control it through culture. You shape what people admire, what they aspire to, what they consider sophisticated, and what they consider backward. You fund the artists and intellectuals who say what you want said. You publish the books that promote your vision. You make your ideology seem like the natural progression of civilization. The continuity is striking when you look at it chronologically. 18th century Illuminism promoted Enlightenment rationalism and elite guidance. 20th century secret diplomacy promoted international institutions and coordinated policy. 21st century digital governance promotes algorithmic management and data-driven decision-making. Different vocabulary, different tools, same underlying principle. Humanity needs to be guided by those who know better. Democracy is fine for local matters, but the big decisions require expertise that most people don't have. Freedom is important, but it must be balanced against order. Transparency is a nice idea, but some things must remain secret for the greater good. You can find this argument made explicitly in documents from the Trilateral Commission, particularly in the crisis of democracy. A report from 1975 that argues democratic governments are becoming ungovernable because people have too many demands and not enough deference to authority. The solution proposed is not more democracy, but better management of expectations, which is a polite way of saying manipulation of what people think they want. This is the smoking gun that conspiracy researchers point to, not a confession of being the Illuminati, not a secret handshake caught on camera, but a consistent philosophical thread running from Weishaupt's banned society to the most powerful institutions of the modern world. The belief that society must be managed by an elite who understand the big picture while the masses are kept comfortable but controlled. Maybe there's no underground cabal signing contracts in candlelight. Maybe there's no Grand Master issuing orders from a hidden temple. Maybe the Illuminati doesn't need a headquarters or a ritual or a membership card. Maybe it succeeded so completely that we're living inside it, and we call it civilization. EXT8, the convergence theory. This is where we need to step back and look at the bigger pattern. Conspiracy researchers have developed what they call the convergence theory, which attempts to explain how the Illuminati evolved from a specific organisation into a networked ideology. Phase 1 was the Enlightenment era roots, intellectual elitism disguised as humanism, the belief that reason and science, guided by the educated few, should replace religion and tradition. This wasn't inherently sinister. Many Enlightenment thinkers genuinely believed they were liberating humanity. But embedded in this liberation was a hierarchy, a priesthood of the rational that would replace the priesthood of the church. Phase 2 was banking and industrial consolidation. The 19th century saw wealth concentrate into family dynasties that funded governments, built railroads, and controlled resources. The Rothschilds financed European wars. The Rockefellers monopolized oil. The Morgans dominated finance. These families intermarried, sat on each other's boards, and coordinated their interests. They didn't call themselves the Illuminati, but they functioned as a network of mutual advantage that transcended national boundaries. Phase 3 was cultural hegemony in the 20th century. Control shifted from raw economic power to something more sophisticated, the management of what people think and feel. This was achieved through mass media, education systems and entertainment industries that all promoted similar values, celebrated similar heroes, and presented the existing power structure as natural and inevitable, rather than constructed and maintained. Phase 4 is technocratic governance in the 21st century. Control now operates through algorithms, through data analysis, through platforms that mediate human interaction. Google decides what information you find. Facebook decides what news you see. Amazon decides what products you encounter. These decisions are made by code, written by engineers, guided by executives who attend the same conferences and share the same worldview. The torch passed from philosophers to bankers, from bankers to media moguls, from media moguls to tech CEOs. Different people, different industries, different centuries. But the same pursuit of organised control over human civilization, the same belief that the enlightened few must guide the ignorant many, the same methodology of influence that operates behind the facade of freedom. This is why the conspiracy is so difficult to prove or disprove. There's no single organisation to expose. There's no membership list to leak. There's no headquarters to raid. It's a convergence of interests, a shared world view among people who benefit from the current arrangement of power and have the means to perpetuate it. When you reach this level of analysis, the question of whether the Illuminati exists becomes almost meaningless. The specific organisation from 1776 to 1785 definitely existed and was definitely shut down. But the philosophy didn't die, it adapted, it spread. It became the default operating system of modern power. ASTI 9, the invisible government. In 2010, Julian Assange, during an interview about WikiLeaks and government secrecy, quoted a phrase from Edward Bernays, the father of modern propaganda and nephew of Sigmund Freud. Bernays wrote in his book Propaganda, published in 1928, and this is a direct quote that appears in the book: "Those who manipulate the unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government which is the true ruling power." Bernays wasn't a conspiracy theorist. He was an advisor to presidents and corporations. He helped engineer the overthrow of the Guatemalan government for the United Fruit Company. He convinced women to smoke cigarettes by associating it with feminism. He understood, better than almost anyone in the 20th century, how to shape public opinion to serve private interests. When he talks about an invisible government, he's describing something real, not a secret society meeting in shadows, but a network of influence that operates through institutions that appear neutral. Public relations firms, think tanks, advisory councils, academic departments, media organisations, each piece independently owned, but coordinating through shared personnel, funding sources and ideological alignment. This is the government that doesn't appear on ballot papers. The government that persists regardless of which party wins elections. The government that sets the boundaries of acceptable debate, that determines which problems get attention and which get ignored, that guides civilization toward outcomes chosen by people most citizens couldn't name. The phrase New World Order, which has become synonymous with conspiracy theories, was actually popularized by President George H.W. Bush in a speech to Congress on September 11, 1991, exactly 10 years before the date that would become infamous for different reasons. He spoke about the opportunity to build a new world order, a world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle, where nations recognize the shared responsibility for freedom and justice. It sounds noble, but listen to what he's actually saying. Not a world where each nation governs itself, a world where shared responsibility, meaning collective decision-making by international bodies, takes precedence. Not diverse political systems, but the rule of law, meaning a single legal framework. Not competing visions of justice, but a shared definition determined by those who have the power to enforce it. This echoes the same Enlightenment ideal that Weishaupt promoted: global unity through elite coordination, one system, one vision, one set of rules, enforced not through conquest, but through economic pressure. through diplomatic isolation, through the designation of who is civilized and who is rogue. The words change, the rhetoric adapts to the era, but the mission remains: order through control, unity through obedience, light through secrecy. The motto of the original Illuminati, order out of chaos, which they borrowed from Freemasonry, captures the entire project. Create or exploit crisis, then offer order as the solution, order that requires accepting centralized authority. This pattern repeats throughout history. Financial crisis leads to central banking. World wars lead to international institutions. Terrorism leads to surveillance states. Pandemic leads to digital tracking. Each crisis expands the power of coordinating bodies at the expense of local autonomy and individual privacy. Each crisis is presented as unique and demanding unprecedented response, and each response moves in the same direction, toward fewer people making decisions that affect more people. Aced 10. The conclusion. So let's return to the original question. Does the Illuminati exist? Mainstream historians will tell you no. The Bavarian Illuminati was dissolved in 1785. It had 9 years of existence. It was a historical footnote. Everything that came after is conspiracy theory, pattern recognition run amok, the human tendency to see intention in coincidence. Conspiracy researchers will tell you yes, but not in the way most people imagine. The Illuminati succeeded in its goal of creating a rational world led by an enlightened few. It didn't conquer civilization through force. It became civilization by making its principles seem like progress. Both answers are partially correct and entirely misleading. The useful question isn't whether a specific organization exists, but whether power operates the way Weishaupt envisioned. And on that question, the evidence is overwhelming. Every major institution of global governance follows the model of concentrated authority justified as expertise. The International Monetary Fund and World Bank make economic policy that affects billions, but are accountable to a few dozen member nations weighted by wealth. The Federal Reserve makes decisions that shape the entire American economy, but operates independently of democratic oversight. The European Union creates regulations that supersede national law, but is run by commissioners most Europeans couldn't name. Every global summit, every corporate merger, every coordinated crisis response follows the same blueprint. Gather the elite in private settings, determine the proper course of action, implement it through institutions that appear neutral, present it to the public as inevitable and necessary, marginalize dissent as ignorant or dangerous. This isn't hidden. You can watch it happen in real time if you pay attention. The World Economic Forum publishes its agenda openly. The Bilderberg Group lists attendees after each conference. The Council on Foreign Relations posts its policy recommendations online. The Trilateral Commission has a website. None of this is secret in the traditional sense, but it's effectively invisible to most people, because it operates at a level of abstraction that doesn't connect to daily life until the decisions have already been made. By the time a new trade agreement or financial regulation or digital standard affects your life, it's already been decided by people you didn't elect, meeting in places you couldn't attend, based on priorities you didn't set. If Weishaupt's goal was to build a rational world led by the enlightened few, look around, we're living in it. Experts determine what's true, fact-checkers decide what's misinformation, platforms moderate what's acceptable, algorithms curate what's visible, and all of this is presented as neutral, as scientific, as necessary for a functioning complex society. The only question left is whether we were enlightened or simply engineered, whether the progress we've experienced represents genuine liberation or sophisticated control, whether the freedom we believe we have is real or carefully managed. The symbol on the dollar bill stares out from your wallet, that unfinished pyramid with the watching eye, announcing a new order of the ages. Maybe it was just a design choice by committee in 1782, or maybe it was a declaration of intent, a message hidden in plain sight for over 2 centuries, telling anyone willing to look that this nation and the world it would come to shape was built on a foundation of enlightened control disguised as democracy. The Illuminati doesn't need to exist as a secret society if its principles have become the structure of civilization itself. The order may have been banned in 1785, but the order it sought to create has been under construction ever since, advancing through crisis and opportunity, adapting to technology and culture, always moving toward the same goal: order out of chaos. That was their motto. Look at the chaos of our current moment, the crises stacking upon each other, each one demanding more coordination, more surveillance, more centralised decision-making, more trust in authorities we didn't choose and can't remove. Look at the order being offered in response, the promise that if we accept the right systems, follow the right experts, adopt the right technologies, everything will be managed correctly. And ask yourself who benefits from that order, who decides what correct management looks like, who sits in those rooms at those conferences making those decisions, whose vision of enlightenment is being built while we're told we're being liberated. The Illuminati wanted to free humanity from superstition, monarchies and religious control. They succeeded. We're free from those things. But we're not free from control itself. It simply changed form, changed language, changed justification. The pyramid is unfinished because the work continues. The eye watches because the enlightened must always observe and guide. And the new order of the ages means that what came before was replaced with something that serves the same function under a different name. Maybe that's progress. Maybe guided evolution of civilization by those who understand complex systems is genuinely better than chaos and conflict. Maybe we do need invisible government because visible government has proven so corrupt and incompetent. Maybe the Illuminati won, and we should be grateful. Or maybe we should remember that every system of control claims to be for our own good. Every reduction of freedom is justified as necessary protection. Every expansion of surveillance is presented as security. And every concentration of power promises it will be used wisely by those who know best. Adam Weishaupt died in 1830, decades after his order was banned. He never saw the world wars or the United Nations or the internet. But if he could see the civilization we've built, with its global institutions and digital networks and algorithmic governance and expert classes making decisions for populations that don't understand and don't question, he might recognize it as the fulfillment of everything he envisioned. We are living in the illuminated age. The question is whether we're the ones who are enlightened, or just the ones being studied under the light. Thank you for watching this investigation. If you found this information valuable, subscribe to support more deep dives into the hidden architecture of power. Leave a comment with your thoughts, but be aware that certain keywords may limit visibility. Share this with someone who needs to see it. And remember, the best way to hide the truth is to make people think they already know it. The symbol on your dollar bill is still watching. It's been watching since 1782, and it will continue watching as long as you keep accepting that it belongs there. An all-seeing eye above an unfinished pyramid, announcing an order built by those who you'll never see, but who see everything you do. Order out of chaos. Their motto. Our reality. The Illuminati doesn't need to exist as a secret society if we're all living inside the world it wanted to create. Stay aware, question authority, follow the money, and never forget that the most powerful conspiracies don't need to hide. They just need to convince you they don't exist. I was never meant to see Three-Eye Atlas. They say curiosity killed the cat. What they don't tell you is what happens to the person who keeps digging after the cat is already dead. What happens when you find the thing you were never supposed to find, when you see the document that was never supposed to exist, when you speak the name that was never supposed to be spoken? You don't die. That would be too merciful. Instead, you live with the knowledge that something is watching you, has always been watching you, and now knows that you know. This is my story. This is how I found Three-Eye Atlas, and this is why I can never stop looking over my shoulder. Before we go any further, a big thank you to Lonely Lost for the story idea. If you have any story ideas, make sure to comment them below. Now let's begin the beginning. Freedom of information. Request. My name is Marcus Webb, and in late October of the year 2021, I was a former investigative journalist trying to find my way back into a career that had chewed me up and spit me out. I had spent the better part of a decade covering conflicts in the Middle East, embedded with troops, documenting war crimes, interviewing refugees who had lost everything. The work had destroyed my marriage, cost me my mental health, and eventually, when I published a story that made the wrong people uncomfortable, it cost me my job at the newspaper. My ex-wife, Jennifer, used to tell me I was addicted to the truth the way other people were addicted to drugs. She said I couldn't let things go, that I always had to dig one layer deeper, ask one more question, chase one more lead. She was right, of course. That addiction is what led me to spend our anniversary in a bombed-out hospital in Aleppo, instead of at the restaurant she had booked 6 months in advance. It's what led me to miss her father's funeral because I was tracking down a source in Kabul. And it's ultimately what led her to pack her bags one Tuesday morning while I was asleep, and leave nothing but a note that said, "You're married to the story, Marcus, not to me." That was in 2019. By 2021, I was freelancing from a cramped apartment in Arlington, Virginia, taking whatever work I could get. Mostly fluff pieces for online magazines, the occasional corporate blog post, nothing that required me to actually think or investigate. I was treading water, waiting for something to remind me why I had become a journalist in the first place. That something came in the form of the Pentagon UAP hearings. I had watched them with casual interest, the way everyone else had. Unidentified aerial phenomena, they called them now, not UFOs. That term was too loaded, too tinfoil hat for the modern era. The hearings were carefully orchestrated, with military officials admitting that yes, there were things in the sky they could not explain, and yes, they took them seriously. It was historic in a strange, anticlimactic way. Disclosure without actually disclosing anything meaningful. But it got me thinking. If they were willing to admit this much publicly, what were they still hiding? I decided to file a Freedom of Information Act request. Nothing ambitious, just a fishing expedition to see what I could pull up. I requested all documents related to UAP incidents that had been reported by military personnel between January of 2015 and December of 2020. I expected to get back a pile of heavily redacted junk, if I got anything at all. FOIA requests are a long game. You submit them knowing that months or even years might pass before you receive anything useful. To my surprise, I received a response within 6 weeks. The package arrived in a standard manila envelope, the kind government agencies use when they are trying to look official but not too official. Inside were roughly 200 pages of documents, most of them so heavily redacted that they were essentially black rectangles with a few scattered words visible here and there. Typical government stonewalling. I poured myself a coffee and started reading through them at my kitchen table, notepad beside me, pen in hand. Most of it was exactly what I expected. Incident reports with all the identifying details blacked out. Witness statements reduced to single visible sentences like "observed object" and "no conventional explanation." I was about to give up and toss the whole stack into a drawer when I noticed something odd. Every 5th or 6th page had a small stamp in the upper right corner, barely visible beneath the redaction marks. I held the page up to the light and squinted. It read, 3I, Atlas, clearance restricted. I flipped through the stack again, this time looking specifically for that stamp. It appeared on maybe 30 of the 200 pages, always in the same place, always with the same phrasing. 3I/Atlas. What the hell was 3I? What was Atlas? I'd covered enough classified material during my war reporting days to know that government agencies love their acronyms and code names, but I had never heard of 3I or Atlas in any context. I pulled out my laptop and started searching. Nothing. I tried every combination I could think of. 3I government program, 3I classification, 3I military, Atlas Pentagon, Atlas UAP, Atlas clearance. Every search came back empty or pointed me toward unrelated programs. There was an Atlas satellite program, an Atlas rocket system, even an Atlas particle detector at CERN, but nothing that matched the context of what I was seeing. Frustrated, I returned to the documents and kept reading. Most of them were useless, but then, buried near the bottom of the stack, I found something that made my hand stop mid-turn. It was a photocopy of a handwritten note on a sticky note, the kind of thing that should never have been included in a FOIA release. Someone had physically attached it to a document, and when that document was scanned for archival purposes, the note was scanned too. It was an accident, a bureaucratic slip-up. The note read, "Do not push public. Thrisias confirmed. Atlas referral." I read it 3 times, my heart rate picking up with each pass. This was not a classification. This was not a code name for a program. This was something else. This was a filter, a sorting mechanism. And whatever 3I meant, it was significant enough that certain cases were being referred to something called Atlas, and deliberately kept from public view. I spent the rest of that night searching for more information, but I came up empty. I needed a new angle. I needed to make the system think I already knew what 3I Atlas was. Act 1. The first break in the wall. It took me a week to craft the next FOIA request. I worded it very carefully, as if I were already familiar with the 3I Atlas designation. I submitted requests to multiple agencies, each one slightly different but all containing the same core assumption, that I was a researcher with appropriate clearance asking for routine information about an established classification system. It was a bluff, a calculated gamble. If 3I Atlas was real and bureaucratic enough, some low-level clerk might process my request without questioning whether I actually had the authority to ask for it. I submitted the requests on a Monday morning in the early December and tried not to obsess over them. I had other work to do, bills to pay, a life to pretend to live, but every day I checked my email a dozen times, waiting for something, anything to come back. The response arrived on a Thursday, 2 weeks after I'd submitted the request. It was not the full document release I had asked for. Instead, it was a short email from a 4IA officer at the Defense Intelligence Agency. The officer's name was Rachel Klein, and her email was polite, bureaucratic, and absolutely chilling. "Mr. Webb," it began, "thank you for your inquiry regarding 3I Atlas classified materials. Unfortunately, I do not have the appropriate clearance level to process requests related to 3I Atlas designations. I have forwarded your request to the appropriate oversight office. Please allow additional time for review." I stared at the screen, reading and rereading those 2 sentences. She had confirmed it. 3I Atlas was real. It was not a typo, not a mistake, not some random code that I had misunderstood. It was a real classification system, one that required clearance above what a standard FOA officer possessed. My hands were shaking as I saved the email and printed a hard copy. This was the break I needed. This was proof. I immediately tried to reply to Rachel Klein, thanking her and asking if she could provide any additional context, but my email bounced back. Her address had been deactivated. I called the Dear Public Affairs office and asked to speak with her. The person on the other end of the line said there was no employee by that name in their system. I insisted, reading them the email address directly from the message I had received. They put me on hold for 5 minutes and then came back with the same answer. Rachel Klein did not exist. I hung up and sat in silence, staring at the printed email. She had existed 2 days ago. She had processed my request, sent me a response, and then vanished. Scrubbed from the system as if she had never been there at all. That was when I realised I was no longer playing a harmless game of bureaucratic cat and mouse. I had tripped something. I had asked the wrong question to the wrong person, and now someone, somewhere, was paying attention. But I couldn't stop. Jennifer's voice echoed in my head. "You're married to the story, Marcus." She was right then, and she would be right now. I had to know. Eked 2. Breaching the system. I needed help. I needed someone who understood how the intelligence community worked. Someone who could tell me whether I was being paranoid or whether I'd actually stumbled onto something dangerous. I scrolled through my old contacts, people I had worked with during my war reporting days. Most of them had moved on, taken jobs in the private sector or retired from the field altogether. But there was one name I kept coming back to, Lieutenant Commander James Ortiz, formerly of Naval Intelligence, now working as a consultant for a defence contractor in Maryland. I had met Ortiz during an embed in Afghanistan back in 2017. He was smart, cautious, and deeply cynical about the way the military handled classified information. We had stayed in touch over the years, exchanging the occasional email, meeting for coffee when we were both in the same city. He was one of the few people I trusted to tell me the truth, even if that truth was something I did not want to hear. But there was something else about Ortiz, something I had never told anyone. During that embed, we had witnessed something together. It was 3 a.m, and we were stationed at a forward operating base in Helmand province. I had stepped outside the command tent to get some air, and Ortiz was there, smoking a cigarette and staring at the sky. And then we both saw it. A light, moving in patterns that made no physical sense. Sharp 90-degree turns at impossible speeds. Complete stops mid-flight, hovering for several seconds. Then acceleration that should have generated sonic booms but produced no sound at all. We watched it for maybe 5 minutes before it simply vanished. We never spoke about it. Not that night, not the next day, not ever. It was an unspoken agreement, the kind of thing you pretend didn't happen because acknowledging it would mean confronting something your brain isn't equipped to process. But now I needed to break that silence. I sent him an encrypted message through a secure app we had used before, asking if we could meet in person. He responded within an hour. Tomorrow, usual place. Come alone. The usual place was a diner in Bethesda, a kind of anonymous chain, restaurant where nobody paid attention to anybody else. I arrived early, ordered coffee and waited. Ortiz walked in exactly on time, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, looking like any other middle-aged guy grabbing lunch. But I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes swept the room before he sat down. He was scared. He slid into the booth across from me and did not waste time with pleasantries. "What have you gotten yourself into, Marcus?" I pulled out the printed email from Rachel Klein and slid it across the table. He read it, his expression unreadable, and then looked up at me. "Where did you get this?" "FOIA request. I asked about 3i Atlas. 2 days later, the officer who responded to me vanished from the system." Ortiz folded the paper and handed it back to me. He looked around the diner, checking to see if anyone was paying attention, and then leaned in close. "You need to stop. I need to understand what this is. No, Marcus, you need to stop right now. Walk away from this and never mention it again." I leaned forward, matching his intensity. "James, Afghanistan, 2017, 3 a.m, you remember." His face went pale. For a moment I thought he might get up and walk out. But instead he closed his eyes and let out a long, shaky breath. "I knew you were going to bring that up eventually," he said quietly. "I've been waiting for this conversation for 5 years. Then you know I can't walk away. Not now." He was silent for a long moment, staring down at his hands. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "If you ever see 3i on a document, it means the object was intelligent. maneuvering with intent and aware of being observed. It is not a project. It is a designation. It means the thing you saw was not just flying. It was thinking. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. So what we saw that night would have been flagged as 3i, yes. And they know. The military, the government. They know these things are intelligent. The government knows a lot of things it does not tell you. 3i is not something they talk about publicly. Because once you admit that something out there is intelligent and aware, you have to start answering very uncomfortable questions. Questions like, what does it want? Why is it here? And what happens if it decides to stop playing nice? What about Atlas? Ortiz shook his head. I do not know what Atlas is. I have heard the name, but only in passing. It is above my clearance. Way above. But I can tell you this. If something gets flagged as 3i and referred to Atlas, it means someone very high up decided the case needed special handling. It means the public will never hear about it. James, I need to know more. I need to understand why they're hiding this. He reached across the table and grabbed my wrist, his grip tight enough to hurt. Listen to me very carefully. After that night in Afghanistan, I was debriefed. 3 men in the civilian clothes showed up at the base the next morning and pulled me into a room. They asked me what I saw. I told them the truth. And then they showed me photographs. Photographs of what? Of people. Dozens of them. People who had reported similar sightings. People who had asked too many questions. People who had tried to go public. And next to each photograph was a date. The date they died. The date they disappeared. Or the date they recanted their story and were never heard from again. His hand was trembling now. They didn't threaten me, Marcus. They didn't have to. They just showed me those photographs and said, this is what happens to people who cannot let things go. Then they walked out, and I never saw them again. But I got the message. Are you telling me they kill people over this? I am telling you that people who dig into 3i have a very bad habit of experiencing sudden accidents, mental breakdowns, or complete reversals where they claim they made everything up. I'm telling you that Rachel Klein is probably fine, probably reassigned to some other department under a different name, but she will never work in F4EA again. And I am telling you that if you keep digging, you will end up in one of those photographs. I pulled my hand back, my mind racing. What if I told you I can't stop? What if I told you that this is the first thing in 2 years that has made me feel alive, that has reminded me why I became a journalist in the first place? Ortiz stared at me, and for a moment I saw something in his eyes that looked almost like pity. Then I would say, your ex-wife was right about you. You're addicted to the truth, and like any addict, you're going to keep chasing it until it kills you. He stood up, dropped a 20 on the table for his untouched coffee, and paused before leaving. One more thing, he said, not looking at me. That night in Afghanistan, I filed a report the next morning before the debrief. Standard incident report, just documenting what we saw. When I checked my file a week later, that report was gone. Completely scrubbed from the system. It was like it never existed. What are you saying? I am saying that if Atlas decides your story does not fit their narrative, they will erase it. And they are very good at erasing things. He walked out without another word. I sat there for a long time, staring at the $20 bill on the table. Ortiz was scared. I had seen him in war zones, under fire, making life and death decisions without flinching. But this terrified him. That should have been enough to make me stop, but it was not, because now I knew something else. I knew that what we had seen that night in Afghanistan was real, was documented, and had been deliberately erased. And if they could erase that, what else had they erased? I thought about Jennifer again, about all the stories I had chased, all the leads I had followed, all the times I had chosen the truth over everything else in my life. She had left because she knew I would never stop. She knew I would sacrifice anything for the story, and she was right. Act 3. The breakthrough and the trap. Over the next month, I became obsessed. I set up alerts for any mention of 3i or Atlas in leaked documents, declassified files, anything I could find. I joined obscure forums where former intelligence officers traded stories under pseudonyms. I read everything I could about UAP incidents, looking for patterns, looking for cases that might have been flagged as 3i. But I also started thinking about Los Angeles, about September 9th, 2016, about the night I had been there. I called my old friend Trevor, the one whose rooftop I had been on that night. We hadn't spoken in over a year, but he picked up on the third ring. Marcus? Holy shit, man. Long time. Hey Trevor, listen, I need to ask you something. Do you remember September 2016? When I visited you in Pasadena? There was a pause. Yeah, of course. That was a fun weekend. Do you remember anything unusual happening that weekend? Another pause, longer this time. Unusual how? Like, I don't know. Anything strange in the news? Anything weird people were talking about? Marcus, are you okay? You sound paranoid. Just humour me. Do you remember anything? No, man. It was a normal weekend. We drank beer, caught up, talked about your divorce. Nothing unusual at all. My stomach dropped. Trevor, we were on your rooftop when it happened. We saw it. The thing in the sky. You don't remember that? Silence. Trevor, I think you might be confusing that trip with something else, Marcus. We stayed inside that whole weekend because I was getting over a cold. We watched movies and ordered pizza. That's it. I felt cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. That's not what happened. We were on your roof. There were people in the street pointing at the sky. A massive object, completely silent, just hovering there. Marcus, I think you need to talk to someone. Like, professionally. That did not happen. You're telling me you have no memory of that night? I am telling you that what you are describing did not happen. Look, I really need to go. Take care of yourself, okay? He hung up before I could respond. I sat there, phone in hand, trying to process what had just happened. Trevor had been there. He had seen it. We had watched it together. And now he had no memory of it at all. Neural dampening successful. That's what the file had said. No mainstream retention. They hadn't just suppressed the story. They had suppressed the memory. Somehow, they had made thousands of people forget what they had seen. And it had worked so perfectly that even someone who had been standing right next to me, someone I trusted completely, had no recollection of an event that had definitely happened. I felt like I was losing my mind. But I had proof. I had the files. I had the documentation. It was real. I needed more evidence. I needed something concrete that could not be dismissed or explained away. That's when I got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. A friend of a friend, someone who worked as an IT contractor for a defence subcontractor, mentioned in passing that one of the databases he maintained had been breached in a ransomware attack. The breach had been contained, but not before a partial mirror of the database had been copied and leaked online. The leak was small, technical, and of no interest to most people, but he thought I might find it interesting. He sent me a link to a file-sharing site where the leaked data had been posted. It was not the full database, just an inventory. A massive spreadsheet listing case files, reference numbers, dates, and status codes. No actual documents, just metadata. But that was enough. I downloaded the file and opened it on my laptop, my heart pounding as the spreadsheet loaded. There were thousands of entries, maybe tens of thousands. I used the search function to filter by the term 3i. The results made my stomach drop. There were hundreds of entries flagged as 3i verified. Each one included a brief description, a location, a date, and a status update. I scrolled through them, my eyes scanning the descriptions. Jacksonville flyover, July 20th, 2019. Multiple military witnesses. Neural dampening successful. No mainstream retention. Phoenix Lights recurrence, March 15th, 2018. Mass public observation. Atlas intervention. Media suppression effective. Atlantic Ocean encounter, November 3rd, 2020. USS Kid crew interaction. 3I confirmed. Human presence acknowledged. Full debrief under Atlas protocols. I kept scrolling, my hands trembling, until I found an entry that stopped me cold. Los Angeles flyover, September 9th, 2016. Mass public observation. Neural dampening successful. No mainstream retention. There it was. Proof that I wasn't crazy. Proof that what I remembered had actually happened. But then I saw something else. Something that made my hands freeze on the keyboard. There was another entry dated just 2 weeks earlier. Helmand Province, Afghanistan. March 7th, 2017. FOB observation. Military personnel 3I confirmed. Witnesses debriefed. Incident report eliminated. Atlas referral complete. Ortiz and I. That was us. That was our sighting. And it was right there in the database. Documented, classified, and deliberately hidden. I kept scrolling, searching for anything else that might be relevant. And that's when I found the entry that changed everything. Arlington, Virginia, December 21st, 2021. Residential observation, single witness, 3I potential. Subject M. Webb. Monitoring initiated. I stared at the screen, reading and rereading the entry. December 21st. That was yesterday. They weren't just watching the sky. They were watching me. And according to this file, something had been observed in Arlington. Near my apartment. Something potentially classified as 3I. I hadn't seen anything. Not yesterday, not any day recently. But according to this file, something had been there. Something intelligent and aware, and it had been watching me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. I searched my own name in the database. 3 more entries appeared. Subject M. Webb, FOIA request intercepted, 3I Atlas terminology detected, monitoring escalated. Subject M. Webb, contact with J. Ortiz confirmed, both parties under observation, Atlas protocols engaged. Subject M. Webb, database access detected, immediate intervention required, neural dampening candidate. The last entry was dated today, time-stamped 2 hours ago. Neural dampening candidate. They were going to make me forget, just like Trevor, just like everyone in Los Angeles, just like everyone who had ever seen something they weren't supposed to see. I copied the entire spreadsheet onto 3 different external hard drives and deleted it from my laptop. I cleared my browser history, wiped my cache, and restarted my computer. I was being paranoid, but paranoia felt justified now. I grabbed my notebook and started writing everything down by hand. Every detail, every date, every entry I had found. If they were going to erase my memory, I was going to leave myself a trail of breadcrumbs, some way to find my way back to the truth. But even as I wrote, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late, that whatever was coming, whatever they were planning to do to me, was already in motion. I thought about calling Jennifer, about warning her, telling her everything, asking her to help me document this before they took it away. But what would I even say? Hi, remember how you left me because I was obsessed with stories? Well, I found one that might actually get me killed or mind-wiped, and I need you to be my backup memory. She would think I had finally snapped. Maybe I had. That night I could not sleep. I kept thinking about that entry. Arlington, Virginia, residential observation, single witness. Something had been there, near my apartment watching me. Something intelligent and aware. And I had not even seen it. Or had I? I tried to remember the previous day, December 21st. I'd woken up late, worked on a freelance article about electric vehicles, ordered takeout for dinner. A completely normal, forgettable day. Except there had been a moment around dusk. I had been sitting at my desk when I felt an overwhelming urge to look out the window. Not just a casual glance, but a physical compulsion, like someone was calling my name. I'd stood up, walked to the window and looked outside. Nothing. Just the parking lot, the street, the row of buildings across the way. Everything normal. But I had stood there for several minutes staring, feeling like something was wrong, feeling like something was watching me, and then the feeling had passed, and I'd gone back to work and forgotten about it completely. Until now, what if something had been there? What if I had seen it, but somehow failed to consciously register it? Or what if I had seen it, and the neural dampening had already started, already begun erasing the memory before it could fully form? I went to the window now in the darkness and looked outside. The parking lot was empty, the street was quiet, everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Right now, in this moment. I closed the blinds and went back to my desk, my heart pounding. Act 4. The moment they realise they cannot unsee it. The first sign that something was wrong came 3 days later, on Christmas Eve. I was sitting in my living room working on a freelance article about renewable energy when I heard a faint scratching sound. It was soft, rhythmic, like fingernails on glass. I looked up and realised it was coming from my television. The TV was off, or at least it should have been. The screen was black, but there was a faint glow around the edges, and the scratching sound continued. As I stared at it, the screen flickered to life, displaying the manufacturer's boot logo. It stayed there for a moment, and then the screen went black again. I walked over and unplugged it from the wall. The screen stayed dark, but the scratching sound continued for another few seconds before finally stopping. I stood there, staring at the dead television, my heart pounding. TVs did not turn themselves on. They especially did not turn themselves on after being unplugged. I grabbed my phone to do a quick search about whether this was a known glitch, but before I could type anything, the screen went black. A second later, it displayed the Apple logo and began a factory reset sequence. I had not initiated a reset. I had not even unlocked the phone. I watched, helpless, as the phone wiped itself clean, erasing years of photos, messages, contacts, everything. When it finally finished, it displayed the setup screen as if it were brand new out of the box. I turned it off and set it on the table, my hands shaking. This was not a coincidence. This was not a glitch. I went to my laptop and tried to connect to my Wi-Fi network. It prompted me to re-enter the password, which was strange because I had been connected just minutes ago. When I entered the password, it rejected it. I tried again, thinking I'd mistyped. Rejected again. I checked my router and found that it had reset itself. But when I logged into the settings, I saw something that made my skin crawl. The network name had changed. It was no longer the default name I had set years ago. Instead, it now read, Federal Resilience Gateway, Node 7. I refreshed the page, thinking it had to be some kind of display error. But it stayed the same. My home network, my private internet connection, had been rerouted through something called a Federal Resilience Gateway. I unplugged the router and sat in the dark, trying to process what was happening. My TV had rebooted itself. My phone had wiped itself. My internet had been hijacked. These were not accidents. These were deliberate actions, coordinated and precise. Someone was inside my system. Someone was watching me. I grabbed a notebook and a pen, the old-fashioned kind that could not be hacked or monitored, and started writing everything down. Every detail, every date, every document I had found. If they were going to erase me digitally, I was going to make sure there was a paper trail. Around 2 a.m, my laptop chimed with an incoming email notification. I had not opened my email program. I had not even turned the laptop on. But there it was, screen glowing in the darkness. I approached it slowly as if it might explode. The email was already open, displaying a single message from an address I did not recognise. No subject line, no signature, just a single sentence. 3i is not a project, it is a handshake protocol. If you see it, it has already seen you. I stared at the screen, reading the message over and over, my mind racing. A handshake protocol, a two-way communication. It was not just the government watching these objects, the objects were watching back. And now, because I had dug too deep, because I had seen the name and spoken the words and pulled on the thread, they were watching me too. But then something else appeared on the screen. The email was updating in real time, new text appearing letter by letter as if someone was typing it directly. You want to know what Atlas does, Marcus? It maintains equilibrium. It ensures that humanity's awareness expands at a controlled pace, not too fast, not too slow, just enough to prevent panic, just enough to prevent intervention. I should have closed the laptop. I should have thrown it across the room, but I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. The phenomenon you call 3i has been observing your species for longer than your recorded history. It does not invade. It does not conquer. It observes. It waits. It measures your readiness. And when individuals like you begin to notice, begin to pull on the threads, begin to ask the right questions, Atlas steps in, not to silence you, to prepare you. Prepare me for what? I found myself typing the question before I could stop myself. The response came immediately. For the realization that you are not ready, that your species is still too fragmented, too volatile, too afraid of the unknown to handle the truth. You want disclosure, Marcus. Disclosure would destroy you. It would shatter every power structure, every religious framework, every sense of humanity's place in the cosmos. Atlas exists to prevent that collapse, to manage the transition, to ensure that when the time comes, you will be ready. And what if I go public with what I know? You won't. Because part of you already understands. Part of you has always understood. This is not a cover-up, Marcus. This is a mercy. We could erase your memory right now. We have that capability, but we are not going to. Because you serve a purpose. You and people like you. The seekers, the truth-tellers, the ones who cannot let go. You push the boundaries of collective awareness. You force the conversation forward. And when enough people like you exist, when enough of humanity is asking the right questions, that is when the equilibrium shifts. That is when readiness is achieved. So you're saying I'm being used? We're all being used, Marcus. You by your need for truth, us by our mandate to observe, them by their nature to watch and wait. The only question that matters is whether you can live with the knowledge you now possess. Whether you can carry this weight without breaking. Whether you can continue to seek the truth, knowing that the truth is not meant to set you free. It is meant to prepare you for a reality you cannot yet comprehend. The typing stopped. The screen went black. And then slowly my laptop powered down on its own. I sat there in the darkness, my mind reeling. Was that real? Had I just had a conversation with Atlas? Or had I imagined the whole thing? Was I losing my mind? I looked down at my hands and realised they were shaking. I realised I was crying and had no memory of when the tears had started. Jennifer's voice echoed in my head again. You're married to the story, Marcus. But what if the story didn't want me? What if the truth wasn't something I could possess, but something that possessed me? Act 5. The weight of knowing. The days after Christmas blurred together. I stopped sleeping properly. I stopped eating regular meals. I would sit at my kitchen table for hours, surrounded by printouts and handwritten notes, trying to make sense of what had happened. I tried to reach Ortiz again, but his number was disconnected. I tried to find him online, but his LinkedIn profile had been deleted, his social media account scrubbed. It was as if he had never existed. I thought about going to the media, about taking everything I had to a major news outlet. But every time I tried to organise the material, I realised how insane it all sounded. A stamp on classified documents, a vanished FOIA officer, an email conversation with an AI or entity claiming to be Atlas, a database entry about me being monitored. Without Trevor's corroboration of the Los Angeles event, without Ortiz to verify the Afghanistan sighting, without Rachel Klein to confirm the email she sent, I had nothing. Just the word of a disgraced journalist with a history of obsessive behaviour and a failed marriage. They had been right. I couldn't go public because no one would believe me. But I also couldn't stop. I spent every day searching for new information, new connections, new pieces of the puzzle, and slowly, carefully, I began to find them. There were others, hidden in the corners of the internet, posting under pseudonyms, sharing fragments of stories that matched my own. A former Air Force technician who claimed to have seen the 3CI designation on radar logs before they were classified. A retired CIA analyst who mentioned Atlas in a podcast interview before the episode was mysteriously pulled offline. A physicist who published a paper about mass memory suppression technology before recanting the entire thing and checking himself into a psychiatric facility. The pattern was clear. People found pieces of the truth, tried to share it, and then either disappeared, recanted, or were dismissed as mentally unstable. I was next. I knew that. The only question was which path I would take. One night in mid-January I was jolted awake by a sound outside my window. Not the scratching this time, something else. A low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. I got up and went to the window, my heart pounding. I opened the blinds slowly, expecting to see nothing like always. But this time, there was something there. A light. Not in the sky, but right outside my building. Hovering maybe 20 feet off the ground, perfectly still. It was not bright enough to illuminate the parking lot, but I could see it clearly. A sphere of pale blue light, about the size of a car, with a surface that seemed to ripple like water. I watched it for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. And as I watched, I felt something. A presence. An awareness. It was looking at me. Not with eyes, not with senses, but with something else. Something I had no words for. I was not afraid. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt a strange sense of calm, of recognition, as if this moment had always been inevitable. And then, without warning, the light vanished. Not gradually, not by flying away. It simply ceased to exist, like someone had flipped a switch. I stood at the window for a long time after that, waiting for it to return, but it did not. The next morning I checked my notebook. I had written about the light, described it in detail, recorded the time and date. But as I read my own words, they seemed strange to me, foreign, as if someone else had written them. I tried to remember the previous night. Had I really seen something, or had I dreamed it? I could not be sure anymore. That was when I understood what they were doing. They were not going to erase my memory completely. They were going to make me doubt it. They were going to blur the line between reality and imagination until I could no longer trust my own mind. And it was working. The last safe entry, offline and watched. That was 2 months ago. Since then, I have stopped using my phone except for the most basic functions. I have stopped using my laptop for anything other than work I do not care about. Write everything down by hand now, in notebooks I keep hidden in places I will not mention here. I do not know if this document will ever be read by anyone other than me. I do not know if sharing this story will make any difference. But I need to write it down, if only to prove to myself that it happened, that I am not losing my mind. Atlas is not watching the sky. It is watching the people who notice what is in the sky. There are others like me. I know this because I have found traces of them online, in deleted forum posts and archived blog entries that vanish as quickly as they appear. People who ask the wrong questions, people who see the stamp, people who speak the name. Some of them stop posting. Some of them recant, claiming they made it all up, that they were confused or mistaken. Some of them simply disappear. I do not think they kill us. That would be too obvious, too messy. I think they do something worse. They discredit us. They isolate us. They make it so that even if we scream the truth from the rooftops, no one will believe us. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the greatest cover-up is not hiding the truth. Maybe it is hiding the truth in plain sight and making sure that anyone who sees it is dismissed as a lunatic. I still do not know what 3i really means. Not fully. I do not know what Atlas does with the cases it collects. I do not know what the objects want or why they're here or what it means that they are intelligent and aware. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. They see us. They have always seen us. And now that I have seen them, they see me too. I think about Jennifer sometimes, about what she said before she left. You're married to the story, Marcus. She was right. But what she did not understand, what I did not understand until now, is that some stories marry you back. Some truths, once you find them, never let you go. I am writing this in a coffee shop on the outskirts of Richmond, Virginia, using a public computer that I will never use again. I will print this out, store it somewhere safe, and hope that someday someone else will find it. Someone who is asking the same questions I asked. Someone who sees the same stamp I saw. If that person is you, I have only one piece of advice, and it is not what you think. Do not stop. Yes, it is dangerous. Yes, it will cost you. Yes, you might end up like me, isolated and paranoid and unable to tell the difference between reality and manipulation. But if you stop, if you walk away, if you let the fear win, then they have succeeded. Then the truth stays buried, and the equilibrium they talk about remains unchanged. We are the ones who push the boundaries of collective awareness. We are the ones who force the conversation forward. And maybe, just maybe, if enough of us keep digging, keep questioning, keep refusing to forget, we will reach that critical mass they talked about, that moment when humanity is finally ready. I do not know what happens after that. I do not know if disclosure will save us or destroy us, but I know that we deserve to find out. We deserve to know the truth about what is sharing this planet, this solar system, this universe with us. Even if that truth changes everything, the scratching has started again. I can hear it through the noise of the coffee shop, faint but persistent. It is coming from the computer screen in front of me. I need to finish this now. If you are reading this, know that it is real. All of it. The stamp, the files, the objects that think and watch and know. Atlas is not a myth. It is not a conspiracy theory. It is real, and it is still running, still sorting, still deciding which truths the public is allowed to know and which truths must be buried. And if you ever see that stamp, if you ever find a document marked 3i, you will have a choice to make. You can walk away, forget what you saw, live your life in comfortable ignorance, or you can do what I did. You can pull on the thread and see where it leads, but know this, the thread pulls back. I am logging off now. I'm going to print this, walk out of this coffee shop, and disappear for a while. Maybe I will resurface in a few months. Maybe I will not. But if I do not, if I vanish the way Rachel Klein vanished, if my name gets scrubbed from every system and every record, then let this document be proof that I was here, that I saw the truth, and that I tried to share it. My name is Marcus Webb. I was an investigative journalist. I found something I was never meant to find. I saw something I was never meant to see. And now it has found me. The last thing I want to say is this. I do not regret it. Despite everything, despite the fear and the paranoia and the isolation, I do not regret digging. Because for the first time in years, I feel like I am doing what I was meant to do. I am uncovering the truth. I am asking the questions that need to be asked. Jennifer was right. I am married to the story. But maybe that is not a flaw. Maybe that is exactly what the world needs. People who cannot let go. People who keep digging even when they are told to stop. People who see the truth and refuse to look away. We are the seekers, the truth tellers, the ones who push the boundaries. And maybe, just maybe, we are the ones who will change everything. What if everything you thought you knew about those mysterious men in black suits was just the beginning? Tonight's story comes from a video suggestion by Kelly Dooley, and it's one that will make you question every shadow at your window and every unexplained silence in your neighbourhood. If you enjoy these spine-chilling tales, please like and subscribe to Sleep Theories, and don't forget to leave your own scary story suggestions in the comments below. Now, let's dive into a tale of surveillance, secrets, and the terrifying price of knowing too much. The October wind carried the smell of dying leaves and something else I couldn't quite place as I pulled into the gravel driveway of 1247 Maple Street. Something metallic and stale, like coins left too long in stagnant water. I'd been working welfare checks for Millfield County for 3 years, and that smell usually meant one thing: I was too late. Henry Mallory's house sat like a dark wound against the grey afternoon sky. Every window was covered with what looked like blackout curtains, the kind photographers use, but these were different somehow, thicker, more deliberate. The mailbox overflowed with weeks of accumulated mail, and newspapers in yellow plastic bags lay scattered across the brown lawn like forgotten promises. I knocked on the front door, calling out the standard greeting I'd rehearsed hundreds of times. "Mr. Mallory, this is Jamie from Millfield County Social Services. We're here for a wellness check." The words echoed back at me, swallowed by the unnatural quiet that seemed to press against the house from all sides. No answer, no movement, not even the shuffle of slippered feet or the distant sound of a television that usually accompanied these visits. I tried the door handle, locked, walked the perimeter, checking windows, looking for any sign of life or entry. The blackout curtains were installed on the inside of every single window, creating an impenetrable barrier between the interior and the outside world. When I pressed my ear against the glass of what might have been a living room window, I heard something that made my skin crawl. The steady hiss of television static playing endlessly like white noise. The spare key was exactly where Mrs. Henderson next door said it would be, under the ceramic frog by the back steps. As I turned it in the lock, that metallic smell hit me full force, and I knew what I was walking into. Henry Mallory sat in a brown recliner facing an old cathode ray television, the screen filled with dancing static. His head was tilted back at an unnatural angle, mouth slightly open, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. The calendar on the kitchen wall was still turned to October 15th, though today was the 29th. 2 weeks. Maybe longer. The house felt wrong in a way that went beyond death. It was too quiet, even accounting for the obvious. No hum of a refrigerator, no ticking clocks, no settling sounds that old houses make. Just that constant static from the television, and a silence so complete it felt like being underwater. I called the coroner and settled in to wait, doing my job of securing the scene and documenting what I found. That's when I really started looking around. Every surface was covered in a thin layer of dust except for well-worn paths between the kitchen, bathroom and living room. But what caught my attention were the notebooks, dozens of them, stacked on every available surface filled with Henry's spidery handwriting. I opened one at random, October 3rd, 2025. Black sedan, licence obscured, parked across street 11:47 p.m. to 4:23 a.m. 2 occupants, no movement. September 28th, 2025. Phone rang 17 times between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. No voice when answered. September 15th, 2025. Footprints in garden. Size unknown. Pattern suggests standing in place for extended period. Page after page of similar entries going back months. I flipped to earlier notebooks and found the dates stretched back years. Decades even. All documenting the same kinds of things. Unexplained visitors, strange cars, odd occurrences that might seem mundane to anyone else but had clearly consumed Henry Mallory's life. The coroner arrived as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the spaces between the blackout curtains. Patricia Williams had been doing this job longer than I'd been alive, and she took one look at Henry and shook her head. "Natural causes," she said, checking his pulse points and examining his eyes with a small flashlight. "Heart, probably. Happens all the time with folks his age, especially the isolated ones." Body's been here about 2 weeks, maybe a bit more. As she worked, I found myself drawn to those notebooks, flipping through pages of meticulous documentation that painted a picture of a man living in constant fear of being watched. The handwriting grew shakier in the more recent entries, but never stopped. Right up until the day he died, Henry Mallory had been taking notes. "You okay?" Patricia asked as she finished her examination. "You look pale." "Just the smell," I lied, though the truth was something about this place was getting under my skin. "How long until you can remove the body?" "Van's on the way. Should be another hour or so." She packed her equipment back into her black bag. "You staying to secure the house?" I nodded. It was standard protocol. Someone from the county had to stay until next of kin were notified and arrangements made for securing the property. Henry had a nephew in California who wouldn't arrive for several days, according to our records. After Patricia left, the house seemed to grow even quieter. I wandered through the rooms, clipboard in hand, documenting personal effects for the estate. That's how I found the basement door. It was in a narrow hallway between the kitchen and what had once been a dining room but now served as Henry's filing system. More notebooks, folders full of newspaper clippings, and boxes labelled with dates stretching back to the 1970s. The basement door was painted the same dingy white as the walls, but what made it stand out was the heavy padlock securing it shut. I tried the handle anyway, locked tight. The padlock was new, industrial grade, not something you'd pick up at a hardware store. Someone had wanted to keep that door very securely closed, or keep something very securely contained. I made a note on my report. Basement access secured with padlock. Key location unknown. Will require locksmith for estate inventory. But as I wrote those words, I found myself staring at that door and wondering what Henry Mallory had thought was important enough to lock away so completely. The van arrived to collect Henry's body just as full darkness fell. I helped load him up, signed the necessary paperwork, and watched the taillights disappear down Maple Street. Then I was alone in the house with nothing but static from the television and the growing certainty that I was missing something important. Before I left, I turned off the television. The silence that followed was so complete, it felt like a physical presence. I stood there for a moment, listening to nothing, then flicked the switch back on. The static resumed, filling the void. Some silences I was learning were worse than noise. I couldn't stop thinking about that padlocked door. 3 days after we'd removed Henry's body, I was back at 1247 Maple Street with a locksmith named Pete, who charged the county $50 to cut through security hardware. The nephew in California had given permission over the phone for a complete inventory of the property, and I was determined to be thorough. "Heavy-duty stuff," Pete muttered as he examined the padlock. Guy really didn't want anyone getting in there. The lock gave way with a sharp crack, and the basement door swung open to reveal wooden stairs descending into darkness. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the doorframe. A single bare bulb illuminated a stairway that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. "You want me to stick around?" Pete asked, peering down into the basement. "No, I've got it from here. Thanks." After he left, I stood at the top of those stairs for a long time, flashlight in hand even though the overhead light was working. Something about descending into Henry Mallory's locked basement felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. The stairs creaked under my weight, but they held. The basement was larger than I'd expected, running the full length of the house with a low ceiling and concrete walls that had been painted white decades ago. Now they were stained with moisture and age, creating abstract patterns in the dim light. But what took my breath away were the shelves. They lined every wall, floor to ceiling, packed with VHS tapes in neat rows like a video store from the 1980s. Each tape was labelled in Henry's careful handwriting with dates: March 15th, 1978, August 22nd, 1981, November the 7th, 1985. The dates went on and on, hundreds of them, stretching from the late 70s all the way up to 2004. In the centre of the basement sat a card table with an old camcorder, the kind that recorded directly to VHS. Beside it were boxes of film reels, some so old the labels had faded to illegibility. More notebooks, these ones bound in black leather, filled with the same spidery handwriting I'd seen upstairs. I pulled one notebook at random and opened it. June 12th, 1983. Witness, Morrison, J. Reports lights over reservoir. Local paper runs story page 3. Black sedan arrives outside Morrison residence June 14th. Morrison recants story June 15th. New statement, thought it was airplane. June 18th, 1983. Two men in dark suits visit newspaper office. Editor Thompson nervous when asked about Morrison story. Refuses to discuss. June 20th, 1983. Morrison family leaves town suddenly. House sold within week to cash buyer. No forwarding address. Page after page of similar entries, documenting what appeared to be a pattern of witness intimidation following unexplained sightings around Millfield. But it was more than just documentation. Henry had been actively investigating these incidents for decades. I moved to the shelves and pulled a tape at random. September 3rd, 1987 was written on the label in Henry's neat script. Below that, in smaller text, Diner, 2 a.m. There was a VHS player on a small television in the corner of the basement. The setup looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years, but everything was clean, maintained. Henry had been coming down here regularly. I slotted the tape into the player and pressed play. Grainy footage showed the interior of Henry's car at night, dashboard illuminated by streetlights. Through the windshield, I could see the Millfield Diner, a local institution that had been serving coffee and pie to night shift workers and insomniacs for as long as anyone could remember. Henry's voice came through the speaker, younger but recognisable. September 3rd, 1987, 2:15 a.m. Two vehicles in parking lot besides mine, waiting for target to emerge. The camera stayed focused on the diner's front entrance. After several minutes of nothing, a man emerged, middle-aged, wearing work clothes, moving quickly toward a pickup truck parked under a streetlight. Before he could reach his vehicle, two figures approached from the shadows. Tall men in dark suits, their faces difficult to make out in the grainy footage. They moved with an odd, synchronized precision, intercepting the worker before he could reach his truck. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make out details. The men appeared to be speaking to the worker, though no sound carried from the diner parking lot. Their body language was somehow wrong, too stiff, too formal for what looked like a chance encounter. The worker's posture changed as they spoke. He went from hurried to rigid, then to something that looked like fear. After several minutes of conversation, one of the suited men gestured toward a black sedan I hadn't noticed parked at the far edge of the lot. The worker followed them to the car. "Jesus," Henry's voice whispered from the tape, "they're taking him." The black sedan pulled out of the parking lot with the worker inside and disappeared down Main Street. The two men in suits got into a second vehicle and followed. Henry's narration continued. Target was Eddie Morrison, age 34, maintenance worker at the power plant. Filed UFO report with county sheriff 2 days ago. Described lights over the plant Tuesday night. Today he gets a visit. The tape ended there. I sat in the dim basement staring at the static-filled screen, trying to process what I'd just seen. Eddie Morrison. That name had been in Henry's notebook upstairs, the one who'd left town suddenly after recanting his UFO story. I looked around at the hundreds of other tapes lining the shelves. How many more stories like Eddie Morrison's were documented here? How long had Henry been watching, recording, documenting these encounters? Near the bottom shelf, one tape stood out from the others. Instead of Henry's usual neat labelling, this one was marked with black marker in urgent uneven letters. Do not destroy. If found, watch. I pulled it from the shelf with hands that were suddenly less steady than I would have liked. The basement felt colder than when I'd first come down, though the October afternoon was mild. As I held that tape, I had the distinct impression that I was about to cross another line, one that might be even harder to come back from than descending into Henry's basement in the first place. But Eddie Morrison's face stayed with me. The way he'd gone from hurried to terrified in the span of a few minutes of conversation, with two men who moved like they weren't entirely human. I needed to know what was on that final tape, but not here. Not in this basement where Henry had spent decades hiding from whatever he'd discovered. I slipped the tape into my jacket pocket and headed for the stairs. leaving the rest of Henry's archive undisturbed for now. As I reached the top of the stairs and prepared to turn off the basement light, I took one last look at those hundreds of tapes, decades of documentation, a lifetime spent watching the watchers,